He woke up as a dying old man with literally minutes left to live. But then, he unlocked the ultimate cheat code. His system has a glitch. No matter who he fights, whether it's a demon king, a sect elder, or a true immortal, he instantly becomes exactly one level stronger than them. Now, he's slapping grandmasters, forcing an ancient demon lord to wash his feet, and terrifying the entire cultivation world, all while sipping his milk tea. This is the story of the most broken, overpowered grandpa in history. You don't want to miss this. A boy named Junlin woke up and was amazed to discover that he had transformed into a frail old man. The animals in the eastern region were quite surprised to see a human in such a place. When Junlin saw his reflection in the lake, he was shocked and wondered how this could have happened, considering he had just been dozing off in math class a moment earlier. He complained that he was supposed to be a tall, 185-centimeter guy who hadn't even found a girlfriend yet and was just starting to enjoy his student life. But suddenly, he had turned into an old man. He decided he wouldn't accept this reality. He figured that since he had traveled to another world, this old body must belong to some kind of hidden master. Deciding to search the body's memories, he learned that this world was called Kunlun and was ruled by cultivators. The original owner, Ye Junlin, had been incredibly talented, reaching the golden core stage in his youth. Because of this talent, he had been appointed as the leader of a peak within the Xuantian sect, one of the 6 great sects in the region. However, during a conflict with rival cultivators, he was caught off guard. His energy center was destroyed, and he lost all his strength, becoming an ordinary person. He spent the next few decades in complete apathy, isolating himself on the mountain and ignoring the outside world. It had been 10 years since that day. Junlin realized he was now just a mortal, and judging by his age, it looked like he could pass away at any moment. But then he remembered reading web novels and reasoned that if this was a transfer to another world, there had to be some kind of bonus or special power waiting for him. Taking charge, Junlin called out to the system, claiming his daddy was here and telling it to show up quickly. When he didn't get a response, he asked if it was playing hide and seek. Changing his tactic, he fell to his knees and apologized, saying he was just joking and begged for a sign. He wondered if perhaps it wasn't a system, but maybe a ring with an elder spirit inside. He took off his ring, looked at it, and asked if an old doctor was in there. Receiving no answer again, he lost his patience and shouted for the old man to stop hiding. He threw the ring on the ground, raised his cane to the sky, and started cursing loudly. After his outburst, the system suddenly appeared, stating that rude language had been detected and it had activated automatically. It asked the owner to be more polite. Junlin was relieved it finally showed up, admitting he thought it was unfair and that he was just imagining things. The system apologized, explaining that it had also been fast asleep and had just woken up. To make up for the inconvenience, it offered him a starter kit. When Junlin told it to open the gift, the system congratulated him on gaining a special ability to match strength. Basically, whenever he met an opponent with a higher level than him, he would permanently gain a cultivation level higher than theirs with no side effects. Junlin was worried because he was currently an ordinary person, so he asked what would happen if he encountered an immortal. The system assured him it wasn't lying and that he could safely test it out. Junlin was thrilled, realizing this meant he could be invincible and always one step ahead of everyone. However, when he asked why he needed to cultivate, the system showed a respectful reminder that he only had 1 hour left before his natural end. Shocked, Junlin asked if he was really going to perish that soon. He realized he needed to go down the mountain and find someone to fight in order to gain strength and extend his life. He finally understood why the old man had stayed isolated on the mountain. Suddenly, a timer appeared showing only 35 minutes remaining. Panicking, he asked if he really wouldn't make it. Just then, he looked at the mountain and saw a massive storm approaching, which looked like a swarm of monsters. Inside the dark clouds stood the former sect leader who had been removed from office years ago. The current leader stood before his enemies and asked who dared to challenge the Xuantian sect. An eagle man emerged from a magic shell, mocking the sect and revealing that the demon monster king was still alive and planning to eliminate them all that day. The leader recognized the enemy as a vile creature he had defeated and thrown off a cliff years ago. He was shocked that the creature survived and returned for revenge. The demon king laughed loudly, powering up his energy and asking if that was enough. The leader was horrified to see the enemy had reached the powerful embryonic soul stage. Realizing they couldn't compete with such strength, the leader turned to his people and declared they wouldn't give up without a fight. The demon king mocked them, threatening to finish off all the Taoists. A chaotic battle then broke out between the sect members and the invaders. The monsters were overpowering the warriors. Watching from the ground, Junlin wished someone would just hit him. The system appeared and warned him that only 30 minutes remained. He started worrying because time was running out, and the battle was too far away for anyone to hear him. He tried to climb the stairs, but his old back was failing him. He knew he wouldn't make it down in time. Meanwhile, the demon king shouted that the humans were weaklings and their lives would end today. Releasing his full energy, the king knocked down all the warriors with a single blow. The sect leader realized the gap between the golden core stage and the embryonic soul stage was too massive. The demon king laughed and asked if anyone else dared to resist. Suddenly, Junlin climbed up the mountain and shouted for the demon king to look at him. The king flew over to the old man, asking if he was tired of living. Junlin taunted the bird to attack him, mentioning that he was waiting. He was glad he arrived in time, having used a crystal-powered loudspeaker from the old man's memories to get their attention. The demon king remarked that he had never seen such a bold old man. The sect leader and his disciples looked up, wondering if that was their legendary elder Yi from the peak. They noted he hadn't interfered for decades and had lost his powers. The demon king asked if Junlin was just looking for a quick end. Junlin called the bird his grandson and threatened to eat him like a quail. The system warned there were only 10 seconds left. Junlin worried that the bird was too talkative and slow, fearing he might pass away without a fight. As the system counted down the final seconds, the demon king finally attacked, promising to crush the old man to dust. Junlin was actually happy because his wish was being fulfilled. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as the system processed the incoming attack. The system detected an attack at the initial embryonic soul stage. It immediately triggered the special ability, boosting the old man's power to the middle level of the same stage. Junlin evolved instantly. Using a fire technique, he neutralized the bird's attack effortlessly. The onlookers were stunned by the terrifying aura, and Junlin transformed from an old man back into a young warrior. Junlin declared that this was the true power of the embryonic soul. The demon king was shocked to see Junlin was even stronger than him. The sect members couldn't believe it, realizing that Junlin must have been pretending to be weak all those years while quietly advancing his cultivation to the highest level. It turned out their junior brother was actually the most powerful one among them. The warrior noted that masters at the embryonic soul stage were extremely rare in the wild region, and now one was standing right there. Realizing this, the demon monster king immediately changed his tune, treating Junlin with respect. He claimed the whole situation was just a big misunderstanding and suggested they settle their differences later, even offering to pay a friendly visit to the sect. Junlin wasn't buying it. He pointed out that the king had destroyed his sect's foundation and eliminated many disciples, so calling it a misunderstanding was ridiculous. Just then, the system congratulated Junlin on his first victory and rewarded him with a divine technique called the Great Void Finger that binds the heavens. Junlin wondered if this was a legendary technique. He asked the bird if he would believe it was just a misunderstanding if someone wiped out his entire clan. The demon king retorted that while Junlin was slightly stronger, the gap wasn't massive, implying he wasn't afraid to fight to the finish. Junlin clarified his stance. He didn't bother anyone unless they bothered him first, but since the king had offended him and harmed his people, Junlin intended to defeat him to secure his position. He called the king a monster who couldn't be forgiven. The king argued that humans had forced his hand and declared that he was willing to sacrifice his own spiritual core to ensure he took Junlin down with him. Deciding not to wait, Junlin unleashed his power to finish the battle. He told the bird he had no idea what his limits were and used the Great Void Finger technique. Seeing the massive energy cage forming around him, the king was shocked and realized instantly that he had lost. Desperate to survive, the king started bargaining, offering up anything, even his own tribe, just to live, pleading that he had only recently reached his high cultivation stage. Junlin ignored the pleas and completed the attack. Seeing their leader defeated, the other monsters panicked and tried to flee. However, Junlin wasn't about to let them escape. He released a wave of energy that eliminated the remaining threats, declaring that these birds wouldn't bother the Shuantian sect anymore. The sect leader looked at Junlin, referring to him as junior brother Ye, and admitted they were in his debt. He apologized, confessing he thought Junlin's abilities were gone forever and never expected him to break through to the ancestral soul stage. A female disciple chimed in, saying Junlin didn't look like someone who had given up. Another peak leader agreed, theorizing that Junlin must have been keeping a low profile to protect the sect from the shadows. Junlin thought to himself that they had very active imaginations, but he decided to let them believe that narrative so he wouldn't have to explain the system. Suddenly, warriors rushed in with urgent news. The Fanglei sect had seized their spiritual minds and veins, and many guarding disciples had been injured or defeated. The leader was shocked, noting that while relations were strained, he didn't expect such a blatant attack. Without those resources, their cultivation future was doomed. He declared he would lead a team to take them back. Junlin realized the Fanglei sect had treacherously used the monster invasion as a distraction to strike. The system popped up with a new quest, offering a huge reward if Junlin checked in at the Fanglei sect's domain. Seeing another opportunity to gain strength, Junlin took charge. He announced he would go straight to the Fanglei sect and remove them completely. The leader was surprised but impressed by Junlin's confidence and power. As they prepared, Junlin told the leader that with him at the helm, their sect could become the top power in the region. Meanwhile, at the Fanglei sect, members were celebrating their successful plan to lure the monster to the Shuantian sect while they stole the resources. One disciple worried the monster might turn on them, but another reassured him. They revealed that a powerful guest from the prestigious Yuhua sect was visiting, guaranteeing their safety. The Fanglei leader, Chen Yunhai, asked the guest Elder Mu about his son. Elder Mu confirmed that Chen's son was doing exceptionally well at the Yuhua sect and had been chosen as a personal disciple by a high-ranking lord. Chief Chen was thrilled. Elder Mu then presented a rare pill sent by the sun, which would help Chen reach the embryonic soul stage. The sect celebrated, and Chen thanked Elder Mu for his help in planning the attack and predicting the monster's movements. Their celebration was cut short by a massive explosion. as the defensive formations were shattered. Junlin emerged from the smoke asking if this was the Fanglei sect. Chief Chen demanded to know who dared to intrude. Junlin calmly introduced himself. The warriors were terrified by his overwhelming aura. At that moment, the system confirmed Junlin had reached the check-in spot and rewarded him with the seal of the human ruler and the Great Void technique. Junlin was happy to get another familiar ability. Chief Chen was confused, recognizing Junlin's name as the crippled leader from the rival sect but sensing the power of an embryonic soul. Junlin asked if they were pretending to be clueless about their collusion with the Monster King. He announced that as punishment, the Fanglei sect would end today. Chen realized that if Junlin was here, the Demon King must have been defeated. Panic set in. Chen turned to Elder Mu for help, feeling confident because Mu was at the even higher spirit transformation stage. Elder Mu looked at Junlin with contempt, calling him a puppy and ordering him to kneel and break his own arms if he wanted to keep his life. Junlin refused to back down, asking who the old man thought he was. Elder Mu released his pressure, revealing his spirit transformation power, which terrified the onlookers. Chief Chen laughed, telling Junlin he was out of luck this time. He mocked him, saying that without support, he would be easily crushed, and suggested he beg Elder Mu for mercy. Instead of begging, Junlin decided to show them his true capability. The system detected the higher-level threat and triggered the evolution. Meanwhile, back at the mines, the Xuantian leader defeated the remaining enemies. A captured Fanglei elder laughed, revealing that the Yuhua sect was backing them because of their connection to the sect's heir. The Xuantian leader realized Junlin was walking into a trap against a spirit transformation master. He told his team they had to rush to the Fanglei sect immediately to save Junlin, willing to risk his own life to protect their sect's only hope. Back in the main hall of the Fanglei sect, Junlin started laughing. Chief Chen was confused, thinking the boy should be paralyzed with fear knowing that Elder Mu was at the powerful spirit transformation stage, yet he seemed amused. Elder Mu looked down on him, sneering that Junlin wasn't even worth his time. He compared the Xuantian sect to an anthill and claimed that to the massive Yuhua sect, Junlin was just a speck of dust. He added that since he was already annoyed, he would wipe out Junlin's sect regardless of any apology. Unfazed, Junlin told the elder to cut the talk and make a move. He mocked the concept of spirit transformation and challenged Mu to a fight, saying anyone who ran away was a coward. Elder Mu couldn't handle the disrespect and lunged at him. Chief Chen thought this was the end for the Xuantian sect. However, the system immediately detected a late-stage spirit transformation attack. The passive ability kicked in, instantly boosting Junlin's cultivation to the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Junlin countered the attack easily, asking if that was all the elder had. Mu was stunned to see his attack failed and realized the boy was also at the spirit transformation stage. Chief Chen panicked, wondering how a small sect could hide such a master. Elder Mu was equally baffled, noting that in this remote region, usually an embryonic soul cultivator was enough to found a sect, yet this young man had reached the peak of spirit transformation. Chen frantically asked the elder what to do. Mu told him to stay calm, reminding him that the Yuhua sect's immortal methods were superior to anything locals had. Junlin mocked him with a rude hand gesture. Enraged, Elder Mu declared he would show the power of an earth-level technique and unleashed the palm of the green tree. The onlookers were impressed, realizing that while spirit-level techniques were treasures here, this was on a whole other level. Elder Mu claimed it was an honor to be defeated by him. Junlin just scoffed, shot out a stream of fire energy, and called Mu's move a cheap trick. Using his new human ruler seal, Junlin shattered the elder's attack with a single move. A massive fire spirit appeared, destroying everything in its path. The crowd was terrified, wondering if this power was beyond the divine level. Elder Mu was completely overpowered and began begging for mercy. Junlin reminded him of his rule: if no one bothers him, he bothers no one. But if attacked, he destroys the enemy. Mu tried to threaten him, saying the Yuhua sect would seek revenge if he perished. Unimpressed, Junlin asked why he was still making threats and used a fire arrow to finish the elder off. Seeing his protector gone, Chief Chen fell to his knees, claiming it was all a misunderstanding, and offering to become Junlin's servant. When Junlin refused, Chen desperately mentioned that his son, Chen Shao, was a personal disciple in the Yuhua sect with the potential to become an immortal, implying Junlin shouldn't offend him. Junlin replied that it was perfect. He'd just wait for the son to show up so he could gain more experience points. He reiterated that since the Fanglei sect attacked first, they had to be eliminated. Junlin proceeded to level the entire place. As the fires burned, Chief Chen shouted that his son would avenge this 1,000-fold. Junlin watched the destruction and noticed a box fall from the flames. Looking at the sky, Junlin saw his sect leader and the team arriving. The leader was relieved to see Junlin alive. Junlin mentioned he was just finishing up with the Fanglei sect. The leader grabbed his hand, saying they were lucky to be alive and needed to leave before the Yuhua sect elder spotted them. Junlin casually asked, "You mean that elder? I already finished him." The leader was floored, asking if he really defeated a spirit transformation master. A female disciple named Su chimed in, saying she knew peak leader Yi could handle it. Junlin confirmed he was at the spirit transformation stage, but suggested they skip the chat and start gathering the resources from the defeated sect. The leader was still processing the fact that his junior brother was so powerful. Suddenly, a disciple named Xiao found a rare pill likely brought by the Yuhua elder. Junlin told him to give it to the sect leader so he could break through to the embryonic soul stage, which would strengthen their whole sect. The leader was incredibly grateful for the gift. Suddenly, the system announced that a suitable disciple had been found within a radius of 100 li. It turned out to be the head of a demon cult who was at the true immortal level. The system promised an unimaginable reward if Junlin accepted him as a student. Junlin was thrilled because this wasn't just a new mission, it was a chance to encounter a true immortal. He realized that if he challenged this person, his special ability would allow him to instantly copy that level, making him invincible not just in the wild region, but in the entire realm. Back at the sect, a disciple named Su voiced her concerns. She asked if the Zhuantian sect really stood a chance against the powerful Yuhua sect now that they were enemies. The sect leader admitted that the Yuhua sect was too powerful for them to compete with. He turned to Junlin and urged him to leave the region. He believed Junlin's talent was too incredible to be wasted there. The leader explained that when the enemy came for answers, the rest of the sect would sacrifice themselves to buy time, ensuring Junlin could survive and eventually rebuild their legacy. The other disciples agreed, shouting that Junlin was a natural-born genius and their only hope. They insisted they would stay and hold the line so he could escape and fulfill his destiny. Junlin was surprised by their intense unity and loyalty. He thanked everyone for their support but assured them that he had a plan. He told them to leave the situation to him because he knew there was no reasoning with the enemy. He instructed the sect leader to handle the cleanup at the current location while he took care of urgent matters. With a wave of his sleeve, he flew off instantly, leaving the leader admiring his swift exit. Meanwhile, a chaotic scene was unfolding in the purple bamboo forest. A group of bandits was chasing someone who looked like a beautiful girl, shouting that she shouldn't run away. The person being chased, however, was actually a young man yelling back that he was a guy. A creepy old man leading the chase ignored him, drooling and insisting that she was too beautiful to be a man and shouldn't try to trick him. It turned out this young man was actually a tiger in a trap. He was the former head of a demonic cult from the central region who had achieved true immortality and led a massive sect with millions of followers. However, after a massive siege by his enemies, he had sacrificed all his power to escape and was now hiding in this remote eastern region, severely weakened. The old pursuer, tired of running, fired several energy swords at him. The young man spun around and blocked them with a scarlet flame shield. However, due to his weakened state, the shield failed and he took some damage. The old man was surprised that someone at the foundation stage could withstand an attack from a late golden core cultivator, wondering if the boy was a genius from a big sect. Deciding it didn't matter, the old man used a needle technique to trap him. The old man grabbed the boy's face, telling him to stop resisting. Fed up, the boy tore open his robe to bare his chest, shouting for the old man to open his eyes and see that he was clearly a man. The old man was shocked, but then creepily decided that the man was fine too. Unable to take the humiliation any longer, the boy snapped. He warned the pervert not to touch him and declared he would rather burn his own spiritual core than be humiliated. He unleashed a massive stream of fire energy, pushing himself to the limit to burn his attacker alive. The old man couldn't dodge in time and was engulfed in the flames. The boy succeeded, but he was badly hurt, and his spiritual pearl was nearly broken. He realized he needed to find a place to recover immediately. He muttered that at least the creep didn't survive. Just then, he sensed another presence. A different old man stepped out of the forest, claiming he was just passing by and had nothing to do with the previous attacker. The boy politely said he hoped they would meet again and tried to leave. However, this new old man was also up to no good. He rushed forward, admitting he was interested in the boy's secrets and how he possessed such power. He tried to grab the boy to search his memories. The boy cursed him, realizing he was too weak to fight back and that this might be the end. Just as the boy fell to the ground in despair, a figure far more powerful than anyone present flew directly over them. The attacking old man immediately looked up, terrified, as he sensed a master at the spirit transformation stage arriving. Junlin stopped to observe the situation. The creepy old man immediately panicked, begging for mercy and offering to give the girl to Junlin if he would just let him go. Junlin didn't bother with the conversation. He simply unleashed a beam of energy, declaring that such worthless people didn't deserve to exist. The old man didn't even have time to react before the beam pierced his heart, ending him instantly. Hong was stunned. First, he had been trapped by a golden core master, and now a spirit transformation expert had appeared. He wondered if his luck had truly run out, and if he was destined to perish there. Junlin mentally asked the system if it was serious about this person being the head of a demon cult and a true immortal. The system confirmed it wasn't joking. It explained that this was indeed Hong Kan, though his power had weakened significantly to the foundation establishment stage. The system activated its Eye of Insight, revealing that Hong possessed the Divine Fire King talent. Junlin looked him over. With his snow-white skin, refined features, and long hair, it was easy to see why anyone would mistake his gender. Hong grew wary of Junlin's intense stare, fearing that this newcomer might have the same creepy intentions as the old man. However, Junlin was just calculating. He knew that with Hong's experience and talent, regaining his former power would be easy. Recruiting him as a disciple was a guaranteed win. Junlin told the boy that he had exceptional bone structure and true talent. He announced that from that day on, He would take him as an apprentice. All Hong had to do was agree. Hong was taken aback. He initially thought Junlin was after his secrets, but now he realized this spirit transformation cultivator actually wanted to be his teacher. Internally, Hong scoffed. He thought his own artifacts and luck were far superior, and in his prime, a guy like Junlin wouldn't even be allowed in his sect's backyard. Junlin asked why he hesitated, noting that Hong didn't look thrilled about the offer. Hong realized he was currently too weak to refuse. He decided to play the long game, survive now, and once he regained his strength, he could turn the situation around. He knelt down and formally greeted his new teacher, claiming it was the greatest honor of his life. It was all just a performance to him. Junlin accepted the bow and told him to rise, giving him the name Xiao Hong. Hong hated the name, but for the sake of his safety, he agreed. Junlin could tell the guy was being hypocritical, but with his invincible system ability, he wasn't worried about betrayal. The system congratulated Junlin on completing the task. As a reward, he received an automatic training function, meaning he could now get stronger just by lying around. The system also granted him a special coffin artifact that would upgrade as he leveled up, capable of burying the heavens and earth. Additionally, the system detected the new disciple's fire talent and offered a free upgrade package, the 3000 fiery flames technique and a fire source pill to restore his foundation. Junlin realized these rewards were game-breaking, designed to challenge the laws of the universe. Hong noticed Junlin smiling and assumed his teacher was just feeling smug about acquiring a talented student. He waited for what he assumed would be a disappointing lesson. Junlin told him that he wouldn't expect him to accept his authority without a gift, so he handed over a technique manual. Hong thanked him, but internally he expected some trashy provincial technique. However, when he read the title 3000 Fiery Flames and looked inside, he was floored. He realized that the technique he had used to achieve immortality in the past was garbage compared to this. This manual completely revolutionized fire magic. It was definitely an immortal, perhaps even saint-level technique. Hong realized that with this book, his strength would grow to incredible heights. Simply returning to his old level of power no longer seemed like enough. Junlin noted that Hong looked pleased. Hong turned around and genuinely thanked him, wondering how a cultivator in this remote region stumbled upon such a treasure. Junlin didn't stop there. He tossed a pill to Hong, saying it would help him master the technique. Hong caught it and was shocked again. It was a fire source pill, a divine item that fire cultivators, even immortals, would fight wars over. He couldn't believe a spirit transformation master had one to give away. Junlin asked if he doubted the gift. Hong quickly replied that he didn't doubt him at all and that being his disciple was a huge honor. Privately, Hong decided that Junlin must not understand the true value of these items and likely found them in some ancient ruin. He knew he had to keep his composure. Junlin found the former demon leader's shifting expressions amusing. He told Hong to take the pill immediately and that he would stand guard. Hong agreed, thanked his mentor, and swallowed the pill. His power levels began to rise instantly. Junlin monitored the progress: initial foundation stage, middle, late, peak, and then breaking right through the golden core. He knew the standard progression, but this guy was a true immortal recovering his power. In just half an hour, he had already reached the embryonic soul stage. It was an incredibly strong start. Hong himself couldn't believe how fast he had broken through, vowing that once he returned to the central region, he would wash away his past shame. When Hong finished, he politely apologized for disturbing his teacher. Junlin brushed it off, saying it was time to return to the sect so he could introduce Hong to the elders. By that evening, the main hall of the Xuantian sect was buzzing with rumors. Everyone was saying the peak leader was unbelievably strong, having destroyed an embryonic soul master with a single finger and saving their land twice. Many disciples regretted not recognizing his power earlier. Now that he had a disciple, they assumed his standards must be sky high. When Junlin arrived, the crowd cheered. However, when they saw the person with him, confusion spread. They mistook Hong for a stunningly beautiful girl, whispering among themselves about where such a beauty came from and why she was so close to the peak leader. Hong looked around with disdain, thinking this clan was far too weak. They wouldn't even qualify as servants in his old sect. The sect leader greeted Junlin and asked who was with him. Junlin introduced Hong as his new disciple and told him to greet the sect leader. The leader was shocked to hear this girl was a disciple. Sue, a female disciple, looked annoyed, clearly jealous that the peak leader had picked such a pretty girl. Unable to take the insults any longer, Hong stepped forward and snapped at her, declaring loudly that he was a man. Junlin didn't appreciate the outburst. He slapped the back of Hong's head, telling him to control himself, noting that Sue was his senior sister and he should apologize immediately. Hong grit his teeth, apologized, and admitted it was his mistake. Internally, however, he told himself to endure it for now. Once he reached the spirit transformation stage, he would get revenge for this humiliation. Junlin announced he was taking Hong to the floating peak. The sect leader said he wouldn't keep them. As they walked away, the leader was still reeling from the fact that Junlin had taken an embryonic soul cultivator as a disciple. It was unheard of. Su remarked that junior brother Ye had brought an overwhelming amount of news to the sect in just a single day. When they arrived at the peak, Junlin opened the door to a humble dwelling, telling Hong he could pick any room he liked. Hong was horrified. He wondered what kind of hole this was, thinking even the servants' quarters in his old life were 100 times more luxurious. Junlin sensed his hesitation and lectured him, saying that only weaklings whine about comfort. He explained that a cultivator should be above such things, and if it was dirty, Hong should clean it himself. Hong promised to be patient. He figured that with his speed of development, he wouldn't be stuck here long. Meanwhile, in the southern region at the Yuhua sect, the atmosphere was tense. In the Hall of Airs, Guiyang crushed a message tablet in his hand. His servant, Chen Shao, the son of the Fenglai sect leader, apologized profusely. He explained that he was the one who asked Elder Mu to deliver the pill to his father. Now that Elder Mu was gone, Chen Shao was terrified that his father and sect were in danger and wanted to go check on them personally. Guiyang asked Chen Shao if he knew why he had been accepted as a disciple. The boy replied it was because of his solar immortal body and potential. Guiyang corrected him, saying that was only part of it. The second reason was his great ambition. He told Chen Shao that his desire for power shouldn't be limited by family ties. With the air competition approaching, Guiyang ordered him to focus solely on training. He needed to defeat the other disciples to secure the sect's full support. This was his only chance. Guiyang refused to let him leave, stating he would send his own people to investigate the eastern region. Chen Shao understood and promised not to let his master down. The next day, on the floating peak, Junlin was relaxing. He asked his student if the food was ready. Hong brought out the meal but judged his teacher silently. He couldn't understand how a spirit transformation master could care so much about food. Yesterday, Junlin was lecturing him about adaptation, and today he was indulging himself. Junlin tasted the food and praised it, noting the meat and beans were delicious, especially with the spices provided by the system. He told Hong to try some. Hong refused, stating he had long ago reached a state where he didn't need to eat. Junlin was surprised and scolded him, saying he shouldn't reject the joys of life just for cultivation. Reluctantly, Hong took a bite just to satisfy his teacher. He expected nothing, but the moment he tasted it, he was overwhelmed. It was incredible, so delicious that he hadn't felt such happiness since he was a child. Junlin asked why he was crying. Hong remembered being hungry as a kid and dreaming of eating meat. He realized that in his pursuit of power, he had forgotten what it was like to simply live and enjoy things. He admitted his mentor was right. Suddenly, Junlin noticed Hong's energy spiking. He watched as Hong broke through the embryonic soul stages, initial, middle, late, peak, and smashed right into the full spirit transformation stage. The guy had leveled up just by eating a meal. His talent was terrifying. Hong opened his eyes, realizing he had broken through without even trying. Junlin congratulated him on reaching spirit transformation, noting his strength was now almost at the level of his mentor. Hong was stunned that he regained his power so quickly. He realized that, since he was now at the same stage as Junlin, it might be time to end this charade of being a disciple. However, before he could make a move, Junlin casually mentioned that since the meal was done and Hong had leveled up, he should come over and massage his shoulders. Hong was seething with rage. In his head, he fumed, I've already reached the spirit transformation stage, yet he still tries to order me around? Who does he think he is? He decided that today was the day he would finally show his mentor who was truly in charge. Just as Hong prepared to launch a sneak attack, a servant suddenly rushed in, reporting that there was an urgent message for the peak leader. The servant explained that the sect leader requested Junlin's presence in the assembly hall immediately to discuss a critical matter. Junlin was surprised, noting that he had only been back for a day and there was already a new job for him. Hong was furious that his opportunity for revenge had been interrupted, but he consoled himself by thinking that Junlin was full of weak points. There would be plenty of chances to take him down later. As he flew off, Junlin casually called back to his student, I have to go for now. Your massage technique is excellent, by the way. When I get back, come over and massage my legs, Hong shouted after him, asking how he dared to treat him like a servant, regretting that he hadn't eliminated him right then and there. When Junlin arrived at the assembly hall, the mood was grim. The elders looked lost, wondering if this crisis was a sign that the heavens wanted to destroy the Zhuantian sect. Junlin landed and greeted the chief, asking what the threat was this time. The leader got straight to the point. Years ago, the state of Wei had come under their sect's protection. Recently, they sent a distress signal reporting strange and horrifying events. People were dying en masse, their bodies found completely drained of blood. These incidents were becoming more frequent and covering vast territories. Some cities with populations of over 1 million had been completely wiped out. The leader assumed it was the work of demons and had sent disciples to investigate. However, none of them had returned. That morning, a new message arrived stating the situation had worsened and was spreading to neighboring states. If this continued, the entire wild region Junlin would fall into chaos. Furthermore, the sect would lose its source of potential disciples, which would fatally weaken them. Junlin asked, "Is it really that serious? Has no one seen who is behind this?" Su replied grimly, "Perhaps anyone who saw the culprit is already dead." She noted that the wild region was already low on powerful cultivators. Even the nascent soul stage was rare, and if this continued, the sect would fall into decline. Junlin wondered what kind of enemy was strong enough to silence all their scouts. Suddenly, the system chimed in with a new quest: find the source of the problem in the state of Wei and eliminate it. Reward: unimaginable. Delighted by the timing, Junlin accepted the mission. He told the sect leader he understood the gravity of the situation. Since the trouble started in Wei, the source must be there, and he would handle it personally. The leader was relieved, praising Junlin for his decisiveness and expressing confidence in him. Before the leader could even finish his sentence, Junlin had already flown off toward the mission. The leader paused, realizing Junlin was already gone. Su was impressed by the peak leader's speed and determination. Another disciple, Xiao, asked worriedly if Junlin could really handle such a mysterious threat. Su shot back, "Do you doubt him? There is nothing in the wild region that can defeat a spirit transformation master." The leader agreed, adding that if Junlin couldn't handle it, the region was truly doomed. He told everyone to continue their training so they could live up to their junior brother's expectations. Junlin immediately grabbed Hong, and the two of them traveled to the eastern border of the Wei state in the wild region. Hong noticed that his mentor went straight for the troubled area, but he kept quiet, secretly plotting to find a way to deal with Junlin later. They arrived at Taohua village, located near a mountain, where Junlin observed that bandits were in the middle of robbing the place. He decided they needed to intervene. The village head pleaded with the bandits, explaining that they were poor and only had livestock like chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. He told the hero to take whatever he wanted, but begged him to spare the innocent villagers. The leader of the Black Wind Gang laughed, retorting that he didn't want their animals. He said he only needed them, the pathetic little humans. He struck the old man on the head and ordered everyone to obey, promising that if they did, their end would be painless. The other bandits shouted for their own people to step back because their boss was about to use his special technique. The leader unleashed a terrifying energy aimed directly at the villagers. The people were petrified, screaming for someone to save them. Hong was caught off guard. He recognized the technique, realizing it was similar to one used by a dangerous figure from the central region who was supposed to have perished when the Holy Lands destroyed him. Junlin noticed the look on Hong's face and asked if he knew the technique. Hong quickly lied, claiming he didn't know it and just found it strange. Junlin didn't appreciate the attitude, calling him a puppy and scolding him for his tone. Internally, Hong realized that if his guess was right and that specific person was involved, they were in serious trouble. Meanwhile, the villagers were panicking, terrified of losing their lives. Junlin decided to end the chaos. He grabbed the bandit leader from behind and told him to stop. The leader spun around, charging a fist attack and demanding to know who dared to interfere. Junlin easily countered the attack with a beam of fire, telling the man to calm down because they had questions. The bandits' minions were shocked to see their boss hurt. The leader immediately sensed Junlin's aura and realized he was facing a spirit transformation master. Terrified, he instantly begged for mercy. Junlin ordered him to reveal his background. The bandit leader explained that he used to be a palace guard in the Wei state. However, he saw something he shouldn't have and was sentenced to death, forcing him to flee the palace. Junlin asked what he saw and where he learned the dark technique. The bandit replied that he had spotted the crown prince secretly visiting the mountains behind the palace, though he hadn't dared to investigate further. As for the technique, he received it from a mysterious organization while on the run. He didn't know their origins. They simply told him to use the technique to absorb people's life force to increase his strength, and he did it to survive. Junlin suspected a massive organization was pulling the strings and that their actions were linked to the strange phenomena plaguing the region. He asked Hong for his thoughts. Hong secretly worried that the teaching methods were too similar to his old enemy. He wondered why that person would be in the wild region, but lied to his mentor again, saying he didn't know. Privately, he was certain that if that ancient enemy was behind this, Junlin's spirit transformation level wouldn't be enough, and this trip to the Wei state would be his end. Junlin decided to verify the bandit's story personally. He used a technique to enter the man's subconscious and scan his memories. He confirmed the bandit wasn't lying, but noticed he had left out some important details. Junlin declared that they needed to head to the Wei Imperial Palace immediately. Hong decided not to leave any loose ends. With a simple flick of his finger, he unleashed a fire attack that incinerated all the bandits instantly. He turned to his mentor with an innocent look and asked, "Did I do something wrong? Didn't those villains deserve it?" In reality, Hong had been holding back his anger for so long that he just needed to vent it on someone. Junlin replied that he hadn't done anything wrong. He was actually a good man for protecting the innocent. The villagers cheered, shouting that the two immortals who drove out the villains and carried out the will of heaven would be remembered forever. Meanwhile, at the capital, Emperor Wei was in despair. He lamented that in recent years the population had dropped by a third. If the darkness continued, his entire country would be destroyed. He worried whether the masters from the Xuantian sect could actually help them. Suddenly, the princess princess rushed in, announcing that she saw two immortals flying toward the palace. The emperor, realizing help had arrived, gathered his ministers to meet them. Hovering above the city, Junlin asked his student how he liked their dramatic entrance. Hong replied that his teacher was wise and the entrance was impressive. Internally, however, he wished for his mentor's downfall, hoping the dark forces in the region would crush him so he wouldn't have to pretend anymore. The emperor greeted them warmly. Junlin introduced himself as the peak leader from the Swantian sect, assuring them he was there to eliminate the threat. The emperor expressed his deep gratitude and offered to fulfill any wish they might have. Junlin simply asked for a place where he and his student could rest. The emperor immediately led them to their quarters. Unbeknownst to them, a scout was watching from the shadows. The spy scoffed, believing Junlin was just pretending to be powerful. He thought Junlin would make a perfect sacrifice to help his own master finally reach the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Once they were in their room, Hong was annoyed. His mentor had looked so dignified in front of the crowd, but the moment they were alone, he became lazy and careless. Hong wondered how someone with such an attitude ever reached the spirit transformation stage. He figured that at this rate, he would soon surpass Junlin and could easily get rid of him. Junlin, however, was well aware that his student was plotting something. He knew Hong's arrogance would eventually backfire. Deciding to tease him, Junlin told Hong that if he wanted to learn his special training methods, he should bring a basin of water and wash his feet. If the massage was good, he might teach him a thing or two. Hong was furious. He couldn't believe this backwater master was trying to lecture him on cultivation and treat him like a servant. In his past life, even immortals begged to learn from him. He was practically the ancestor of fire cultivation. Junlin pressed him, asking if he was too proud or if he wanted to continue relying on his elders to get stronger. Hong fumed silently. He was the great leader of the fire cult. Washing feet was beneath him. He decided it was time to end this farce. Just as the tension peaked, a knock came at the door. A voice announced that they had important information regarding the strange phenomena in the kingdom. Junlin asked who it was. The young man replied that he was the crown prince of the Wei state, Zhao Hen. He said the fate of the country was at stake and begged them to listen. Junlin told him to come in. Seeing the prince, Junlin realized this was the same person the bandit had mentioned, the one allegedly visiting the mountains and involved with the dark organization. However, looking at the boy, Junlin noted that he didn't seem like the villain the stories made him out to be. Prince Hen confided in the immortals, claiming he had a secret he hadn't shared with his father. He suspected that the source of the evil plaguing the state was connected to the mountains behind the palace. He explained that he had recently seen flying creatures entering a cave at night, which coincided with the disappearance of several courtmaids and servants. He flattered them, saying he knew only they could save the people, and asked them to eliminate the creatures. Junlin scanned the mountains with his senses, but felt no threat. He realized the prince was either lying or had a defense system strong enough to mask the danger. Regardless, Junlin agreed to see the cave, curious to find out what the prince was actually planning. Prince Hen thanked them and led the way, claiming that with their help, they would rid the state of evil. As they walked, the prince secretly looked forward to Junlin's end. However, they were spotted by the princess. She recognized her older brother and knew he usually behaved poorly despite their father's warnings. Seeing him secretly meeting with the masters from the Swantian sect worried her, and she decided she needed to inform her father immediately. When they arrived at the mountains, Junlin remarked that the place didn't look like a lair for flying monsters. The prince suddenly dropped the act and announced that they had arrived. Junlin was pleased, saying they would finally see what was being hidden. The prince sneered, admitting he didn't expect to deceive them so easily. He mocked Junlin for being overconfident and led astray, telling him that he didn't understand that there was always someone stronger. The prince declared that this place would be their grave and shouted for his allies to act. Elders emerged from the shadows and immediately activated a powerful sealing formation. A cult elder stepped forward, acknowledging Junlin's recent fame for defeating a demon king. However, he boasted that inside this specific formation, even a spirit transformation master would be unable to escape. The prince ordered them to capture the leader alive because their master needed him. However, he pointed at Hong, mistaking him for a girl in red, and told them to strip away her powers so he could have some fun with her. Hong immediately snapped. He asked what the prince just said, furious that boundaries had been crossed. Without hesitation, Hong unleashed his fire powers and attacked. The prince was shocked when Hong shattered the formation with a single blow. The cult elder realized in horror that the peak leader had brought a disciple who was also at the spirit transformation stage and possessed immortal level techniques. Otherwise, the array never would have broken. Frustrated that his plan failed, the prince tried to negotiate. He suggested that with their combined strength, they should join his master to secure a bright future. Hong was furious and asked how he dared to speak like that. He declared that he would make the prince suffer for his insults. Hong immediately attacked the prince who had set them up, deciding to use his fire abilities to ensure he wouldn't bother them anymore. The prince was helpless against the intense flames. Junlin watched the scene and noted that the prince had clearly struck a nerve. However, he ordered Hong to stop before finishing the job, explaining that he needed to ask a few questions first. Hong obeyed the order and extinguished the fire with a simple snap of his fingers. Junlin asked the prince who his master was and how he had forced him into servitude. The prince replied that his master was the greatest immortal of the central region, a being with no equal and insisted that they submit immediately. He warned that once his master appeared, they wouldn't even have time to beg for mercy. Junlin laughed at the idea of submitting. He challenged the hidden master to show himself, warning that he would start taking out the prince's men one by one until he appeared. Using an energy beam, Junlin instantly defeated one of the henchmen. The cult elder was shocked, realizing that this man was also at the spirit transformation stage. He couldn't believe a sect from the wild region possessed two such powerful masters. Junlin then targeted a second man and took him down just as easily. Having dealt with the guards, Junlin noted that only the prince remained. Terrified, the prince begged the immortal to wait. Just then, a massive explosion erupted in the forest, visible from miles away. Back at the capital, the princess asked her father about the terrible crimson light lighting up the sky. The emperor told her to hurry toward it, hoping the masters were safe. Meanwhile, Hong sensed a familiar aura and realized exactly who it was. Although he knew he could handle Junlin, meeting this specific person was very unpleasant for him. The prince was delighted, declaring that his master had finally arrived and their time was up. From the red darkness emerged the leader of the blood cult from the central region, known as the Stone Absolute. Junlin addressed him immediately, asking if he was the one pulling the strings behind all the atrocities, mocking him for hiding in a hole. The Stone Absolute acknowledged the cultivators from the wild region, admitting that Junlin had some ability but claiming he wasn't worthy of a fight yet. However, he was very interested in the old acquaintance standing next to Junlin. Hong addressed the villain as a blood demon, expressing surprise that he was still alive. Junlin wondered what kind of history Hong had with this guy. The Stone Absolute stepped forward, surprised to hear that nickname. He noted he hadn't been called a blood demon since he was surrounded by the holy lands of the central region 200 years ago. He was impressed, Hong remembered. Hong replied that those who survived the Great War wouldn't forget. He explained that this man was once the most powerful of the true immortals. He increased his power by absorbing the life force of others and teaching dark techniques to spread chaos. Worse, he would eventually consume the energy of his own followers to boost his power. His methods were so vile and his growth so rapid that the greatest powers had to unite to destroy him. Even Hong, representing the demonic path, had been forced to join the war against him. The prince suddenly shouted that if news of this reached the central region, it would cause a massive uproar, adding that his master had finally arrived to save him. He started complaining like a child, pointing at Hong and whining that this woman tried to finish him off and demanding revenge. The Stone Absolute had no patience for the prince's complaints. Without a word, he unleashed a laser beam from his eyes, permanently silencing the prince. Hong watched the scene and remarked that the villain really hadn't changed. He was still the same ruthless monster who showed zero mercy, even to his own disciples. The Stone Absolute replied coldly that the disciple was nothing and could be replaced at any time. He warned Hong that if he tried to fight, he wouldn't survive, asking if he still didn't understand how things worked. Watching the drama, Junlin commented that the plot had taken quite a dramatic turn. Hong was confused and asked how this was possible. He had seen with his own eyes how the Stone Absolute's immortal body was destroyed by 4 divine artifacts in the past, draining his life force to the last drop. The villain explained that he wasn't a fool. He had separated a drop of his life essence beforehand and hidden it in a safe place. That drop allowed him to be reborn after his fall. He noted that Hong seemed to be in a similar situation, currently rebuilding his strength at the initial spirit transformation stage. He creepily suggested that Hong should just give up and let his essence be absorbed so they could be together forever. Hong called him crazy, reminding him that he had rejected his offers time and time again in the central region. He challenged the villain, asking if he really thought he could win so easily. The Stone Absolute laughed, saying that resistance only made it more exciting. He claimed that while some could overcome a small power gap, the difference between them was too vast for Hong to overcome. Hong asked how he could be so sure without trying, and immediately unleashed the divine path of the 5 absolutes. The Stone Absolute was shocked by the move, and countered with a massive crimson hand. The collision of their attacks caused a huge explosion that surprised even them. The Stone Absolute couldn't believe it. He wondered how a cultivator at the initial stage of spirit transformation could possess fire strong enough to destroy his attack. He questioned where Hong had found such a technique. Hong told him the show was just beginning and launched a fire frost attack. The villain mocked him, calling him a loser, and tried to use a soul absorption technique to counter it. However, Hong's attack was so potent that it broke through and hit the enemy directly. Stunned by the sinister power of the fire, the Stone Absolute was forced to switch tactics and use an ice defense. He admitted he was impressed, noting that Hong really was the exceptional talent he had once singled out. He asked if Hong had found an incredible legacy during his escape or become the disciple of some powerful master. Hong lied, claiming it had nothing to do with anyone else. Internally, however, he realized that with the 3000 fiery flames technique he got from Junlin, he was actually holding his own against the entity that once terrified the entire central region. He knew he couldn't let the villain know he learned this from a backwater cultivator like Junlin. The Stone Absolute decided that if he let Hong develop any further, he would become too powerful to control. He decided to end it right there, and unleash the true power of his immortal body. Meanwhile, back in the city, the citizens suddenly began screaming in pain, their energy likely being drained to fuel the villain's ultimate attack. At that moment, the Stone Absolute began draining the energy from the citizens below. He reveled in the surge of power, declaring that the people of Wei had been his food source for a long time. He bragged that he could devour them instantly to boost his strength whenever he pleased. Junlin told Hong to stop stalling and finish the enemy off quickly. Hong snapped back, telling his teacher not to order him around. Internally, however, Hong was panicking. He had originally hoped that the blood demon would be too much for Junlin, allowing Hong to step in and save the day with honor. But now, he realized the situation was so dire that he might not even escape the fight alive. The villain revealed he was utilizing fusion energy. He recalled how in the past he had fought powerful cultivators from both the righteous and demonic paths without losing ground. He boasted that even elders from the Holy Lands wielding immortal artifacts hadn't been able to completely destroy his immortal body. He announced that his body was already restored to 70% capacity. Once he absorbed every living creature in the wild region, he would reach full strength, and not even the central city would be able to stop him. He told Hong that since he refused to join him, his demise was entirely his own fault. Hong realized the enemy had reached the fusion stage, which was a disaster. He immediately unleashed the violet flame that burns the sky. The attack landed, and even the Stone Absolute took some damage. However, Hong knew that fighting an opponent with such a massive power gap was usually a death sentence. Desperate, Hong considered burning his own spiritual core for a final stand. He launched the Golden Flame and the Furious Dragon Flame. The Stone Absolute scoffed, saying resistance was useless and comparing the attacks to a slight itch. Blocking Hong's assault, the villain prepared a counterattack, declaring that it was the end. Hong realized his strongest techniques weren't working. He tried to defend himself with a golden flame shield, but the Stone Absolute didn't slow down, smashing through the defense effortlessly while shouting for Hong to perish. Meanwhile, the Emperor and the Princess arrived at the mountain. Seeing the terrifying battle, the Emperor feared for the immortal's life. The Princess asked what kind of monster that was. The Emperor realized this was the source of the evil destroying their state and worried that if even an immortal couldn't defeat it, their country was truly doomed. Hong struggled to stand, wondering if his journey to immortality was ending there. He had worked so hard to regain his power and didn't want to give up. The thought of asking Junlin for help crossed his mind, but his pride made him hesitate. Admitting he needed help felt like a disgrace. Furthermore, he doubted Junlin could even help, reasoning that a spirit transformation master couldn't possibly defeat a fusion stage monster. The Stone Absolute mocked him, saying that since Hong didn't want to continue the journey together in life, he would die and become part of his body, carrying his will to the end of the path. The villain launched a massive final attack. Hong's mind went blank. Driven by the instinct to survive, he swallowed his pride and screamed for his mentor to save him. The Stone Absolute was shocked, asking if the great Hong had actually become someone's disciple. Suddenly, Junlin stepped in, remarking that his student had finally realized who he owed his knowledge to. The Stone Absolute mocked Hong, saying he never expected him to sink so low as to become the disciple of a lowly spirit transformation cultivator from the wild region. He called it an absolute disgrace to the entire demonic path. Hong realized that even though Junlin was constantly teasing him, he was still his savior. However, seeing his mentor step up against the Stone Absolute, Hong was terrified that disaster awaited him. Junlin calmly asked if the enemy was looking down on him. The Stone Absolute retorted that an ant like him had no idea how vast the sky was, boasting that in his prime, he could have drowned him with a single spit. Hong apologized to his mentor, admitting he was no match for the blood demon. He pleaded for help but added that if things looked bad, Junlin should just run away. Junlin scoffed at the idea of running, saying it was out of the question. He told Hong to watch closely as he defeated this enemy for the sake of his student. The Stone Absolute laughed, asking who exactly the immortal planned to defeat. He doubted Junlin could withstand even a single blow. Calling him an ignorant upstart, the villain launched a massive attack. Hong screamed for his mentor to forget about him and flee, convinced it was all over. Suddenly, the system announced that it had detected an enemy at the initial fusion stage. The passive effect of meeting the strong immediately activated, boosting Junlin's power to the middle fusion stage. Without wasting any words, Junlin used his newfound strength to easily shatter the villain's attack. The Stone Absolute was stunned, unable to understand how a spirit transformation cultivator could pull that off. Then realization hit him. He exclaimed that the immortal wasn't at the spirit transformation stage at all, he had also reached the fusion stage. Hong was equally shocked. He couldn't believe Junlin had hidden his true level so deeply, pretending to be weaker while actually being a powerful fusion master. It made sense now why Junlin was always so confident and provocative. Hong was incredibly relieved he hadn't tried to fight Junlin earlier, or he would have been crushed. Watching from a distance, the princess screamed in admiration admiration, saying the immortal looked so impressive that she wanted to be like him. The emperor remained cautious, noting that their opponent was a terrifying monster with an immortal body, so the battle would still be incredibly difficult. Junlin felt the surge of fusion stage power, feeling as if he could destroy heaven and earth with a single wave of his hand. The Stone Absolute regained his composure, arguing that even if they were both at the fusion stage, the difference in their techniques was massive. He declared he would show Junlin what true power looked like and unleashed his full energy. Junlin retorted that the villain had no idea what true power was. He countered by using the seal of the Human King. The Stone Absolute tried to deflect the attack with a finger, but it exploded violently on contact. Confused, the villain asked what happened. Junlin explained that thanks to the system, his Human King seal had reached the master stage, making it far stronger than before. The Stone Absolute sneered, pointing out that Junlin still couldn't destroy him because of his immortal body. He claimed he would eventually win a battle of attrition. Junlin decided it was the perfect time to try out a new move. Asking the villain how he liked this one, Junlin unleashed the Great Void Finger, which had now reached the stage of perfection. As he launched his attack, Junlin chanted the incantation, the first finger to bind the heavens and earth, the second to destroy mountains and rivers, the third to eliminate all living things, and the fourth to crush the heavens themselves. The Stone Absolute was baffled by the sheer scale of the technique. He took back his earlier insults, admitting that Junlin was truly worthy of fighting him. He suggested they stop holding back and settle everything with one final clash. Unleashing his Blood Absolute technique, he channeled energy from every limb to strike. However, Junlin was already prepared. With a single strike, he completely overpowered his opponent. The Stone Absolute was stunned, demanding to know who this person really was. He couldn't understand how such a monster existed in the small wild region, wondering if the talent in the outside world had grown this strong during his absence. Hong was equally shocked. He realized his mentor was terrifyingly strong. Compared to this new move, even the 3000 Blazing Flames technique looked weak. He finally understood why Junlin had been so confident before. He simply hadn't considered Hong a worthy opponent. Junlin introduced himself as the peak leader from the Xuantian sect. The Stone Absolute refused to believe it. He had investigated the region upon arrival and knew that not even the sect leader had reached the spirit transformation stage, let alone the fusion stage. Realizing he couldn't win, the villain vowed to remember Junlin's name and activated his Bloody Way technique to escape. Hong shouted a warning, realizing that if the monster escaped, the consequences would be catastrophic. The Stone Absolute promised he wouldn't be so careless next time as he turned into mist to vanish. Junlin decided there wouldn't be a next time. He reached out and grabbed the escaping entity. The Stone Absolute screamed in terror, begging for it to end. Junlin stated that consuming human life was a crime against nature, and that the villain had to be removed from the world. With a final burst of power, he completely destroyed the entity, ensuring he would never return. Hong watched in awe, realizing that the infamous blood demon, who once terrified the entire central region, had fallen by Junlin's hand. The emperor began to rejoice, shouting that the demon was destroyed and the state of Wei was finally saved thanks to the immortal. After the victory, Junlin nagged the system for his reward, telling it not to make him ask twice since it claimed to be professional. The system announced that he had received the Bone of the Supreme. It was a mysterious bone inscribed with runes that granted the highest innate power, a gift for someone destined to become the greatest of all. The system asked if he wanted to integrate it immediately. Junlin, excited by the description, told it to go ahead. The system began the binding process. Once complete, the system congratulated him, noting that his strength had increased significantly. Hong instantly noticed the shift. The waves of energy radiating from Junlin made him shudder. He was curious about what kind of massive legacy Junlin had inherited, reasoning that such a genius couldn't just appear in the wild region out of nowhere. Hong realized he needed to reassess Junlin's true strength. He resolved to speed up his own cultivation and reach the fusion stage as quickly as possible to have any chance of keeping up with him. The emperor approached Junlin, expressing his deep gratitude for saving the people of the Wei state. He promised to record the day's events in the royal annals so that future generations would remember the immortal's virtue. Junlin brushed off the thanks, stating that the most important thing was for the emperor to govern well and take care of his subjects. The emperor promised to remember the instructions. Suddenly, the princess asked if she could become a disciple of the Xuantian sect. She explained that she wanted to be like Junlin, capable of driving out demons and eliminating evil. Junlin used his special vision to assess the girl, whose name was Xiao Liner. He noticed she had excellent potential. He told her that she possessed a high-quality water spiritual root, making her a great candidate. If she was serious about it, he agreed to accept her. The emperor was pleasantly surprised and urged Liner to thank the immortal immediately, which she did. The emperor noted that Junlin had not only saved the state but also accepted his daughter as a disciple. To celebrate, he insisted on holding a feast and prepared royal quarters for them to rest. Junlin agreed to the arrangement. Later that evening, Hong realized that his wounds had fully healed and his strength had surged to the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Ever since he started practicing the 3000 blazing flames technique and taking the elixirs, his cultivation speed had increased dramatically. He had to admit that his master's methods were impressive. However, even though Junlin saved him, Hong wasn't ready to let go of the humiliation he had suffered. He vowed that once he reached the fusion stage, he would pay it all back double. The mere thought of making Junlin beg for mercy made him tremble with excitement. Suddenly, Junlin called out for Hong to come over. Hong was annoyed, feeling like the servant treatment was starting again. Junlin was reading a book, commenting that this martial arts novel was quite interesting. He mused that the locals seemed to love stories about characters being humiliated and then rising to power. He joked that if he wrote novels here under the pen name Crazy Potato, starting with a protagonist at the peak of martial arts, it would surely be a hit. Hong, confused by the rambling, asked why he was summoned. Junlin simply ordered him to help wash his feet. Hong was furious. He thought to himself that even the formidable blood demon had fallen to Junlin, so now wasn't the time to rebel. He had to endure. Junlin teased him, asking why he was neglecting his mentor and telling him to hurry up. Hong gritted his teeth and said he wouldn't dare disobey. Internally, Hong raged. He used to be a true immortal fire cult master with thousands of defeats on his record, yet here he was, forced to wash the feet of a cultivator from the wild region. Junlin praised him for being a good disciple, remarking that for a moment, he thought Hong was going to challenge him. Suddenly, as Hong touched the water, he froze. He realized the basin was filled with water of boundless light. This legendary liquid allowed mortals to remain young and live for centuries, while for cultivators, it cleansed the body of impurities and massively boosted strength. In the central region, even a small bottle of this elixir would sell out instantly. It was an incredibly rare treasure, yet his mentor was casually using it to wash his feet. Hong was now absolutely certain that Junlin must have received a massive ancient inheritance to be this wasteful. He realized that drinking this water would be a huge help for his cultivation, but then the awkward reality hit him. It was currently being used as bath water. Junlin noticed the strange look on Hong's face and asked if there was a problem, joking if he thought his feet smelled bad. Hong quickly replied that it wasn't that, he was just lost in thought. Junlin realized that the system had provided an excessive amount of the boundless light water, so he figured using it for a foot bath while getting a massage from his disciple was a pretty good way to spend his time. He then casually mentioned that the water had cooled down and told Hong to heat it up. Hong complied, placing his hands into the basin and using his fire powers to warm the liquid. Just then, Princess Liner walked in to speak with the immortal. However, Junlin was too busy relaxing to notice her initial reaction. Liner was completely shocked by the scene, finding the dynamic between the mentor and student incredibly bizarre. Feeling embarrassed and awkward, she turned around and ran away. Junlin called out to ask why she was leaving so suddenly, but Hong interrupted, asking if the master was satisfied with the way he was washing his feet. Junlin replied that he was very pleased, though he joked that he wished Hong were a girl so their relationship could be more traditional. Hong was privately fuming at the comment, telling himself he just had to endure a little longer until he became strong enough to make Junlin regret his words. Suddenly, Junlin's communication ring signaled a message from the sect leader. The message urged him to return to the sect immediately to discuss a new strategy. It appeared that an ancient secret realm was about to open in the wild region. The leader believed that if the Xuantian sect could seize this opportunity, they would flourish like never before. Junlin was intrigued by the mention of an ancient secret world. Hong explained that such places were usually packed with rare resources that could fundamentally change a cultivator's destiny. He was surprised such a place existed in this region and knew that as soon as the news got out, chaos would erupt. However, he saw it as his big chance. If he could find a legendary inheritance to combine with his 3000 blazing flames technique, his power would skyrocket. The system chimed in with the new quest, instructing Junlin to complete a task within the Tianyu secret realm for an incredible reward. When Junlin asked for more details, the system teased that telling him now would ruin the surprise. Junlin told Hong to get ready, noting they would say their goodbyes to the emperor and then head back to the sect. At the palace, Liner told her father she was hesitant to leave him and wondered if she should stay. The emperor reassured her, saying that being accepted into the Xuantian sect was a rare honor that most people only dreamed of. He encouraged her to cherish the opportunity. The emperor then promised Junlin that he would follow his instructions, care for his people, and be a good ruler. He also asked Junlin to look after his daughter. Junlin replied that while he would guide her, he wouldn't show favoritism. Her progress would depend entirely on her own hard work. As they departed, the citizens gathered to shout their thanks and say goodbye to the immortal. Meanwhile, At the True Heritage Hall of the Heavenly Ascension sect, the headmaster noted the recent wave of major events in the Wild region. He mentioned the upcoming opening of the Secret World and the news that the Fanglai sect had been wiped out by a certain peak leader from the Xuantian sect. Zhao asked about the specific level of strength of the person in question. The leader explained that, according to the rumors, he was a recently ascended nascent soul stage cultivator. Zhao was surprised, noting that finishing off such cultivators would be as easy as slaughtering chickens for someone like him. He then asked his teacher about his father, Elder Mu, wanting to know who was responsible for his end. The leader replied that it wasn't entirely clear yet, but all evidence pointed toward the Xuantian sect. They questioned whether such an insignificant sect could have actually finished Elder Mu, especially since they seemed to rely entirely on the leader of Cloudy Distance Peak, who was only at the nascent soul stage. This led them to believe the true culprit might be someone else. Regardless, they decided that the Xuantian sect had to be destroyed, and the peak leader who allegedly harmed Xiao's father had to perish. The leader mentioned that an ancient secret dimension had appeared in the Wild region, and informed Xiao that the sect would be sending several elders along with him. He reminded Xiao that he represented the Heavenly Ascension sect and would be competing against other great powers. He urged Xiao to set his priorities correctly and save his revenge for later. Xiao confirmed he understood the instructions. The leader then revealed a plan while holding a green pill. He intended to continue demonstrating his strength, hoping that the resources won in the great sect competition would allow him to break through to the spirit transformation stage. This would elevate both of them to a new level. In this world, the hierarchy of power is clearly defined. Divine Lord, a cultivator at the spirit transformation stage. Heavenly Lord, a cultivator at the fusion stage. Venerable or Supreme, a cultivator at the great completion stage. Illusory Immortal, a cultivator at the transition stage. Touching even the edge of the immortal title allows a cultivator to dominate an entire region. The Wild region, usually considered the most remote and backwards part of the Eastern realm, suddenly became the center of attention because of this ancient secret world and the promise of immortality it held. A group of outsiders heading to the area remarked on their luck, noting that the local cultivators in the Wild region were extremely weak and would likely miss out on the opportunity. They mocked the region as a place for barbarians but urged each other to hurry, fearing that once the Heavenly Ascension sect arrived, there would be no spoils left for anyone else. A massive crowd gathered at the entrance of the ancient secret world. One of the elders noted that 4 of the 5 great sects had already arrived, with only the Xuantian sect missing. Some wondered if they had given up, but others disagreed, pointing out that Xuantian had recently absorbed the Fanglai sect and likely planned to become the top power in the region. Elder Feng of the Mountain Moving sect laughed at the idea of the Xuantian sect overshadowing them. He had been in seclusion for a long time and was surprised to hear that a spirit transformation master had appeared in the Wild region. He believed that even if Xuantian had 2 nascent soul cultivators, it wouldn't be enough to lead. The warriors lined up to greet Elder Feng as he stepped forward. He declared that coming out of seclusion just as the secret world appeared was a sign of fate. He claimed the secret world for the Mountain Moving sect and challenged anyone to object. The other elders realized that since Feng had reached the spirit transformation stage, he was now technically the strongest person in the Wild region. The servants all bowed, shouting that they would obey the command of the Divine Lord and wishing him a long life. The local warriors whispered among themselves, wondering who would dare to challenge a spirit transformation master now. However, the atmosphere shifted as the Battle Sky Temple arrived, their representatives crudely telling the barbarians of the Wild region to clear out. Following them was the southern border ruler from the Heavenly Ruler Empire, a master already at the late stage of spirit transformation. He asked mockingly if there really was such a master in this remote area. Chief Feng of the Mountain Moving sect felt the pressure. He had struggled for 10 years to reach the spirit transformation stage, becoming a legend in the Wild region, only to realize that out in the wider Eastern realm, he was hardly considered significant. Trying to be humble, Chief Feng introduced himself as an elder of his sect and suggested they could call him Xiao Feng to show respect. But the opposing warrior laughed, asking if he wasn't ashamed to act so young and submissive. He told Feng to stay quiet, as no one had given him permission to speak. The other elders joined in, calling the people of the Wild region trash and saying that even with his cultivation, he couldn't compare to them. Chief Feng stood his ground, telling the respected Taoists that while the conditions in the Wild region were harsh, the people were not inferior. He knew his disciples were watching him with hope. If he retreated now, the Wild region would never have a future. Getting angry, he declared that even if they were poor, they were ready to fight, and he challenged anyone to step forward who disagreed. The outsiders were offended by the old man's boldness, calling him an impudent fool looking for an early end. They initially wanted to swarm him, but their leader stopped them, saying they would be laughed at for ganging up on a lone old man from a backwater region. He decided to suppress Feng with a single hand to show him his weakness, and launched a powerful palm attack. Chief Feng didn't flinch. He countered with a shout, meeting the attack head-on. The explosion was so powerful that the enemy was stunned to see Feng successfully block it. Realizing he had underestimated the old man, the opponent grew furious. He drew his weapon, calling Feng an ungrateful old dog and vowing to finish him. Under the weight of the armed attack, Chief Feng was severely injured. He coughed up blood but reminded his opponent that he had promised to fight alone. By breaking that word, the enemy was disgracing the entire Eastern Realm. Feng declared that dying for honor was a worthy death and that the cultivators of the wild region would not be humiliated. The Eastern leader was about to grant Feng's wish for death when a powerful seal suddenly detonated nearby. A voice remarked on how busy the place had become. The crowd realized that the abbot of the Heavenly Temple from the Buddhist province, the master of the Golden Buddha, had arrived. Behind him were other legends, young Master Tian and the heir of the Ice Ocean's top cultivator clan. The local leaders felt a terrifying pressure radiating from the newcomers. Both of the young masters had already reached the fusion stage, making it clear that the wild region stood no chance of winning control over the secret world. Finally, the Heavenly Ascension sect from the Jade Gorge province made their entrance. With their arrival, every major power in the Eastern Realm was now gathered at the gates. The crowd erupted into shouts of excitement as Chen Xiao, the holy son of the Heavenly Ascension sect, made his entrance. Everyone had heard of him. He possessed a solar immortal body and was considered invincible among his peers. Many believed he was destined to be the brightest star of the Eastern region, a legend in the making for the next 100,000 years. One of the chiefs asked if Chen Xiao wasn't originally the crown prince of the Fanglai sect from the wild region. It was well known that he viewed his home region with disgust, seeing it only as a place where he had once suffered humiliation before rising in the Heavenly Ascension sect. An elder from his sect stepped forward, declaring that the Holy Sun was not a figure to be discussed by lowly ants and threatening to finish anyone who spoke out of turn. At that moment, the leaders of the Zhuantian sect arrived. The sect leader noted that he had expected Chen Xiao, the son of the late Elder Mu, to appear once the secret world opened. He felt relieved they hadn't rushed blindly into the chaos. Another elder suggested that while the great powers fought over resources, the Zhuantian sect should perhaps lie low or leave the region entirely to stay safe. Su disagreed, stating that everything depended on junior brother Junlin, though she worriedly asked where he was. Just then, Junlin appeared on the scene. Chief Feng of the mountain-moving sect warned him not to be reckless, but Junlin calmly remarked that these upstarts had gone wild and that without his intervention, the wild region would be doomed. Chen Xiao demanded to know who was approaching. Junlin didn't mince words, introducing himself simply as the person who had finished Chen Xiao's father. The crowd was stunned. They knew him as the peak lord of the Zhuantian sect, but believed he was only at the nascent soul stage. Chen Xiao was consumed by a blinding rage, demanding to know if Junlin was truly the one who ended the patriarch of the Fanglai sect. Junlin teased him, asking if he was referring to that idiot who always bragged about his son's potential. He confirmed that he was indeed the one who dealt with him. Chen Xiao was so furious he could barely speak, but a servant intervened, asking the Holy Sun for permission to capture this madman. The warrior charged at Junlin, calling him a brat who showed no respect. However, Hong stepped forward to protect his mentor. The warrior was momentarily distracted by Hong's appearance, calling him a beauty. Insulted once again, Hong wasted no time, unleashing a flaming virtual ripple that incinerated the warrior instantly. The onlookers were horrified. A spirit transformation master had been defeated just like that. Chi Feng was shocked, wondering when such powerful cultivators had appeared in the wild region. He realized that new peaks were hidden behind the mountains, and his own knowledge was limited. He was even more confused. To learn that Hong was Junlin's disciple, he couldn't understand how a supposed nascent soul master could have a spirit transformation disciple. The Zhuantian sect leader rushed to Junlin, begging him to run while they distracted the Heavenly Ascension sect. He believed that as long as Junlin lived, the sect had a chance to be reborn. Junlin told him not to worry and introduced his newest disciple, Liner. He explained that she was the daughter of the Emperor of Wei and possessed a high-quality water spiritual root, making her a perfect fit for the peak of heavenly fragrances. Liner walked up to Su and formally greeted her. Su was immediately impressed, noting that the girl seemed like the true embodiment of spiritual potential. However, Chen Xiao wasn't finished. He shouted at Junlin, warning him not to look down on him or the Heavenly Ascension sect. He vowed that everyone from the Zhuantian sect would pay for his father's death with their lives, and that Junlin would be made to suffer. Junlin calmly asked if Chen Xiao actually thought he was worthy of a direct challenge. He then ordered Hong to step forward and teach the boy some humility, just as Junlin had taught him. Hong felt like a dog finally let off its chain. Although he didn't like being ordered around, he was more than happy to unleash his frustration on a new target. When Chen Xiao saw Hong stepping up, he called Junlin a coward for hiding behind his disciple, and claimed Junlin was afraid to face a real saint. Hong retorted that his mentor's intervention wasn't even needed to handle someone like him. Chen Xiao, struck by Hong's strength and appearance, asked why someone so talented would languish in a miserable sect. He offered Hong a place in the Heavenly Ascension sect, promising the highest favors. Hong flatly refused, stating he wasn't interested. Chen Xiao, continuing to mistake Hong for a girl, asked if he had even bothered to think it over. Hong replied that his mentor was right. Chen Xiao's father was an idiot, and Chen Xiao himself was a double idiot. Enraged by the insult, Chen Xiao decided to punish him and launched a swirling fire attack attack. Hong stayed calm and used his meteorite flame, repelling the attack with total ease. Chen Xiao was stunned that his technique was destroyed so easily. Hong mockingly asked if that was all he had. Chen Xiao warned him not to get too happy, declaring it was only the beginning. He channeled his full power and unleashed the fist of the solar deity. The sect leaders watching were impressed, noting that the Holy Sun was truly gifted. They observed that his high-ranking heavenly technique, combined with his solar immortal body, possessed enough power to destroy a spirit transformation master and could even threaten someone at the fusion stage. After the massive strike, Chen Xiao was convinced he had won. However, as the smoke cleared, he was horrified to see Hong standing there completely unharmed. He shouted in disbelief, unable to accept that someone could withstand his best move when he felt he was born for immortality and invincibility. He tried to continue the assault, but Hong told him he was just a frog in a well. Hong decided to take all the frustration he had built up from being teased by Junlin and unleash it on Chen Xiao to show him what true humiliation felt like. Hong's counterattacks were far superior, and he began to dismantle Chen Xiao's offense effortlessly. Chen Xiao panicked, wondering why his attacks felt like they were hitting cotton wool and having no effect. He admitted he had never seen such martial prowess even within his own elite sect, and wondered how a pathetic group like Xuantian could produce such a disciple. Hong simply called him a weakling. The elders of the Heavenly Ascension sect shouted for their holy son not to lose heart, reminding him he was a chosen hero born for immortality. Reinvigorated, Chen Xiao released his energy again, activating his solar immortal body. He unleashed the initial divine eclipse technique directly at Hong. Hong wasn't intimidated, calling the move child's play. He promised to show Chen Xiao the true meaning of being invincible among equals and unleashed a 7-colored flame attack. Qi Feng was shocked by the display of power, questioning if someone at the spirit transformation stage could really possess such strength. The elders wondered if this power could actually defeat a fusion stage master. When the dust settled, the crowd was speechless as they saw Chen Xiao fall to the ground. They couldn't believe the holy son of the Heavenly Ascension sect had actually lost. Hong looked down at him and asked how a mere spark dared to compete with the radiance of the full moon. The Xuantian sect leader turned to Junlin, admitting that his disciple was almost too strong to believe. Zhao warned the group that despite defeating Chen Xiao, the Heavenly Ascension sect still had many powerful elders, and it would be wise to leave immediately. Junlin joined the conversation, telling everyone not to worry. He turned to Hong and promised him an extra dinner that night as a reward. Hong expressed his gratitude to his teacher, while Chen Xiao sat in shock, struggling to process his loss. A fire elder from the Heavenly Ascension sect approached Chen Xiao. The young saint admitted he had failed and brought shame to the sect. The elder was genuinely surprised that their holy son had been defeated by a disciple from the wild region, noting that such a loss could shake the sect's reputation. However, he urged Chen Xiao not to dwell on it, reminding him that he was born to become immortal. He declared that to restore their greatness and strengthen Chen Xiao's resolve, they had to destroy the barbarians of the wild region. The elder called for retribution against those who insulted their holy son, asking who would step forward to eliminate the opposition. In an impressive display of the sect's depth, 9 fusion stage masters stepped out. Onlookers noted that while Hong had defeated the Holy Sun, he was only at the spirit transformation stage and would be helpless against fusion masters. Even a monk nearby remarked on what a tragic waste of talent this would be. Hong asked his mentor if he should take the fight, but Junlin told him to step aside, saying he would handle it himself. As Junlin prepared for battle, the crowd realized he had already reached the fusion stage. Heavenly Sovereign Qi Feng, who had previously considered himself the strongest in the region, felt humbled and slightly ridiculous for his earlier boasting. One of the opposing warriors mocked Junlin, asking if he really thought his fusion stage power was enough to insult their holy son. He launched a flurry of attacks, but Junlin didn't even flinch. He walked right through the barrage and appeared directly in front of his enemy. With a single kick to the chest, Junlin sent the warrior flying. Junlin was secretly impressed with himself, noting that after binding with the Supreme Bone, his physical strength had become terrifying enough to crush anyone at the same level with raw power alone. The Fire Elder ordered all his men to swarm Junlin at once. Despite being surrounded, Junlin remained calm and activated the seal of the ruler of people. The warriors were unable to even touch him and were all knocked back with injuries. Desperate, they called for everyone to use their artifacts, including the immortal sword of Jade Serenity, to launch a massive combined strike. Junlin simply stood his ground and waited for the attack. The observing monk predicted this cruel joint attack would lead to Junlin's inevitable death, though a nearby warrior noted the monk's hypocrisy for being so bloodthirsty behind a facade of mercy. Back in the Xuantian camp, the leaders panicked, feeling Junlin was in grave danger. Su and Hong, however, remained calm. Hong had seen Junlin's true power in the Wei state and knew he was still hiding his full potential. Junlin laughed and challenged them to try their best. He activated one of the divine abilities of his Supreme Bone, unleashing a divine punishing light. The energy was so overwhelming that it absorbed the joint attack and decimated the group of warriors. Badly wounded and defeated, the survivors begged the Fire Elder to save them. The Elder realized that Junlin was far more troublesome than he had ever anticipated. The Fire Elder grew desperate, realizing that with the Holy Sun seriously injured and the other warriors defeated, he couldn't return to the sect empty-handed. He decided to take matters into his own hands and launched an attack directly from the sect's massive ship. Witnesses recognized the weapon as the Buddha Tower, a 3-star spiritual artifact and the Elder's most powerful tool. Many thought this would finally be the end for the Zwantian sect. The Elder unleashed the tower's energy, certain it would finish Junlin. However, Junlin was actually excited, as this was exactly the challenge he was waiting for. The system immediately notified Junlin that he was in conflict with a peak fusion stage master. The passive ability triggered once again, elevating Junlin's power to the full fusion stage. The Elder tried to close the distance, but he couldn't get near Junlin. Every attack the Elder launched was effortlessly repelled. The Elder was shocked, wondering if Junlin had been hiding this level of power all along. Seeing no way to win, the Elder suddenly changed his tone, admitting defeat and announcing that the Heavenly Ascension sect would voluntarily withdraw from the fight for the secret world. This only made Junlin angrier. He pointed out how unfair it was for them to attack whenever they wanted and then expect to just walk away. Junlin declared that since they had already started this, they should finish it with their lives. The Elder warned him not to provoke the full wrath of the Heavenly Ascension sect, but then paused as he realized something. Junlin must have been the one who killed Elder Mu from their outer courtyard. Junlin confirmed it, stating that since they were already enemies, he might as well finish a few more for fun. Without giving the Elder another chance to speak, Junlin used his power to incinerate him instantly. The crowd was speechless. A barbarian from the wild region had just destroyed a high-ranking Elder with a single wave of his hand. They realized that with the Elder's fall and Chen Shao's spirit being crushed, the reputation of the Heavenly Ascension sect would be ruined. Chen Shao himself was filled with despair, wondering if his father's killer was truly so strong that he would never get his revenge. The remaining warriors panicked and decided to activate their golden ship to escape with the Holy Sun. Hong was annoyed by their attempt to flee after such a show of arrogance. He unleashed a massive wave of flames toward the ship, vowing that none of them would escape. The onlookers were terrified, thinking that Junlin and his disciple were completely insane for trying to wipe out the entire group, including the Holy Sun. However, just as the flames were about to hit, a monk stepped in to protect the ship with a powerful palm strike. Addressing Hong as a young lady, the monk asked when this cycle of revenge would ever end and why they were so intent on exterminating everyone. Hong wasn't fooled, telling the bald monk that he saw right through the Buddhist tricks. He accused the monk of being a hypocrite who was only saving the ship so the Heavenly Ascension sect would owe him a favor. The monk denied the claim, suggesting that Hong's prejudice showed he was falling into the demonic path and offered to guide him. Hong retorted that back in the central region, he despised people like this monk the most, those who act for their own benefit while hiding behind a mask of virtue. He declared that even if he chose the demonic path, he didn't need the monk's instructions. The monk decided that since Hong was stubborn, he would set him on the true path by force. Hong felt an incredible pressure radiating from the old monk, who was clearly at the peak fusion stage. Just as the tension peaked, Junlin stepped in front of the monk. He asked if the monk was really trying to bully his disciple while he was distracted. The monk tried to play it off, saying he only wanted to give the student some guidance. Junlin mocked the idea of the monk being worthy of instructing his disciple. Hong felt the same way, thinking it was ridiculous for a mere fusion stage monk to try to lecture a reincarnated true immortal. Hong thanked his mentor for the help, though he was frustrated that the old bald monk had allowed the ship to escape. The monk replied that he simply felt things had gone too far and decided to intervene to maintain peace. He added that if Junlin felt differently, he had nothing more to say. Junlin asked if the monk really thought he could just show off and then walk away, telling him to stop acting and face the situation. The monk asked what Junlin meant by that. He reminded Junlin that the floating temple was one of the most powerful Buddhist orders in the eastern region. He noted that Junlin had already made an enemy of the Heavenly Ascension sect and questioned if he really had the courage to oppose the Buddhists as well. Junlin told the monk that he was being quite clever. He pointed out that the monk had done nothing but manage to create a massive debt of gratitude for himself, leaving all the dirty work for Junlin to clean up later. Since the monk claimed to be so enlightened, Junlin mockingly asked why he couldn't predict the date of his own end. The monk stated that Junlin's words were becoming disrespectful. Junlin didn't wait and launched a fire attack, asking what the monk planned to do about it. The monk tried to defend himself with a golden bell technique, but his defense was too weak and he was injured by the strike. Struggling to stay on his feet as he landed, the monk told his mentor that the immortal was mocking them. He asked if Junlin truly believed the floating temple was a weak target. The mentor replied that since Junlin was being so persistent, he shouldn't be blamed for showing no mercy. He then summoned the massive image of the Dharma Buddha. Junlin watched the spectacle without moving. Onlookers noted that the mentor was using a high-level Buddhist manifestation technique and held a 3-star spiritual artifact in his hands. They whispered that Junlin had lost his mind. After offending the Heavenly Ascension sect, he was now making enemies of the Buddhist orders. They wondered if he was simply tired of living. The mentor told Junlin that he had been given a chance but was far too stubborn, so now he would be calmed down by force. He raised his weapon and unleashed a powerful resolution attack. Junlin stood perfectly still, remarking that he found the situation interesting. He then summoned the Heaven Burial Coffin and stopped the entire attack with a single hand. The monk was stunned, unable to comprehend how Junlin had accomplished such a feat. Meanwhile, Junlin noticed that as his level increased, the coffin had evolved from a 4-star artifact into a 6-star artifact. He told the monk that if that divine ability was all he had, then it was time for them to go inside. The junior monks were terrified, screaming for their teacher to save them. The mentor was shocked, labeling Junlin a cursed evil person hiding within a sect. He shouted to his allies that Junlin was a heretic who needed to be destroyed immediately. The crowd watched in awe, wondering if anyone else would dare to risk a fight. Hong realized that he had been right. His mentor was still hiding even greater layers of power. The monk warned Junlin one last time, asking if he really wanted to be at odds with the strongest Buddhist sect in the region. Junlin replied that nothing irritated him more than hypocrites like them. He stated that he had no limit on who he would fight. His principle was simply to eliminate those who were fake. With a wave of his hand, he told the monk to stop talking and get into the coffin. After locking the monk inside, Junlin lifted the heavy artifact with one hand and asked the crowd who else wanted to attack. The Xuantian sect leader cheered, shouting that his brother had done an incredible job. Xiao was so stunned he asked if he was dreaming, even suggesting that someone hit him to wake him up. Su immediately obliged and punched him right in the face. When a bewildered Xiao asked why she did that, Su asked if it hurt. He confirmed that it definitely did, to which she replied that this proved it wasn't a dream. Even the elders were in disbelief, marveling at the fact that the wild region had actually won and that one man had managed to suppress everyone on his own. A massive cheer erupted as the crowd welcomed their new heavenly ruler. Meanwhile, the defeated enemies from outside the region were left reeling. They couldn't believe they had been bested in a place they considered backward. They realized they had completely underestimated Junlin. Not only had he shaken the mighty Heavenly Ascension sect to its core, but he had also defeated the high priest of the Buddhist temple. However, they whispered that he had made mortal enemies today and that retribution would be merciless. Some of the rival clans, like the Zhu, plotted in secret, hoping the chaos would eventually play into their hands. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light descended from the sky. The warriors shouted in excitement. The secret world had finally opened. Junlin was pleased, knowing his main task was now within reach. However, he first needed to clear the area of hostile outsiders. He announced that everyone belonging to the wild region had the right to enter and explore, but everyone else had to leave immediately. The outsider clans were deeply dissatisfied. A young master from the Shui clan complained that they hadn't even been in conflict with the Xuantian sect, yet their path was blocked. He lamented that his elders weren't there to stop such lawlessness. However, a wiser warrior advised him that fighting a battle with a predetermined outcome was just challenging fate. The young gentleman agreed, deciding to let Junlin wallow in his arrogance for now, believing it would eventually lead to his downfall. They decided to retreat and wait for a better opportunity. With the entrance cleared, Junlin took his disciples and stepped into the radiant world of Luotan. He was immediately struck by the stunning atmosphere inside. The system chimed in, announcing that a location for activation had been found and asking if he wanted to claim his reward. Junlin accepted, receiving a new projection ability. He noted it was a good addition, especially after seeing how troublesome the Golden Buddha's manifestation had been earlier. The sect leader ordered the disciples to scatter and search for rare herbs, but cautioned them to stay close and watch each other's backs. Junlin decided to do some exploring of his own while waiting for the system's next cue. The danger of the realm quickly became apparent. A group of disciples fell into a monster's trap. The creatures here were incredibly dangerous, and the leader warned everyone to gather together. Noting that even the common monsters in this world had reached the Golden Core stage, Hong remarked that no one gives away resources for free, and that they would have to prove their strength. The situation grew more chaotic as a flock of sinister birds flew overhead, followed by a pack of aggressive monkeys that launched a coordinated attack. The disciples engaged in a fierce battle, but the monkeys were relentless and powerful. One of the monkeys grabbed a female disciple, who screamed for help. The warriors rushed to her aid, but the monkey's fur was so hard that their weapons had no effect. The girl continued to scream in terror as the beast pinned her down, desperate for someone to save her from the monster's clutches. Hong caught sight of the attack and stepped in, using his fire techniques to incinerate the monkey. He checked on the girl to see if she was unharmed, and she gratefully thanked him. The sect leader noted that having Hong around brought a sense of calm to the group and asked him to look after the younger disciple. disciples. He warned that these white monkeys were agile and possessed the power of soul generation, so they couldn't afford to be careless. Hong felt that the leader should focus on his own safety rather than worrying about him. Before he could say more, the monkeys swarmed him all at once. Sensing them instantly, Hong unleashed a wall of fire, declaring them all doomed. The disciples were amazed, noting that Hong's fighting style perfectly mirrored his teacher's. Hong, however, snapped at them to be quiet, wondering where that bastard Junlin had wandered off to, assuming he was probably off relaxing somewhere again. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Junlin asked the system if it was certain the energy anomaly was in this direction. The system confirmed it was, and teased that the upcoming task offered a reward far better than any standard activation. At the center of the secret realm, the leaders of the local tribes gathered around the Great World Tree. An elder announced that the fruit of peace had finally ripened, but its maturation had also revealed their world to the human invaders. The chief of the Stone Clan, a peak fusion stage master, insisted they deal with the invaders immediately. However, the giant clan leader argued that dividing the fruit was more important. He believed that once they consumed it and acquired the body of peace, they could crush the humans like ants. The winged clan leader interrupted, pointing out that a small white mouse had already managed to steal and eat the fruit. The dragon clan leader explained that the fruit had ripened so suddenly they hadn't had time to react. The fish clan head added that since the mouse had consumed it, the tree now recognized her as its own. If they attacked her while she was digesting, the tree would retaliate against them. The tree clan leader suggested they wait for her to finish digesting, then capture her and use secret methods to extract the essence. The giant clan leader fumed, vowing to make the lowly rat pay for her greed. Suddenly, the glow surrounding the mouse began to fade, signaling that she was almost done. A pair of tiny paws emerged from the fruit, and a little mouse popped out, yawning and saying she had slept soundly. Seeing the angry tribal leaders staring at her, the mouse tried to play it cool, greeting them and asking why they were looking for her. Sensing the murderous intent, she began to back away slowly, telling them not to stop her. The giant clan leader remarked on how fast she had become, clearly an effect of the fruit. The tree clan leader didn't wait any longer and sent his roots chasing after her. The mouse scurried away, shouting that she was intelligent and willing to negotiate. In her panic, the mouse spotted a shimmering spatial portal and jumped through it. She emerged on the other side feeling dizzy and disoriented, unsure of where she was. The winged clan leader was surprised that the mouse had gained the power of spatial movement from the fruit. He warned that if she escaped and learned to cultivate, it would be a disaster for them all. Determined to finish her, the winged clan leader launched a barrage of sharp feathers. The mouse was hit and cried out in pain. Falling to the ground, she whimpered that she didn't want to be eaten and just wanted to survive. However, the Stone Clan leader appeared behind her, declaring that her end was inevitable, and unleashed a powerful airstrike. The mouse was so small and weak that the force of the air sent her tumbling toward the abyss. Unable to resist, the head of the winged clan approached, mocking the dead rat for daring to claim the fruit of peace. He questioned if she even understood its value or who she thought she was to have a right to it. The head of the giant clan stood over her as well, taunting her to run, but noted she was paralyzed with fear. The mouse spoke up, arguing that no one's name was written on the fruit, so she didn't see why she couldn't eat it. She told them they were blaming her for nothing, and that she felt ashamed for them. This infuriated the head of the tree clan. He explained that the Great World Tree, which supports the entire secret world, only produces fruit once every few eras. Anyone who eats it gains the Great Luo body, the most prestigious physical form in the immortal rankings. Their tribes had waited for hundreds of generations for this moment, and she had stolen it from them. He asked her plainly if she didn't think she deserved to die so the fruit's essence could be returned to its rightful owners. The mouse realized the gravity of what she'd done and, fearing for her life, cried out for someone to save her. Just as the tree clan leader moved to crush her, an attack struck him from behind. Startled, he sensed a powerful aura and demanded to know who was there. Junlin appeared, asking the system if this little white mouse was truly the source of the energy wave. The system confirmed that by eating the fruit, the mouse had already formed the Great Luo body, giving her legendary potential. The mouse scurried over to Junlin, calling him a hero and complaining that these evil people wanted to eat her. Junlin mused that this scenario felt familiar. It seemed like every time he took on a disciple, he had to save them first. He wondered if he was becoming like a classic protagonist. He decided that since Hong was so stubborn and difficult, maybe this plump, obedient mouse would make a better student. The giant clan leader shouted that an invader had arrived and attacked. Angry that Junlin was ignoring them, Junlin didn't move. He stopped the giant's massive hammer with a single hand. He calmly stated that the mouse now belonged to him and offered to spare the tribes if they left immediately. The Stone Clan leader attacked as well, noting that Junlin was at the peak fusion stage, just like them. He questioned how Junlin dared to act so superior when they were all at the same power level. The giant clan leader agreed, calling for everyone to crush the invader together. Unfazed, Junlin stepped forward and struck out with his bare hands. The blow was so powerful it sent the giant clan leader flying. The giant was in shock, unable to understand how a simple physical strike could carry such weight. The winged clan leader then unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp feathers, telling Junlin he was seeking death. Junlin raised his defense and told them that since they chose to resist, they shouldn't blame him for being blunt. He He unleashed the Great Wasteland Finger, sealing the heavens and raining down a fiery avalanche. The tribal heads were forced to take cover under a massive stone, shouting for everyone to stand together to repel the attack. Junlin watched them, finding their coordination interesting, but decided it was time to test his new login bonus, the Heavenly Emperor's projection. As a massive divine illusion appeared behind Junlin, the giant clan leader grew confused and made a strange comment, accusing Junlin of being a fake or using shortcuts like an AI to create his power. The tribal inhabitants were terrified by the overwhelming pressure of Junlin's massive illusion, feeling completely insignificant in its shadow. On the other side of the secret world, other cultivators saw the massive form in the sky. They realized it was a divine incarnation ability, far more powerful than anything they had ever seen, even surpassing the Buddhist monks they had encountered earlier. The elders wondered if it was truly the heavenly ruler from the wild region. They noted that even the strongest incarnations from the central lands would look pale in comparison and would have no choice but to bow in submission to such power. Hong observed the massive figure in the sky. Realizing his mentor was revealing yet another layer of hidden power, he wondered just how many more secrets Junlin was keeping. As the Heavenly Emperor's projection towered over the forest, Junlin's voice boomed, asking the tribal leaders if they truly dared to resist the heavens. When they chose to fight back, Junlin showed no mercy and ordered the projection to finish them. The Stone Clan leader, being the strongest among the tribal heads, launched a desperate frontal assault. Junlin met him with a heaven-splitting blow. A wave of intense fire engulfed the stone giant before he could even move, ending him instantly. The Tree Clan leader was paralyzed with fear by the overwhelming force. Seeing the tide turn, the giant clan leader tried to negotiate, acknowledging they had been reckless and suggesting they stop fighting, since there was no reason to destroy one another. Junlin wasn't interested in a fake peace. He knew they would have finished him if the roles were reversed. He lowered his fiery palm, ignoring the tribe members' screams as they cursed his cruelty. Junlin noted to himself that while the Emperor form was devastatingly powerful, it had already drained 80% of his energy. He realized he had to be careful not to overextend himself. With the battle over, Junlin looked around for his future disciple. He was annoyed to find that the obedient little mouse had used the distraction of the fight to scurry away. The system informed him that the mouse was indeed nimble, thanks to the Great World Tree Fruit, but he could still catch her if he exerted some effort. Junlin tracked her through the dense forest, noting that without the system's help, she might have actually escaped him. The mouse was panicking as she sensed Junlin approaching with terrifying speed. She couldn't understand how he was finding her in such a vast wilderness. Suddenly, Junlin teleported directly in front of her, stopping her in her tracks. He picked her up and gently stroked her, asking why she had run away after promising to be his servant. The mouse whimpered, explaining that his aura was so frightening she feared he intended to eat her just like the tribal leaders did. Junlin teased her, musing aloud that while he had tasted beef and horse, he had never tried rat meat. The mouse desperately argued that rat meat was sour, tasteless, and would surely cause him a stomachache. Junlin laughed, saying her intelligence made her even more interesting. He looked at the plump creature, marveling that she possessed the body of the great Luo, the strongest immortal physique, yet was so easily frightened. He decided that if she wouldn't be a student, she would make a great pet. 2 hours later, they stopped to set up camp. As Junlin prepared a meal, the mouse woke up from a nap, lured by a delicious aroma. For a second, she feared she was still in danger, especially when she saw a large cauldron over the fire. She worried Junlin was planning to cook her after all. Junlin called her over, warning her not to make him chase her again. He handed her a piece of cooked meat and chuckled at her cowardice, telling her there was no need to be so afraid. The mouse began eating greedily, exclaiming that the meat was delicious and asking what kind it was, as she had never tasted anything like it. When Junlin told her it was a rabbit, the mouse was momentarily shocked, protesting that rabbits were too cute to eat. However, when Junlin glanced at her, she quickly changed her tune, suggesting that bunnies were indeed much better to eat than mice and asking for another piece. Junlin told her she could have more on one condition: he would be her owner and her mentor. The mouse was surprised, wondering if she truly deserved such an honor and if being his student would be dangerous. Junlin told her she was overthinking it. As his student, she would eat well, and he would protect her from any threat. The mouse happily agreed, declaring that she loved having a powerful patron. She formally greeted him, introducing herself as Xiaoxi. The system immediately congratulated Junlin on accepting another disciple. As a reward, he received the divine ability of the 5 Wheels of Rebirth, a massive area effect technique capable of destroying everything in its path. Junlin was thrilled with the new power. When the system teased him about his noble nature, he jokingly defended himself, claiming he would never hurt a defenseless animal. Xiaoxi, confused, asked if he was talking to her. Junlin told her to focus, as he was about to pass on a special technique to her. He directed a beam of energy into her head, granting her the path of the Great Tao. Xiaoxi was amazed, feeling as though her mind had been instantly enlightened, and she thanked her teacher for the gift. Junlin told her to finish her soup and meat, as it was fully cooked. Xiaoxi found the meal wonderful, and felt that being his student was true happiness. Vowing to repay his kindness, Suddenly, the sky above them began to fracture and collapse. Junlin asked the system what was happening to the secret world. The system explained that the life cycle of the ancient world tree Luo was ending, and it could no longer sustain the secret realm. It warned him to leave immediately. Junlin noted the urgency, but then noticed Xiaoxi was crying. She couldn't explain why, only that she felt an overwhelming sadness. Junlin realized it was because her body was now spiritually connected to the world tree. He told her they had to find the sect leader and escape before the world vanished. He opened a portal and moved instantly to the others. The sect leader was already shouting for his men to retreat safely, worrying about where Junlin had gone. Junlin stepped out of the portal and warned them all that the situation was critical. They had to evacuate the secret world right now. The sect leader was relieved to see Junlin, though he noticed only one of his students was present. Zhao curiously asked who or what Junlin was carrying in his hands. Junlin casually introduced the little mouse as his newest disciple. The leader was taken aback, asking what happened to his previous student. He pointed out that while the last one had a difficult personality, he possessed a divine appearance and incredible talent, whereas this new one appeared to be just a plump rat with no visible cultivation. Junlin brushed off the concern, assuring them that Hong had already exited the secret world and would be waiting for them outside. Once they emerged, the elders were glad to be back, noting that while the secret realm was dangerous, they had secured many rare resources thanks to Junlin. Hong approached his mentor, and Junlin introduced the two students, telling them they should live in peace and harmony from now on. Xiaoxi, the little mouse, looked back at the closing red portal and began to cry, realizing her home was disappearing forever. However, the situation grew dire, as various ancient creatures from the depths of the secret world also crossed over into the real world. A massive monster looked around, complaining that the spiritual energy in this new world was incredibly weak. A giant snake asked if the two-legged creatures were the humans mentioned in ancient records, mocking their weak cultivation. A rhinoceros monster suggested that since they were in a new environment, they should focus on adapting, taking over the land, and redistributing the territories among themselves. The winged clan leader added that they should enslave the humans first. The sect leader's face went pale. He explained that these were ancient relics, creatures from the deepest parts of the secret world whose power far surpassed anything they had faced before. He pointed out that there were hundreds of them at the spirit transformation stage and dozens at the fusion stage. He explained that these diverse races had survived for countless years in the secret realm, and if they united, they could rival the 5 strongest sects in the entire eastern region. Xiao asked if they could negotiate, but the leader said it was impossible. These creatures were essentially barbarians who had just lost their home. They would almost certainly try to take over the wild region for revenge. As the warriors began to panic, Elder Feng stepped forward and told them not to be afraid. He reminded them that they had Junlin on their side, and as long as he was with them, they could handle anything. The warriors' spirits lifted, believing that no enemy was a match for Junlin. Hong also looked at his mentor, wondering if he really could withstand an onslaught from such a massive army. Just then, the system appeared with a new quest. Junlin had to gain the trust of 10,000 of these secret world natives and convince them to join the Xuantian sect. Junlin was incredulous, asking the system if it was joking. He complained that fighting them was one thing, but persuading them to join was a total headache. He realized the system was telling him that he couldn't just destroy them, he had to subjugate them. The system left the decision to Junlin. Suddenly, the leader of the ancient relics approached, demanding to know if Junlin was indeed that guy everyone considered the strongest. Junlin confirmed it, realizing he was staring down a literal army of monsters. He saw the potential for the Xuantian sect to house them all, but the monsters were unimpressed. They mocked him, pointing out that even a peak fusion master couldn't stand against hundreds of opponents at once, and they prepared to swarm him. Junlin raised his defenses, feeling the weight of the situation. He knew he could fight, but retreat wasn't an option, and the task of subjugating them seemed nearly impossible. Seeing her teacher looking puzzled and pressured, Xiaoxi, the little mouse, recalled how kind he had been, feeding her and teaching her techniques. She couldn't bear to let him stand alone. Hong was confused as she suddenly dashed forward, shouting that she would aid her mentor. Standing before the massive creatures, Xiaoxi's presence underwent a terrifying transformation. Her eyes began to glow with a divine light, and her aura surged. The sect leader watched in awe, noting that Junlin's second disciple was far more than she appeared. The monsters froze in shock, recognizing the aura immediately. It was the ancient Luo tree. They realized the tree had not abandoned them. The entire army of monsters fell to their knees, begging the tree of Luo to guide their people now that their home was gone. Hong watched this, convinced once again that Junlin had planned this entire outcome from the start, that the mouse was a deliberate piece on his chessboard. Junlin, however, realized that the fruit of the world tree was actually a vessel for the tree's reincarnation. By eating it, Xiaoxi had become the host for the tree's will, which was now trying to take over her body. Concerned for her safety, Junlin rushed to her side and shouted into her consciousness, telling her to wake up. Deep in her subconscious, Xiaoxi heard his voice and forced herself awake. When she came to her senses and thanked him, the monsters were indignant. They couldn't believe the great Luo tree would choose a bipedal animal as a teacher. Junlin quickly whispered to Xiaoxi, telling her to follow his lead. She nodded, and addressing the monsters as her children, she told them that the destruction of the secret world was the will of heaven. Junlin added that while their home was destroyed, The Zhuantian sect was ready to be their new refuge. Xiaoxi thanked him, playing the part of the divine guide. When one monster questioned if they really had to submit to humans, Xiaoxi flashed her aura again, asking if they dared to doubt her. Terrified, the monster submitted, and she ordered them all to follow her and Junlin back to the sect. The system immediately congratulated Junlin for completing the quest, rewarding him with a sundial. Junlin was slightly disappointed, since he had the golden arm that granted him strength without training. A time-manipulating training tool was useless to him. However, he realized it would be perfect for Hong, who was obsessed with getting stronger. Hong caught Junlin looking at him with a strange expression, and wondered if his mentor was upset that he hadn't helped with the monsters. Meanwhile, the sect leader was in total shock, asking if he was dreaming. Zhao told the leader that with this massive influx of power, the Zhuantian sect would undoubtedly become one of the top 10 strongest sects in the entire eastern region. Elder Feng stood in stunned silence, muttering to himself, is this even possible? While he was relieved the wild region was saved, he felt a sting of irrelevance. It seemed his mountain-moving sect had been completely overshadowed by the rise of Zhuantian. Xiaoxi turned to Junlin, beaming with pride, and told him that she had succeeded. The monsters had actually listened to her. Junlin praised her, though he remained curious about the residual will of the great luo tree. Xiaoxi reassured him that she didn't feel anything strange anymore, since waking up, the presence had vanished. Satisfied, Junlin announced it was time to take their new recruits and return to the Zhuantian sect. Meanwhile, a battered and exhausted Chen Xiao finally reached the Heavenly Ascension sect. The servants were horrified, asking what had happened in the wild region to leave their once energetic holy son looking so defeated. The elders rushed out as well, demanding to know where the other 9 elders and their companions were. Chen Xiao's voice was hollow as he delivered the news. They are all dead. The sect went into an uproar. When asked who was responsible, Chen Xiao finally named the culprit, the Zhuantian sect and Peak Master Junlin. News spread like wildfire across the eastern region. In taverns and market squares, people couldn't believe the barbarians of the wild region had killed 9 high-ranking elders and nearly ended the Holy Sun. Some argued that the world was changing, while others insisted that the Heavenly Ascension sect's ancient heritage of producing immortals meant the barbarians would soon face a reckoning they couldn't survive. In the Buddhist capital, the senior monks held a grim council. They noted that the Heavenly Ascension sect had officially declared war on the Zhuantian sect, and the Buddhist temple resolved to join the fight to avenge their own blood. They began gathering forces to purge the demons. Back in the wild region, the collapse of the secret world had released a massive wave of concentrated spiritual energy. This poor, impoverished region was suddenly entering a golden age of prosperity as creatures and cultivators alike used the surge to strengthen their powers. With 10,000 new monster cultivators added to their ranks, the Zhuantian sect was stronger than ever, but the looming shadow of a two-front war weighed heavily on everyone's minds. On the training grounds, the disciples whispered among themselves. They were nervous about the upcoming attack from the Heavenly Ascension sect and the Buddhists, but they took comfort in the fact that Junlin had been in deep meditation for days. They saw his constant cultivation as a blessing for the sect's safety. In reality, at the peak of emptiness, Junlin was lounging in the sun, completely unbothered by worldly affairs. Xiaoxi came running up to him, excitedly announcing she had finished preparing a new drink. Junlin, surprised by her speed, told her to bring it over. After taking a sip, his eyes lit up. It tasted exactly like the modern drink from his past life. He praised her work and generously told her she could make 50 more cups, allowing her to keep just 1 for herself as a reward. Junlin chuckled, realizing these recipe rewards from his daily tasks were far superior to anything in this world. Even an ice king would be impressed by his culinary masterpieces. Hong watched from a distance, shaking his head in disbelief. He couldn't understand how his mentor could be so foolishly focused on making money from strange drinks, while the entire eastern region was preparing for war. Junlin turned to Hong with a critical look, asking, "Where is my fried squid? Why isn't it ready yet? Look at Xiaoxi and how hard she works for me. You're even less helpful than a mouse." Hong gritted his teeth but replied that everything was nearly done. He served the food, asking if it was to the teacher's liking or if he needed to add anything. Junlin took a bite and casually told him to keep up the good work. Taking a chance, Hong asked for permission to train using the sundial. He explained that he wanted to grow stronger to ensure the sect's safety. Junlin sighed, noting Hong's usual impatience. He told Hong not to worry because the sect was perfectly safe as long as he was there. Hong secretly thought Junlin was just afraid of being surpassed. However, Xiaoxi chimed in, telling Junlin that if the elder brother wanted to train so badly, he should be allowed to go, and she would take over his chores. Junlin stood up and agreed, telling Hong to thank his sister for her insistence. Hong knelt and thanked them both, but internally he vowed that the day he emerged from his time-dilated training would be the day Junlin finally bowed to him. Junlin saw the look on Hong's face and knew exactly what he was thinking. He found it pitiful. He only grew grew stronger when faced with a worthy opponent, so Hong's rivalry only served to fuel Junlin's own progression. Xiaoxi then presented 50 new cups of her specially prepared tea. Junlin told her she could pick any cup for herself as a reward. As she happily drank, Junlin began petting her, remarking that while other people pet cats, he preferred his mouse. He noted that her fur felt wonderful. At the mention of a cat, Xiaoxi began to tremble in terror. Junlin laughed, pointing out that she had the ancient Luo body and 10,000 monster warriors under her protection. Yet she was still afraid of a creature smaller than her. Junlin asked why she didn't want to use the sundial to train, where 100 years inside felt like only one day outside. He told her it would greatly strengthen her Luo body. Xiaoxi whined, saying she didn't want to be away from her teacher for a century, and besides, training was boring compared to eating tasty food with him. Junlin laughed, realizing they were kindred spirits. He then remembered that demons who reach the spirit transformation stage can take human form. He asked why he had never seen her transform. Xiaoxi admitted she had simply forgotten how, but at Junlin's suggestion, she tried it right then and there. Suddenly, she transformed into a mouse girl. Junlin's eyes widened in shock. He quickly closed his eyes and turned away, shouting, "What the hell? This is too scary! Are you making fun of me?" Xiaoxi felt offended, insisting she had tried her best but could only manage that specific appearance for now. Junlin told her to change back immediately. However, after a few moments, Xiaoxi admitted she had forgotten how to turn back into a mouse. Junlin groaned, asking if she was a mouse or a pig. Xiaoxi begged him not to be angry and promised she would figure it out soon. She asked if he wanted to keep petting her in this form, but Junlin flatly refused, saying he just wanted some peace and quiet. Xiaoxi ran to a pool of water to look at her reflection, thinking to herself that she actually looked quite cute. Meanwhile, at the border between the wild region and the spiritual region, a massive fleet of ships from the Heavenly Ascension sect was approaching. One of the passengers remarked that the wrath of the #1 sect in the eastern region was something no one could survive. They were certain the Xuantian sect was doomed, and that Junlin was likely silent with fear. Suddenly, a panicked servant rushed to the young master on the lead ship, reporting that the battle had already begun, and there was fighting occurring outside. The young gentleman was furious at the vague report, threatening to break the servant's neck and throw him into a cesspool unless he explained exactly who was fighting whom. The servant stammered the news. The Heavenly Ascension sect had launched a full-scale invasion of the wild region. The young master emerged from his quarters, a cruel smile on his face. He was overjoyed that the savages who dared to oppose him would finally face their numbered days. He anticipated a massacre that would put the wild region in its place. At the mountain-moving sect, the atmosphere was thick with dread. A massive army was closing in. The elders pleaded with Chief Feng, begging him not to try and be a hero this time. They urged him to run if things grew dire, reminding him that he was the symbol of faith for all local cultivators, and his death would be an irreparable loss for the region. Back at the Xuantian sect, the alarm was raised. The disciples scrambled as the cry went out, "The enemy is at the gate!" In the training area, Zhao emerged from his long seclusion. Despite 500 years of objective time within the sundial, he felt he was still just short of achieving the fusion stage, realizing that isolation alone wasn't enough for a breakthrough. Su reminded him that without the pills and techniques provided by Junlin, he wouldn't have advanced a single step even in 1,000 years. Just then, the sect leader emerged, having successfully broken through to the fusion stage just before the battle. Suddenly, a terrifying shadow appeared within a pillar of fire. The leader gasped, sensing an aura that felt even more powerful than Junlin's. From the flames stepped Hong. Xiao, unaware of Hong's internal change, praised him as a worthy disciple of a great teacher, amazed by his monstrous growth. But Hong snapped, his eyes flashing with demonic arrogance. He didn't just speak, he attacked. When Su tried to intervene, reminding him they were of the same sect, Hong erupted into a chilling laughter. He declared himself the greatest master of the demonic path and a true immortal, mocking them as pathetic ants. He stated that if it weren't for Junlin, he wouldn't have wasted a second in such a place, but that everything had changed now. Su, thinking he had gone mad from training, threatened to complain to Junlin. Hong laughed at the threat. He claimed that, with his current strength, it was a question of who would tame whom. He demanded they hand over the sect's treasures to him rather than wasting them. When Xiao warned him of Junlin's punishment, Hong unleashed a wave of fire that forced them all back. The sect leader was horrified. Even at the fusion stage, he could barely withstand the pressure Hong was radiating. Hong looked at the approaching Heavenly Ascension army as a crowd of insignificant insects. However, he paused, confused as to why the sundial, which he intended to seize, hadn't moved an inch from Junlin's control despite his power. The leader pleaded with Hong, asking why the greatest genius of the sect would stoop to such villainy. Hong, enraged by the lecture, struck the leader with a light blow that sent him reeling, unable to resist. Hong sneered that letting them live was already a great mercy. Just then, the voice of the Heavenly Ascension army boomed over the hills, demanding that Junlin come out and accept his death. Hong flew toward them, eager to test his power, while the Xuantian elders tried desperately to stop him. Meanwhile, at the peak of emptiness, Junlin was calmly sipping milk tea, remarking that this was what made life worth living. Hong, watching from a distance as he flew toward the enemy, was disgusted. He viewed Junlin as a slovenly slob who had simply stumbled upon high blessings and rare resources by luck. Hong vowed that today, all those priceless resources and techniques would finally belong to him. Junlin beamed as he saw Hong emerge, exclaiming how much he had missed his favorite disciple. Hong, however, wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. He pointed toward the chaos outside, mocking Junlin for resting peacefully while the Heavenly Ascension sect was literally at the gate. Junlin, still holding his tea, seemed genuinely confused, asking if the attack had already started. Hong sneered, realizing Junlin had been hiding behind his soundproof spiritual barrier. He told his mentor to listen to the screams of the enemies calling for his death. When Junlin finally acknowledged the war had begun, Hong made his move. He offered to save Junlin's life, but only if the mentor handed over every treasure and technique he possessed. Junlin acted shocked, asking what Hong was talking about, but Hong told him to stop playing the fool. It was time to a frank conversation. Suddenly, Xiaoxi came running up, carrying a plate of spicy chicken wings she had cooked for Junlin. When she saw Hong, she greeted him warmly, asking if he had finished his seclusion so quickly. Hong recoiled in fear at her appearance. In her mouse girl form, she looked terrifying to him. He wondered what kind of twisted tastes his mentor had to keep such a creature around, thinking the situation was beyond the bounds of common sense. The sect leader and Su arrived at the peak, shouting warnings to Junlin about Hong's betrayal. However, when they saw the girl with the mouse head, they froze in shock. Xiaoxi tried to reassure them, but the leader took a closer look and marveled at Junlin's exquisite and dreamlike taste in disciples. Junlin snapped at them to stop talking nonsense and asked why everyone was so tense. The leader explained that Hong had tried to seize the sundial and attacked his own sect members. Junlin turned to Hong, asking if it was true. Hong didn't deny it, telling Junlin that his death was inevitable anyway, and he clearly didn't understand the danger he was in. The leader cursed Hong as a traitor, but Hong countered that they had treated him like a servant for far too long. In a dramatic turn, Junlin covered his face and began to lament, claiming it was all his fault for disregarding his students' feelings. He put on a show of crocodile remorse, asking if Hong could ever forgive him so they could start over as teacher and student. Hong was disgusted, telling Junlin his acting was pathetic. Secretly, the system notified Junlin that he had successfully completed a temporary task, sincere admission of mistake with maximum emotion. For his performance, he received the Immortal Ruler's technique. Junlin was delighted. The remorse had been a total sham to earn the reward. Xiaoxi, seeing Junlin's depression, decided she needed to drink more milk tea to boost her spiritual power so she could eventually transform into a more appealing human form for her teacher. Meanwhile, Junlin decided to keep teasing Hong. He sat back and asked Xiaoxi to massage his shoulders, which she happily did. The sect leader was confused, wondering if Junlin had developed a split personality from the stress, but Su told him to be quiet. Junlin then turned to Hong and noted that after 200 years in sundial time of seclusion, Hong clearly felt all-powerful. Hong told him to shut up and decide, hand over the treasures and get help, or rot and die. Xiao, misinterpreting Hong's offer of help as a sign of lingering conscience, suggested they might still turn the tide if Junlin agreed, but Junlin just sipped his lemonade and asked Hong if he was really sure he was stronger than his mentor now. Hong boasted that he had surpassed Junlin in every way during his 200 years of training. Just as the Heavenly Ascension fleet reached the soaring peak, an attack was launched from the sky toward Hong. Enraged by the interference, Hong reflected the attack with a single wave of his hand. The reflected beam was so fast it obliterated the very ship that fired it. The surviving soldiers screamed in confusion, demanding to know who did it. Hong was furious that these annoying flies were interrupting his confrontation with Junlin. He decided to deal with the invaders first, knowing Junlin's resources would eventually be his anyway. He flew out to meet the fleet, standing tall and asking what they planned to do now that he had arrived. The senior mentor of the Heavenly Ascension inner sect looked at Hong with disdain, still mistaking his feminine beauty for a woman, and barked that he would teach the impudent girl some manners. He charged forward, ordering Hong to prepare for death. Hong, who never tolerated such disrespect, coolly called the mentor an ungrateful insect and unleashed a wave of fire that instantly incinerated him. Hong then issued a chilling ultimatum. The invaders had half a stick of incense to leave his land, or they would all perish. The elders were aghast at his arrogance. They shouted that he couldn't possibly hope to order the first immortal sect of the eastern region, reminding him that even if he had defeated a few, he was now facing hundreds of fusion stage cultivators. They ordered a total offensive, declaring that the Swantian sect must be wiped from the face of the earth. Hong didn't blink. Since you refuse to leave on good terms, he declared, I will arrange a bloodbath. He unleashed the soul-devouring flame, summoning a ghastly army of spirits and green skulls from another world. Before the fusion stage mentors could even trade blows, a third of their forces were wiped out. The battlefield was soon filled with the screams of those being devoured by the locust-like spirits and hellfire. Just then, the monks of the floating Buddha temple arrived to reinforce the Heavenly Ascension sect. Hong mocked them as more suicides joining the pile. The wisdom master of the temple was horrified terrified. The reports claim Junlin's disciple was only at the spirit transformation stage, yet the chaos before him was beyond anything he had imagined. He realized that if the disciple was this strong, Junlin himself must be a nightmare. Knowing there was no retreat, the monks launched a combined holy attack. Hong countered them with a surge of demonic mana, sneering at the lying bald monks. To the monks' horror, their sacred seals couldn't extinguish Hong's strange fire. One young monk, seeing Hong approaching like a devil, begged for his life, but Hong was ruthless. With one devastating blow, he annihilated the monks' front line and their army of 10,000 disciples. The elder monk, shaking with fury, called Hong a demon and unleashed a massive Buddha palm attack, claiming Buddha would never forgive him. Hong retorted that even if Buddha himself appeared, he would crush him into dust. He met the palm head-on with an explosion of fire that reduced the monk's attack to ash. Back at the sect, the leaders were paralyzed with awe and fear. The sect leader told Junlin that Hong's talent was so terrifyingly great that the Xuantian sect was likely too small to hold such a formidable deity. Xiao suggested it was better to give Hong whatever he wanted rather than try to oppose him. Even Xiaoxi cheered for her big brother, thrilled by his overwhelming power. Junlin, still calmly observing, decided to use his eye of insight to see exactly how far Hong had come. He was surprised to see that Hong was only half a step away from the transition stage. Junlin realized why Hong finally had the confidence to challenge him. He decided to let Hong finish off the pests first before dealing with him. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as a strange, overwhelming mana gathered in the sky. The surviving invaders began to cheer and bow, shouting that their venerable mentors, the true powerhouses of the sect, had finally arrived. The sect leader looked toward the horizon in absolute terror. Mentors, he whispered. Arriving on the battlefield were 18 legendary cultivators, each at the great transition stage. This was the true, terrifying military might of the Eastern region's #1 immortal sect. These 18 mentors were the stuff of nightmares. Legends told of how they once joined forces to crush the North Sea Demon Emperor and dismantle the Southern Annihilation Church. They bore the title of the Invincible Immortals of the Eastern region. The leader feared that the Xuantian sect was truly destined to fall today. Junlin, however, simply made a surprised sound, musing that while Hong was half a step away, seeing 18 masters at the actual Great Transition stage was far more tempting. The spiritual Wind Master, one of the 18, looked down at the retreating survivors and spat. "Useless cowards! You have dishonored the Heavenly Ascension name." Master Golden Snake agreed, fuming that the strongest sect in the region was being humiliated by a girl. She noted that if they hadn't come personally, the sect would have become the laughingstock of the entire world. Hong looked up at these legends with cold eyes. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded. "How dare you speak so insolently about me?" Master Golden Snake was outraged by the boy's tone, but the chief elder told her not to waste energy on someone already doomed. He mocked Hong as a half-baked cultivator who thought a mere half-step into the transition stage was enough to stop them. The second elder added that Junlin was clearly overconfident, sending a disciple to do a man's job. The third elder sneered, promising to put the disciple to death first so Junlin could watch from his hiding place as pain pierced his heart. Hong shouted for them to get lost, declaring he had nothing to do with Junlin's reputation. The elder laughed at what he perceived as touching affection between teacher and student. He vowed to grab Hong, disfigure his face, and tear out his tongue. The elders launched a simultaneous assault. The chief elder unleashed the celestial palm of azure birds, a technique that had claimed thousands of souls. The second elder boasted he could defeat 10 of Hong's kind with a single hand, while the third elder prepared his blade for a sacrificial rite, hoping Hong's blood would awaken the true spirit of his sword. Hong laughed in their faces. "A sacrifice to the sword? Let me show you what real hell looks like." He planned to crush these insects and then force Junlin to finally stop hiding his true strength. Hong summoned a giant fire hand, effortlessly repelling the elders' vile and weak attacks. The elders were stunned. They found it impossible that someone a half step behind them could stop the azure bird palm, which had absorbed the soul of an ancient demon. But Hong didn't slow down. He continued to press the attack, his demonic flames splitting the firmament and burning the very souls of their swords. Onlookers watched in disbelief. One warrior noted that despite the power gap, Hong was pushing back 3 great transition elders simultaneously. The Golden Snake mentor realized that a genius this rare, born in such an abandoned land, was far too dangerous to be left alive. They signaled for a total coordinated strike, with one elder immediately unleashing the great obelisk palm to crush Hong once and for all. The second elder unleashed the star-reaching hand, while the third elder countered with the dragon-suppressing combat style, both pouring their immense energy into a final strike. Hong, however, remained completely unintimidated. He responded with the blazing dragon fire, a technique so terrifyingly refined that it seemed to glide through the air like silk, slicing through the elders' combined attacks and finishing them with ease. From the ground, The sect leader watched with bated breath, stunned that Hong could hold his own against so many elites. However, Junlin's observant eye noticed a shift. He remarked that Hong's flames were beginning to flicker. He was reaching his physical limit. If he didn't dodge the next wave, he risked being cut in two. Hong, treating the danger as mere light training, ignored the fatigue and summoned the hellfire-destroying flame. A massive crimson dragon erupted from the blaze, its teeth tearing through the enemy's formation as it absorbed their spiritual energy. Hong mocked them openly. "Is this all the Heavenly Ascension sect can do? You should rename yourselves the Useless Sect." The 15 remaining mentors were in a state of shock. They had never seen a flame that could consume their techniques so effectively. One of the elders cried out that it was impossible for one person to hold them back, while the old witch of the group, the Fear Elder, shouted that they were blind. She claimed this was a forbidden demonic technique and that Hong had to be destroyed before he became a global disaster. Hong addressed her directly, calling her an old witch and challenging her to a one-on-one fight. He even offered to let her strike 3 times first so she wouldn't complain about him bullying an old woman. Infuriated, she vowed to rip his mouth open. The other elders agreed that if Hong lived another 100 years, he would become the greatest threat the eastern region had ever seen. They decided to strike simultaneously, using their strongest clan techniques to obliterate his body and soul. Hong was fuming. He blamed Junlin for the situation, thinking that if the mentor had just handed over his treasures earlier, Hong would have the strength to end this. He couldn't believe the Heavenly Ascension sect had sent 18 great transition masters to hunt a sparrow like the Xuantian sect. Suddenly, the chief elder caught Hong off guard with a Heavenly Lord strike. The blow was so fast and heavy that Hong couldn't react in time, crashing into the ground with a deafening thud. Xiaoxi cried out in fear, asking if her big brother was okay. Junlin, however, walked over and teased him. "You were so confident you could win," Junlin remarked. "Why are you lying there like a beaten dog? I'm truly disappointed." Hong spat out blood and cursed his master, telling him that while Hong might at least escape, Junlin was destined to die here. But escape became impossible a moment later. The mentors activated a massive glowing mechanism in the sky, the spatial compass. The sect leader recognized it immediately and paled. Xiao reminded them of the ancient chronicles 300 years ago. During the Northern Sea calamity, Elder Spiritual Wind used this compass to evaporate a third of the ocean and seal an ancient demon god. The space was now locked. There was no way out. Hong grew desperate, refusing to believe he would die alongside these worthless sect members. Yet, as the sky turned a blinding white and the pressure of the compass increased, the leader looked over and was baffled. He asked, "Why is junior brother Junlin still so calm?" Hong started shouting at him, complaining that while everyone was fighting for their lives, his mentor was just sitting there eating. Junlin looked at the food and told the girl she really had a talent for cooking, adding that next time he wanted to try a honey-flavored version. When she asked if there really would be a next time, Junlin promised her there would be and finally stepped out to face the elders. The elders noticed Junlin and remarked that he had finally decided to show up. Junlin told them he realized they had teamed up against his student, which he felt was unfair, so as his teacher, he was required to step in and protect him. Hearing this only made Hong more frustrated. The elders declared that Junlin's time was up and threatened to completely finish him off. The old woman was also surprised to see Junlin, noting that while reports said he was only at the fusion stage, the fact that his student was so powerful suggested he was much more dangerous than they thought. The elders gathered their strength and charged at him together, but the system suddenly alerted Junlin that he was being attacked by opponents at the Great Transition stage. His passive ability kicked in, making him stronger based on his enemy's power and boosting him to the middle stage of the Great Transition. Junlin used his new technique on the elders, telling them as they fell that they were simply too weak. The sect leader was amazed and shouted that Junlin was a true master and a future immortal who had been with them all along. Hong couldn't believe it either, calling it nonsense and wondering just how much power his mentor was still hiding. He questioned if Junlin was even following the normal rules of cultivation. The elders stopped and realized Junlin had reached the Great Transition stage long ago. Junlin laughed at them and asked if he had disappointed them by not being at the lower fusion level they expected. The old woman shouted that even if their information was wrong, he was still only in the middle stage of that level. She called him insignificant and ordered everyone to get into a battle formation, deciding to use a special sacrifice to power up a massive heavenly punishment attack. As the formation moved against him, Junlin just smiled because he knew he was much more powerful than all of them combined. The leader was confused and asked why Junlin wasn't even trying to resist, noting that the sword formation was strong enough to defeat even a peak-level master. Hong also wondered if Junlin was just giving up. Junlin asked the elders if that was the best they could do, pointing out they hadn't even been able to scratch him. He realized his special physical technique was working perfectly, allowing him to withstand attacks from so many high-level opponents. The elders were shocked, unable to understand how a middle-stage master could survive their ultimate move. Hong suspected that Junlin had a secret advantage hidden away and decided he needed to take it for himself. One of the elders approached Junlin and realized he wasn't a normal cultivator at all. He asked who Junlin really was, but Junlin transformed into a true warrior and told the man that he didn't need to answer someone who was about to be finished. immediately launching his own attack. Junlin didn't waste any time and moved directly into action. With a single precise strike, he finished the first elder. He didn't slow down, moving through the other leaders and clearing them from the battlefield one by one. One of the remaining elders panicked, calling out for the Great Elder to save them because Junlin was simply too fast. Junlin unleashed flames from his hands, targeting the remaining attackers to stop them permanently. Just as he was about to deliver a final explosive blow, the strongest warrior and chief elder of the clan stepped in to block him. The surviving members were relieved and thanked the Great Elder for stepping in. Even though the impact was incredibly heavy, the Great Elder managed to stay standing. Junlin laughed, challenged by the resistance, and wondered how much longer the man could hold out. The Great Elder realized that even though he specialized in body refinement and used a beast imprint for extra strength, Junlin's strike had nearly broken him. He knew he wouldn't survive a second hit. Junlin noticed the old woman was still standing and joked that she seemed to want to join the fight as well. She expressed her disbelief that Junlin could handle the combined power of 3 peak-level masters. One of the elders then launched a chaotic destruction attack, while the strongest leader prepared another technique, confident they could finally overwhelm him. At that moment, Junlin's system alerted him that he was facing opponents at the late stage of the Great Transition. His passive ability triggered again, boosting his power all the way to the peak of the Great Transition stage. The elders were horrified as they felt his energy multiply, realizing their information was completely wrong. They saw that Junlin was actually a peak-level master and that their previous efforts had been useless. Junlin told them that since they had shared such wonderful attacks with him, it was only fair that he return the favor. The old woman realized they were out of options and suggested they activate the sect's forbidden secret art. The other elder agreed, stating that the honor of their sect was on the line and they couldn't afford to lose. He told Junlin he should feel honored that they were using a technique created by the sect's founders, the legendary Tao imprint. He explained that this exclusive art would temporarily give them power nearly equal to the immortal realm, making Junlin's defeat certain. Hong recognized the mystery and power of the technique, comparing it to the elite arts he had seen in the central regions. The sect leader was also terrified, warning Junlin to be careful because of the legendary reputation of the feathered immortal sect's ultimate moves. As the secret art took effect, the Great Elder felt his body surge with limitless power. However, another elder reminded him that they had very little time because the technique was extremely draining and there was no going back. They declared that as long as they could destroy the sect, they were willing to damage their own spiritual foundations. With that, they unleashed a massive, destructive final attack. Junlin watched the chaos and remarked that things were finally getting interesting before summoning his massive Heavenly Emperor manifestation. Standing over them, he called them nothing but ants and ordered them to kneel, instantly forcing them all to the ground. Hong was completely stunned. Recognizing this as the same powerful manifestation from the secret realm, he felt the pressure was even more terrifying than the ancient beings from the abyss. The elders were shocked by the divine art because they had never witnessed anything like it. Junlin told them to pay attention because the real conflict was just beginning. The old woman tried to stay firm, asking if he was trying to scare her after all she had seen, but Junlin simply smiled. He used a finger technique that seemed to cut through the sky and move toward her with incredible speed. Seeing this, the other elders began shouting for everyone to run, convinced that Junlin was a reborn monster from the void and that their only hope for survival was to escape. Junlin explained that his technique for destroying reincarnation was specifically designed for people like them, jokingly adding that they didn't need to thank him for finishing them off for free. He moved through them like a steamroller, ignoring their cries for help. The elders were horrified, witnessing him physically overpower a high-level master with his bare hands. As they tried to flee in terror, Junlin caught them and asked if they really thought they could get away. They cursed him, calling him a demon, and claiming the spiritual world would never forgive him for the rise of such a monster in the wasteland. Junlin showed no mercy, finishing them permanently. He noted that while his highest divine art was effective, it certainly drained his energy. He then decided it was time to address his rebellious disciple. As Junlin slowly landed and looked Hong in the eyes, Hong realized his situation was hopeless. The atmosphere shifted quickly as the rest of the sect approached. Zhao was thrilled, calling Junlin the boss and offering to be his assistant. Su jumped in as well, telling Junlin he had worked hard and offering him a shoulder massage. The sect leader admitted that this fight had finally shown everyone his true strength and asked how much longer he had planned to keep them in the dark. Junlin advised them all to stay humble, claiming that a true expert never brags. Hong watched the praise and felt disgusted, realizing he might never get rid of his mentor. He couldn't believe that Junlin, who possessed peak-level strength, was still pretending to be at a much lower realm. Junlin noticed Hong was still there and asked the sect leader if he would mind if he ground the traitor into a paste to fertilize his phoenix tree. When the leader agreed that it sounded like a solid plan, Hong immediately fell to his knees. Hong begged for mercy, promising to make up for what he had done if the mentor gave him one more chance. Junlin teased him, asking what happened to the cool attitude he had earlier. Hong admitted he had been arrogant and short-sighted. Junlin then gave him a unique punishment. He ordered Hong to start disciplining himself with his own hands and said said he would tell him when to stop. Though shocked by the embarrassing order, Hong didn't hesitate and immediately began to carry out the punishment. Junlin realized that despite Hong's difficult and twisted personality, his potential was truly limitless. He believed that if he could guide him properly, Hong might eventually be capable of establishing and leading his own sect. The sect leader stepped forward, noting that while betraying the sect usually resulted in a permanent end, Hong had ultimately helped defend the Suantian sect, meaning redemption was possible. He suggested sending Hong to the back mountains to reflect on his actions. Junlin agreed, stating that while he would spare Hong's life, punishment was still necessary. He ordered Hong to go to the mountains and think deeply about his mistakes. Hong, whose face was already quite swollen from his self-imposed discipline, bowed respectfully and hurried away to the back mountain. The leader remarked to Junlin that his students certainly kept things interesting, noting that only Junlin seemed capable of keeping someone so powerful in check. He admitted that without Junlin, Hong wouldn't even acknowledge the rest of them. The leader added that, realistically, the sect should be grateful such a talent stayed at all, and it was entirely thanks to Junlin. Junlin took the blame for not managing Hong better, but told them not to worry, promising to raise him correctly from now on. In truth, Junlin secretly enjoyed watching Hong struggle to hide his anger behind a forced smile. Finding the entertainment priceless, Junlin then returned to his hammock and told Xiaoxi that he was hungry for some hot cutlets. The little mouse happily agreed and got to work. Meanwhile, in the back mountains, Hong was stewing in his frustration. He told himself that a master couldn't stay lucky forever and vowed that if he trained hard enough, he would eventually surpass even the peak of the Great Transition stage and reach the highest possible realms. News of the battle continued to send shockwaves through the eastern region. In the demon Buddhist state, people were in disbelief that Junlin was actually a Great Transition master who had single-handedly eliminated all 18 elders of the Feathered Immortal sect. One person lamented the loss of the million-strong army, while a monk labeled Junlin a bloodthirsty demon, calling for divine punishment to find him. Junlin had officially become the most wanted man in the entire eastern domain. In the province of spirits, a warrior shouted in surprise that the barbarian from the wastelands had not only survived, but had finished off an entire elite army. He felt relieved that he hadn't joined the fight that day, knowing he would have surely met his end. To calm his nerves, he barked orders at his servants to bring him more entertainment, clearly shaken by the news. Back at the Feathered Immortal sect, the young master asked his servant if the reports were truly accurate. The servant confirmed that the entire eastern region was talking about their crushing defeat. The young master couldn't handle the humiliation, shouting that Junlin was a master schemer who had hidden his true power just to toy with them. He realized that while he had been proud of reaching the body integration realm, thinking he could finally compete, it had all been a delusion compared to Junlin's true level. Elder Mo urged the young master not to lose hope, suggesting that the white-haired rival was likely an ancient monster who had lived for thousands of years. He pointed out that while the Great Transition stage might be the peak for their enemy, it was only the beginning for the young master. The master agreed, declaring his intent to ascend. He hugged Elder Mo and ordered him to notify the leadership immediately that he intended to awaken the Supreme Yang treasure ahead of schedule. Elder Mo was shocked and tried to talk him out of it, but the master was firm, stating that his only goal was power. He believed the solar true flame was his destiny, and that he would be reborn through it. Elder Mo eventually agreed to make the report. The master remained consumed by frustration, even seeing his rival in his dreams and vowing to finish him off the next time they met. 3 months later, Junlin was relaxing on a misty peak and asked Hong for a glass of 1982 Lafite. Hong quickly served the wine, though he was secretly annoyed, wondering when Junlin would stop acting so strangely. Just then, Junlin's system notified him that the daily check-in was updated. To his surprise, the system announced he had hit the jackpot and won an ultimate mount. Junlin jumped up in excitement, demanding to know what kind of creature it was. The system explained that although the mount was currently small, it was already at the Great Transition level. It was an ancient divine beast known as a Kunpeng, a legendary creature with unlimited potential that could fly through the clouds and swim through the seas with ease. Junlin was thrilled, realizing this was the dream mount of every top-tier master. Hong watched Junlin's face, feeling incredibly frustrated and confused by how his mentor always seemed to have such amazing luck. Suddenly, Xiaoxi arrived with an invitation from the sect leader. It was an invite to a banquet hosted by the Zhu clan in the Spirit Province. Junlin noted that the Zhu clan's ancestors had recently reached a new level of power that had shocked the eastern domain. He suspected the invitation was a way for the clan to test his strength and show off their own dominance. Hong pointed out that the Zhu clan ancestor was now a pseudo-immortal, someone nearly as strong as a true immortal and far beyond a normal master. Given how many enemies their sect had made lately, Hong warned that the banquet could be very dangerous. Junlin, however, wasn't worried. He saw it as a perfect opportunity to show off his new mount and deal with any problems that came his way. The system immediately launched a new quest, tasking Junlin with attending the banquet on his new steed and successfully shocking the crowd to earn a special reward. Junlin told the system he was ready and eager to do a great job, while the others asked when they would be leaving. Junlin wasted no time and told them they were leaving right that second. Hong couldn't help but wonder why his mentor felt so confident, but Junlin decided to show him exactly why by snapping his fingers. Suddenly, the sky began to shake and a massive wind picked up. Animals nearby sensed the danger and began to act strangely, while the people in the sect panicked, wondering if they were being attacked again. The sect leader realized that a great supreme beast at the transition level was approaching, but he couldn't figure out where it had come from. Fearing it might be an attack from the feathered immortal sect, he ordered everyone to immediately activate the sect's protective array. Hong was stunned by the chaos, and Xiaoxi was so terrified she screamed that a monster was coming. Junlin, however, watched with a satisfied smile, noting that this was only the creature's juvenile form. He knew that if this Kunpeng reached its full growth, even the 18 elders he had faced before wouldn't stand a chance. If a beast of that caliber actually attacked, the sect would be wiped out instantly. Junlin turned to Hong and asked if he liked what he saw, but Hong was too shocked to answer, wondering if his mentor had finally lost his mind. Junlin rose into the air to meet the creature, and Hong shouted after him, worried he was trying to get them all finished. But as the creature's true body came into view, the skeptics were silenced. Junlin gently patted the beast and called it a good boy, deciding right then that they would be partners. The leader was speechless, asking if Junlin had really tamed such a beast with a single gesture. One of the elders suggested that the beast likely already knew him. Su pointed out that the creature perfectly matched the descriptions of the mythical Kunpeng from ancient texts. The leader recalled that a fully grown Kunpeng could supposedly eat planets and travel across the multiverse, though this one was much smaller than the legend suggested. They realized it was likely still a baby, and its future power was beyond imagination. Junlin told everyone to calm down and explained that the beast was simply his new mount. The leader was amazed, claiming that Junlin must be blessed by fate itself. Hong was boiling with resentment. He couldn't understand why a lazy slacker like Junlin received such blessings, while he, a dedicated cultivator who worked tirelessly, was forced to serve at his feet. Junlin told the sect leader they were ready to go and that there was no need to worry. Still, Junlin felt like something was missing. With a few quick hand gestures, he used his techniques to materialize his entire house directly onto the back of the Kunpeng. He shouted that it was perfect and invited everyone to get on. Xiaoxi happily followed the order and told her big brother Hong that their master was calling for them. Hong followed, though he was fuming. He admitted to himself that fate might favor the strong for now, but he refused to be a pawn forever. He vowed to wait for the perfect moment to steal Junlin's luck and make it his own. As the group set off, the sect leader asked one final time if Junlin would truly be okay at the Zhu clan banquet, reminding him that their ancestor was a powerful pseudo-immortal. Su told the leader that he was worrying far too much, pointing out that Junlin had never really needed their protection. Xiao agreed, jokingly adding that they should actually be grateful if he didn't just cause total chaos. The leader noted that while the Zhu clan thought they could push the Swantian sect around, they were about to realize that a tiger was walking right to their doorstep. He suspected they might soon regret sending that invitation. In the Spirit Province, the floating island of the Zhu clan was buzzing with activity. Residents and guests from various noble families were arriving for the ceremony. Word had spread that the Zhu ancestor had reached the level of a pseudo-immortal, and the aristocrats were flocking to show their respect. It was a massive stage, and as they say, a big stage needs a big audience. At the main residence, guests shouted their congratulations to the Zhu ancestor, wishing him divine protection for the next 300,000 years. They whispered that if he managed to become a true immortal, he could live for over 1,000,000 years. Young Master Zhu told the guests they were flattering him too much, but promised that the Zhu clan would always look after its allies. When asked if the Xuantian sect had been invited, the young master confirmed they had. However, he doubted they would actually dare to show up. He warned that if they sent some random messenger just to brush them off, they wouldn't even be allowed through the gates. An elder asked what would happen if Junlin himself arrived, and the young master replied that it would finally be an opportunity to show everyone the true power of the Zhu clan. The elders and guests chatted about how even an honorable person like Junlin would have to be humble and offer a toast to young Master Zhu. They laughed, noting that since the Zhu ancestor was now a pseudo-immortal, no matter how powerful other masters were, they couldn't compare. Suddenly, the crowd looked up at the sky in total shock, asking what was approaching. High above, Junlin was flying in on his new mount, with his entire house built right on top of it. The villagers were stunned, recognizing the creature as a Kunpeng, an ancient divine beast that was thought to have disappeared from the world long ago. The guests were amazed, with some suggesting that the appearance of a Kunpeng was a lucky omen for the feast. They assumed that only someone with incredible connections, like the Zhu ancestor, could bring such a divine being to the event. Young Master Zhu, trying to save face and play along, claimed the arrival was a guest with close ties to their ancestors. He even made up a story about how his parents had welcomed this figure when he was born, though he claimed they eventually lost touch. The guests were impressed, thinking the Zhu family's status was even higher than they had imagined. In reality, no one actually knew who the mysterious figure was since they hadn't seen him before. They admired the courage of this friend who had traveled thousands of miles to attend. Junlin's arrival caused a stir, and many began to believe the rumors that the Xuantian sect was truly an ancient and powerful order, clearing away any previous doubts they had held. One of the guests marveled at the sight of the Kunpeng, wondering what true power lay hidden within its depths. The young master of the Zhu family watched intently, claiming that the creature's appearance revealed the true status of its owner. The people around him praised the young master, calling him the best of them all and their true leader. He cautioned everyone to think carefully before they acted, but a guest admitted that nobody really understood who this newcomer was, or what he was capable of. The master noted that the newcomer certainly had a lot of nerve to show up so boldly. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Zhu family made his entrance. He admitted he hadn't expected someone from the Xuantian sect to be the one controlling a legendary Kunpeng. As he looked at the divine beast, he thought about how beneficial it would be for his family if such a creature were on their side. In fact, if he weren't worried about the Xuantian sect's recent reputation and the other powerful figures nearby, he might have already tried to take it by force. He addressed the group, stating that the arrival of such a magnificent beast truly brought a new breath of life to the Zhu family. At that moment, the system notified Junlin that he had successfully completed his task. As a reward, the effectiveness of his abilities and methods would increase his training speed by 30 times. Junlin mused that while the reward was helpful, it was also good to see that his grand entrance had earned him some respect from the Zhu family. He formally expressed the well wishes of the Xuantian sect, hoping the ancestor would successfully navigate any future challenges. The ancestor invited them into the house, noting that while the monks usually viewed him as an old demon, he saw that Junlin was quite different from the enemies he had faced before. The other guests observed Junlin, whispering that despite his young and non-threatening appearance, he was actually quite charming. He didn't look at all like the legendary enemy they had expected. Xiaoxi sat down at the banquet table, excited by the massive spread of delicious food, and invited Hong to join her. Junlin told her to go ahead and eat as much as she wanted. She checked if it was really okay, and once confirmed, she didn't hold back. However, the young master of the Zhu family approached them to introduce himself. Junlin wondered if they were actually meant to be friendly. The master explained that he was the youngest son and a direct descendant of the Zhu family ancestor. Junlin, completely unimpressed, just casually picked his nose while the master was talking. The young master told him it wasn't too late to get to know him, but Junlin dismissively called the introduction nonsense. The young master doubled down, reminding Junlin that as the heir to the family, his ancestor was the head of the entire wasteland. He asked Junlin how he dared to be so bold and wondered why he wasn't showing more respect. Hong watched the exchange, knowing that Junlin had already defeated the Holy Sun who could transform into a heavenly being. He realized that no matter how hard this young master tried, he couldn't compare to someone of Junlin's caliber. Despite this, the young master remained overconfident. He believed his charms could attract any girl's attention and hoped to eventually use that influence to get close to the master. The young gentleman approached Hong and, calling him a beauty, asked if he liked flowers. Hong realized this guy was completely clueless. In the central regions, those specific flowers were valuable materials for potions that boosted spiritual power, yet here they were being used as simple decorations in vases. To Hong, the ignorance was almost funny. The young master continued his flirting, referring to Hong as a red fairy and asking why he didn't seem interested in the gift. Hong flatly replied that he shouldn't be called a fairy because he was actually a man. The young master laughed it off, claiming the red fairy was quite witty. He even suggested they go to a private room to exchange experiences on how to improve their skills. Getting fed up, Hong turned around and unleashed a burst of flames just for show. The crowd was startled, wondering what kind of spectacle they were witnessing. The young master was stunned, feeling a terrifying pressure coming from the red silhouette in front of him. Even the power of a pseudo-immortal like the Zhu ancestor seemed small compared to the aura Hong was projecting. Realizing he was in over his head, the young gentleman fell to his knees, terrified and wondering if this was some new, aggressive way of dealing with unwanted attention. The head of the Zhu family rushed over, seeing his son in despair and fearing they'd offended someone valuable. He apologized to Hong, blaming his son's behavior on a lack of discipline. Hong repeated once more that he was a man. The chief was genuinely surprised, noting that Hong had a slender and elegant figure that could easily be mistaken for a girl's. However, after taking a closer look, the chief realized he had indeed made a mistake. Despite the correction, the chief continued to speak to Hong in a way that felt like he was still being teased. Hong reached his limit, looking at his own hands and thinking that these people were practically asking for their lives to be finished. Suddenly, Xiaoxi came running over, telling Red Brother that she had taken some wine from the guests and was quite enjoying it. Hong sighed, thinking that his inability to deal with these situations was his own fault for not having enough strength yet. He decided not to stay on the wrong path, as it would only lead to more frustration. The Zhu leader apologized again for the confusion regarding Hong's identity. Hong simply grabbed a drink and moved on, while Xiaoxi laughed, trying to maintain her own reputation. The guests were all confused by the strange group, wondering about the unusual characters that had arrived with Junlin. Junlin eventually walked up and told Xiaoxi it was time to get ready to leave because he was getting hungry. She agreed with her master immediately. As they prepared to go, the young master passed by, still feeling shaken and demanding some attention from his servants to calm his nerves. Hong watched the young master from a distance, noting how the man was constantly on edge. While standing behind a wall, Hong noticed a strange man following the young master. He immediately sensed a heavy curse radiating from the stranger and decided to stay back to see how this dramatic situation would unfold. The young gentleman sat back at the table, preoccupied with how he could win over the person he was interested in, but the girls around him told him his chances were slim. Suddenly, the mercenary who had been shadowing him launched a surprise attack. Terrified, the young master could only cover his face with his hands and shout something nonsensical about wanting a kiss in his panic. To everyone's surprise, the mercenary's sword shattered into tiny pieces upon impact. The mercenary realized he had miscalculated, suspecting the boy was protected by a high-level secret spatial barrier. He knew he had missed his best opportunity. The young master, regaining a bit of his bravado, called the mercenary a big dog and asked how he dared to cause trouble within the Zhu family estate. Guards quickly surrounded the attacker, declaring they would protect their young master. The mercenary realized he had to act fast before more people arrived. Even if it meant he could never be reborn, he felt he had no choice but to fight his way through. The young gentleman's arrogance only fueled the mercenary's rage. Moving like lightning, the assassin tore through the guards, finishing everyone in his path. He eventually reached his target, bypassed the young master's defenses, and managed to wound the boy's hand. The guards redoubled their efforts, shouting that an intruder had invaded their territory and needed to be finished off. During the struggle, the mercenary noticed a specific pattern on the young master's back, realizing he was connected to the west. The young master, confused and nursing his wound, asked the mercenary why he was being pursued so relentlessly when he hadn't even touched him. The mercenary ignored the plea, attacking again while shouting about a past grievance involving an orchid. He declared the young master had to die. Word quickly spread through the estate that an assassin was in the backyard, attempting to finish off Mr. Zhu's son. Junlin heard the commotion and asked Hong if he knew what was going on. Hong admitted he was only guessing, but suggested they go check it out together with Xiaoxi. However, Xiaoxi was currently more interested in her drink than the fight. Just as things looked dire, the chief of the Zhu family entered the fray, stopping the mercenary's sword with just 2 fingers. He asked how the man dared to interfere in Zhu family business, and if he had a message to deliver. The mercenary, struggling to breathe under the chief's pressure, was shocked by the man's overwhelming strength. He realized that if the chief hadn't intervened, he definitely would have finished the boy. The young master, still acting entitled, told the elder that the assassin was just a modern sick person and that he wouldn't have bothered with him anyway. He threatened that if the mercenary continued, he would personally make sure he was finished. The mercenary clarified that he wasn't claiming to be a saint, but he wanted everyone to listen carefully because he was standing by his actions and his identity. Guests gathered in the square to see what was happening, quickly realizing he was a well-known demonic swordsman. People whispered about his reputation, noting that his sword skills were incredibly accurate and that he followed no rules. If he disliked someone, he simply finished them. It was said that he had spent a long time traveling through Yunzhou, challenging and defeating strong opponents, but no one expected him to target the heir of the Zhu family. The leader was confused, wondering how a representative of the family could get tangled up with someone from the demonic world. The mercenary told him to be quiet, explaining that this was a personal matter. The young master claimed they had a deep feud, even though the mercenary was still trying to attack him in his final moments. The mercenary asked if the young master really didn't understand the depth of their conflict, specifically regarding what had happened to his younger sister. The young master seemed genuinely surprised to hear about a sister. The mercenary explained that his sister Hao had always been by his side. After some major life events, she had begun studying alchemy and planned to travel to see the legendary flowers in the sea. The mercenary had decided to go with her to focus on his sword art. However, a few months later, he found her broken jade bracelet and realized she had ended up in the city. After a desperate search, he discovered she had been kidnapped by the young master and the Zhu family. He pointed out that everyone knew the heir of the Zhu family was obsessed with women and practiced dark arts on Mount Laman, where many women had supposedly suffered. Since his sister was a talented cultivator, he was certain she had met a terrible end at the young master's hands. He had spent years training and looking for ways to break through spiritual barriers just to get his revenge. He admitted that he usually couldn't get close because the young master was always surrounded by strong servants. He had to hide and wait for the perfect moment, deciding that this feast, the time when the young master was most relaxed, was his best shot at success. Instead of showing remorse, the young master told the mercenary that he admired his animal-like strength. He then casually licked his lips and admitted he actually remembered the girl now. He noted that while he had forgotten most of the women he had encountered, her image stayed with him because she had a very attractive figure. He added that it was a shame her personality was so explosive, comparing her to a firework that would go off at any moment. The mercenary thought back to his sister, remembering how she used to tell him to put away his blade and just stay by her side. Young Master Zhu simply licked his fingers again and remarked that those were exactly the kind of women who attracted him the most. He explained that the harder they were to win over, the more satisfaction he felt when he succeeded. He continued by describing how much he still remembered her amazing figure, though her personality was as volatile as fireworks. He told the mercenary that taming a woman like that gave him a huge sense of achievement. He admitted that he had forced her into his quarters at the Immortals Tower. He described how she had fought and scolded him at first, but after he had his way, she was left crying and begging for him to stop. He claimed that the sound of her pleas was still clear in his mind. The young master boasted about how he had played with her for 3 days straight, until her spiritual power collapsed. Once he got bored, he finished her off by breaking her neck, calling it a merciful way to go. He even suggested that the mercenary should thank him for treating his sister so well. Driven to the point of madness by these words, the mercenary asked how such a monster was still allowed to breathe. He launched a desperate attack, but the elder stepped in and knocked him down from a distance. The elder dismissed the mercenary as a mere demonic cultivator and claimed his sister's life was worth nothing compared to the family heir, adding that serving as a cultivation tool was her way of making up for her low status. The mercenary shouted for them to shut up, refusing to let them compare his sister to a person he considered dirt. Young Master Zhu mocked him further, calling him a barking dog and saying his sister was lucky to have served him. He joked that since the mercenary had only scratched his hand, while he had done much more to the sister, the mercenary was the one overreacting. The mercenary lay on the ground, calling them all insane, but he was too broken to stand. Junlin watched the scene unfold, noticing the irony of the situation. A man who worked tirelessly to avenge his sister was labeled a demon, while a noble heir committed the most disgusting acts in secret while pretending to be part of a righteous sect. To Junlin, the whole thing felt like a dark joke. Suddenly, Junlin's system issued a new mission. He was tasked with protecting the mercenary, accepting him as a student, and convincing the Zhu family ancestor to personally finish off his own heir. In return, the ancestor would be grateful, and Junlin would receive a powerful new martial art along with 10 spiritual crystals. Junlin was happy about the reward but found the mission requirements completely wild. He realized he had to find a way to make an old man destroy his own grandson, and then act like he was doing him a favor. Just as young Master Zhu raised his sword to finish the mercenary, the young master swung his blade with full force, but Junlin simply blocked the strike with his bare hand. Young Master Zhu looked at Junlin in shock and demanded to know what he thought he was doing. The elder was also stunned, questioning if the Xuantian sect was actually trying to protect a demonic cultivator. He asked if Junlin realized he was on Zhu family land, and pointed out that his actions were a huge insult to their reputation. The elder then asked why Junlin was stopping their young master from finishing off a criminal. Junlin simply replied that he felt like it, and announced that he was taking the man on as his new apprentice. He warned them that if anyone tried to mess with the guy, they would have to deal with Junlin personally. The guests watched the scene with wide eyes, whispering that Junlin must be crazy for saying such a thing out loud. Even the mercenary Li stood up and told Junlin that since he was already famous throughout the eastern region, he shouldn't risk everything for just one person. Elder Zhu grew even angrier and told Junlin to think carefully, promising that if he left right then, they would act like the whole thing never happened. Li also begged Junlin to leave, expressing his gratitude and promising to repay the kindness in another life. Even Hong stayed back, sympathizing with Li but thinking it was foolish to risk everything for a stranger. Suddenly, Junlin turned to Hong and asked how long he was going to just stand there. He ordered him to come over immediately and protect his new younger brother. Hong was startled but agreed, though he secretly wondered what on earth his master was planning. Elder Zhu wasn't about to back down. He shouted that the two of them must think his family was an easy target. He unleashed a massive wave of energy that could be felt all the way to the edge of the city. Xiao Yao noticed that his own spiritual energy felt frozen by the pressure, and Xiaoxi quickly hid behind Hong in fear. Meanwhile, Junlin was actually hoping the old man would strike him soon. The mission wasn't finished yet, and he knew that facing a higher level opponent meant his rewards were guaranteed. Just as Elder Zhu prepared to move, he heard a strange sound. He wondered if another pseudo-immortal had arrived and assumed it was Junlin's backup plan. Junlin looked around, trying to spot the newcomer, while the elder barked out, asking who was there. At that moment, Junlin's presence shifted. He seemed to transform into a holy emperor, rising into the sky and looking down on everyone. He mocked the elder, questioning which venerable mentor thought they were so special. He pointed out that the elder had only just reached the pseudo-immortal stage and threw this banquet just to show off, only for someone stronger to show up and steal the spotlight. Suddenly, a man appeared and introduced himself as Dao Yuan from the Huazan sect. One of the warriors recognized the name, noting that Yuan was the strongest master in Huazan and the personal teacher of the Holy Sun. Rumors said the Holy Sun had been disabled and 18 elders had been finished off, so it was clear Yuan wasn't there to be friendly. Elder Zhu realized this wasn't an ally but another enemy for Junlin. He felt relieved, thinking Junlin had dug his own grave and that he wouldn't even have to lift a finger to see him finished. The elder told Yuan that Junlin was right behind him and encouraged him to settle his business. Yuan asked Elder Zhu if he really thought he needed permission to act, Junlin, showing no fear at all, simply gave Yuan the middle finger and told him he was right there, asking him exactly what he wanted to do about it. Hong was a bit surprised, wondering if his master truly understood the massive power gap between himself and a pseudo-immortal. Yuan, hearing Junlin's dismissive tone, grew even more furious and began to unleash his full power. Junlin, however, wasn't bothered at all. He mocked Yuan, asking why he was barking like a stray dog, or if he was just pretending to be one. Yuan completely lost his temper at the insult. Calling Junlin a little brat, he activated a glowing golden sphere and ordered him to die. Junlin noticed that the space around them had been locked, realizing the situation was getting intense. Even the Zhu family elder was worried, seeing that if that golden sphere exploded, the entire estate would be destroyed. He was frustrated that a newcomer might cause him so much trouble. Instead of running away, Junlin charged directly at the sphere to destroy it, determined to finish his mission right then. The guests watched in terror, shielded their eyes from the blinding light, and wondered what was happening. At that moment, the system notified Junlin that he was facing an early-stage pseudo-immortal. His passive ability kicked in, boosting his own strength to the middle stage of pseudo-immortality. Hong was shocked by the sudden change, feeling a pressure from his master that was even more terrifying than a demon from the deepest abyss. Junlin asked his opponent if that was really all he could do, joking that the attack wouldn't even scratch his nails. He launched a counterattack that left Yuan completely stunned. The guests were equally shocked to realize Junlin was actually a pseudo-immortal himself. The Zhu family leader couldn't believe it, and even Li feared for what might happen next. One guest noted that Junlin's arrogance was justified by his power, realizing Junlin had been hiding his true strength from everyone this whole time. Yuan was angry that Junlin had kept his high-level cultivation a secret, claiming he had disgraced all cultivators. Junlin jokingly insisted he was innocent, swearing to heaven that he had only recently broken through and was at a lower stage before the fight started. Yuan didn't believe him for a second, thinking Junlin was trying to play him for a fool. Junlin replied that he didn't really care what Yuan believed, but noted that Yuan was the only one slow enough to fall for it. Yuan declared he had never met anyone so bold and launched a solar annihilation seal attack. Junlin didn't even flinch. He just smiled and asked for a chance to prove his strength. The Zhu elder thought Junlin was just showing off and expected Yuan to crush him, but he was surprised when Junlin easily blocked every move. He suspected Junlin must be using a powerful protective artifact, since he didn't have a single scratch on him. Junlin started to get annoyed, telling Yuan to try harder. He bragged that his own physical strength was tougher than any sex defensive formation. He realized his unwavering tyrant technique was working perfectly, and he hadn't even pushed it to full power yet. Yuan then brought out a Holy Sun artifact made by top craftsmen, claiming that even late-stage pseudo-immortals had to be careful around it. He challenged Junlin to see if his body was truly stronger than this legendary weapon in a head-on clash. Junlin remained completely unfazed, telling Yuan that they would soon see just how far he could actually go. Yuan was livid, refusing to believe a single person could withstand his full power. Junlin, however, found the whole thing tedious, remarking that the noise was becoming quite annoying. To everyone's absolute horror, Junlin grabbed Yuan's massive attack with his bare hands, lifted him into the sky, and completely neutralized him with one simple movement. Watching from below, the Zhu elder shouted that Junlin must be an ancient beast disguised in a human body, noting that anyone else would have been turned into a pile of meat by now. Yuan was in total denial, unable to process how his ultimate move, designed to finish pseudo-immortals, couldn't even leave a mark on Junlin's skin. Junlin teased him, asking if he was jealous of his natural resilience, and called the holy artifact a broken toy before offering Yuan one more chance if he felt lucky. Yuan declared that this was the final straw, and that there would be war between them. He surged into the air, unleashing every bit of his energy for the feather-adorned art of ascension. Junlin couldn't help but make fun of the name, asking if it was something like flying chicken feathers. Yuan screamed for him to shut up and stop insulting his sect's secret technique as he launched another powerful assault. Junlin didn't even bother to dodge. He simply countered with the king's night seal. Suddenly, Yuan found himself overwhelmed by multiple attacks from above, struggling desperately to block them. Yuan admitted that Junlin was strong, but asked how he would handle his final move. Believing he could still win, he unleashed the 9 suns burn the sky technique, sacrificing 1,000 years of his own life to call forth the fiery power of the immortal realm. He vowed to make Junlin kneel in the heart of the sun and beg for mercy forever. The guests began to panic as the heat became unbearable, fearing that Yuan was going to burn everything to the ground. Junlin called Yuan a brat and told him to open his eyes because the show was over. He activated the 5-fold samsara of oblivion, spreading the technique across the entire estate. Yuan, completely desperate, threw even more fiery projectiles, declaring that only one of them would leave alive. Junlin just smiled, asking if he was really trying the same trick again. Yuan began to laugh hysterically, shouting that everything was a lie. He couldn't accept that after 3,000 years of persistent training, he couldn't defeat Junlin. He promised to wait for Junlin in the underworld, claiming he would eventually be consumed by heaven's wrath before he finally vanished. Hong watched the entire scene in disbelief, noting that the strongest pseudo-immortal in the eastern region had been driven completely insane by defeat. He wondered exactly how much power his master was still keeping under wraps. Junlin calmly took off his glasses, mentioning that the light was finally less dazzling and it was time to wrap up the quest. He descended to the ground and approached Elder Zhu. The elder, now completely humbled, told Junlin that his divine power was truly inspiring and expressed his deep admiration. He nervously asked if Junlin had any further instructions. Junlin looked at him and asked if he had any objections to his new disciple. The elder quickly replied that he wouldn't dream of objecting and begged for mercy. Junlin then pointed out that his new student, Li, had been humiliated and mistreated by the Zhu family. He asked if the elder agreed that, as a teacher, he should help his student get revenge. The elder immediately agreed that it was perfectly reasonable and justified, though he nervously wondered exactly what Junlin planned to do next. Junlin stated that his initial thought was to finish every member of the family right there. The elder was stunned and asked for clarification, unable to believe what he was hearing. Junlin calmly asked if the demand seemed like too much, noting that life for the people on the Jingjiang Islands had become incredibly difficult. He pointed out that many were dissatisfied with how the Zhu clan had been running things and asked how those problems were supposed to be fixed. Elder Zhu begged for the requirements to be lowered, mentioning that many in his clan were innocent. Junlin shot back that while the old man had only lost some followers, his disciple had lost his actual sister. He called the elder a heartless old man for showing no mercy until it was his own people on the line. The elder lowered his eyes, asking Junlin to look at him and his son, pleading for mercy and admitting he couldn't bear to lose his own child. Junlin turned around and told the elder to get up. He said that if he were to go his own way and show a bit of mercy, then the elder must at least remove the main cause of all these disasters. The old man realized what had to be done and agreed, stating he couldn't stand the situation any longer and would deal with the source of the trouble. He asked if Junlin was serious, knowing that wiping out the whole clan was a heavy burden, but that removing the specific culprit was a different matter. Elder Zhu then turned toward his own son, but instead of talking, he immediately fired a powerful electric beam. The young master was terrified, asking his father what he was doing and what was supposed to happen next. Junlin watched and told the old man it seemed like he was questioning his own assumptions, offering to help explain the situation if needed. The old man mentioned the saying that children don't teach their fathers, calling it an interesting thought. Junlin agreed, and the elder promised that Junlin would be satisfied with the outcome. Suddenly, the elder lunged at his son, grabbing him by the throat. Despite the young man's pleas, the elder held on until the very end, finishing his own heir to save the rest of the clan. Once it was over, the elder expressed his deep gratitude to Junlin for his kindness and generosity, thanking him on behalf of the entire family. Li, the mercenary, started laughing hysterically, seeing that those who acted like animals were finally punished. Junlin approached him and noted that while fate is often cruel, his enemies had finally been held accountable. He then asked Li if he was truly ready to become his disciple. Li fell to his knees in tears, declaring that he was ready to serve under Junlin's control. He stated that his destiny now belonged to the master and that he would do whatever was commanded of him. Junlin told him not to worry, welcoming him as a successful student. Junlin mused to himself that while the situation was intense, it had worked out miraculously. Since the initiation ceremony was complete, Junlin decided to give Li a new technique called the Mixed Heavenly Sword. As soon as Li received the ability, a flash of light appeared, and all the swords in the area were suddenly pulled toward him by the sheer force of the technique. Li looked at his hands in awe, realizing this was a true sword style that followed the way of heaven. He felt that every movement contained a will strong enough to crush the earth, making his previous skills look like nothing. He wondered again just how powerful this master truly was. Junlin told Li that he had been a bit too arrogant, but by granting him this art, he would truly be able to create his own destiny. Hong watched from the side with a bit of jealousy, noting how Li had gone from being a desperate outsider to a loyal follower in an instant. Hong felt his heart tremble at the power Junlin was displaying. He knew that one serious blow from his master could destroy the void itself. He mused that fate was like a dog. If you didn't stop playing with it, it would eventually burn you, and Junlin possessed a fire from the underworld that could turn even a broken sword into smoldering ash. Suddenly, Li began coughing and spitting out a dark liquid. Junlin explained that because Li had used so many forbidden secret techniques in the past, his body was on the verge of collapsing. His foundation had been heavily damaged by internal resistance, and it looked like he might have to give up hope of ever recovering. To fix this, Junlin handed him a glowing orb and told him to eat the medicinal elixir inside, promising he would feel changes he never expected. Li was confused. The medicine looked like a strange mushroom and seemed quite unusual. Junlin hoped the boy would trust him, noting that the elixir was infused with the smell of hatred for his country, which would help awaken the ancient demon blood hidden in his veins. Junlin told him that while there were harmful elements in his body making him feel weak, he shouldn't worry. Eating this dust-like elixir would set everything right. Li swallowed the pill and immediately transformed into a terrifying monster, projecting a surge of strength that shocked everyone present. However, Li turned to Junlin and admitted he felt incredibly tired. Junlin noticed that Li now carried a strange and ominous presence that caused concern for everyone nearby. This aura, related to practices affecting both body and mind, triggered feelings of fear and anxiety in the crowd. The system alerted Junlin that Lee was now fully exposed to demonic blood, which was causing aggressive and restless behavior. It warned that it was crucial to control Lee's actions to ensure everyone's safety. Hong was baffled, wondering what kind of technique Junlin had used to force a breakthrough from the initial fusion stage to the great stage all at once. Even though Hong had reached a high state of power in the central regions, he had never seen such a strange and abrupt increase in strength. Lee began laughing uncontrollably and started waving his sword around wildly. The other warriors were terrified. They could see he was at the fusion stage, but the power he was releasing was far beyond that. They feared they wouldn't even be able to survive a single blow from him. Junlin watched the scene and noted that activating the blood force was like giving wings to a tiger. Suddenly, Lee turned and flew toward Junlin with an attack. Junlin stood perfectly still, calmly telling his new disciple to find his true destiny and awaken to the great path. Even though Junlin saw that his future student was trying to harm him, he decided to teach him a lesson by using the Heavenly Emperor's technique. However, Junlin realized there was no need to push further because his student was only at the fusion stage, yet was already capable of holding his own. Junlin felt that overcoming such boundaries was a power that shouldn't be underestimated. After the confrontation, the master looked at him and said that Lee had finished his task. He admitted he was worried that his student, with his current strength, wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. Junlin then urged him to wake up and focus immediately. It wasn't the right time for overthinking. Lee tried several ways to break through his master's defense, but eventually started to run out of energy. Once Lee regained his senses, he asked what had just happened to him, feeling as though he had lost control of himself. His entire body was filled with helplessness and fear, and he couldn't believe he had dared to act so disrespectfully. He felt he had to face the consequences for his actions. Junlin walked over and told him they would now see if anything had changed since the last time. Lee thought it was impossible, but after looking closely, he was thrilled to see that his level had actually increased. Junlin noticed that Lee's personal path remained the core of his strength and was becoming even tougher, almost like it had been tempered like iron. Lee knelt down and expressed his deep gratitude to his teacher. Junlin explained that Lee had just activated his special inner power, which provides incredible strength but can't be sustained for long. He advised him to learn how to keep it in balance, and Lee promised to remember those instructions. Elder Ju started laughing and congratulated Junlin on finding such an excellent student. He suggested they have a drink to celebrate their lucky day. Junlin was a bit surprised and asked if that would interfere with the main event, since the feast was supposed to be in his honor for successfully handling the recent crisis. The elder told him not to worry because the joy was only growing. However, people nearby were gossiping about how the elder from the Zhu family had just taken out 2 of his own men and was now acting very humble toward Mr. Lunlin. They couldn't believe how much things had changed. Hong heard these whispers and realized that in this world the powerful are the ones who make the rules. He saw how this man was able to force the elder to eliminate his own people and still have the elder feel grateful to the point of tears. He realized he needed to get stronger himself or he would always be under someone else's control. Junlin agreed that the matter was settled and told the Zhu family they could keep celebrating. He then told Hong to grab his little sister because they were heading out. Hong told his master that he understood and would get it done. Before they left, Senior Zhu told Junlin to visit them whenever he had time, saying it was a great honor for the Zhu family to welcome them. However, Senior Zhu also got frustrated, mentioning it was a shame that such a big celebration was cut short. Suddenly, one of the guys called out to the master and said he had finally found the young master's hand. The boy asked where the young master was, but Elder Zhu told him to just throw that hand into the backyard for the animals. He then yelled at everyone else to leave, announcing that the party was officially canceled. At that moment, Lee was on the ship and felt like he was in a dream while traveling on a divine beast. Not only had he settled the score for Xiaofei, but he had also become a student of Master Junlin. He thought about how Hong was just as beautiful as the rumors claimed and figured he should go say hello now that he was a student. Lee approached and mentioned that his senior sister was not only talented, but also incredibly beautiful. He said he looked forward to learning a lot from her during his studies. Hong saw him coming again and wondered why men always acted this way. Originally, the master was annoyed after he had finished the Great Yuan. Now that he had taken on a student with such a high level, Hong felt it was getting harder to turn the situation around. Lee noticed Hong walking away and asked if he had said something wrong. But Xiaoxi came up and explained that people always get the older brother's gender confused. She mentioned that he really disliked it when people got his gender wrong. Xiaoxi realized she hadn't introduced herself yet, so Lee introduced himself as the teacher's new student from the Zhu house. Lee thanked her for the info and realized that was why Hong ignored all the men trying to impress him. It turned out he was a man as well. Lee felt like he had made a classic mistake. Xiaoxi told him that now he understood, and that was what mattered most. She added that it was a huge taboo for their older brother Hong. Lee remarked that, as expected, the teacher was surrounded by unique people, including a handsome man and a cute Xiaoxi sister. She replied that she actually wanted to be like her older brothers, but was stuck stuck in a body that was half mouse and half human. She admitted that she sometimes caused problems for the teacher because of this. Lee told his sister that she didn't choose this form and that he actually thought she was quite charming and unique. He mentioned that if it was a transformation issue, he had found a secret technique during his travels in the eastern region that might help her return to human form completely. He offered it to her if she was interested. Xiaoxi was delighted and said if it worked, she wouldn't be a burden to the teacher anymore. She excitedly told the teacher that she might be able to fully return to her human form. Junlin was surprised and joked that if that happened, he would miss her soft, fluffy head. She told the teacher not to worry because she would be able to change shapes whenever she wanted, and she could look however the teacher preferred. She then asked if they were really going back to the sect right now. Junlin was surprised by the question and said they definitely weren't going back yet. He wanted to show off his cool mount everywhere and ordered Kunpeng to speed up. After Kunpeng had been flying for several months, many people in the eastern region were shocked to hear about what happened at the Zhu family banquet, and the mystery surrounding Lord Yuan only grew. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of Kanzhou, the great Zhu dynasty was in the middle of a massive struggle. A fierce conflict was happening where warriors were fighting off monsters that had invaded their land. The warriors were determined to hold their ground at all costs. Just then, Li looked down from the ship and told the teacher that creatures were attacking below. However, Junlin was busy playing a game of dominoes. Hong wondered how someone could be so bold as to ignore all the rules of the game to win instantly. He thought he had never met someone so shameless. Suddenly, Junlin told Hong he was too weak and had already lost, even though Junlin was barely using a fraction of his effort. Hong argued that to use a siege machine you needed a platform, and its movement was limited, something even a child would know. Junlin countered that it was a hammer thrower, not a siege cannon, and asked if that didn't work. He then joked about flying away with the mortar, making Hong feel like Junlin was the one breaking all the rules. Junlin noticed the look on his student's face and asked if he doubted his strategic skills. Hong quickly said he wouldn't dare. Junlin then turned to Xiaoxi and asked for her opinion. She told the teacher he was the strongest, which made Hong realize that Xiaoxi really knew how to use flattery. Then Junlin asked Li what he had mentioned earlier. Li repeated that a group of monsters was attacking the city below and the situation was desperate. Junlin remembered hearing that these creatures were from an ancient forbidden land called Mingyuan in the eastern region. He knew that place was home to many dark races. Legend said that in ancient times these creatures tried to invade the world, but humans and masters joined forces to push them back. After their defeat, a long truce began where both sides left each other alone. Junlin wondered if the demons invading again meant the centuries-old peace was over. Sensing that there was more to the story, Junlin told the boys that since they were there, they should go down and see what was really happening. The warriors below were starting to lose hope because their strongest general had just been taken out. They felt it was impossible to win and were ready to give up. One of the lead monsters appeared behind the group and told them to stop resisting. He claimed that taking the city was just the start and that his clan would soon destroy the entire empire. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck, taking out several monsters at once. Wang Hua appeared and told them to be quiet because they would never reach their goal. She charged toward the lead monster on her cat, but he just laughed at her. He used a powerful move to knock her down from a distance. The warriors became even more worried when they saw their commander fall. The lead monster called them insignificant and told them to kneel. Wang Hua replied that she was a commander appointed by the emperor himself and represented the dignity of the great Zhou. She refused to kneel before a beast and told him to go ahead and attack if he wanted to finish her. The monster agreed and said he would grant her wish, then display her as an example while his people took over the empire. Suddenly, the sky opened up and a massive creature appeared. The lead monster was shocked and asked what was happening, but Junlin's beast didn't give them a chance to react and immediately began clearing the area by swallowing everything in sight. The lead monster couldn't help himself and ended up going after his own follower. The warriors looked around in shock, wondering if the spirits of the demon clans had actually been eaten, or if they were just seeing things. Wang Hua suggested that a divine beast had come down from the heavens to protect their great Zhou dynasty. However, she noticed a man sitting on the back of the creature, which meant it belonged to someone. She realized a powerful master from the human clan had come to help them, though she wasn't sure how to address him or where he was from. Junlin introduced himself as being from the Xuantian sect and asked who was in charge. Hua immediately wondered if this was the same Junlin she had heard so much about recently, the one rumored to have challenged the top immortal sect of the Eastern Domain. She felt incredibly lucky that the great Zhou dynasty was receiving such help at a time like this. Hua introduced herself as the commander of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry and welcomed the respected elders. Junlin asked which imperial house ruled this land and why the demon clan was attacking. Hua explained that this was the great Zhou dynasty's territory, but she didn't know the exact reason for the attack. She mentioned that, based on information from a fallen demon general, the enemy was planning an even larger assault that would lead to a fierce battle. Junlin found it strange that creatures from the dark abyss were attacking human kingdoms so openly, wondering if they weren't afraid of a human counterattack. Lee noted that while these demons preferred dark, damp places, it was unclear what they would gain by taking over this land. Hong cut in, suggesting they shouldn't overthink it and should just destroy the enemies if they showed up. Hua addressed Hong as a respected figure and asked if they had come to help the great Zhou dynasty overcome this crisis. On behalf of everyone in Zhou, she expressed deep gratitude for their kindness. Lee realized that his senior brother had a natural talent for causing misunderstandings, and the more he disliked a situation, the more it seemed to happen. Junlin also sensed that this wasn't a random event, and that the sudden appearance of millions of dark creatures was no accident. Suddenly, Junlin's system alerted him that a new task was active. He needed to defeat the ghost army invading the empire to earn rewards. Junlin decided it was time for a mission and planned to use this place as a temporary base to find more clues. He announced that since these outsiders were causing chaos and hurting innocent people, he couldn't just stand by. He told them to let everyone know he was intervening. Hua was thrilled and thanked him, saying the empire would never forget his kindness. Lee cheered for his teacher's wisdom, but Hong felt that Junlin was getting too involved in other people's problems. Junlin didn't waste any time and asked to be taken to their leader. Hua agreed and led them to the military headquarters near the capital. Inside the tent, the leaders were discussing their defense. One commander reported that ghost units had broken through their lines and were heading straight for the capital. There were even reports of powerful phantom generals and a possible high-level commander among them. Another commander wondered if there was something valuable in the empire attracting the ghost's attention. The prince admitted that he didn't know anything specific. He told his team not to worry about that for now and focused on resisting the invasion. He emphasized that if they couldn't hold the line, they needed to evacuate as many civilians as possible, because there was always hope as long as people survive. A soldier arrived with news, and the prince worried the ghosts were using more exhaustion tactics. He felt overwhelmed because his 40,000 soldiers were exhausted, while the enemy had 800,000. He wondered how they could possibly win. Looking at the sky, the soldiers were frightened by the strange creature appearing over the empire and prepared for a fight. The prince told them not to attack because he recognized the creature as the divine Kunpeng and saw Commander Hua was with it. The commander was amazed that Hua was controlling such a beast. Hua landed and introduced Lord Junlin, explaining he was there to help fight the ghost army. The prince recognized the name as the famous master from the Xuantian sect and asked if he really controlled the creature. Hua whispered to the prince to be careful with his words, noting that Junlin was actually very kind despite the rumors. The prince welcomed the respected guest, acknowledging that his people were still caught up in old stories about Junlin's past battles. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed, saying they were surrounded by 800,000 ghosts and should surrender. The prince drew his sword, calling the ghosts arrogant. Junlin sent his students into the fight, ordering them to handle the situation. The students agreed and charged toward the enemy. The local warriors were amazed that only 2 people were brave enough to take on such a massive army. The monsters thought it was funny that they needed so much force to take over a human kingdom, though they knew these empires sometimes had a bit of luck on their side. One green monster said that since the Shadow World tribes were uniting, their ghost race had to take the lead for their own survival. A purple monster agreed, saying the fall of this world was inevitable and that controlling the eastern region would give them more power. Seeing the humans approaching, the lead demons told their followers to stay quiet so they wouldn't scare their food away. Lee looked at the massive number of enemies and admitted that in the past, he wouldn't have had the courage to face them. Now, however, he felt confident fighting alongside his talented senior brother. Lee told Hong that his own sword skills weren't the best yet, so he would go first. He charged into the crowd using his sword technique. The enemy leader ordered his monsters to capture the human. Hong saw them advancing and attacked from a distance with golden flames. The monsters tried to fight the fire, but it wouldn't go out, and they were defeated instantly. Lee complimented Hong's abilities, and Hong suggested they finish the job quickly so no one would make fun of them. Hong wanted to prove that he was still the strongest senior brother. The commanders watching from the castle were impressed by the display of power. The prince realized the rumors about the white-haired master students were true after seeing how many enemies they took out in an instant. One monster asked who these defenders were. Another said it didn't matter because no one could stop their plan, and he ordered a full attack. Hong was ready and released more flames, but the monsters opened a portal to bring in even more reinforcements. Hong noticed a very powerful presence among the new arrivals, a high-level commander. The monsters realized these 2 humans were actually quite strong. One monster with a spear stepped forward, telling his boss he didn't need to get involved. He claimed he could easily crush the 2 humans himself and lunged at them, telling Lee to prepare for the end. Lee launched his attack first, but the monster who blocked it claimed he didn't feel a thing. In fact, the demon mockingly thanked him, saying the strike actually helped him improve his skills. The leaders watching the clash were stunned, wondering how such a thing was even possible and what could have caused it. The prince was also impressed, noting that all of Master Junlin's students were incredibly powerful. Lee was energized by their praise and flew back into the fight, eager to show off a new technique. He targeted the strongest enemies using his early-stage transition powers, but a monster at the peak of that level blocked his path. The demon told him that the only reason a previous elder had been defeated was that he had underestimated the boy. He asked if if Lee really thought he could stand against so many high-level opponents. The monsters swarmed him, hoping to finish him off quickly. Lee started to feel nervous, realizing he might have overestimated himself. He considered using his hidden mad demon power, but then he saw Hong coming to his aid with a powerful jade flame. The monsters were caught off guard by the heat, though one managed to escape. He lunged toward Hong, shouting that he would take her life. Using his own strength, the monster freed his comrades and prepared for a final strike. Lee admitted that a peak-level transition fighter was no joke. The monster laughed, saying it was too late for them to be afraid and that they were both about to die. When Lee heard the monster call Hong a stinking woman, he knew the enemy was in trouble. Hong was already prepared to strike, and Lee whispered that the monsters were as good as dead. Hong declared that they would all pay the ultimate price and released a soul-consuming black flame. The monsters were terrified by the intensity of the power. One blue monster tried to warn the others, but it was too late. Hong was so insulted by the demon's words that he was determined to end the fight right then and there. The blue monster couldn't believe he had been hit so easily. Hong looked at the remaining enemies and called them nothing more than ants. Lee thought to himself that when Hong was angry, he was practically invincible. He felt lucky to be on the same side as the master's top student, knowing Hong could take down anyone in his way. Hong looked over at his younger brother, who was simply pointing at the destruction, and wondered if he had overreacted. The boys eventually returned to Junlin, and Hong reported that the 800,000 enemies had been taken care of. Lee was worried because the teacher didn't say anything at first, thinking Junlin might be unhappy. Xiaoxi walked up and tapped Junlin to wake him up. Junlin blinked and asked if the fight was over yet. Hong was frustrated, realizing they had been fighting for their lives while Junlin was taking a nap on the battlefield. Junlin told them they did a great job and to keep up the good work. The prince approached Junlin with great respect, thanking him for saving the empire. Junlin brushed it off as a small favor but mentioned his students were tired. He suggested the empire treat them to something nice. The prince agreed immediately, promising to host a grand banquet in their honor at the capital. They headed to the Hall of Heavenly Light, where the prince informed Junlin that his father, the emperor, wanted to see him before the party started. Junlin noticed the old man stayed inside, thinking he was quite confident to make a guest come to him. However, the emperor apologized, explaining that his poor health prevented him from meeting them outside. Junlin sensed a powerful energy coming from him and realized it was the national luck. The emperor was at the peak of his power level but was clearly struggling. Junlin remembered that in this world, empires have a mystical force called national luck that helps with healing and training, fueled by the lives of the people. It seemed the emperor was using this force just to stay alive. The emperor felt embarrassed to have the master see him in such a weak state, while also wondering why he couldn't sense Junlin's power level. He questioned whether Junlin was using a trick or if he was truly a master. Junlin asked what had happened to cause all this trouble. The emperor explained that the demons had attacked for no apparent reason. While some officials thought the demons wanted a secret treasure in the palace, the emperor didn't know of any such treasure. He revealed that his injuries came from a mysterious, incredibly powerful man who had attacked his family's ancestral tomb. The emperor had been forced to use the empire's national luck just to drive the intruder away. He noted that the man seemed stronger than him, but acted very cautiously, eventually leaving as if he were afraid of something. Shortly after that, the demon invasion began. Junlin suspected the demons were actually working for that mysterious man to take the tomb. He wondered why the man had retreated and what could be so valuable in the tomb. He found the whole mystery quite interesting, especially since he usually just liked to relax and enjoy his powers. Lee listened intently, realizing the situation sounded like rumors he had heard back in the central region. Junlin asked the emperor if he could visit the ancestral tomb. The prince stepped in, explaining that it was a sacred resting place and might be dangerous. He suggested that since Junlin had already done so much, he should just enjoy the imperial dinner instead. The emperor also declined the request, but told Junlin he could take anything he wanted from the imperial treasury as a thank you gift. Junlin didn't press the issue, knowing his mission wasn't finished yet and deciding to wait and see what happened next. The prince led everyone to the table. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's palace, the king was enjoying a drink and celebrating his potential rise to power. He believed that if he conquered the empire, his reputation among the demons would be unmatched. He was waiting for news from his generals, especially since he was wary of the emperor's national luck. A servant approached, and the king called him useless, asking why he was still there. The servant explained he was greeting a messenger. The king complained that while others were preparing for war, he felt like they were just hiding. The servant defended his actions, saying he had sent a massive army to force the emperor to fight. The king called him a fool and revealed that the entire 800,000-man army had been destroyed near the capital without the emperor even lifting a finger. The servant was shocked, pointing out that the army had many high-level demons. He couldn't believe a passing traveler, known as Master Junlin, had wiped them out. The servant grew worried, but the king warned him not to be overconfident. He gave the servant a special dark essence to help him take over the empire, warning him not to fail again. The servant promised to succeed and led a new group of monsters toward the human lands. Back at the palace banquet, everyone was celebrating. Lee was enjoying the strong wine and food, but the prince noticed Hong wasn't eating. Junlin joked that Hong was on a diet. The prince praised Hong's discipline, which only made Hong more annoyed. He wasn't on a diet, he just thought it was beneath a high-level cultivator to focus on food. The prince then suggested that if Hong wouldn't eat, he should at least enjoy the music. Suddenly, the top musician of the eastern region, Nangguang Chongfeng, entered entered the room. He introduced himself and said he was happy to meet everyone. The prince explained that this man was considered the greatest musician in the region. He noted that Nangguang's music wasn't just beautiful to listen to, it carried deep wisdom that could even help people with their spiritual training. The prince shared a story about an aging master who reached a new level of power just by listening to a performance. He then invited the master to begin. The musician picked up his instrument and started playing right away. However, mid-performance, Nangguang turned to the prince and told him that he shouldn't be invited anymore if people were going to fall asleep while he played, as it made him look bad. The prince grew worried and asked Master Junlin if he found the music unsatisfying. Junlin honestly replied that it was just an average performance. When Nangguang heard this, he told Junlin to be quiet, calling him a rude person who didn't understand art at all. Li became angry, drawing his sword and yelling at the old man for insulting his teacher. He told the musician he was asking for trouble. The prince tried to calm everyone down, explaining to Master Junlin that Nangguang was just very direct and didn't mean any harm, but Nangguang was even more offended now, calling Junlin a violent person who couldn't appreciate the skill required to play. He demanded to know why Junlin called his playing mediocre. The prince could only hope that Nangguang would manage to leave without a major conflict. Starting, Li looked to his teacher for a reaction, but Junlin just turned his head. Suddenly, a notification from his system appeared, giving him an optional task. It suggested that if he had Nangguang executed, he would get some spiritual crystals. Junlin decided that wasn't a good move since the reward was small and it would ruin his reputation. Instead, he saw a second option that could help his Mount Kunpeng grow even stronger. Junlin spoke up and asked if playing a tune was really that hard, noting that he had hands and could do it himself. Nangguang was outraged, asking how he dared to say that when Nangguang had studied for thousands of years. The prince added that every profession has its masters, and it wasn't as simple as just having hands. Li jumped in to support his teacher, agreeing that having hands was the main requirement. Nangguang shouted at Junlin to prove it, offering him a special instrument to play. He mocked Junlin, saying that even a pig wouldn't be able to play as well as he claimed. He insisted that someone who only knew how to fight couldn't understand music. The prince was terrified that Junlin would lose his patience and start a fight right there. Junlin picked up the instrument and mentioned that he had been a creative person in his past life, so playing would be easy. Plus, his system informed him that his master-level skills were already at the absolute peak of perfection. When Junlin asked the system about Nangguang's skill, it told him the old man was only at a basic level of mastery. The old man told Junlin to hurry up and stop wasting time. The prince prepared to intervene to save Nangguang from a potential disaster. Junlin decided to play an old melody called Power Over the World. As soon as he touched the instrument with his energy, the music filled the room. Hong was amazed by how magnificent the melody sounded, realizing it was a level of skill that no one in the central region could match. Nangguang was speechless, wondering how such a sound was even possible. Li shouted that the music was incredible and that he could feel a deep emotional storm inside his heart. Junlin started playing even faster, letting the energy flow through everyone. Hong suddenly realized her power level was shooting up through the various stages of transition. She was stunned to find herself just one step away from a major breakthrough. Li also felt the boost and called for more energy, as he had been dreaming of this for a long time. Others in the room noticed that people were jumping from the unification level straight to the transition level. The prince realized that Junlin wasn't just a master, he was like a legendary immortal. The music was so powerful that it echoed throughout the city. Soldiers outside noticed their old battle wounds were completely healing just from hearing the sound. Others felt their spirits transforming and called it a miracle from heaven. Meanwhile, outside the capital, the demon leaders were planning a night of chaos. Suddenly, they saw a bright light and heard a sound so loud it felt like it was tearing them apart. The monsters cried out for their king to save them, realizing they were facing someone with a massive amount of power. One monster told the king they should retreat, but the elder leader refused. He was determined to find out who this mysterious opponent was, no matter the cost. The elder felt his own power increasing from the music, moving up to a late stage of transition. He thought the music couldn't affect him anymore and began attacking the city from afar, swearing that the capital would fall. Junlin kept playing and released a bright light spirit that surrounded the entire area, pulling it out of the darkness. People watched in awe as the sun, moon, and stars all seemed to shine at once, a legendary sign of a heavenly blessing. The lead monster was confused by what was happening until he was suddenly hit by a powerful attack from behind. He didn't even have time to react to the pain. He yelled for whoever did it to come out and face him. However, the monster couldn't handle the sheer energy of the music and slowly vanished in flames. By the time Junlin finished the melody, the threat was gone. He asked the boys what they thought of his performance. His system then congratulated him for defeating the demon army and gave him a rare 5 elements reward. Junlin was shocked, wondering when he had managed to beat an entire army. The system professionally explained that the sounds of his music had wiped out the invaders. Junlin was pleased, knowing the reward would would perfectly help his main technique. His sister ran up to him, exclaiming that the music was incredible and that her teacher was truly amazing. Junlin pointed out that having hands was clearly the most important factor, and Nangong immediately agreed. The musician fell to his knees, admitting that Junlin was right and describing the performance as a magnificent divine melody. He confessed that he hadn't realized how arrogant he was being when he called Junlin rude or ignorant of music theory. He felt so ashamed that he even said he deserved the worst for his behavior. The prince tried to address Nangong as a great master, but the old man refused the title. He insisted he wasn't worthy and that Junlin was the only one who rightfully deserved to be called a master, while he himself was just a clown. At that moment, Junlin's system notified him that the task was complete, rewarding him with 10 bags of high-quality pet food. The prince then asked Junlin how they should handle the musician. Junlin, having finished the mission, simply told the man to go back and study harder. Lee ran up to the teacher, excitedly sharing that the music had helped him reach the state of great rebirth. Junlin was surprised but pleased by his student's progress. He recognized that reaching the stage of the Great Migration and moving toward immortality was a rare feat. The prince was also thrilled, noting that his father, the emperor, had made an incredible breakthrough. He believed that with the emperor becoming a void immortal and receiving the blessing of the state's fortune, their dynasty's position would be stronger than ever. The emperor bowed deeply to Junlin, thanking him on behalf of all his subjects for the divine melody that had blessed the entire kingdom. The prince was stunned to see his father, a powerful ruler who had overcome the heavenly trials, humble himself so much. He realized just how much power Junlin must truly possess. Junlin told the emperor to stand up, noting that overcoming the trials was the emperor's own achievement. However, the emperor insisted that it was only because of Junlin's music that the kingdom's destiny had flourished so much. He felt he had simply struggled through an opportunity Junlin provided. The emperor promised that whatever Junlin needed, the dynasty would provide it without hesitation. Junlin took him up on the offer and asked to see the family tomb. The emperor agreed and led the way. Inside the tunnel, the emperor mentioned that besides some treasures that might attract thieves, there wasn't much to see. They eventually reached the end of the tomb, and Junlin didn't see anything unusual at first. However, Hong used his powers to reveal a hidden door to another world, which was held shut by massive chains. The emperor was shocked, having had no idea such a thing existed in his own family's tomb. Junlin noticed the door looked beautiful but seemed like an illusion that couldn't be touched. Xiaoxi realized the star door was real but hadn't fully materialized in their world yet. Activating it would likely require a significant sacrifice. Junlin asked how long the empire had existed, and the emperor replied it had been 1,200,000 years, making it one of the few dynasties to last over 1,000,000 years. Junlin asked about other powers, and the emperor explained that dozens of states had existed before them, many of which were now forgotten. Junlin realized the door belonged to an even more ancient era and had likely been forgotten through history. The family had simply built their tomb there by chance, believing the location brought good luck. Junlin asked Hong if he knew anything about the door. Hong admitted he had only heard rumors and had opened it by chance. He explained that in ancient times there were many teleportation points that let people travel throughout the universe, but the great ancestors had sealed them off for unknown reasons. Lee joined in, confirming the door's purpose. The prince wondered if the childhood legends were true, that their world was just one of many stars scattered across space. The emperor added that while cultivators used to travel freely once they reached a certain level, an invisible force eventually restricted them to their own world. The only way out now was to become a true immortal and ascend. The prince was excited, thinking the door would allow their empire to expand its territory into the universe. The emperor agreed, feeling that with their current strength, conquering other worlds was only a matter of time. However, Junlin told them they were being foolish. He asked if they were really sure they were strong enough to expand, or if they would just end up being captured by alien races. He reminded them that the ancestors likely had a good reason for sealing the doors. He also pointed out that they couldn't even control their own region yet, and were already dreaming of invading others, comparing their ambition to a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The emperor admitted Junlin was right, and that they had been overconfident. Junlin then asked if they even knew how to open the door, but the emperor had no answer. Junlin told them to keep trying, but noted that as long as the door existed, the empire still had a future. Lee remarked that if that were the case, the dark creatures from the abyss were even worse for betraying their world to serve aliens. Junlin was now most interested in what had happened to their world in the past. He suspected this wasn't the only star door in the region, and that parallel universe travel was a reality. Lee was also curious, hoping that ascending to the immortal world might provide some answers. Xiaoxi hoped to follow Junlin when he eventually ascended, but Hong warned that the immortal world was even more cruel than their own, with the strong preying on the weak. Hong remembered that when he had reached immortality himself, he chose to stay behind to settle old scores rather than ascend immediately. He knew that in the immortal world, a top-tier cultivator from their world would have to start at the very bottom of a strict hierarchy. Unless someone had a powerful family waiting for them, the transition was incredibly difficult. He feared that if he rose too quickly, his enemies would find and finish him. He explained that becoming immortal and ascending wasn't as simple as people thought, and it wasn't just about training hard. Lee asked if Junlin meant that effort alone wasn't enough to guarantee success. When Junlin arrived home, he saw that the first wave of attacks from Minuan had already started. He suspected other regions in the east would soon be targeted as well, and eventually, all 4 major regions could be pulled into the conflict. Junlin decided he would take on this threat himself to protect Kun. Suddenly, he reached for his glasses, realizing he had almost forgotten something important, and showed his student a special gift. Xiaoxi noticed how good it smelled and asked if she could try some. Junlin explained that it was actually pet food. Xiaoxi told him that since she was a Xiaoxi and considered herself the teacher's pet, she should be allowed to have it, immediately transforming into her Xiaoxi form. Junlin sighed and handed her the bag as a snack. She thanked him happily and started eating. Hong watched this and felt annoyed. He grumbled to himself that the little Xiaoxi never focused on training and only thought about food, much like their other companion Li. He felt it was a waste for such a great immortal essence to be spent on something so trivial. However, as soon as Xiaoxi tasted the food, she felt a powerful flame ignite within her. Hong watched in shock as she reached perfection in her current stage and immediately made another breakthrough. Xiaoxi was thrilled, telling the teacher the treats were delicious and wondering how she had leveled up so fast. Junlin was also stunned that a single bag of top-quality feed could push someone from the early Hashin stage all the way to the initial Da Chang level. He wondered if eating a few more bags would make someone immortal instantly. Li began shouting in disbelief, noting that his sister had caught up to his level in the blink of an eye. Hong realized the food was the secret behind the sudden power boost and began to wonder just what kind of high-level treasures Junlin possessed. Junlin asked Xiaoxi if she wanted more and she eagerly agreed. He threw a few more packs her way, happy that she enjoyed them. He didn't forget about his Mount Kunpeng either, noting that he had been working hard and deserved some treats too. Xiaoxi shared some with Kunpeng, who also saw his strength reach its limit. Li was amazed again, seeing Kunpeng jump from the initial stage of Dain to perfection in seconds. He thought his teacher was truly beyond comprehension. Hong, however, felt that this way of gaining power was unfair to those who worked hard. He tried to convince himself that it was morally wrong and likely had bad side effects. He told himself that even if he were offered some, he wouldn't touch it. Junlin noticed that after 3 packets, the effect on Xiaoxi began to weaken, only pushing her into the late stage. It seemed the benefits decreased with repeated use. Meanwhile, Hong was hiding behind a tree, watching Xiaoxi out of the corner of his eye. He eventually called her over. Xiaoxi was surprised that the elder brother wanted to speak with her and asked how she could help. Hong told her that the food the teacher gave her was actually poisonous. Xiaoxi didn't believe him, arguing that the teacher would never hurt her and that the food had clearly made her stronger. Hong argued that everything has 2 sides. He claimed that, while an elixir might increase a person's level, it also poisons their internal systems. He told her the food was just forcing her to grow too fast, like pulling on a plant to make it taller, and warned that toxins were likely building up in her body. He suggested that continuing to eat it would be like slow suicide. Xiaoxi insisted she felt great and wasn't worried since the teacher had provided it. To prove his point, Hong used his powers to check her condition. He was shocked to find that her internal foundation was perfectly safe and incredibly strong. In fact, her body was filled with pure spiritual energy that was circulating freely. It was more effective than any elixir he had ever seen. Xiaoxi asked if she could go since she was fine, but Hong told her to leave the treats behind. He claimed he was only taking them for her own safety. Despite Xiaoxi's protests, Hong took the bag from her. He saw her start to cry and told her to hold back her tears and go look after the teacher without mentioning what had happened. Xiaoxi didn't dare argue and left. Hong smiled to himself, thinking he was finally ready to make a breakthrough of his own. He lifted the bag and started eating, finding the treats very tasty. Suddenly, his stomach felt like it was about to burst. He felt a massive surge of energy that seemed to be raging out of control. He worried his body would be destroyed and wondered why Xiaoxi had been fine while he was suffering. He realized he might have made a huge mistake. Suddenly, a massive cloud of smoke erupted, and the force of his own internal gas sent Hong flying into the sky. Junlin was confused, wondering why Hong had suddenly launched into the air. Li noticed a surprisingly pleasant smell in the air. Junlin asked Xiaoxi if she was okay, but she just bowed her head silently. Junlin sensed something was wrong just then. Hong crashed back down to the ground. Junlin asked him what he had done, but Hong just bowed at his teacher's feet in shame. Junlin demanded an answer, and Hong finally admitted his mistake. He apologized for his selfish behavior, admitting he couldn't resist the delicious treats. Xiaoxi chimed in, saying she had given them to him because the elder brother wanted to try them too. Junlin noted that while he understood Hong's desire to get stronger, taking treats from his younger sister was wrong. Hong tried to apologize again, but he suddenly felt sick and was launched into the air by another explosion of gas. Junlin yelled at him to stop making excuses and come back for his punishment. Hong realized his plan to sneak some extra power had backfired completely. He felt lucky his old enemies weren't there to see such an embarrassing moment. Down in the city, people looked up at the sky. Some saw a beautiful figure in the air making strange noises. One girl thought it sounded like her sister's flatulence, but others dismissed that as nonsense. consequence. They believed a heavenly maiden was releasing pure energy as a blessing for their village and encouraged everyone to breathe in the heavenly power. After the situation settled, Hong informed the teacher that he had finished purifying his internal energy and was ready for his punishment. Junlin acknowledged that his student's pride had gotten the better of him, so as a consequence, Hong was ordered to serve as Xiaoxi's assistant for the next 3 months, doing whatever she requested. Hong was horrified at the thought of being a servant to Xiaoxi, but he bowed and thanked the teacher for his mercy nonetheless. 3 months later, in the eastern region near the city of Wu, a Dragon Gate flying ship soared through the clouds. Passengers were buzzing with excitement because the Poison King's Valley was about to open, a rare opportunity no one wanted to miss. They discussed the legends of the valley's owner, Yao Zun, who was a legendary healer and highly respected among ancient cultivators. Rumors suggested he had planted priceless medicinal herbs there and installed a massive spiritual energy gathering formation. People claimed that even the most common herb from that valley would be worth fighting over in the outside world. Because the valley only opens once every 10,000 years for a limited time, entry is strictly regulated. The competition was expected to be brutal. The newer cultivators at the foundation level realized they would likely be stuck outside while the high-level masters occupied the very important person areas. Some mentioned that even powerful leaders at the fusion stage were expected to attend. Suddenly, a group of masters approached a local tavern and ordered everyone to hand over their valuables to avoid a physical confrontation. The travelers were shocked, wondering who would be brave enough to attack a ship protected by a heavenly ruler. One man stepped forward to ask for the attackers' names. A girl introduced herself as being from the Zhuantian sect. Standing alongside her companion, Junlin, a warrior in the crowd shouted that it was the famous white-haired master Junlin. Some doubted it, thinking it might be an imposter, while others pointed out that the companions matched the descriptions from the rumors exactly. They whispered about his legendary mount, the ancient beast Kun, though many remained skeptical, believing such creatures had long since disappeared from the world, and that the stories were just exaggerations. An old man in the attacking group told everyone to stop talking and start handing over their goods if they wanted to stay safe. He was pleased to see the crowd falling for the act and signaled Li Wuji to collect the gifts from their fellow travelers. Wuji told the group to be smart and give up their treasures so he wouldn't have to use his sword. Terrified, the people began to surrender. Wuji then called out to those hiding in the top floor very important person rooms, telling them to hand over their storage rings or face his wrath. A guest inside suggested it wasn't necessary for him to come up, explaining that 2 very important people from the Wendao sect were inside. Wuji wasn't intimidated, insisting that no matter who they were, they had to respect his teacher or face the consequences. A voice from inside the room asked for a favor, identifying themselves as members of the Wendao sect, one of the most powerful groups in the region, second only to the Yuhua sect. Wuji knew their reputation was massive, but since Junlin had already proven he could stand up to anyone, Wuji told them to come down and settle matters now. Fan Dezhen and his assistant Miao Yi stepped out. Wuji made a sarcastic comment about the girl, which immediately provoked her to attack, but Fan stopped her. He recognized the group as Junlin and his companions from the rumors. Even though their power levels didn't look high, he knew Junlin was famous for hiding his true strength. To play it safe, Fan presented a gift of 5 million supreme spiritual crystals and several artifacts, asking Wuji to pass them along to Junlin as a gesture of respect from the Wendao sect. Wuji accepted the tribute and promised to give it to his teacher. Once they were away, Miao Yi asked her uncle why he had been so submissive. Wuji, meanwhile, was thrilled that his acting had worked and that he had successfully pressured a high-level master using Junlin's name. Fan explained to his niece that he did it for her safety, fearing that Junlin's bloodthirsty reputation meant they would have been finished if they hadn't shown respect. Miao Yi complained that Junlin was far too arrogant and wondered why he was allowed to cause so much trouble. Fan reminded her that Junlin had recently defeated a top master from the Yuhua sect. Miao Yi, feeling determined, vowed to get stronger so she could eventually defeat Junlin herself. Fan encouraged her, noting that she possessed the rare star immortal body, which was just as powerful as the top talents of other sects. Elsewhere, the group of robbers gathered to check their haul. An old man laughed about how using Junlin's name worked like a charm every time. Wuji admitted he had been nervous, but was relieved that even a master from the Wendao sect had backed down. One of the women in the group mocked Wuji, telling him that people didn't respect him, but rather the master of the Devil's Sword persona he was faking. They started to argue, but their leader told them to shut up. He reminded them they were replaceable and needed to act smart. He noted that with so many people heading to the valley, it was the perfect time for one last big score before they moved on. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through, and the group leader turned around in alarm, wondering what was happening. Wuji was terrified, calling the presence a monster. The chief, watching the mysterious force fly past, felt relieved that they hadn't been stopped, joking that his group wouldn't have even made a decent snack for a creature like that. At that moment, Hong was still fulfilling his punishment by petting Xiaoxi. She mentioned how much she enjoyed the attention and thanked her older brother. Junlin then announced that Hong's term of service was almost over and revealed that he had prepared a special reward. He asked Xiaoxi to bring out the chocolate ice cream he had carefully made. Xiaoxi ran to get it, joyfully presenting a swirl of ice cream to her brother. Junlin told Hong that it was the finest cold treat in the world. He acknowledged how difficult the last 3 months had been and urged Hong to accept his kindness. Hong was skeptical at first, suspecting that the teacher was trying to humiliate him one last time. He wondered how he should even react. However, once he tried a bite, he began to beam with happiness. The ice cream was cold and melted perfectly in his mouth. It was delicious, and he realized Junlin wasn't trying to trick him this time. Li arrived and informed the teacher that they had entered the Wuzhou region. He mentioned that the medicine valley would open in a few days. When he saw Hong eating the treat, he assumed it was a final difficult punishment from the teacher and admired how well Hong was pretending to enjoy it. Junlin asked about the medicine valley. Li explained it was a legendary location filled with rare treasures, miraculous herbs, and unique medicines, a place no one should miss. Just then, Junlin's system alerted him that they had entered Wuzhou and offered a task within the valley that promised significant bonuses. Junlin found the idea tempting, noting they had been wandering aimlessly for months anyway. The group arrived at the Dragon Gate guest house in Wuzhou. Li told the teacher it was the largest inn for miles and suggested they stay there until the valley officially opened. Junlin found the name familiar and decided they would stop. They were greeted with respect as they entered, and Junlin tasked Hong with arranging their best room. The innkeeper directed them to the second floor. As they headed up, Hong asked why they were being so secretive. Junlin explained that because he was so famous now, his fans would swarm him for autographs if his identity were revealed, which would be a huge hassle. Hong realized he probably shouldn't have asked. He simply couldn't understand the way Junlin's mind worked compared to normal people. Once they were seated, Junlin asked the waiter for recommendations. The waiter guaranteed their signature dishes were authentic and unsurpassed. He suggested the fried lion heads made from the meat of a wild fighting lion and the sugar vinegar carp, which supposedly contained a drop of real dragon blood. Xiaoxi pointed at another dish, thinking it looked tasty. The waiter praised her taste, explaining it was made from the meat of an ice Xiaoxi, sliced so thin it looked like crispy snowflakes. He recommended grilling it. Xiaoxi immediately covered her ears in horror. Junlin quickly reassured her that they wouldn't eat that and ordered everything else on the menu instead. The waiter was impressed by the large order, realizing he was serving a very wealthy guest, and rushed to the kitchen to prioritize their meal. Xiaoxi wondered aloud why anyone would want to eat such cute animals. Li asked the teacher why they were waiting at the inn instead of going straight to the valley. Junlin explained that since the opening would be chaotic, they should stay here first to get a feel for the atmosphere and see if anything interesting happened. Li praised his teacher's foresight, but Hong told them to lower their voices because people nearby were talking about them. Junlin wasn't worried, assuming they were just fans telling epic stories. However, when he listened in, he heard someone calling that damn Junlin a scumbag who had stolen a lifetime of savings. Another person chimed in, claiming Junlin had taken 6 high-level artifacts and various medicines from him. Li was furious, yelling that these people were lying and slandering his teacher. Hong just laughed, realizing that Junlin was actually an object of public contempt. Junlin told Li to stay calm, realizing that someone was clearly impersonating him, and these people were their victims. Hong offered to take care of the pathetic worms immediately if the teacher gave the word. Junlin told him he was being too dramatic. As they kept listening, they heard the strangers discussing the Red Fairy. One man complained that while rumors said she was a cold, unique beauty, the reality was different. He claimed she smelled like she belonged in a brothel. His companion agreed, saying that based on his experience, she was a mid-level product at best and didn't understand why people praised her. Another man added that when he first saw her, he was so unimpressed that the reality was nothing like the amazing scenes people described. Hong caught Li staring and asked what he was looking at. Li quickly made up an excuse, saying he just had some sand in his eyes and that Hong shouldn't overthink it. Junlin chimed in, telling Hong to be a bit more open-minded. He pointed out that the people were gossiping about a fake version of Hong, and a woman at that. Since Hong was a man, Junlin asked why he was letting it get to him so much. Hong tried to argue, but Junlin teased him, suggesting that since he was reacting so strongly, maybe he had finally started to accept the red nickname. Hong insisted that wasn't the case at all. Just then, the waiter arrived with their food, ending the tension. When the food hit the table, Xiaoxi noted how wonderful it smelled. The waiter wished them a good meal and told them to call him if they needed anything else. Junlin told the boys they should eat up, noting that the truth about the imposters would come out eventually anyway. As the waiter walked away, he couldn't shake the feeling that the guests looked familiar. Meanwhile, Miao Yi asked her uncle if he had heard how everyone was insulting Junlin and his group. She felt that this was proof of what people really thought of them. Fan told her she was listening to nonsense, explaining that truly powerful people aren't bothered by gossip. Even if the whole world hated them, it wouldn't change who they were. When Miao Yi asked why he kept defending Junlin, Fan just told her to drop it and eat, noting the food was as good as what they had back at their sect. As they were finishing up, Miao Yi admitted the meal was so good she had overeaten. She noticed her uncle watching Junlin's team as they passed by and asked what was up. Fan admitted that he felt an unimaginable level of strength coming from them, especially their leader. It made him feel strangely helpless. Miao Yi wondered if they had stumbled upon another legendary master. Fan agreed it was likely, noting that since the valley portal was opening, many powerful cultivators were heading to this specific inn. He warned her that since they were far from home, they needed to stay alert. That evening, dark figures gathered outside the inn. A warrior asked a priest if he was sure they should strike now. The priest replied that to break humanity's spirit, their plan of destruction had to start at this hotel tonight. He ordered his followers to begin the attack immediately, telling them to be completely on guard and not to make a single mistake. He explained that their snake clan had defeated many legends before. With this move, all human cultivators would be trapped in endless nightmares. He claimed that once their formation was set, even a great immortal wouldn't be able to break it, and humanity would fall into an eternal slumber. The attackers took control of the hotel and released a knockout poison. The priest boasted about the perfection of his plan while Junlin's students remained fast asleep in their rooms. Soon the humans were trapped in an illusory world where time didn't exist. In his dream, Li Wuji saw a world where humanity was on the brink of extinction during a great war with monsters. Just as all hope seemed lost, the monsters' heads began to fly off. A figure emerged from the clouds with a flaming sword. It was the sword god Li Wuji, the greatest master in history. The people in his dream cheered for their hero as he vowed to protect the world and wiped out the monster. The other students were in their own dreams as well. Hong found himself back in the main hall of the fire worship temple, where he sat on the throne as the supreme teacher with limitless power, surrounded by sacred flames. Xiaoxi's dream was much simpler. She was just lying around and enjoying an endless supply of sweets. Meanwhile, Junlin went out onto his balcony. He mused about how his reputation in the eastern region had turned into a disgrace, feeling that people's morals had really gone downhill. He realized he hadn't checked in for a reward in a long time and asked his system if he could still claim his missed daily signatures. The system confirmed he could and started issuing the rewards. Junlin was surprised by the final item and asked what level it was. The system explained that the flute didn't have a specific rank. Its power depended entirely on the player's skill and strength. Knowing his skills were at the peak, Junlin decided to play a tune to relax. A calm melody drifted through the city. One of the monster hydras heard it and, instead of attacking, began to dance, saying the music reminded him of his childhood. Another monster tried to tell him to focus on the illusionary formation, but soon all the monsters were caught up in the music and started dancing along. The lead hydra couldn't understand why he felt the urge to join in, but he eventually started showing off his own dance moves. Back inside, Fan woke up and realized he had been caught in a trap. He was shocked because he hadn't slept for tens of thousands of years, yet he had been pulled into a dream. He rushed into Miaoyi's room and woke her up using his spiritual technique. Miaoyi was confused and told her she felt incredibly tired and didn't want to leave her dream. Fan explained that they were caught in an ancient and dangerous illusory formation that kills people quietly in their sleep. Miaoyi realized it was a wicked plan and wondered if the motive was just robbery. Fan noted that with the Medicine Valley opening soon, the situation was getting dangerous. He mentioned the flute music they had heard and told her to stay put while he checked things out. Flying out the window, Fan recognized the attackers as members of the legendary evil snake race from the abyss. The snakes noticed him, and their priest remarked that while the music had interrupted them, most humans would still prefer the beauty of the dream over reality. Fan wasn't going to let them get away with it. He landed and confronted them, asking how evil spirits from the abyss dared to attack the human race. The priest brushed off the criticism, claiming there was nothing wrong with their actions. He boasted that the army from the abyss would soon sweep through the entire eastern region, so eliminating a few cultivators early was just part of the plan. Fan responded that the priest was incredibly arrogant for making such threats on human territory. The priest laughed, noting that he and Fan were both at the great perfection level, but the priest had 10 experienced fusion stage masters backing him up. He asked Fan how he expected to win against those odds. Suddenly, Lee ran out and recognized the attackers, asking if it was the snake clan from the abyss again. He joked that since they had finished off tens of thousands of snakes last time, his hands were itching for another fight. Hong joined in, demanding to know which of these vile creatures was trying to finish him off. The priest was surprised to see 2 more cultivators at the great perfection level. Fan felt a strange pressure coming from them. It didn't feel like a standard aura, and he couldn't shake a weird sense of familiarity. One of the serpents nervously asked the priest for orders, noting they were now facing 3 powerful opponents. The priest told him to stay calm and instructed his followers to funnel all their energy into him. He claimed that with the power of his dark bone staff, a sacred artifact from his clan chief, he could make the enemy vanish instantly. He bragged that even those at a higher trial level could barely withstand its power. Lee saw the energy building and warned the others that the snakes were trying to escape. Fan tried to block them, but the priest told him it was useless. However, as the melody of Junlin's flute drifted over them again, Lee suddenly felt an uncontrollable urge to dance. Hong was equally confused, unable to figure out where the music was coming from. Even the priest began to lose lose his focus as the sound muddled his mind. Soon, the entire group of monsters was dancing uncontrollably. The priest even dropped his staff, begging for the music to stop. Hong and Lee were baffled by their own movements, while Fan looked toward the window and realized the flute was the source. He remembered it was the same sound that had woken him up earlier and realized the inn was home to a hidden master. Miaoyi came out to find the source of the beautiful music. She followed the sound to a room and found Junlin still playing. Blushing, she apologized for the interruption and said she wanted to speak with him. Junlin immediately worried his identity had been compromised and assumed she was a devoted fan. He grabbed her hand and told her that since she had figured out who he was, he would stop pretending and give her his autograph. Miaoyi was so startled she screamed. Junlin asked her where she wanted him to sign, but Miaoyi was completely confused. She wondered why the stranger had dragged her into his room and was insisting on giving her an autograph she didn't want. She asked him to let her go, explaining that she didn't even know who he was. She had simply been drawn to the sound of his flute. She asked for his name, wondering if he was someone famous in the region that she had somehow missed. Junlin realized he had been a bit too forward. He claimed he was from a desert region and mentioned that his reputation back home was fairly good. Miaoyi was surprised to hear he was from the desert. She admitted she used to have a poor opinion of that area, thinking it was a backward place where high-level masters rarely appeared. However, she said her view changed because of the Xuantian sect, though not for the better. She complained that the leader of that sect, Junlin, was using his power for evil. She told him that Junlin and his students had been robbing people in the area, and that even she and her uncle Fan had been victims. She called the white-haired master a disgrace to the cultivation world. Junlin burst out laughing, telling her there must be a misunderstanding. He claimed that in the desert lands, Junlin was known as a perfect man, strong, honorable, and so handsome that even other men found him impressive. He insisted such a man couldn't possibly be a thief. Miaoyi told him he didn't have to lie for the old devil just because they were alone. She imagined that Junlin must be oppressing the locals so much that fear was in their blood. She encouraged him to be brave, promising that justice would eventually win. She vowed to train hard, defeat the white-haired devil herself, and free the people of the desert. Junlin, struggling to keep a straight face, told her to keep that determination and that he believed in her mission to save the region. Miaoyi felt her Uncle Fan waiting outside and went to meet him. When he asked why she had wandered off, she explained she had followed the music and found the flute player. Fan complimented Junlin on his skill, and Junlin modestly replied that it was just one of his hobbies. Just then, his students ran up. Junlin quickly signaled them to call him Brother Yi so he wouldn't blow his cover. Hong reported to Brother Yi that the trouble outside had been handled. Miaoyi noticed Hong and was struck by how beautiful he looked. Junlin introduced Hong and Lee to her. Hong was annoyed that the teacher was using fake names again, but he kept quiet. Miaoyi said she was happy to meet them, but wouldn't keep them any longer. After she left, Junlin told his students that the imposters would likely try something else soon. He decided they should keep a low profile for a few days so they wouldn't scare off the real culprits. Lee praised his teacher's wisdom and agreed to stay quiet. Hong noticed that Lee was acting just as sycophantic as the little white Xiaoxi. He also couldn't understand why he was being referred to by such a strange fake name. Meanwhile, Fan was reflecting on how impressive Mr. Yi truly was. Even though he hadn't shown himself in person that night, he had used the music of his flute to neutralize the enemy, resolve the crisis, and easily control those creatures from the abyss. Miaoyi asked if he was really that powerful. Fan confirmed that while both of the master's companions were strong, they both clearly looked up to him. He added that for some reason being around them gave him a strange sense of familiarity, and that the entire group radiated a very unusual energy. He warned Miaoyi that they needed to be careful, and urged her to get some rest. He mentioned that the Valley of the King of Herbs would be opening soon. Miaoyi didn't argue and went to her room. That same evening, a massive pillar of fiery energy shot up from behind the mountains, and a crowd gathered to watch the spectacular sight. People began shouting that the valley had finally opened, though many found it strange that it happened so suddenly, as the timing didn't match the rumors. Fan gathered his niece and their team, announcing it was time to leave. At that moment, Junlin stepped out and thanked Xiaoxi for the tiramisu she had made, telling her it was delicious. Xiaoxi was delighted and said she would happily make it for him every day. Junlin noted that he hadn't expected the valley to open quite so early, but agreed it was time to move out. In the forest, a group of cultivators talked excitedly about the treasures waiting inside. One man claimed that if he could find just one first-class precious herb, he would have the chance to reach the great perfection stage, allowing him to live for 50,000 years and travel the world freely. He even speculated about finding a king herb, which would be enough to help someone pass the heavenly trials. Miaoyi asked her uncle to explain what a king herb was. Fan explained that medicinal herbs are ranked as spiritual, precious, king, and immortal, with various quality levels within each group. He noted that while spiritual herbs are common, precious herbs are rare enough to cause major conflicts at auctions. King herbs, however, are so legendary that they haven't been heard of in the eastern region for thousands of years. They are so valuable that even the most powerful masters would fight to the death over them. Miaoyi wondered how the valley could hold so many people given the fierce competition. Fan explained that the original master of the valley had set strict limits on the number of visitors and how long they could stay. He added that the protective array was designed to automatically eject any cultivator whose life was in danger. He praised the foresight of the valley's creator and mentioned he was surprised to see the master of the lit lamp from the hanging monastery had arrived. He warned Miao Yi that the competition would be brutal, and she must stay by his side at all times. Nearby, some monks discussed their chances, believing that with Master Rendang leading them, they would surely collect enough rare herbs. They recalled how Master Rendang had entered the valley alone 10,000 years ago and gained a massive power boost. The master himself reflected on the fact that the valley was far more mysterious and dangerous than it appeared, remembering how he had once nearly lost his resolve there. He had used that past shame to fuel his training for years and felt confident that he could now easily handle any obstacles the valley threw at him. Junlin and his students eventually arrived at the site. Lee told the teacher that the valley was famous for being packed with materials and rare herbs that were impossible to find anywhere else. Hong admitted he was genuinely interested, and Junlin agreed. Though Junlin knew the herbs inside probably couldn't compare to the rewards his system gave him, he thought it would be fun to see what was inside. Suddenly, a flame shot into the sky and a portal began to open. The crowd cheered and rushed inside. Fan told Miao Yi it was time and left part of their team to guard the entrance while the rest followed him in. Junlin entered and remarked on how magnificent the interior of the valley looked. However, Hong suddenly felt his power level drop significantly, all the way back to the 9th level of Qi. Lee realized the same thing had happened to him. Junlin noticed that his own strength hadn't changed at all, realizing that the valley's restrictions couldn't bypass the power of his system. However, he decided to pretend his level had dropped to the 9th level of Qi too, since he enjoyed surprising people by hiding his true strength. He explained to his students that the valley's creator likely suppressed everyone's level to keep the competition fair and prevent the valley from being destroyed by high-level battles. Lee lamented that the suppression was so strong his legendary sword was now useless, forcing him to use an old kitchen knife instead. Junlin asked why he still had such a basic item. Lee explained that even though the knife was old, it was the first weapon he had used when he started his cultivation journey, and he was happy to fight alongside it again. Just then, Junlin's system asked if he wanted to register his arrival in the valley. Junlin agreed and was notified that he had received a large jug of high-quality insight tea. Junlin was a bit disappointed, feeling it was a mediocre reward since he didn't need help with cultivation, but decided it would at least be good for quenching his thirst. Hong, seeing the look on Junlin's face, assumed the teacher was upset about losing his powers. He thought that if they were truly at the same level now, he might finally have a chance to use his full strength against Junlin. He began to daydream about getting his revenge and imagined himself punishing the teacher for everything he had put him through. Lee suddenly mentioned he had heard a rule that if a fight between cultivators in the Medicine King Valley became life-threatening, the individuals would be automatically teleported outside. He told the others they had nothing to worry about and should just go all out. Hong, however, was annoyed by this. He thought it was a stupid rule because if he failed to finish off a certain someone, he would only face humiliation and revenge once they left the valley. Junlin noticed Hong's thoughts and figured the boy was planning to use the cultivation suppression to get some payback. He felt it was a bit of a pity. He really wanted to see Hong's face when he realized that Junlin's power level hadn't actually dropped. Suddenly, Xiaoxi told the teacher to look at the medicinal herbs, pointing out that they seemed to have a consciousness of their own and were moving. Lee was thrilled, shouting that the heavens were favoring him by bringing so many herbs right to the door. Hong warned him not to relax, noting that these herbs had gained intelligence and were at the 9th level of Qi. A 3-leaf clover, which was a precious medicinal material, appeared before them. The clover told its companions that the elder had sent them more toys to play with. It bragged that they could capture and torture these people just like they had done before. A blade of couch grass added that it wanted to strip the humans of their clothes and make them crawl through the valley like dogs. Lee was insulted, asking since when medicinal herbs had become so arrogant. Hong, deciding they needed to learn a lesson, launched a fire attack at them. To his surprise, even using 40% of his power wasn't enough to burn them. He realized that outside the valley, such a strike would have defeated anyone at the same level. The grass mocked Hong, calling him a woman, and threatening to hang him from a tree and beat him. Hong was furious and used a more powerful soul fire technique. The grass called him a snitch for attacking again, and realized it might lose, so it called out to the other herbs for immediate help. The other herbs followed the order and used water to extinguish Hong's flames. Hong felt the tension, wondering how it was possible that his high-level techniques were failing against Qi stage plants. Lee jumped in to help his brother, attacking the enemies with his knives. Xiaoxi found it interesting that the herbs reigned supreme in this valley. Junlin realized that while his students were talented enough to beat those stronger than them, they were struggling against these plants. He sensed something fishy and realized the herbs were being boosted by a local formation created by the valley's founder. Junlin figured out that the level suppression wasn't for fairness, but to restrain humans while making the plants stronger. He suspected that previous participants had kept quiet about the valley's true nature, wanting others to suffer just as they had. Junlin decided that if the founder was going to protect his children, he would protect his own students as well. With a flick of his finger, he disrupted the local formation. Without that support, the herbs immediately became vulnerable. Hong and Lee noticed the shift and realized the plants could no longer resist. The grass began to burn and cried out in confusion, asking why their strength had suddenly vanished. It begged Hong to stop, claiming it was all a mistake, but Hong told the herb it was too late to run. Lee began harvesting the grass with his knife, asking Hong to spare some since they were high high-quality materials. Junlin walked up and congratulated them on finishing the job, suggesting to Lee that they collect everything to make soup. Lee agreed immediately. Xiaoxi helped out but noticed some of the grass was still moving. Suddenly, a beam of light shot into the sky, forming the shape of an axe. Xiaoxi was startled and said she almost died of fright. Junlin joked, asking if it was a distress signal from some axe gang. Hong boasted that he would burn any henchman who showed up to ashes. Junlin teased him for being cocky, pointing out that he had been struggling before Lee helped him. Lee noted that the strength of the herbs was unnatural and worried that the enemies would only get stronger as they went deeper. Hong complained that the founder Yao was using a double standard by suppressing people and boosting plants. He felt the man was a fraud for pretending to be a saint while setting such traps. Lee was hesitant to believe it, as rumors always painted Yao as a kind healer. He suggested Yao might just be trying to protect the herbs. Hong countered that if Yao really cared about them, he should have kept the valley closed instead of making a big show of opening it. Junlin told them to stay calm and take it one step at a time, curious to see what Yao's true goal was. Meanwhile, Golden Root Jins, the leader of the Axe Gang, asked who had sent out the distress signal. A tree spirit reported that they hadn't identified the attackers yet, suggesting it might be another faction within the valley. Another plant doubted that, since they had lived in peace for so long. The Axe King stood up and ordered everyone to be silent. Grabbing his weapon, he declared that since the valley had opened after so many years, he would personally find out who was brave enough to challenge them. Near the entrance of the valley, a group of cultivators was being overwhelmed by plants. They begged for help, but other teams were too busy running away. One talented cultivator lamented that he couldn't even defeat a single herb, while others shouted that the whole valley was a giant hoax meant to deceive them. However, deep within the Medicine King Valley, a battle with massive plants was already underway, with an old man fighting them off alone. The old man reflected on his past failures, remembering how he had been humiliated by this very group of herbs when his power was first suppressed. He decided that this time, he would wash away that shame and get his revenge. After gathering the harvested plants, the younger monks complimented Master Jing on his incredible strength, noting that the creatures were no match for him. They felt confident that they would return from the valley with plenty of loot. One monk pointed out that while other noble families and masters were being turned into slaves by the herbs, their group was moving forward with their heads held high. When the monsters confronted them, they insulted the old man, calling him a rebellious monk for attacking the noble healers of the valley. The old man didn't bother responding with words, he simply launched a direct attack. The lead monster ordered its companions to focus on him, claiming they were the ones in charge of the valley and the monk wouldn't last. Suddenly, a huge blue energy circle appeared and the monk raised his defense. The trees believed they had finally broken his shield and ordered a final strike to finish him. The old man laughed, asking if they really thought his defenses were that easy to break. He explained that over the years, he had traveled to famous mountains, spent massive resources, and trained his body to eliminate every weakness. He boasted that his diamond invincible body was nearly perfect, just one step away from a legendary transformation. He declared that as long as he had this body, the level suppression didn't matter, and he challenged the valley to try and find something that could actually hurt him. After the fight, he told his followers to pack up the herbs and continue moving forward. Meanwhile, Fan was in the forest with Miao Yi. He noted that thanks to her unique heavenly star body, she could still produce a powerful force despite the level suppression, otherwise they wouldn't have survived the herbs' encirclement. He wondered where the plants got such unnatural strength and questioned if it was the work of the Medicine King himself. Miao Yi admitted she used to think the Medicine King was a kind man, but now she saw him as wicked. Fan hoped the valley would close soon so they could be teleported out, fearing that further humiliation by the herbs would damage their resolve as cultivators. Suddenly, a mid-rank Medicine King known as the Ninefold Thundervine descended toward Miao Yi. It distracted her and then grabbed her leg. Miao Yi tried to use a beam attack, but it backfired and passed through her own body. Fan rushed to save her, attacking the monster and demanding it let her go, but his strikes were useless. The monster easily batted him away with its branches. Fan was shocked that he couldn't handle the creature, realizing its strength was equal to a mid-level master. Miao Yi cried out for help as the tree mocked them, saying it was having a great time. Fan apologized to her, feeling useless because his current cultivation level wasn't high enough to stop a mid-rank Medicine King. Miao Yi told him it was okay and that he had done his best. Fan begged the monster to be merciful and offered to suffer in Miao Yi's place if it would let her go. The tree laughed at their naivety, asking why it would let them go after waiting so long for toys like them. To prove its point, it sent an electric current through Miao Yi, making her scream in pain. Just then, Junlin and his group arrived. Junlin commented on how shameful the situation looked, comparing it to a strange game. Fan recognized them and begged for their help, promising that the Society of Explorers would repay the favor. Li recognized the monster as a Ninefold Thundervine. Junlin told Miao Yi that since their paths had crossed again, he couldn't just stand by. He ordered Hong and Li to handle it. Li stepped forward first, with Hong covering his back. The tree was happy to have new toys to play with, but Hong promised to roast the monster over a fire. The two students attacked from different sides, and the tree, feeling the pressure, decided to drop Miao Yi and fight with its full strength. Fan caught Miao Yi and retreated to a safe distance. Miaoyi was discouraged. She realized that even with her special star body, she couldn't resist the monster, while Junlin's students were fighting it with dignity. She asked her uncle if he and her father had been lying to her about her talent. Fan reassured her that she wasn't weak, but rather that the world was simply full of hidden, powerful people. He admitted he had no idea where Junlin and his companions had come from. Miaoyi mentioned that Junlin told her they were from the desert region, which Fan found hard to believe. The tree shouted that it was the master of the area and planned to shock the boys so hard they wouldn't be able to breathe. Hong and Li found themselves surrounded by the monster's electrical currents and were struggling to break free. Miaoyi worried that they wouldn't be able to handle it. Junlin noticed his students were reaching their limit and decided it was time to step in. Xiaoxi, seeing her brothers in danger, didn't wait. She screamed and jumped straight onto the monster to save them. Junlin was curious. It was rare for Xiaoxi to want to fight, and he thought this might finally be the moment they saw her true potential. Li admitted that they had underestimated the home field advantage of the Medicine King in this valley, finding it nearly impossible to land a fatal blow. He felt it was even more humiliating than the times Junlin had teased him. He couldn't believe a simple blade of grass was forcing him to his knees. Seeing Xiaoxi approach, Hong shouted for her to leave, warning her that it was far too dangerous. The giant plant monster mocked her, asking how such a tiny thing dared to join a fight and if she expected him to be merciful. Xiaoxi wasn't intimidated at all. Grabbing the monster by its root, she told him not to underestimate her and released a surge of solar energy that instantly tore the root apart. She yelled at the monster, telling it never to bully her brothers again. The King of Herbs was in agony after her strike. Xiaoxi moved further into the fray, telling Hong and Li that she was there to rescue them. Hong was stunned, wondering if this was an imposter, as he couldn't believe the stupid mouse who usually only cared about food possessed such power. Li was equally impressed by her strength. Even Fan was shocked, realizing that this unassuming little girl was actually stronger than both the boys. Junlin knew that the power of the first celestial body was something extraordinary. Taking advantage of the opening Xiaoxi created, Hong used his soul demon flames to slowly burn the Monster King. Once the King of Herbs was defeated, Xiaoxi was overjoyed and asked Hong if he would finally praise her. Hong, trying to keep his cool, told her she was just bragging and reminded her he was no longer her servant. Xiaoxi felt a bit hurt, wondering if she had done something wrong, but Li reassured her that they might have died without her help and called her magnificent. Hong eventually admitted that she had indeed made everyone see her in a new light. Miaoyi approached the group to thank them for their help. Li told her it was simply a matter of honor. However, Xiaoxi suddenly became shy and covered her face, realizing there were strangers watching. Miaoyi told her not to be self-conscious, expressing her sincere admiration for Xiaoxi's strength and calling her sweet and cute. Xiaoxi was delighted and asked Junlin if he had heard the compliment. Fan watched their mentor, feeling that his suspicions about Junlin's true identity were becoming more accurate. Miaoyi asked Junlin if he was the little girl's teacher. Junlin replied that he was, claiming he had raised her with great difficulty and care. Xiaoxi thought it was a bit much for him to say that, wondering if he just meant he had helped her improve her cooking, but she told Miaoyi that her mentor had taught her a lot and took great care of her. Miaoyi was touched, though she still felt like the group of four looked familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Junlin noticed her suspicion and wondered if she was about to figure things out. Suddenly, a group of plant spirits informed their clan king that they had found the people responsible for the recent battle. Hong felt an incredibly powerful energy coming from the new group. The King of Herbs accused the humans of disturbing the order of their territory and destroying their kin. Xiaoxi noted that this was a great place for high-grade herbs, as a high-quality king of medicine had just appeared. The king called them insolent for thinking they could take him down. Junlin pointed out that this was the Axe gang of herbs they had heard about earlier. Li asked Xiaoxi if she could help them again, since this enemy was even stronger than the last. Xiaoxi promised to do her best and stood in front of the king. The king laughed at the idea of Xiaoxi being his opponent. He launched several attacks, and while Xiaoxi managed to repel them, she quickly became exhausted and dizzy, declaring she couldn't fight anymore. The king called her a stinking rat and raised his axe to finish her. Junlin wouldn't allow it. He shattered the axe into pieces, remarking that the ginseng was too confident and needed to be turned into a decoction to learn obedience. He told Xiaoxi to go help her brothers and leave the king to him. Xiaoxi happily ran off, while Miaoyi and Fan watched in awe. Fan admitted he still couldn't gauge the depth of Junlin's power. The king attacked Junlin with powerful fists, but Junlin just stood his ground. He knew that using too much force would reveal his true level. The surrounding plants were terrified, wondering if a great disaster had come to the valley. Li knew that Junlin was a true mentor. Even with his strength suppressed, his power remained out of reach for others. Hong was also baffled. He felt like the ginseng's presence was suppressing him, yet Junlin had defeated the creature without lifting a finger. He realized his hopes of of being on equal terms with Junlin were just empty dreams. The other plants began to scream that their king was dead and tried to flee. Li suggested they stay, since they were all valuable medicines. Junlin praised Li for his hard work and told him to collect the herbs properly. Li thanked him, modestly saying he was just benefiting from the teacher's reputation. Other teams arrived and were shocked to see so many precious medicines defeated. They wondered if anyone besides Master Rendeng was capable of such a feat. A monk and his master from the Hanging Temple approached the fallen ginseng. The master identified it as a first-class king of medicine, a prize so valuable that even those facing heavenly trials would envy it. He noted that, if they were outside the valley, every old monster in the region would fight over it. Since the herb hadn't officially acknowledged a master yet, the monk tried to claim it for the Hanging Temple. Li immediately blocked him, asking how he dared to steal someone else's prize. The monk turned to him and asked if Li realized he was picking a fight with the Hanging Temple. Hong told the monks they were just a bunch of bald hypocrites trying to steal their belongings while calling themselves followers of Buddha. He called them out for being bandits in disguise. The monk snapped back, calling him a talkative scoundrel, and questioning who could actually prove that Junlin's group had defeated the monsters. He claimed they had simply arrived at the spot first. A second monk warned the scattered cultivators to watch their behavior, threatening that if they provoked the Hanging Temple, they would never find a place for themselves in the eastern region. Li called the senior monk an old bald man and asked if he was unhappy enough to want to fight. The old man replied that Li was acting like an evil spirit and didn't realize he was facing a master who had survived a celestial catastrophe. The surrounding warriors were shocked, realizing they were in the presence of someone who had nearly reached immortality. They noted that even though many important people were in the valley, they were like ants compared to a master of that level. Li wasn't impressed, stating that since everyone was suppressed to the 9th level of Qi, he would cut down anyone who stood in his way. The old monk challenged him to share his name. Li introduced himself and told them to remember it so they wouldn't act so indignant. The monks laughed at him, mocking his name and the fact that he didn't even seem to belong to a famous clan, yet dared to challenge a grandmaster. The old man told Li he was too full of anger and offered to enlighten him. Li was thrilled, seeing the chance to fight a catastrophe-level master as a valuable opportunity. Li did his best to counter the old man's strikes, and the battle created a massive explosion. He shouted for the old man to keep going, clearly enjoying the excitement. The monk used his defensive techniques to block Li's heavy blows, waiting for the younger man to tire himself out. One of the disciples admitted he hadn't expected Li to be so strong, or to last so long against their master, though he assumed the master was holding back to avoid looking bad by using full power against an unknown. The monk realized that despite training for 100,000 years, he was struggling to defeat a member of the younger generation. He decided it was time to use a specialized technique, gathering all his energy for a single strike. He told Li not to waste his strength, claiming that even if Li attacked for 3 days, he wouldn't break through. As the monk lunged forward, Li reacted instantly with his sword. He was surprised to see his strike hadn't done much and asked the monk if he was related to a turtle because of his thick shell. The monk asked Li why he was putting himself through such torment, reminding him they wouldn't be in the valley forever. The students mocked Li, telling him that while he might feel cool being equal to the master here, he would be a fool doomed to die the moment he left the valley. Junlin stepped forward and stated that since they had taken the king of medicine, the Hanging Temple was out of line for trying to claim it. The monk argued that everything changed when they intervened, claiming that nothing belongs to you until you physically take it. Hong attacked the monk from behind, yelling that the old man was looking for trouble. The monk tried to ignore him, insisting the medicine was now his. Suddenly, a fire attack narrowly missed Hong's head as Junlin moved in. Junlin asked the monk if he really thought he was above punishment. The monk felt a frightening power in Junlin's fist, sensing it might even exceed the valley's restrictions. Junlin didn't stop, delivering a blow so powerful it threw the monk deep into the forest. The other monks tried to act tough, telling Junlin he was just making empty threats and shouldn't brag in front of Master Rendeng. Junlin smiled and asked the monk how that punch felt, mentioning he had held back as much as possible to avoid killing him and causing a scene. The monk, realizing he was outmatched, replied that Buddha was merciful and thanked Junlin for his wisdom before saying goodbye. The other monks were confused, asking if it was over and if they were really walking away from the precious medicines. The senior monk just gave them a sharp, warning look. Junlin watched them leave, noting that the monk at least knew when to retreat. On the way out, the senior monk suddenly became so ill he began coughing up blood. His followers asked what was wrong, and he claimed they were just minor wounds. Internally, he wondered what kind of celestial being Junlin was to have such power even while suppressed. He worried that an era of great turmoil had arrived and vowed to personally send them all to the next world once they left the valley. Meanwhile, at the Medicine King Valley headquarters, a meeting was being held among the top plant spirits. Jin Yinzi, the Medicine Queen, warned that human cultivators were ravaging the valley and that even the Thunder and Ginseng kings had been defeated. She said it was a matter of life and death and asked if they should hide or stand and fight. The Jade Flaming Bone Bamboo argued against hiding, reminding everyone that this was their territory. He noted that they had enslaved humans here before before and insisted they should resist the invaders together. Jinji agreed that they had to fight back, insisting that they were the true masters of the valley and that surrendering now would mean losing their freedom forever. Hanlingu pointed out that the current human invaders were exceptionally strong. Even with the power of the medicine kings, launching a counterattack was risky and they could end up being captured. Lotus added that the silver-haired young man was particularly terrifying, as he had defeated the Ginseng king with a single move. Medicine Shawu suggested they seek help from a legendary figure who had once followed the medicine lord, believing his power would be enough to crush the invaders. However, the queen worried that because of his strange personality, he might refuse to get involved. Lotus argued that with the valley on the brink of collapse, the heir to the medicine lord wouldn't want to see his kin boiled into soup, so they had to go all in and ask. They all went together to see the great Mushroom King, a first-class king of medicine. The queen bowed and pleaded for him to wake up and save the valley. When the Mushroom King finally stirred, he released a massive surge of energy, but then immediately got spooked and hid behind a tree. He told everyone to stay back and speak from a distance. The queen apologized, knowing he was very shy and preferred to be left alone, but she explained that humans were destroying their brothers, and that if they didn't resist, they would all be wiped out. The Mushroom King was confused, wondering how humans could bypass the protections set by the medicine lord unless they were dealing with a once-in-a-lifetime genius. The servants confirmed that many of their kind had already fallen, and that only he had the status to unite the medicine people. The Mushroom King initially refused, wanting to stay in peace and suggesting they all just hide until the valley closed and the humans were sent away. Jinji told him he was being too optimistic, claiming the humans were specifically hunting him because he was the oldest creature in the valley. The Mushroom King was terrified to hear that so many people were after him. The others added that humans were ruthless and would torture him, humiliate him, and even put him on display at an auction for everyone to touch. Panicking, the Mushroom King begged them to stop. Jinji suggested that if he took care of the most dangerous human, the rest of the plants would handle the others. They promised him that once the threat was gone, he could go back to his peaceful sleep undisturbed. The Mushroom King finally stepped out and agreed to handle the strongest intruder. As they moved through the fog, a mysterious voice thanked the Mushroom King. The Tree King secretly doubted if the Mushroom King could really suppress these people, but the queen told him not to underestimate a supreme gold pill-level medicine who could easily handle ordinary humans. In the forest, a group of cultivators was talking to a monk, identifying him as the oldest elder of the Setting Sun cult and asking if they could buy rare medicines from him later. The monk assured them the price would be fair, claiming their meeting was a sign of destiny. The leader asked for dragon blood and a lightning tree, telling the monk to name his price. Suddenly, a group of plants approached. The monk was pleased, as he had been looking for them. Deerhorn charged at the monk, telling him not to celebrate too soon. The monk called the plants stubborn and promised to release their souls when the dust settled from the explosion. The monk's protective shield was still intact. Root was impressed by the defense, and the monk realized he was facing a powerful demon cultivator. The Mushroom King tried to flee the battlefield, but Root stopped him, reminding him that they would all be soup if he didn't help. The people nearby recognized him as the legendary immortal chaos mushroom, mentioned in ancient books. The monk noted that eating such a mushroom could extend a life for millions of years and make the path to immortality much easier. Believing the Buddha had blessed him with this find, the monk launched an attack to claim the mushroom. The Mushroom King blocked it and complained about being hit on the head. A warrior noted that the mushroom was a perfect level king of herbs, while the monk warned him not to get in the way. Root yelled to the Mushroom King that the humans were trying to auction him off, which motivated the king to declare that his body was as tough as a diamond. The monk tried to capture him, but the Mushroom King jumped on the monk, suppressing him with his energy and threatening to punch him. The monk continued to call him a product of evil. Suddenly, vines from the forest surrounded the Mushroom King, grabbing him by his arms and legs. The monk realized the plants were in a hurry to finish him off so he wouldn't be publicly humiliated by a mere mushroom. He wondered how he could ever lead others again after such a disgrace. The Mushroom King announced that he had fulfilled his part of the deal and that the rest of the situation was no longer his concern. The plant spirits were thrilled and prepared to attack, while the monk cried out in fear, questioning what they planned to do and warning them that Buddha would not be forgiving. He dreaded having to relive the same shame he experienced 10,000 years ago. At the same time, the boys were battling a massive tree that was resisting their efforts. Junlin sensed an incredible surge of energy from it, far greater than any of the other medicinal kings they had encountered. He realized the true power behind the valley's plant life had finally shown itself. However, the tree told the group not to fight, claiming it was just passing through and didn't belong to the group of herbs that oppressed humans. It asked what they wanted from it as it stood right before them. Miaoyi asked if the tree was telling the truth, noting that the fruits growing on it were beautiful. The tree promised that if they let it go, it would give them everything that had fallen to the ground, which even the spirits refused to eat. Fan informed Miaoyi that these were the fruits of star energy. He explained that eating them would greatly enhance her internal star power, and mentioned that their sect had searched all over Gongzhou without finding a single trace of this immortal fruit. Now they had suddenly found dozens. Miaoyi was excited, realizing the trip was a success, and that the fruits would help her reach a new level of power. The tree asked if it could leave, and while Hong was distracted by a daydream, Junlin gave it permission to go. Junlin then told the boys he felt an unusual energy nearby, and suggested they investigate, as it might lead to the a secret force behind the valley. Lee was eager to uncover the valley's mysteries, but Hong was frustrated that he couldn't feel any energy at all, wondering if he really was stuck at a low level. Miao Yi suggested that the teacher should take the fruits from his 2 disciples, but Junlin declined, telling her to keep them for herself. Fan thanked Junlin and told him that if he ever needed help from their school in the future, he shouldn't hesitate to ask. Junlin suggested they all travel together. When they arrived at their destination, they were shocked to see a massive gathering of high-level plant spirits. Hong found the sight exciting. Xiaoxi noticed something familiar and asked the teacher about a dark object she saw. Junlin pointed out that the old monk was already in a pathetic state. Looking closer, they saw that the plants had captured the humans and were mocking them. Junlin realized that humiliating a master of that level required a force that was anything but simple. Lee speculated that they were facing a true elite from the great kingdom of medicine. Root spotted them and immediately ordered the group to kneel and beg for mercy. Junlin asked who had given the plants such courage. The monk, seeing Junlin, spitefully hoped the young man would enjoy his remaining time as a human, believing he would soon regret his naivety. Root realized Junlin was the silver-haired youth who had defeated the other plant kings but claimed that against the Mushroom King, Junlin was just a toy. The plants began screaming for the Mushroom King to help them. Fan worried about facing a great demon, and even Hong admitted that in his prime, he wouldn't have claimed such a title for himself. Junlin, however, was curious to see what a great demon actually looked like. Root noticed the Mushroom King had disappeared and started to run away, but he shouted back that the Mushroom King was the strongest villain and the only one who could win. Junlin asked if the mushroom was truly the most powerful creature in the valley. Xiaoxi identified it as the immortal chaotic mushroom. When Junlin asked if it was strong, Hong explained that according to legend, whoever eats it gains endless life and massive strength, making it the closest thing to a divine potion. Fan realized this was a top-tier medicine at the level of golden perfection and urged Junlin to be careful, suggesting they might need to teleport out. Junlin told him not to worry, as he knew exactly what he was doing. The Mushroom King spoke in a menacing voice, calling the humans evil for wanting to eat him and demanding to know why they had disturbed his peaceful sleep. Junlin immediately felt the pressure of the situation, as the difference in power between him and his opponents seemed huge. However, Junlin pulled out his secret weapon and showed the Mushroom King what he was truly capable of. He released a surge of sunlight that covered the entire area, terrifying all the nearby plants. Miao Yi whispered to her uncle that it seemed like the young master's abilities weren't being restricted by the rules of the valley at all. Her uncle also felt the power of the technique, noting that it completely ignored the limitations of the Medicine King Valley. Hong was equally stunned, thinking that what Junlin was doing shouldn't even be possible. He knew the Medicine Clan was only powerful here because of the rules established by the venerable founder, which were backed by immortal-level techniques. Normally, anyone who entered the valley would fall under their influence unless they were equal to or stronger than the person who created the rules. Hong found it hard to believe that Junlin could be such a powerful being. Realizing that if he were, Hong would never have stood a chance at escaping him, Hong checked on Lee to see if he was alright. Meanwhile, the monk was in shock. He realized that the palm strike he had taken earlier was nothing compared to the force Junlin used to send the Mushroom King flying with a single slap. His confidence was completely shaken. The Mushroom King himself was confused, wondering how he had been tossed aside so easily. He remembered that the founder had promised him that no one below the level of a true immortal could break the valley's restrictions. He wondered if the ban had simply worn off over time. Junlin pointed a finger at the mushroom and told him that if he didn't have any other tricks, he was going to be turned into soup. The Mushroom King stood his ground, calling Junlin a villain and refusing to give up. He rushed at Junlin with his small fists, but Junlin met him with another slap. Junlin didn't stop there. He prepared a fiery strike to end the fight. The mushroom realized then that Junlin truly could ignore the valley's rules and felt that the founder's protections were completely unreliable. Junlin pounced with the full strength of his divine body, creating a beam of energy so bright it could be seen from across the universe. The Mushroom King was defeated and felt depressed, unable to believe he couldn't handle a human even within his own valley. The other plants cried out that their king had lost and that their home was doomed. The mushroom didn't blame anyone but himself, feeling that his long life as a mushroom had been boring. He mused that if he had a next life, he would want to be a human instead. Just then, Junlin's system notified him of a new task to take on a student, offering a unique divine skill that would allow him to create 2 powerful clones of himself. Junlin was excited by the reward and decided to give the mushroom a chance to stay alive. He knew the mushroom was afraid of death and would likely listen. However, the mushroom started crying and refused the offer before Junlin could even finish. Junlin asked him if he really wanted to die, noting that the reward for taking him as a student was too good to pass up. He told the mushroom that before he passed away, he needed to do one thing. The mushroom was shocked and asked what he meant. Junlin got straight to the point and asked the mushroom to become his student. The mushroom couldn't believe someone would ask to be a teacher right before finishing him off, calling Junlin shameless. Junlin jokingly called the mushroom his brother and said that if he agreed, Junlin would make sure to get every last drop of juice out of him so he would pass away without suffering. The mushroom asked if Junlin was crazy, as that was a terrible way to ask for anything. Junlin then threatened to throw him into a cauldron with some chickens and other medicinal plants to make a delicious roast. He described how he would eat every single bit until nothing was left. As Junlin started moving towards toward him, the mushroom got so scared that he fell to his knees and agreed to become Junlin's student. The system immediately congratulated Junlin on his new student and revealed the mushroom's hidden talent, providing a high-level martial art for him to learn. Junlin was thrilled with his success. He told the mushroom to stand up and reminded him that, as his student, he should now call him teacher. Junlin promised to protect him and gave him the new martial art as a gift. Junlin sent a beam of energy into the mushroom's head to transfer the technique. The mushroom was amazed by the power of the martial art. He explained that the medicinal clans were naturally weak at fighting and usually relied on the valley's rules to keep humans away. Suddenly, the mushroom's form exploded with energy. When the smoke cleared, he had transformed. He explained that this new Blue Emperor art not only fixed the weaknesses of his race, but also gave them the combat power they were missing, allowing them to completely change their destiny. Miaoyi was stunned by what she was seeing. She couldn't believe Mr. Yi had started taking disciples in the middle of a battle, and had even helped a medicinal plant take on a human form. Wondering what kind of unusual hobby that was, Fan noted that while it was impressive for an ordinary plant to achieve human form, he was more curious about the secret divine art Junlin had used to make it happen. Lee, however, was just happy for his teacher, remarking that Junlin's strength was bottomless and beyond understanding. He even cheered because he now had a new junior disciple to look after. The mushroom bowed to Junlin, thanking him for his mercy and officially accepting him as his teacher. Junlin acknowledged him as a worthy student. Hong, meanwhile, was suspicious. He wondered how many more secret plans Junlin was hiding, suspecting that helping the immortal chaotic mushroom take human form was part of an insidious long-term goal. He knew that because the mushroom was essentially a cure for immortality, even the highest immortals would fight to the death for it. He figured Junlin was just waiting for the right moment to profit from the medicine. Meanwhile, the monk still hanging from the tree felt like the biggest victim in the whole situation, screaming for someone to finally let him go. Junlin decided that since the mushroom had started a new path, he needed a suitable name. He chose the name Xiaohei. The mushroom liked the modesty of the name, feeling it suited him well, and thanked his teacher. Junlin then asked Xiaohei why the founder, Yao, had installed such strong suppression systems against human cultivators if he had agreed to open the valley. Xiaohei explained that Yao belonged to the medicine clan himself and created the system to protect his kind from being wiped out. Li was shocked to learn that the legendary Yao wasn't human. Xiaohei confirmed this, explaining that Yao was actually a rare medicinal kirin. Hong recognized the significance immediately. A medicinal kirin is a legendary immortal medicine said to hold the power of heaven and earth. Legend says that anyone who consumes it can be cured of any illness, gain unsurpassed strength, and find a clear path to immortality. Junlin suggested that Yao must have made a great sacrifice to protect the valley. Another plant spirit explained that in the past, human forces had been incredibly greedy, attacking the valley daily and robbing the herbs without mercy. The weak plants were treated as mere merchandise or food. To save his clan, Yao used his own medicinal power to satisfy the demands of powerful humans and buy time for his people. Li was moved, realizing Yao had literally used his own body to pave the way for the medicine clan's survival. However, Yao's power wasn't infinite, and the greed of the humans never ended. Eventually, Yao went to the heavenly world to strike a deal. He would exchange himself for the permanent protection of the medicine clan. The heavens agreed, but on the condition that the valley must open once every 100,000 years. Yao appeared to agree, but secretly added the massive defense system to suppress human power, ensuring his people would stay safe during those openings. Only the most advanced herbs knew the truth. The younger ones simply believed Yao had become immortal. Despite how humans had treated them, the medicine clan never killed the intruders. They only drained their strength and played tricks on them. Junlin expressed his deep respect for Yao's sacrifice to ensure his clan's survival. Fan agreed, noting that even though Yao wasn't human, his dedication to his comrades was honorable. Miaoyi added that looking back at the actions of the human cultivators, she felt deeply ashamed of how they had behaved. Just then, the participants saw the teleportation gates open, signaling it was time to leave. One cultivator shouted that the valley was a cursed place and that anyone who wanted it could have it. The monk, feeling his freedom return, vowed that once he was outside, he would avenge his humiliation with blood. Before leaving, Junlin asked Xiaohei if he wanted to come with them. Xiaohei wasn't sure at first. He had originally planned to go back to sleep once the trouble was over. However, he realized that everything had changed now that he had a teacher and a powerful new martial art. He wanted to experience the world he didn't know. Junlin told Xiaohei he respected his choice and mentioned he might drop by again in another 100,000 years. As Junlin started to walk away, Xiaohei felt a sudden emptiness. He didn't want to return to a long, boring life of solitude. He shouted for Junlin to wait, declaring that he wanted to see the world after all. Xiaohei caught up to his teacher and asked to be taken along. Junlin smiled and promised that from that moment on, he would lead Xiaohei to the very top. The other plants wondered why the great Mushroom King had chosen to leave with the humans, especially after he had caused such a stir by taking on a human form. Root speculated that he must have been forced into it, but noted that now they were gone, the valley could finally enjoy peace for another 100,000 years. As the participants emerged from the portal, the crowds outside cheered. Seeing their excited expressions, the onlookers were filled with envy, assuming the group had returned with a massive hall. Many lamented that since the valley had so few openings, they would never get a chance to see it in their lifetime. The last one to exit was the old monk, who sighed with relief at finally feeling the freedom he had craved hours ago. The monk's disciples rushed to ask about the results, but someone noted there was no need to ask. With Master Rendeng leading them, the hanging temple was sure to have returned with hands full of spoils. The monk asked sarcastically if it really looked like he was coming back with a full catch, causing the student to apologize for speaking without thinking. Suddenly, a group of thieves intercepted one of the clans and ordered everyone who had entered the valley to stay exactly where they were. They warned that anyone who resisted would face the cruelty of their leader, the true immortal Junlin. The travelers panicked, disgusted that they were being subjected to another robbery. One man urged his group to stay quiet, not wanting to draw the attention of such a dangerous person. Su Miaoyi noticed the group and pointed out that the imposters were at it again. Junlin remarked that it felt like he had arrived just in time to hear a confession. Hong was insulted, furious that they had found a woman to impersonate him. He vowed to crush them for such a blow to his status. Li noted that the legendary executioner who inspired fear in everyone had apparently been turned into a village robber by these fakes. Xiaohei, still nervous around so many people, hid behind a tree. Xiaoxi reassured him, telling him not to be afraid because his teacher and older brothers would handle everything. Xiaohei thanked her and asked how he should address her. She introduced herself and told him there was no need for formal titles, calling him a cutie. Xiaohei looked at the thieves and asked why their clothes were so similar to theirs, and Xiaoxi explained that the imposters were ruining their reputation through extortion. The old monk confronted the thieves, asking if they were truly prepared to go through with this. One thief started to panic, sensing the monk's aura was at the level of a heavenly catastrophe. However, the leader of the thieves wondered why his team was scared. He reminded them that Junlin had once defeated a true immortal in front of the Zhu family. He figured if he stayed calm, he could scare off the bald old monk. He approached and asked the monk if he knew who he was dealing with, claiming very few in the region could stop him. The monk's disciples whispered to their master that this was the bloody Avenger himself, who had supposedly destroyed a million-strong army. The monk listened, but quickly recognized the man as a fake. He realized the heavens were favoring him. He knew this Junlin was actually at odds with the real one, and this was a perfect opportunity. The monk greeted the pious Junlin politely, claiming he had heard of his reputation for a long time. The thief was surprised by the monk's politeness, thinking the name Junlin was working even better than expected. He assumed the monk was willing to forget old scores. Li asked Junlin if the old man was actually falling for it, but Junlin replied that the monk had his own evil plans, and they should just watch the drama unfold. The thief told the monk that since their meeting was fateful, he hoped the monk wouldn't interfere with their business. The monk agreed, and even offered to help. Suddenly, the monk launched a massive golden bell into the sky, trapping all the surrounding students. The thief was confused, asking what he was doing. The monk claimed it was a blessing, and that he would personally perform a ritual to help them be reborn in a land of bliss. The terrified disciples shouted that they had no grudge against him and offered to give up their medicines. They even promised to keep quiet about any illegal trade in the valley. The monk asked what trade they were talking about. He explained that the real issue was that they had witnessed his humiliation inside the valley, and he couldn't let that news reach the eastern region. He decided the best move was to eliminate all witnesses, take the treasures, and blame the bloody Avenger for it, getting the loot, keeping his secret, and becoming a hero who fought evil all at once. One student shouted that he was a prince of the great Yan Empire, warning of the consequences, while another identified himself as an elder of a powerful sect. The monk told them to stop wasting words and sent them toward reincarnation, crushing two high-ranking individuals with his energy. The lead thief was horrified, realizing he had planned to quit after this job, but now he was in over his head. He asked if the monk planned to eliminate him too. The monk replied that he had great respect for Junlin and asked for a favor. He wanted the thief to be patient while he finished his work. Take all the blame, but since he had no choice, he told the monk to do whatever he wanted. Just then, one of the trapped students ran toward the fake Junlin, calling him a demon and asking how he could conspire with the monk to destroy them. Miaoyi whispered to her uncle that Junlin must be completely insane, but Fan urged her to be quiet. He asked if she hadn't noticed the striking similarities between Mr. Yi and the person being discussed. Miaoyi looked closer and admitted she had suspected this for a while. After everything they had witnessed on this trip, she was starting to believe that Mr. Yi and the legendary Junlin were actually the same person. Fan told her not to jump to conclusions and suggested they stay calm to see how the situation unfolded. To mock everyone, using a specialized plant technique to suppress the hearing of those around him, Li informed Junlin that, as instructed, the entire event had been recorded on an imprinting ball. Junlin remarked that they would soon see how these hypocritical monks would try to maintain their merciful act. Having secured the evidence, Junlin decided it was time to move. He soared into the sky toward the monk's barrier and reached out to touch it. The monk was stunned to see him there, but Junlin simply introduced himself as being from the Zhuanti Atlantean sect. The onlookers were thrown into total confusion trying to figure out who the real Junlin actually was. They wondered if the man from the Medicine King Valley was the genuine article, which would mean the group robbing people earlier were just imposters. Miao Yi turned to her uncle, excited that her theory had been proven right. Fan admitted that ever since they were at the Dragon Gate Inn, he knew this man was no ordinary person, and that feeling had only grown stronger in the valley. He compared Junlin to a divine dragon soaring through the heavens, far beyond the reach of normal people. The fake Junlin and his team realized they were finished. They had been pretending to be him while the real owner was watching the whole time. The monk glared at Junlin, noting that while he had always tried to be polite, it was clear that Junlin enjoyed playing games. He realized that the reason he had been humiliated in the valley was because he was dealing with the real Junlin all along. He declared that it was time to settle all their old and new scores at once. Junlin called him a bald old man and revealed that he had recorded his entire speech. He asked the monk to imagine how the world would view the Hanging Temple once the recording went public. The monk wasn't worried, claiming that since no one would leave the area alive today, the truth would never get out. He planned to pin all the day's chaos on Junlin's reputation. Junlin told the old man he was being far too overconfident. The monk countered that in the Medicine King Valley, his power had been suppressed, leading him to fall for Junlin's tricks, but now that he was back at full strength, things would be different. He launched a massive attack, determined to finish Junlin off. Li watched the exchange with concern, noting that the monk was at the very peak of the heavenly catastrophe stage. He wondered if his teacher was in real danger. Hong, however, sensed that Junlin was still hiding his true depth. He figured that someone capable of breaking immortal-level rules couldn't be defeated so easily. Junlin stood his ground without a hint of fear, even as a massive force loomed directly in front of him. The system suddenly popped up and announced that it had detected an enemy attack from a top-tier master at the peak of the celestial catastrophe stage. Because of this, a passive power-up called Strong Against Strong kicked off, giving Junlin instant and perfect mastery of that same high-level stage. Junlin just raised his hand and looked down at the old monk, asking if that was really all he had. Junlin's counterattack was so powerful and came out of nowhere that the monk actually got hurt. Stunned, the monk asked how this was even possible. He told Junlin that he had hidden his power so well that nobody realized he had already reached such a legendary level. Junlin wasn't interested in playing games for long and told the old monk to pick how he wanted his story to end, but the monk was stubborn. He asked Junlin why it mattered if he had reached the peak of that stage, boasting that he was an old master who had spent years training his body to be as tough as a diamond just to survive the battles in the Medicine King Valley. He claimed that even for people at their high level, he was basically indestructible. Junlin told him straight up that he'd given him a chance to walk away, but he didn't take it. The monk snapped back, telling Junlin not to be so arrogant, and used his energy to summon a massive, powerful heavenly dragon. The dragon took up the entire sky and charged at Junlin. Junlin didn't even flinch, calling the dragon nothing more than a tiny spark. He summoned the Hand of Heaven, which appeared out of thin air and headed straight for the dragon. He gave the command for the hand to just finish the enemy and tear the dragon apart. The hand grabbed the dragon by its long neck and started squeezing. The monk was in total shock, shouting that it was impossible for the legendary art of the Hanging Temple to be destroyed in a heartbeat. Junlin's giant energy hand didn't stop there and kept going right for the monk. The monk tried to use his Buddhist techniques to stop the hand, calling Junlin's move disrespectful, but Junlin just smiled, saying the monk didn't know his own limits. He released a massive burst of energy that shattered the monk's defense. The monk slammed into the ground with insane force, coughing in pain. Junlin looked down and seemed genuinely surprised the guy was still breathing. The monk realized that even though his ultimate defense was supposed to be unbeatable against anyone at his own level, it had nearly been destroyed. He decided it was time to use all the rare meds he and his students had collected from the valley. He went all in, applying all the herbs to his body to boost his recovery to a massive level. The monk declared that the real fight was just starting, but Junlin told him he was wrong and that it was already over. When the monk asked what he meant, Junlin admitted the old man's defense was impressive, but he asked how he planned to handle the next move. The monk was shaken by the sheer pressure and finally realized exactly how high Junlin's level actually was. Junlin asked the monk if he remembered what was happening. The monk got even saltier, claiming the force of Junlin's blow was about as weak as a mosquito bite. Junlin walked closer and asked what the monk would think if he told him he had only been using a tiny fraction of his actual power. The monk was confused, but Junlin moved in and landed a punch right on the old man's head. The monk couldn't even react in time. He felt a sharp pain and even lost a tooth in the process. Junlin finally showed everyone what he was really capable of, proving once and for all that he was the real deal. People started cheering that the demon monk was finished and that they were finally safe. They shouted that Senior Junlin was their hero and that from now on their lives belonged to him. They even promised that if anyone ever talked trash about Junlin again, they'd be ready to stand up for his honor. Looking down from the sky, Junlin saw that everyone finally recognized him as a legendary warrior. Miao Yi was totally stunned because she had no idea Junlin was that cracked. Her uncle Fan mentioned that Junlin's strength was way beyond anything he expected, but he encouraged Miao Yi, saying if she worked hard, she could be that powerful one day too. Li was hyped for his teacher, saying his power was on another level, while Hong thought about how the monk's defense, which was famous for being top tier, was wrecked by a single punch. He wondered if Junlin even had a limit. The monk's students were terrified and shouted that they needed to get back to the Hanging Temple immediately, but Li wasn't about to let them slide. Calling them names, he asked where they thought they were going going and went after them with his sword. Junlin then walked over to the thieves and told them it was time to settle the bill. The leader fell to his knees and begged for mercy, calling themselves pathetic ants and saying they weren't worth his time. One thief tried to blame the old man, saying he had forced them into it and tricked them. The old man turned on his own crew, calling them ungrateful for trying to bail after living the good life with him. Junlin saw the fakes weren't worth his energy and decided to let the situation handle itself. He said that every debt has a debtor and it was better for them to sort it out. Junlin asked Miao Yi how much they had actually taken from her. She told him it was 5 million of the rarest spirit crystal. Immediately, a crowd of people who had also been robbed surrounded the thieves, demanding their money back. Junlin noted there were a lot of people looking to get paid and told them to handle it themselves. Li added that these small-time crooks weren't worth the teacher getting involved. Miao Yi went up to Junlin and thanked him for helping her get her stuff back. She admitted she always suspected he had a secret, but she never imagined he was actually the famous master everyone talked about. Junlin replied that he wanted to tell her the truth when they first met, but since she hated the fake versions of him so much, he felt like he had to keep up the act. Miao Yi said it was the imposters who had confused her, making her vow to find justice against him. Looking back, she thought her mistake was hilarious. Junlin told her it wasn't funny at all. It was actually proof she had a pure heart, which is great for spiritual growth. He mentioned that because of her special star power, her future was looking bright, and he had high hopes for her. Miao Yi was stoked and asked if he really meant it, promising to work twice as hard to one day surpass him. Junlin said he'd be waiting for her at the finish line and called over his pet, Kunpeng. As they got ready for a long trip, Junlin said goodbye to Miao Yi and told her he was looking forward to seeing her again. The people nearby started talking about how the rumors were true after all, that Junlin's mount really was a divine being, and that Junlin himself was a kind and powerful genius. They felt bad for ever believing the lies about him. After saying goodbye to Junlin, the crowd turned their attention back to the thieves. The lead thief tried to argue that they'd already given everything back, but the crowd wasn't having it. As the group set out, only the sounds of the thieves getting a reality check could be heard in the distance. Meanwhile, Xiaohei was still in awe, looking at how huge the back of the creature was and feeling like he was in a literal paradise above the clouds. Junlin officially welcomed Xiaohei to the family, telling his students that the newcomer was now part of the crew. He started the introductions with the first senior brother, Hong. Junlin described him as super helpful and told Xiaohei he could totally go to him with any questions about training. Hong played along, telling Xiaohei that he was there if he ran into any trouble. Xiaohei was shaken, admitting that in 10,000 years at the Medicine King Valley, he had never seen anyone so good-looking, and he was surprised to find out Hong was a guy. Next, Junlin introduced the second senior sister, Xiaoxi. He explained she was his personal chef and manager, so Xiaohei should go to her for anything related to daily life. Finally, he introduced the third senior brother, Li, describing him as his top spy and vanguard. Junlin told Xiaohei that if anyone ever messed with him, Li would be the one to handle it, them all respectfully, asking for their support as he learned the ropes. Junlin decided the introductions were over and told everyone to get back to work, asking Xiaoxi to give his shoulders a massage. Xiaoxi was happy to help her teacher, but Hong was feeling salty. He suspected Xiaohei was just acting nice to suck up to Junlin, and he wondered if he'd have to fight for his own spot. Xiaohei, meanwhile, was getting creepy vibes from Hong, feeling like the older brother wanted to eat him. He tried to strike up a conversation with Li instead, asking what he was doing. Li turned around with a scary expression and asked Xiaohei if he wanted some of what he was eating. Xiaohei was terrified, thinking Li was inviting him to eat his own kind, and he bolted, screaming about how scary his older brother was. Li realized he'd made a bad first impression and worried he'd scarred the kid for life. Junlin was chilling after his massage and decided it was time for some tea. Xiaoxi noticed an amazing aroma, and Junlin told her to brew a pot for everyone. When Hong smelled it, he was stunned. He asked the teacher if it was actually the legendary tea of insight. Junlin confirmed it was. Hong couldn't believe it. The tea was so rare that the most powerful forces in the middle region would fight to the death over a few leaves. He knew that the most ancient immortals only gave out tiny amounts every 50,000 years. He had only ever smelled it from a distance before, but now he finally had the chance to taste it. Xiaoxi poured the tea, and Hong asked if he could have the honor of a cup. Junlin said of course. Hong thought about how the elite spirits of the world had spent thousands of years trying to get a sip and failed, yet here he was, finally fulfilling his dream. He took a sip and immediately felt a surge of power, like a fire inside him. It reminded him of a battle, and he started feeling totally renewed. Junlin asked him what he remembered, but Hong was too busy riding the wave of energy. Junlin noticed Hong was starting to lose control of the power and gave him a quick correction tap to help him settle. Hong felt a massive burst of energy as he reached the absolute peak of the celestial transition stage. He was so hyped he started laughing out loud, but Junlin smacked him on the back of the head, asking what was so funny and if he had a problem with his teacher. Hong quickly apologized, and Junlin told him to be more careful. Then it was Li's turn. He took a cup and thanked the teacher. Hong, still shocked by the amount of tea Junlin had, asked how much was left. Junlin showed him the whole jar, and Hong nearly fainted. A few leaves were usually enough to make immortals greedy, yet Junlin had a massive supply. Junlin told him not to worry about running out and said he could drink as much as he wanted. Li and Xiaoxi took their sips and felt the same massive power boost that Hong had. Xiaohei watched them, noticing the powerful auras radiating from his new siblings. He wondered if the tea would work on a member of the medicine clan too. When Xiaohei took a sip, he started literally glowing and shot into the sky from the sheer force of it. Li was impressed, seeing that Xiaohei's internal core and spirit were now fully complete. Xiaohei Hei was glad he stopped where he did, otherwise he thought he might have embarrassed his older brothers by leveling up even more. Hong realized that while the first cup boosted their levels, the second cup significantly improved their understanding of the martial path. Junlin felt that this tea provided a much better boost than any of his previous rewards. Suddenly, his system pinged with a new task. He needed to go to the Xuankong Temple to register for a massive reward. Junlin was ready to deal with the monks and told Li to grab the recording ball so they could head out. Li knew that the temple was the highest shrine for meditation in the domain, and he was ready to outshine them. Hong was surprised they were moving so fast, wondering if Junlin could really handle the mysterious abbot of the temple. Meanwhile, in the Buddhist state of the eastern domain, things were looking grim. Monks were raiding and burning everything in sight. People were terrified. One mother begged a monk not to take her child, offering to take his place instead. The monk coldly told her that her sins were great and the child had to atone for the father's debt. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot from the sky, hitting the monk's hand. A group of defenders arrived, shouting that the monks were being lawless in the land of Leon. The monk wasn't intimidated, claiming that even the country's ruler wouldn't dare interfere with them. He told the defenders that the children were being taken to a boundless future under their merciful leader and warned them not to get in the way. As the team prepares to confront the temple, the defender shouted that the monk's words were sheer nonsense, calling him a monster in a robe rather than a follower of Buddhism. He accused the group of kidnapping children only to feed them to their master. Offended, the monk attacked, calling the defender impudent for insulting the Lord of the Mountain. The defender tried to strike back, calling the monk a bastard, but the monk's fire technique was too fast. Flames covered the defender before he could even jump off his horse. Just then, a warrior named Commander Yang rushed up, promising to help. The defender was relieved, telling Yang he arrived just in time to help take down the demonic monk. However, instead of helping his master, Yang pulled out an iron circle weapon and sneakily attacked him. The master was devastated by the betrayal. The monk asked if he was surprised, while Yang mocked his former leader, calling him stupid for opposing Mount Xuankong when everyone else had already switched sides. The master called Yang a shameless traitor for conspiring with the mountain and finishing off the city's previous ruler, warning him that the imperial court wouldn't forget this. The monk laughed, claiming the entire country of Lashan was already in their pocket and that no one would be coming to check. Yang added that the previous rulers were gone because they were stubborn and the imperial court hadn't lifted a finger. The monk raised his hand, telling the master he had been warned to repent and that he would now be sent to the world of eternal bliss. Desperate, the master raised his sword, vowing to take them both down with him, but the monk just called him foolish. Suddenly, a strange, massive animal appeared above them. The master wondered if it was the legendary divine beast, Thunderwing, but the monk realized it was a top-tier demon at the calamity-overcoming level. Yang was terrified and asked why it was there. Junlin, standing atop his pet, simply told Kun to swallow the whole mess. Kun opened his huge mouth and started sucking in everything below. The monk was horrified that such a powerful demon was being used as a mere riding beast. He was the first to be sucked into Kun's belly, begging for mercy as the others followed. The master watched in awe as the beast devoured everything. He realized the monks were gone and wondered why he was still standing. Junlin came down and asked the master who he was and why these monks were out here robbing and hurting people. The man introduced himself as Murong Hai, the mayor of the Eastern Good State. He explained that these false Buddhists were minions of the floating mountain, kidnapping 800 children to please their master. Junlin was surprised to hear this was connected to the floating monastery. Murong explained that the master of the floating mountain was once a gray wolf trained by the monastery's abbot. He had escaped, taken over the mountain, and gathered 3 demonic protectors and 8,000 monsters. Under the guise of Buddhism, he was collecting children from 36 countries to devour them. Li was furious, asking why no one in the region had stopped this monster. Murong replied that messengers sent to the floating monastery never returned, making it clear someone was protecting the wolf. The monastery was a holy place, and its abbot Shuyun was a spiritual leader who denied any connection to the monster, so the neighboring countries just tolerated the horror. Hong noted that the hypocrites were likely just protecting the abbot's reputation by getting rid of anyone who asked too many questions. Murong agreed, saying no one dared to argue with the monastery. Just then, Junlin noticed the person who started all this trying to run away. Junlin moved with incredible speed and cut him off. Murong called the man a bastard for helping destroy multiple city leaders, noting that he would have been next if Junlin hadn't intervened. Junlin mentioned that the gray wolf seemed to be planning a celebration, and the traitor, now on his knees, confirmed it. He admitted the wolf was throwing a lavish feast and had ordered the number of kidnapped children to be doubled. Murong was disgusted, realizing that with 800 children from just this fortress, the total number from all 36 countries was staggering. Junlin didn't waste any more time. He launched a fire attack that sent the traitor flying, and Kun immediately swooped in to finish him off. At that moment, Junlin's system notified him that a quest for the floating mountain had been activated. He needed to defeat the gray wolf for a special reward. Junlin was happy with the timing, as he was already planning to deal with the monsters. He asked Murong if he would lead them to the mountain. Murong thanked him, calling him a true hero. Junlin was caught off guard, saying he hadn't been called a hero in a very long time during the flight. Murong was amazed by how spacious Kun's back was, and asked for the hero's name so he could remember it forever. When Junlin introduced himself as being from the Xuantian sect, Murong was shocked. He realized this was the famous white-haired demon everyone was scared of. He thought about the rumors and realized that while people called Junlin a demon, it was the monks who were actually actually kidnapping kids. He wondered who the real demon was in this situation. Meanwhile, at the floating mountain, the Grey Wolf, a high-level fusion master, asked his subordinates for an update on the feast. The King of the Roosters promised that 66,000 children would be gathered in 5 days. The King of the Bulls laughed, telling his master to rest easy because they had everything under control, while the King of the Boars admitted his mouth was watering at the thought of the tender food. The Grey Wolf felt satisfied, claiming that thousands of souls were about to join the Buddha. Suddenly, they all felt a powerful aura and became alert. The Grey Wolf asked who dared to break into his mountain, but Junlin was already there, moving through the defenses without any trouble at all. Morong told the elder that they had finally reached the lair of the monsters on the floating mountain. Junlin looked at the peak and declared that from that day on, there would be no more floating mountain. Along the way, Kun had been eating so much that he had officially leveled up to the calamity overcoming stage. The Grey Wolf immediately stormed out to attack, demanding to know who was bold enough to invade his home. However, as soon as he saw Kun's massive teeth, he went dead silent. Junlin told Kun to show these scumbags what a real demon king looked like. The wolf's warriors were terrified, asking what this creature was and where it came from, but Kun didn't give them an answer. He picked up speed and crashed into them, sending them flying. Before the Grey Wolf or his team could even move, they felt a massive blow from behind and were slammed into the ground. Morong was in total shock, noting that with just one hit, the entire mountain had practically vanished. He wondered if this really was the legendary Thunderwing divine beast. The Grey Wolf managed to scramble back to his feet, recognizing that the beast was a disaster-level demon. He tried to act tough, claiming that Junlin had made a mistake and would regret this. He boasted that he had ruled this land for 200 years under the protection of the Hanging Temple, and that even the local sovereign didn't dare touch him. He asked how a mere beast dared to disrespect him and immediately tried to call upon his Buddha for power. The Grey Wolf insisted that even if Kun was a disaster stage demon, he couldn't humiliate the master of the mountain when the Hanging Temple had his back. He released his own demonic energy to fight back. Lee noticed that the strike carried the aura of the absolute peak of the catastrophe stage and remarked that the Hanging Temple must be a very interesting place. He saw that the enemy was incredibly strong, realizing that just a projection of the temple's abbot held massive power. He wondered if Senior Junlin could really handle it. Even Xiaohei, who was at the same stage, admitted he wasn't sure he could survive such a blow. Junlin just smiled, asking why the wolf was trying to show off in front of a hero. He noted that, as expected, the wolf was being protected by a demonic monk. Junlin decided to help his pet and released a massive stream of fiery energy. The attack was so powerful that the Grey Wolf began screaming in pain. He couldn't believe it. Noting that the abbot's projection was supposed to be at the top level of the disaster overcoming stage, he realized Junlin was even stronger than that, though he couldn't sense Junlin's actual power level at all. Realizing he was outmatched, the Grey Wolf fell to his knees and begged for mercy. He asked how he had insulted the elder and pleaded for forgiveness. Junlin replied that the wolf had built his camp in a spot that was blocking his path. The wolf promised to leave immediately and never come back. Junlin asked if he was planning to run back to the Hanging Temple, and the wolf confirmed it, mentioning his close ties there. He even invited Junlin to visit the temple as a guest, so he could introduce him to the rector to discuss spiritual teachings. Junlin started laughing and said he actually wanted to go to the Hanging Temple anyway, so they could go together. The wolf secretly thought Junlin was being naive and plotted to have him finished off once they reached the temple. But before the Grey Wolf could even turn around, he lost his head. Junlin remarked that he never said he'd let the wolf get there alive. He then ordered Lee to carefully pack the head as a meeting gift for the abbot. Lee picked up the head and told his teacher he'd get it done right away. Junlin then told the city ruler that the mountain had been cleared and he could go save the rest of the children. Morong thanked Junlin for his kindness, saying the children would remember him for the rest of their lives. Just then, the system congratulated Junlin on completing the task and rewarded him with a 9th-level mystical artifact. Junlin looked at the item and noted it had an incredibly scary power, saying he was looking forward to testing it out. Meanwhile, in the Buddhist province of the eastern region, a ceremony was about to begin on Mount Fantuo. A monk informed the abbot of the Hanging Temple, Shuyun, a master of the disaster overcoming stage, that the students were ready. Shuyun told the servant to step aside, noting that the seal on that scum, the Grey Wolf, had been broken. He remarked that there were very few masters in the region who could compare to him, and while the wolf's lawlessness had caught up to him, they needed to make sure the situation didn't ruin the temple's reputation. He noted that since Elder Rendang had also died mysterious, they needed to take action once the ceremony was over. Other high-profile guests were also climbing the mountain. The great prince of the Pure Land mentioned how much he had learned from the abbot's teachings about the Buddhist tradition. The second prince felt confident he could resist even a demon emperor now, though he admitted he only half understood the deeper meanings compared to his brother. Princess Bright Moon teased that the second prince claimed he could suppress a demon emperor with the 6 words of truth, but he told her not to listen to her superficial observation. The great prince encouraged them, saying they would all train together later. The princess hoped to gain new wisdom from the ceremony to please her father for his upcoming birthday. Abbot Zhuyan began his sermon, speaking about taming the heart and leading all beings to nirvana. Suddenly, Junlin and his team burst into the meeting in a very flashy way. A monk confronted them, saying they had shown total disrespect by entering without permission and telling them to leave. The great prince was offended that anyone would behave so rudely. Junlin announced that he didn't come empty-handed and threw a huge tablet at 2 of the monks as a gift. A monk called him an impudent scoundrel for breaking the temple's tablet and said his actions were a challenge to all of Buddhism. Junlin told them not to take credit for the religion, calling them demonic monks who didn't represent the faith. He called them hypocrites with the faces of Buddhas but the hearts of snakes, vowing to expose their true faces to the world. Princess Bright Moon thought Junlin had lost his mind for causing a riot in such a holy place. The great prince couldn't believe someone would create such disorder, and the second prince worried about what this would do to the honor of their land. All the monks decided to attack at once, shouting that they wouldn't let these scoundrels get away with such an outrage. The second prince ordered the guards to detain Junlin and let the abbot handle him, but Li just smiled and asked if they really thought they were capable of pulling that off. Without a second of hesitation, Li launched a long-range attack, taking out several monks instantly. The great prince was stunned, noting that the strike carried a powerful will and that Li had clearly mastered the way of the sword to perfection. He realized right then that Li was no simpleton. Princess Brightmoon was shocked by the chaos, while Abbot Juyun realized that real trouble had arrived. Since practitioners from all over the world were gathered for the ceremony, he knew he had to handle this with extreme care. Juyun stepped forward, acting polite, and thanked the newcomers for their interest. He asked how the hanging temple had offended them, promising to settle any issues fairly. Junlin laughed and told him to stop the act, calling him the best actor he'd ever seen. Juyun tried to stay on his high horse, saying that everything in the world depends on justice. He complained that they had broken into a sacred ceremony and destroyed everything for no reason. He demanded a reasonable explanation, but Junlin told him that the explanation was already prepared. Li stepped up and activated an imprinting sphere, projecting a recording of the battle in the forest. The monks were horrified when they saw Elder Rendeng on the screen. Juyun was caught off guard, realizing this man was definitely involved in Rendeng's death. The great prince remarked that Junlin seemed fierce, and even though Rendeng tried to intervene, a fight was inevitable. Juyun tried to spin it, claiming that good monks are full of compassion and that Elder Rendeng's good deeds were the ideals the temple always followed. But as the recording continued, the great prince asked why the master was attacking his own people. Bright Moon pointed out that he had even teamed up with a known villain. Juyun realized Rendeng had completely messed up by getting caught on tape. The crowd began whispering that Junlin had actually been the one to save the cultivators from the god of killing. They realized Rendeng had tried to finish off the group while Junlin had stopped him. People couldn't believe a high-ranking elder of the Hanging Temple would do something so vile. The great prince told his sister to hide behind him, but Bright Moon asked why she should hide from the man who saved the heroes. The great prince said the situation was getting too weird and they needed to watch how it played out. Juyun, desperate to save his reputation, called Junlin despicable. He claimed Junlin had forged the memory crystal to frame the elder and tarnish the temple's name. He accused Junlin of trying to deceive the world with dirty tricks. Junlin knew the old man would try to wiggle out of it. He decided to turn up the heat and threw the gray wolf's head right at the abbot's feet. Juyun was revolted, asking what it was. Junlin called him an old bald donkey and joked that he was just returning the abbot's beloved pet. He asked if the abbot was going to thank him. Juyun told Junlin to stop talking nonsense, claiming a monk would never have a connection to such a beast. Junlin pointed out that the wolf had been terrorizing the western lands specifically because he had the abbot's support. Juyun tried to argue that the people of the west had turned to the temple for help, and that they had secretly sent people to deal with the wolf to protect their reputation. But the crowd started getting angry. Someone shouted that they remembered seeing the wolf at the temple a long time ago. Others questioned if Juyun was actually protecting a villain, though some still wondered if the recording was fake. Suddenly, an elder from the Heavenly Master sect stepped forward. He swore on his sect's honor that the images on the memory crystals were 100% authentic and were the undeniable truth. The great prince noted that with a confirmation from such a respected sect, there was no doubt left. Bright Moon was disgusted that Juyun was so dirty, and the second prince agreed, saying the abbot was just a hypocrite who indulged demons. Junlin told everyone that if they still had doubts, they could go to the western lands and see the facts for themselves. He called Juyun a wolf in sheep's clothing, sitting on a lotus throne built on the blood and tears of innocent children. He told the abbot that he could pray for 1,000 years, but he'd never free the souls he had sent to ruin. The great prince was furious, shouting that they had been deceived and that it was a disgrace to all of Buddhism. The crowd turned on Juyun, yelling that he wasn't worthy of being a monk and telling him to get out of the region. Cracking under the pressure, Juyun lost his cool and screamed at everyone to shut up. His shout was so powerful that the sound waves caused physical pain, forcing people to cover their ears. But Junlin acted fast, using his powers to shield the crowd from the blast and keep them safe. The great prince thanked Junlin for the save, but the second prince cut in, sounding totally panicked. He told his older brother that their sister was hurt and they needed to hit up their father immediately because the situation was getting way too dangerous. The sonic boom from the abbot had almost taken them out. Abbot Juyun was completely losing it and wanted to silence everyone. As people started bolting for the exits, screaming that the abbot had gone mad, he roared in anger that nobody was leaving. He flexed his true power, wrapping the entire mountain in a massive energy field to trap everyone inside. Juyun started spinning a wild lie, claiming that a demon had attacked his ceremony. He planned to tell the world that he and the other cultivators fought bravely to stop the threat, but unfortunately, everyone else died in the process. The crowd was horrified, yelling that he was digging his own grave and destroying the temple's reputation forever. Junlin just shook his head, noting that Juyun was just as trashy as Rendeng. The great prince tried to rally his brothers, saying they couldn't just give up on the temple because because of Junlin's words, but Bright Moon realized the truth. She told her brothers that they were already being manipulated by Xu Yun. The Great Prince finally saw that they had to fight their way out. Junlin didn't want to waste any more time talking and sent Hong into the fray. Hong was low-key annoyed that his teacher was making him run errands like a dog again, but he got to work. Xu Yun smiled, thinking he could use Hong for a sacrificial ritual, but Hong told the monk to shut his mouth. Down in the valley, people saw the mountain literally explode. Word started spreading that the temple had activated its ultimate defense system, and people wondered if someone had actually been bold enough to declare war on the center of Buddhism. Back at the palace, the king of the Pure Land got the news that his 3 children were trapped on the mountain. He went full beast mode, ordering the royal guard to mobilize for Mount Fantuo immediately. However, one of the guards wasn't actually loyal. He stepped aside, signaled someone with a medallion, and whispered that it was finally time to move. Back at the fight, Li was frustrated by the temple's defense system. Hong admitted it might hold back normal fighters, but to him, it was basically made of paper. Xu Yun called him arrogant and launched a massive palm strike. Hong didn't back down, counterattacking with a flaming crow technique that set the whole mountain on fire. Xu Yun realized Hong was at the peak of his power level, but said he wasn't scared. He challenged Hong to see whose fire was stronger, Hong's flames or his own hellish karmic flame from the 9 hells. Hong shot back with a flying phoenix strike, calling the monk a bald donkey. He called out Xu Yun for using hellfire, proving he was actually in league with the underground abyss despite pretending to be a holy man. Xu Yun called him a fool and claimed his flames were meant to burn unclean heretics. But Junlin wasn't about to let his team get hurt. He sent Kun into the air, and Xu Yun was shaken to see a disaster-level demon emperor appearing out of nowhere. Kun didn't care about the monk's drama and just started wrecking the mountain's defenses. Xiaoxi and Xiaohei also jumped in to help their brothers. Xu Yun laughed, thinking trash like them couldn't break his shield, but Hong asked if he was really that sure. Xiaoxi and Xiaohei combined their strongest moves and slammed into the array, causing it to crack. Xu Yun couldn't wrap his head around it. Now there were 3 different catastrophe-level powers working against him. Kun finished the job with an ice attack, completely shattering the defense system. As the shield collapsed, the monks started screaming for everyone to run. The Great Prince grabbed his siblings, telling them they had to leave now. Xu Yun desperately tried to pull everyone back, but Junlin appeared on the horizon. He asked the monk if he was surprised by the sudden turn of events. Xu Yun knew he was in deep trouble. If these people escaped and told the truth, the temple's reputation would be trashed forever. He ordered his guards to stop the survivors by any means necessary, even if they had to finish them all. Junlin wasn't having it and told his disciples to protect the retreating crowd. Xiaohei was hyped to help and used his vine techniques to tie up the guards, while Xiaoxi started handling the rest of them. The Great Prince and his family finally made it out of the temple. They ran into some royal guards on the road who were relieved to see them safe. The guards asked if the temple had been attacked by demons, but the Great Prince set them straight. He told them the attack wasn't the problem. The real demon was the abbot of the temple himself. He ordered them to get that message to his father immediately. Junlin told Xu Yun that it was honestly embarrassing that he'd tried so hard for so long, but couldn't even take down one of his students. He suggested it was probably time for the abbot to just rest in peace. Xu Yun snapped back, calling Junlin a leaf demon and mocking him for thinking the power of the hanging temple was so easily defeated. The abbot was actually a little stressed because there was so much noise and his backup still hadn't arrived. But just then, another monk appeared, asking who was causing all the drama. Xu Yun respectfully invited 2 saints to help finish off the demons and protect the temple entrance. Junlin thought the situation was actually getting interesting. Suddenly, a high-energy staff and some glowing bracelets flew out of the temple. These were the demon-taming staff and the Vajra bracelet. 2 legendary saints from the mountains finally showed up, and the monks felt like they were saved. One bracelet shot toward Junlin, but he didn't even blink, counterattacking instantly. The 2 saints fell back and raised their weapons. One was Elder Dragon Elephant, and the other was Elder Qingjing. Both were at the absolute peak of the heavenly catastrophe stage. They were totally offended, asking who dared to cause such a mess in a sacred Buddhist temple. The crowd started cheering, welcoming the 2 legends who were once equal to the abbot. People had grown up hearing stories about how these 2 inspired fear across the eastern lands, but they had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. Nobody expected to see them in action today. Xu Yun was hyped to see them, apologizing for disturbing their privacy, but claiming the situation was desperate. Dragon Elephant asked who the benefactor was that had pushed the temple into such a dire state. Qingjing noted that even the mountain's ultimate defense had been triggered, something that had never happened in the temple's history, and wondered how they'd ever explain this to the previous abbot. Xu Yun went full victim mode, claiming Junlin was a demon wreaking havoc across the lands. He lied and said Junlin had slandered the temple with fake recordings to turn people against them. He even blamed Junlin for the deaths of several elders and the venerable Jiandong, claiming Junlin was now planning to destroy the entire temple. He begged the 2 elders to restore justice. Junlin stepped out and told Xu Yun he had a real talent for twisting the truth. He pointed out that while he was helping people escape, Xu Yun was busy making sure there wouldn't be any witnesses left to tell the real story. Xu Yun told him to stop lying, vowing that today would be the day Junlin finally went down. He turned to the 2 elders and told them they needed to finish this demon together to protect their path. The monks felt a massive surge of confidence with the elders there. Xu Yun charged forward with the Heavenly Penetration Staff, a 9th-rank legendary artifact. Dragon Elephant used a demon suppression technique, and Qingjing attacked from the other side, calling Junlin a spawn of evil and telling him to accept his end. They surrounded Junlin, but he didn't move an inch. He summoned his own own 9th rank weapon, the Kangwon's sword. Shiyun wasn't impressed at first, since they all had high-level gear, and he ordered his own weapon to do its job. Junlin just laughed, saying he had way more treasures than the monk could ever dream of. Internally though, Junlin realized that while his sword was top tier, he didn't actually have a good sword technique to use with it. Right on cue, the system pinged, announcing that the registration for the Hanging Temple was complete. Junlin was relieved, thinking for a second the system had ghosted him. The reward was a legendary sword technique called the Immortal Extermination Solution. Junlin was stoked, considering how powerful the reward was. He couldn't even be mad at the system this time. He immediately tested the new move on his enemies. The elders felt a sudden, terrifying aura of pure aggression. Junlin pounced with his sword, forcing them to use everything they had just to stay on their feet. The monk was shaking, asking what kind of technique it was. Junlin told him to listen up. It was a killer technique designed specifically to finish off fake, shameless people like him. Dragon Elephant called him impudent and tried to shut him up, but Junlin stopped the attack with just one hand. He asked if that was really all they had, taunting them to try harder. Shiyun took things into his own hands, floating above Junlin and launching a 1,000-leaf array that rained down fiery energy. Junlin was ready for anything and defended himself easily. Hong watched from the sidelines, impressed that Junlin was taking on 3 peak-level masters by himself. Lee was hyped, shouting that even with 3 legendary artifacts, the temple couldn't touch his teacher. Dragon Elephant was getting frustrated, admitting Junlin was incredibly hard to finish. He mentioned that even back when they were famous, they'd never met an opponent like this. He asked Suyun how he'd even managed to piss off someone this strong, reminding him that the previous abbot had warned him never to make enemies of the temple. Junlin just smiled and made one smooth swing with his sword. The saints couldn't dodge in time and ended up getting hurt. Junlin teased them, saying he thought they were supposed to be cool, but it turned out they were a letdown. Dragon Elephant was so insulted he suggested the elders use their ultimate power. Qingjing agreed, saying they had been saving this energy for years and now was the time. Shuyun set up a battle circle, telling Junlin he was cornered. The 3 of them combined, their spirits, radiating a pure light of Dharma and creating a massive wave of fiery energy. They told Junlin to prepare for the end. Junlin just looked up at them, wondering what these old farts were even talking about. Lee realized the situation was getting serious as the enemy's strength suddenly jumped 10 times. Fan noted that they were tapping into the power of pious faith. The monk was ready to sacrifice everything to finish Junlin off. He had planned to use that energy, collected over tens of thousands of years, to reach true immortality, but he decided he had to spend it all now just to take Junlin down. He figured he could always start over once the demon was gone. Junlin watched the 3 of them and realized that this was where the old man's confidence was coming from. The monk, in turn, felt that the pressure they were creating was so intense it far exceeded any opponent he had faced before. For the first time, Junlin felt a flicker of real excitement. He noted it was a bit of a bummer that since they were all in the final stages of their trials, he couldn't activate his ability to grow stronger against powerful foes to reach immortality. The monk summoned his courage and launched a fire strike, ordering Junlin to disappear forever. The attack was so massive that flames covered the entire area. However, Kun jumped in, opened his huge mouth, and literally sucked the fire inside himself. Kun wasn't about to take that kind of disrespect for long, and blasted the old man with a wave of blue energy. The monk swiped it away with his palm, calling Kun a brat and threatening to show him why the temple's guardian was considered a holy beast. Junlin was annoyed, calling the old man a bald donkey and asking how he dared to touch his pet. The monk saw a blue screen flickering in front of him and reached out for it, but Junlin raised his sword high. He decided it was time to show them the one energy turning into 3 pure ones technique. Lee watched in total shock as 2 more versions of Junlin suddenly appeared. Hong wondered if this was some ancient inheritance or a skill Junlin had created himself. Even as a true immortal who had seen a lot, Hong felt like a total amateur compared to Junlin. One of the high-ranking monks noticed that all 3 figures had the exact same aura and power level. They weren't just hollow copies or illusions. The lead monk didn't understand the technique, dismissing it as a cheap trick. He bragged that even if Junlin had 100 clones, they were just illusions without the support of mystical artifacts. Junlin challenged that idea, asking who said the clones didn't exist. He remarked that the grave of heaven wasn't full yet, and his song of eternal life was far from finished. The monk was stunned to see that the clones were each wielding 9th-tier artifacts. He realized that while the entire temple only had 1 such treasure, Junlin somehow had 3. Junlin laughed at them, telling them that in their weakened state, it would only take 1 sip for him to finish them all off. The monk called Junlin a devil and asked if he really thought 2 extra copies would make a difference. Junlin looked him in the eye and told him to stop talking and just try to stop him. Junlin moved at perfect speed, landing a series of magical punches on the monk's weapon. The monk couldn't believe it. Even with the power of his faith, he couldn't block a single hit. The black-robed holy monk tried to sneak in and attack, telling Junlin not to be so cocky, but the second saint rushed to help his brother as well. Junlin immediately dropped a massive artifact in front of himself that repelled all the holy monk's attacks. He gave them a look that made it clear they were outmatched. One of the clones picked up his flute and asked the enemies why they were double-teaming his friends when they had agreed to fight one-on-one. Meanwhile, the original Junlin continued to blast the lead monk with energy. The pressure was so high the old man could barely stay on his feet. Junlin didn't let up, unleashing a world-consuming energy cloud. The old man took massive damage from Junlin's energy arrows and had to shield his face. The other holy monks felt the overwhelming power too. The black-robed monk tried to wait for an opening to help his brother, but the sound of the flute clone was even more terrifying. The pain from the music was so intense that the holy monk had to cover his ears just to survive. One of Junlin's clones whacked a holy monk on the head with his flute, showing that even while he was focused on his own fight, he still had the energy to take care of the others. The black-robed monk went totally wild seeing this. He realized that even the clones were suppressing them. He flew into the air and yelled to the old man that they had one last chance. They had to use that technique together, or they were finished. The old man hesitated, knowing it was a last resort, but he realized they had no other choice. He asked the other two elders to combine their power with his. Junlin watched, a bit surprised they still had tricks up their sleeves. The holy monks signaled the chief monk, funneling their energy into him in a single massive stream. The light was so bright it practically blinded everyone. When the connection was finished, all three of them had merged into one being. Junlin thought it was hilarious that they now had 3 heads and 6 arms, joking that the 3 bald donkeys had turned into a monster. The black-robed head told Junlin his time was up. The second head boasted that this was the very technique they used to lead the entire Buddhist school in the eastern region years ago. The third head added that they were on a mission to deliver heaven's justice and destroy him. However, the monk felt his body burning. The technique was too intense to hold for very long. They raised all their hands at once, preparing a final blow. Junlin took that as his cue to get serious. He decided to test his full power on them. He summoned a 3-headed dragon using his sword energy to meet their attack. The old monk, still overconfident, yelled for Junlin to accept his fate. Junlin wasn't bothered, telling them he would use their false Buddhist blood to temper his blade. The two massive energies collided in the sky. Xiaoxi watched the explosion and felt like she was going to go blind from the light, thinking about how terrifyingly powerful these people were. The rest of the monks and guests fled the monastery, screaming that they had never seen anything like it and that staying meant certain death. Trong, it literally tore up the ground. The people at the monastery couldn't see through the dust, wondering if the demon had finally been defeated. But when the smoke cleared, Junlin emerged victorious, looking down at everyone from the sky. Seeing him completely unharmed, the people started worrying about their abbot and elder. Junlin just smiled and asked if there was anyone left who still wanted to disagree with him. The holy monk warned Junlin not to be overconfident, claiming that the good karma of the Hanging Sky Temple would surely bring an ally to side with the heavens and take him down. Junlin shot back, telling them that he had only been playing around because the temple's recent actions had disrupted the heavenly order and defiled their once pure land. The black-robed monk called him a demon and told him to stop talking nonsense. He insisted the temple's mission had always been the salvation of all living beings, and that every disciple was bound by duty to wander the world, destroy evil, and protect the innocent. He told Junlin that he couldn't just slander their reputation and get away with it. Junlin decided to get real with them. He asked if they realized that after they went into seclusion, Shuyun had led the temple down a path of no return. He called out the abbot for still trying to hide the truth. The holy monk looked at the old man and asked what the demon was talking about. Shuyun tried to defend himself, but Junlin didn't want to talk anymore. He used a sudden, powerful burst of energy to force Shuyun's memories to the surface. The process was so intense that the old man couldn't resist, and his hidden past began to play out for everyone to see. Junlin transmitted those memories directly to the holy monks and told them to take a good look. The saints were horrified. They asked how it was possible that one of their own had finished off so many innocent people. They realized Shuyun was a complete fool whose soul was covered in sin, and that the reputation of their ancestors had been destroyed in a single moment. They reminded the old man that he had forgotten the great vow he made to the previous abbot, to be an eternal lamp for the living, a boat through the sea of suffering, and to free everyone from the circles of hell. Shuyun claimed he lived only to fulfill that promise and glorify the temple. Then, he dropped a bombshell. He announced that Ming Li had already captured the heavenly world and would soon unite everything. He told them the end of the Kunlun world was coming, and that since he couldn't hide his secret anymore, he would reveal it all. The black-robed monk recognized the energy as the power of the 9 hells and realized Shuyun had actually made contact with the Ming Li clan. The holy monks were stunned that they hadn't noticed this betrayal for so many years. Shuyun lost his mind, declaring he would light the first fire of the great invasion for the Ming Li army and take everyone to the afterlife with him. Junlin watched this unfold, thinking the old man was playing a high-stakes spy game that was getting pretty scary. Still, he wasn't intimidated. He stood his ground and waited for Shuyun to make his move. Suddenly, energy fell from the sky onto the old man, slowly stripping the dark magic from his body. In his final moments, the old man started screaming, begging Junlin to finish him off because he realized he was useless. The holy monk stood over the decaying body and noted that if Junlin hadn't intervened, the temple's collusion with the Ming Li clan would have led to total disaster. The monks thanked Junlin for destroying the evil within their ranks and preserving the temple's ancient glory. They swore an oath of gratitude for his protection. The holy monk realized that if what Zuyun said about Ming Li was true, the entire Kunlun world was in deep trouble and everyone would suffer. The black-robed monk added that if an attack happened, the temple would definitely stand up to protect the people. Junlin told them to stay calm, boasting that even if the entire army showed up, he could turn them to dust with a wave of his hand. He told the 2 elders he was leaving the rest of the temple's affairs to them and said goodbye. The elders asked if he would allow some of their monks to accompany him, but Junlin said it wasn't necessary and called for his pet, Kunpeng. Meanwhile, the royal family was traveling through the wet, rocky terrain toward their own territory. Princess Luna spotted Junlin and Kunpeng in the distance and wondered why they were leaving so early when when the fight had just ended. The Great Prince replied that they still didn't know the full story, or if the abbot had been punished, emphasizing that the most important thing was to report everything to their father. Back at the temple, the holy monks felt responsible for what had happened, admitting they shouldn't have stayed in seclusion and left everything to chance. The black-robed monk was still shocked that Zhuyun was actually part of the Ming Li clan and felt they needed to restore the temple immediately. Suddenly, he felt someone's presence and ordered them to come out. A mysterious guest, and his men approached. The guest mocked them, noting that of the 3 legendary saints who once ruled the region, only 2 were left, and fate was playing a cruel joke on them. The black-robed monk got into a fighting stance and asked where these little creatures came from and why they were causing trouble at the temple. The masked guest mentioned that Elder Dragon Elephant still had a hot temper, reminding him of a time years ago when he had spoken out at a meeting of the top 10 sects. Dragon Elephant asked who the guest was, realizing that only the most influential leaders in the region were at that conference. He sensed the situation was getting even more complicated than Zhuyun's betrayal. The guest signaled his men to attack. The energy was so overwhelming that the Holy Master collapsed to the ground. The guest approached and said he was sorry, but since the monks were already exhausted from their fight with Junlin, they didn't even have the strength to resist. He told them they would have to watch the complete destruction of the Hanging Sky Temple. The holy monks begged him to stop as the screams of other monks echoed through the temple. Dragon Elephant asked why he was doing this and if it was because of Zhuyun again. The guest corrected him, saying they were actually allies with Zhuyun. He explained that the only problem was that Zhuyun had a loose tongue and had exposed Ming Li's plans too early. Now, they had to make sure the secret stayed safe forever by silencing the witnesses. The masters were horrified to learn this man was an ally of the abbot. Without another word, the enemy released a burst of energy into their heads, leaving them for dead. As he left, he declared that the Buddhist shrine of the Hanging Sky Temple would no longer exist in the eastern region. At that moment, Junlin and his team arrived back at the temple. Something felt very wrong to him, and he stopped abruptly, sensing the change in the air. Hong asked the teacher if something was wrong, noticing his sudden change in mood. Junlin replied that he could smell a familiar, rotten scent in the air. He wondered to himself if the Ming Li clan had started their move much earlier than anyone had expected. Meanwhile, the royal family arrived back in the Pure Land and immediately went to report the situation to their father. The Great Prince explained that after the chaos at the Hanging Sky Temple, he was worried that Buddhist practitioners across the country might unite against them. He suggested that the Pure Land should start preparing for a conflict immediately. The second prince chimed in, telling his father that since he saw the temple fall after Senior Junlin left, they should take advantage of the moment. He suggested leading a punitive expedition to the mountains to make an example of their enemies and show off the power of the Pure Land. The emperor thought for a moment before telling them they were oversimplifying things. He noted that the reputation the temple had built over decades wouldn't just vanish, and it was better to wait and see what really happened. While they talked, Princess Luna was looking at a viewing sphere and noticed something was off. She wondered why there was strange gray smoke everywhere and if something serious had happened. Suddenly, she saw mercenaries appearing above and realized enemies had invaded the palace. As she watched them from above, she couldn't understand how this was happening. The mercenary leader ordered his men to finish everyone off and leave no survivors. They immediately began attacking the rooms and everyone inside. The second prince asked his father what was going on outside, and the emperor replied that the situation was dire. The emperor didn't waste any time and went out to face the invaders himself. Standing before the mercenaries, he asked who they were and how they dared to commit such a massacre in his palace. As he raised his defenses, he was shocked to sense 4 separate power auras at the initial stage of the tribulation level. He realized these weren't random thugs. No one could bring that many strong fighters to one place by accident. He wondered what clan they belonged to and advised them to retreat immediately, reminding them that a major Buddhist shrine was located right in the capital. The mercenary just laughed and asked if he was talking about the Hanging Sky Temple. He mockingly informed the emperor that the temple had already been turned into a wasteland. The emperor was stunned, unable to believe the temple had been destroyed. Another mercenary told his crew to stop talking and finish the emperor off, saying that once they shed blood in the palace, their mission would be complete. They attacked the emperor all at once, even though the emperor had reached the middle stage of the tribulation level with the support of the national fortune. The 4 mercenaries proved to be too much for him. He began to be suppressed by their combined strength. His family watched in terror, wondering why this was happening so suddenly. Finally, the emperor told his children they had to leave the Pure Land immediately and get as far away as possible. The lead mercenary heard this and ordered his men to target the children, noting it was a direct task from their clan leader. The princess ordered her brothers onto her flying carpet. Seeing them try to escape, the mercenary sent his men to finish them off. During their flight, a portal opened up ahead. The second prince said the teleporter was right there, and he had the token to activate it so they could escape. The great prince vowed that once they were safe, they would find out the truth behind this attack. But at the last second, an attack from a distance knocked them off the flying carpet. The second prince even lost the activation token as they fell. The mercenaries closed in, and the great prince ordered his younger sister to run while he held them back. Princess Luna pulled herself together and changed her path toward the portal. The great prince stood his ground, making it clear that no one would get past him today. The mercenaries realized he was planning to blow himself up to take them with him, so they tried to retreat. The great prince followed through with his plan, triggering a massive explosion to protect his family. Princess Luna watched in tears, reaching out as she said a final final goodbye to her brother. Meanwhile, the emperor was still fighting, demanding to know who the invaders were and why they wanted to destroy his kingdom. The mercenaries told him to blame his own failure and mentioned that it was just a coincidence the gates were located there. The emperor realized the situation was catastrophic. The mercenary made it clear that once the emperor was gone, the creatures from the abyss would invade and capture the country. He told the emperor not to worry, saying the local people would still be useful to them later. The emperor realized this was a massive, monstrous conspiracy. Deep in a dungeon inside the palace, a group of mercenaries was already standing by at a star gate. 4 months later, people on a flying ship were talking indignantly about how the world had become more chaotic. They shared stories of how the town of Luho had been invaded by creatures from the abyss. Cultivators who resisted were suppressed, and survivors were being treated like cattle. Lee listened, realizing that things had gone south the moment they left the region. A girl came by selling newspapers, saying they were a must-read. Lee bought one and thanked her. At that time, Junlin didn't have a care in the world and was enjoying himself at the seashore. He told Hong that his movements were getting more confident and that he had great talent. Hong replied that he only worked hard for the teacher's sake. Lee approached them with the newspaper. Junlin noticed Lee was frowning and asked what had happened. Lee reported that the paper claimed Junlin had destroyed the floating monastery in a fit of rage and had dragged the Pure Land into the mess. It even said he had massacred the palace and destroyed the royal family, and that the Abyss army had only invaded because he left the country empty. Lee was furious that they were slandering his teacher again, calling it the highest level of shamelessness. Junlin was genuinely shocked to hear that the floating monastery had been wiped out. Lee wondered if the current chaos was truly the work of the underground Abyss clan. Junlin explained that while the monsters were definitely involved, the rumors were being spread by people. He pointed out that since the leader of the floating monastery was linked to the Abyss, it was highly likely that other major sects in the eastern region were also secretly cooperating with them. Junlin noted that everything seemed to center around the Stargates. He suspected that the royal family of the Pure Land had their own Stargate, and that the Abyss clan was working with local traders to open these portals from both sides at once to let in external forces. Lee agreed, mentioning that the information he'd gathered on the passenger ship confirmed people were fleeing in terror. He reported that the invasion had already started in several parts of the eastern region, and the situation was getting extremely dangerous. Junlin admitted he hadn't expected the Abyss clan to move this fast. He asked if there was any other news, and Lee reported that things were just as bad in Arid and for the Xuantian sect. Junlin was confused. Arid was so far away that even the long-distance communication pipes were down, so he didn't understand how the sect could be under fire already. He immediately ordered Kunpeng to pull a U-turn so they could head toward Arid. Just then, the system congratulated Junlin on triggering a random quest. If he made it to Arid to register, he'd be rewarded with a divine skill called the Laws of Heaven and Earth. Junlin realized he had been trying to lure the snake out of its hole, but it had come straight to him instead. He was ready to see what these invaders were really made of. In the Arid region, the situation was a total nightmare. Abyss leaders were literally hooking people to carts like animals and beating them. A Bone Clan chief declared that from now on, everyone would be a slave to his clan forever. The people felt powerless, wondering if Arid was doomed to live in permanent darkness. They remembered a time when Senior Junlin's name was enough to make everyone in the eastern region tremble, but so much had changed since then. They worried that even if he showed up now, he wouldn't be able to change the outcome. Suddenly, someone rushed into a local gathering, shouting that things had gotten even worse. The Bone Clan was planning a public execution of the cultivators who had resisted them, and the target was a girl from the Xuantian Zong sect. Everyone was shocked, rushing to see if it was true. They couldn't believe that even someone from Junlin's own sect couldn't escape the Bone Clan's cruelty. Rumors were flying that the sect's elders were too scared to help and were just hiding behind their walls. The girl, Zhao Linger, was at the peak level of the Divine Essence transformation stage. A Bone Clan general walked up to her and told her that Arid and her sect were their biggest headaches. He bragged that today he would gather his full strength to break through the sect's walls and finish off everyone inside. Zhao Linger shot back, warning him that if he dared to do that, Peak Master Junlin would destroy every last member of the Bone Clan when he returned. The Bone King laughed, asking if she meant the same white-haired god of slaughter everyone talked about. He dismissed the name as being all talk and no substance, claiming Junlin hadn't returned because he was scared and hiding like a beaten dog. Nearby, Ouyang Fong warned the leader of the Banshan sect not to act rashly, noting the power gap was too huge and a rebellion would just be a waste of life. The general approached Zhao Linger, mocking her for having a daring tongue. He used his bone knives to stab her, wounding her on both sides of her body. Ouyang Fong internally begged Junlin for forgiveness, feeling useless. His sect had already tried to stop the Bone Clan but lost over half their people, and the survivors had only barely escaped death. He didn't want to send his remaining disciples into a suicide mission. The general mocked Zhao Linger's silence, asking if she was speechless. He told her that only the sound of her screaming in pain would properly intimidate the rest of the human. He called her a good girl while he laughed at her suffering. Bang was devastated, looking to the sky and wishing Senior Junlin would appear. The general, getting bored since she wasn't begging for her life, decided it was time to finish her off. Zhao Linger felt relieved that her suffering was finally about to end, but suddenly, the ground ground began to shake. The general was confused, noting that an aura this strong usually only came from the true king of the Bone Clan. Everyone fell to their knees, sensing a power at the trial crossing level, which they associated with a demon emperor. They feared that between the Abyss Army and a demon emperor, Arid was truly finished. Junlin appeared, making it clear he was there to help. Zhao Linger was so weak she couldn't tell if it was really him. Junlin didn't say anything at first. He just used his fire powers to shatter her chains and free her. He pulled her into a hug, asking who she was. She introduced herself and realized he didn't recognize her because she had been away training for 300 years. Junlin was surprised, realizing she was the same girl he knew, and remarked that no wonder she felt familiar, though he hadn't expected her to grow up so much. She joked that she hadn't actually grown at all. Junlin corrected her, saying he was talking about her age. She was much older now. He saw how serious her wounds were and immediately began using his magic to heal her. The King of Bones asked if this was the same god of butchery everyone was gossiping about. The general noted that Junlin's power was terrifying and seemed to be on the same level as a king in their own clan. After treating her, Junlin looked at the enemies and decided it was time to handle these weirdos. He stepped forward and asked them if they realized he was the one in charge here, demanding to know how they dared to come into his territory and cause such a mess. Seeing Junlin's strength and anger, the king tried to dip, but Junlin instantly pinned him down with his energy. The king fought hard to stay on his feet, but ended up getting forced to his knees. He warned Junlin that a new king had stepped up in their clan to hold the power, advising Junlin to be smart, back off, and surrender, or else he would face a permanent game over. Junlin brushed him off, declaring that literally no one in this world could take him down. He then blasted a beam of fire from his hand. The king didn't even get to say bye before Junlin completely erased him from existence. After that, Junlin announced to the crowd that they needed to listen up. As long as he was around, everything was going to be perfectly fine, and the Ajo Bone clan was basically waiting to get cancelled. Lee seriously admired his teacher, totally surprised that Junlin was such a local legend in this remote area. Junlin wasn't about to abandon his people, and stepped up to rescue everyone in the danger zone. An old man in the group couldn't hold back anymore, and told Elder Junlin that they wanted to help fight the Bone clans, but their power levels were just too low. He asked if Junlin could drop some pointers so they could finally level up their cultivation. Zhao Linger chimed in, mentioning that she had been hard stuck at the Hashan stage for years, which was the only reason the Bone clan managed to capture her in the first place. The rest of the crowd joined in, practically begging peak head Junlin to give them some much-needed coaching. Internally, Junlin was panicking because he literally knew nothing about actual cultivation, but seeing everyone looking at him with puppy dog eyes, he knew that backing down would be super embarrassing. Thankfully, his system decided to clutch up, popping in to congratulate him for reaching the Archaic Province checkpoint and offering a reward. Junlin got slightly annoyed, calling the system out for constantly lagging on his rewards. He reminded it that he had been in the province for a minute now, and questioned if it was even trying to do its job. He was stuck in a super awkward spot, so he demanded to know what the system was offering to fix it. The system casually replied that it had just dozed off and told him to chill. It offered him a check-in reward that included a verbal mantra reciting feature to help him handle the situation. Junlin was instantly hyped, admitting that this was a massive upgrade. The system congratulated him and handed over a supreme divine skill related to the laws of heaven and earth. This skill would let him supersize his body and massively boost his stats. Plus, he got a 2-minute buff where anything he said out loud would be charged with magical energy, automatically helping people understand the cultivation path. Junlin realized he just had to yap and it would magically work out. The system confirmed he could literally say whatever came to mind. Floating up above the crowd, Junlin started delivering a speech, claiming that being stuck in cultivation wasn't actually a real thing. He stated that whenever the timing is right, a level up naturally happened. When it came to specific skills or deep experiences, he kept it super vague, saying that those who get it, and those who don't, well, he wasn't going to over-explain. He then asked the crowd if they vibed with his message and hyped them up to clap. He repeated that a breakthrough is basically guaranteed when the time is right, and the real ones would understand. Suddenly, the old man started yelling that it all made total sense to him. He interpreted Junlin's words as a deep metaphor, comparing water reaching a canal to the secret art of mixing yin and yang, claiming the canal was the path and the water was raw energy. Junlin internally sweat dropped, totally baffled by how the old guy managed to pull such a deep meaning out of his random ramble. Right away, Ouyang Fang started channeling energy and hit the initial stage of body and spirit fusion. Zhao Linger didn't lag behind either, hitting the exact same milestone. Seeing them level up, the rest of the crowd started cheering, claiming they totally understood the lesson too. Lee and the other disciples were mind-blown that the whole squad was leveling up, proving their teacher was truly the absolute best. Hong, on the other hand, had a sneaking suspicion that Junlin was just waffling, though he literally had zero proof. Junlin turned to Fang and mentioned that since everyone was powered up now, he needed to know the location of the Gloomy Abyss Army's main base. Fang replied that those monsters were posted up at Black Mill Hill and offered to guide the way. Meanwhile, Zhao Linger told Peakhead Junlin that she was super stressed about her dad and the others, so she wanted to head back to the Way State to check on them. Junlin gave her the green light to handle her family business while his crew got ready to move out. He announced that the final showdown for the Archaic Province was kicking off, so they had to speedrun their way to the rescue. The local warriors felt it was a massive flex to fight alongside Elder Junlin, agreeing that missing out on this raid would be the biggest fumble of their lives. vibes. Over at Blackmill Hill in the White Bone Hall, the vibes were absolutely terrible. One of the chiefs complained that their original strategy was to wreck the forces hiding the Stargate first. They had most of the province on lock, but the Swantian sect was being super stubborn and refusing to fold. The leader asked a servant named Batu if his brothers had been pinged. The servant confirmed that the 5 other Bone Kings got the memo and were likely arriving any second. The Bone King pumped his fist, hyped about the backup. He recalled that during their last raid, they managed to heavily damage the Swantian head and the peak leader, but they still couldn't crack the temple's defenses. He swore that this time his squad would be literally unstoppable. Throwing his hands in the air, dark magic flooded the temple. He welcomed his brothers, celebrating their arrival. One of his brothers assured him they would always have his back, though he was low-key surprised that the older brother was struggling against humans in such a middle-of-nowhere province. Boggy pointed out that everyone in the province was pretty much a pushover, except for the Zhuantian crew. Rumor had it that their peak head had taken down high-level immortals and creators during the heavenly trial stage, earning himself the nickname of the white-haired god of destruction. Since this guy hadn't shown up yet, Boggy questioned if the hype was even real. The king confidently stated that no matter how overpowered this guy was or how edgy his nickname sounded, his run was about to end. Boggy asked his second brother if they were relying on the dark elixir the envoy handed out. The second brother confirmed. Each had one pill, bragging that with this cheat code skill, nobody short of a literal true immortal could touch them. The king greenlit the plan and ordered an immediate strike on the sect. Out of nowhere, massive explosions rocked the ceiling of the dungeon. A servant sprinted in, panicking that a crazy strong enemy had just breached their base. The entire area lit up with red energy, and the abyss creatures started getting wiped out. The king yelled at his crew to stop panicking, form up, and activate their battle modes. All 6 kings popped their pills and transformed into their true forms. They taunted the intruder, stating that if he was bold enough to step on their turf and mess with their operations, they were more than ready to send him packing. Lee wasn't intimidated at all. He unsheathed his sword and threw himself into a fierce conflict with them. His combos were so fast and unpredictable that the kings couldn't even track his movements. All 6 brothers ended up taking damage, suddenly feeling the intense aura of someone at the heavenly trial stage. Lining up, the brothers asked if he was the legendary white-haired guy everyone was talking about. Lee casually replied that he was just Junlin's disciple. The Bone King was absolutely floored that this powerhouse was just a student. He couldn't believe Junlin's disciples were already top-tier immortals, realizing Junlin was incredibly cocky to just send a student to handle them without even caring about his own reputation. Lee clapped back, saying they weren't even worth his teacher's time yet, and launched another massive sword strike. The Bone Kings refused to back down, combining their forces to form a 6-demon battle formation to block him. Lee's energy was so insane that he nearly shattered their defensive bone seal. Realizing their shield was about to break, the brothers tried to dip from the battlefield. That's when Fang and his warriors rushed in, ready to land some critical hits and clear out the remaining bone creatures. The local warriors were throwing such heavy hits that the Bone Kings couldn't keep up. The main king realized his health was dangerously low after taking damage from Lee, otherwise he never would have let these regular guys style on him like this. Fang, meanwhile, was hyped, never imagining he'd actually get to take out a max-level boss from the Bone Clan. The Bone King had to admit that Junlin's student was built differently. Even with 5 backup fighters at the trial stage, the king couldn't block a single one of Lee's strikes. Lee started trolling him, repeating that his teacher didn't even need to lift a finger for scrubs like them. The Bone King called him a massive flexor and swore to make him pay. He popped the dark elixir the messenger had given him, which instantly skyrocketed his stats to the absolute peak of the heavenly trial stage. Launching a massive skull attack, he told everyone to say their goodbyes. Instead of getting scared, Lee got even more hyped. He was the type of gamer who loved fighting higher-level bosses. The Bone King thought Lee was just underestimating him and assumed this was the final round. All the brothers linked up to unleash their clan's ultimate secret art, completely hyping up their oldest brother and guaranteeing that Lee wouldn't make it out. But Lee just stood his ground, waiting for the perfect split second to activate his madman's energy buff. Lee basically went full beast mode, zeroing in on the Bone King and waiting to hear his defenses crack. Reading his opponent perfectly, Lee executed a flawless sword swipe and literally sliced off the king's arm. The sheer pain hit the Bone King instantly, making him scream out. The rest of the brothers were absolutely stunned and started panicking for their leader. The second brother realized they had seriously slept on Lee's crazy power buff, but he was determined to end the fight. He ordered the remaining brothers to pop their dark elixirs and form the ultimate demon-taming bone seal. He refused to believe that Lee could solo 5 opponents who were all midway through the heavenly trial stage, but they were in for another huge shock when they realized Lee had backup. Hong wasn't about to let his bro have all the fun and showed up with a massive fire attack to prove what he could do. Hong casually commented that there was way too much drama over a bunch of weak skeletons, telling Lee to step back and let the senior handle it. Lee snapped back, telling the guy in the red skirt to back off, warning Hong that if he tried to steal his XP and loot, he'd have to fight him too. The second Bone brother was completely mind-blown, seeing yet another student at the peak of the heavenly trial stage, wondering just how insanely overpowered Junlin actually was. Hong got super triggered, demanding to know what Lee just called him. Lee doubled down, calling him Red Dress again and challenging him one-on-one to see what was faster, Hong's basic fire attacks or Li's blade. Hong figured his junior brother had totally lost his mind, completely disrespecting his elders and talking trash. Deciding to discipline him on behalf of their teacher, Hong unleashed the true flame of the Purple Phoenix. Li didn't flinch at all, holding his ground until a massive explosion went off between them. The Bone brothers were actually thrilled, realizing Junlin's squad was so incredibly arrogant that they were literally fighting each other and ignoring the actual enemies. Xiaoxi watched the chaos and yelled at them to stop griefing their own team. Junlin sighed, realizing his two students were just trying to practice and flex their levels, but ended up turning it into friendly fire. Meanwhile, one of the Bone brothers noticed that Hong and Li were distracted and burning through their energy. He pointed out that this was the perfect window to summon their ultimate Abyss Bone form, a chance they absolutely couldn't pass up. The second brother agreed, plotting to wipe out the students to show Junlin what true despair felt like. Waiting for the exact right millisecond, the second brother activated the Abyss Bone body technique. He combined all the limbs of the dark demons and fused them with a soul to bring the monstrous creation to life. Fang was absolutely speechless at the sight. Xiaoxi was equally stunned, noticing that this new boss monster was even bigger than Kunpeng. Even Junlin was intrigued. The aura coming off this fusion was way heavier than the three-headed saint they fought back at the temple. Hong finally glanced over, totally confused by what this massive creature even was. One of the Bone brothers was low-key terrified of their own creation, bragging that nothing under the true immortal level could rival the Abyss Bone. They were ready to see if the students would keep talking trash now, especially since the Bone brothers knew they couldn't hold this ultimate form for very long. The Bone King targeted Hong first, insulting him by calling him a weak woman and trying to swat him out of the sky. Seeing Hong dodge every single hit like a pro, the king decided to switch up his tactics, claiming that no matter how fast Hong was, getting crushed was inevitable. Hong took massive offense to this. He remembered that he used to be a literal true immortal who looked down on the entire world, and now he was getting called a fly by some bottom-tier dark creature. After playing games, Hong went on the offensive. The Bone King felt a sudden heat and mockingly complimented Hong's fiery spirit. He started wildly swinging his massive hands, dead set on taking Hong down. Hong didn't back off, fully prepared to tank the hits and return fire. The Bone King taunted them, saying that if their teacher didn't step in soon, it was game over for the students. Hong locked in and blasted the monster with heavy fire attacks, but something misfired, and Hong ended up getting slammed into the ground. He quickly realized the Bone race had ridiculously high natural defense stats, making their armor almost impossible to crack. He knew that if his own power wasn't currently nerfed, he would have easily turned this pile of bones to ash. Li immediately started trolling his older brother for getting knocked into the dirt. Hong noticed Li was finally acting normal again, and asked if he remembered all the trash he was just talking about. Playing dumb, Li asked what he was talking about, claiming that when he was in his crazy buff state, he blacked out, didn't recognize anyone, and completely forgot his own name. He insisted that anything he said back then was completely fake news. Internally though, Li was sweating, realizing he had definitely crossed a line with his older brother and trying to figure out if he could still sneak away. Changing the subject, Li looked up and asked what the deal was with the massive skeleton boss, asking if Hong was actually sparring with it. Hong brushed it off, saying it wasn't a real fight. He was just testing its mechanics and concluded it was nothing but an empty pile of bones. Li burst out laughing, totally buying the excuse and hyping Hong up as invincible, joking that he was just doing some close-up scouting. Hong got annoyed and told him to zip it, threatening to actually discipline him for the teacher. Just then, they noticed the giant monster was shifting aggro toward Junlin, clearly prepping for an attack. The Bone King realized he was dealing with a seriously tough crowd, but he thought that just made things more fun. Hong noted that this giant skeleton had practically maxed out defense and incredibly rare strength, so he was honestly curious to see how his teacher would keep up his usual chill, unbothered vibe. Xiaoxi and Xiaohei started panicking, screaming to Junlin that the monster was right on top of them. The Bone King looked down at Junlin, calling him way too arrogant for thinking two students were enough to hold them back, declaring that this was the moment of truth. Junlin casually replied that he knew the monster was in a rush, but told it to hold its horses for a second. The Bone King was totally confused by the response, but one of his brothers figured it out. Junlin wasn't scared at all, he was literally just toying with them. The Bone King scoffed, asking Junlin if he really thought he was a top-tier fighter. He bragged that his giant body could hold up the sky and crush planets with a single swipe, calling Junlin nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust. Junlin smirked and asked who exactly was the insignificant one here. He told the creature to take a good look at his own cocky expression, because he'd be begging for mercy in a minute. Floating up into the sky, Junlin popped his new fusion skill and summoned a massive energy avatar that matched the Bone King's height perfectly. Looking the giant skeleton dead in the eye, Junlin asked if he still looked like a speck of dust. The Bone King yelled that size didn't equal strength, calling Junlin a rat and mocking him for thinking a size boost could rival a true bone spirit. The monster lunged forward to attack Junlin's avatar. Junlin just shook his head, commenting that the Bone Clan was definitely good at talking trash. Without breaking a sweat, Junlin raised a single hand and completely blocked the massive attack. Then, he countered with a blindingly fast, supersized right hook straight to the Bone King's head. The Bone King was stunned by the insane speed. The second Bone brother was just as shocked shocked, telling his leader that Junlin had parried their ultimate attack like it was absolutely nothing, admitting he almost dislocated a joint just watching it. The brother added that even with a strong avatar, Junlin couldn't win on pure physical damage alone, since their spirit form was fueled by 1,000,000 souls from the dark abyss. Normal max-level masters couldn't even leave a scratch on them. Junlin just smiled and told Hong and Lee to pay close attention because he was only doing this tutorial once. Lee was hyped to see his teacher go full try-hard mode again. Hong, however, felt like Junlin was just looking for an excuse to flex and told him not to get too full of himself. Junlin got slightly annoyed, telling his students they needed to address him as master. The Bone King interrupted, telling Junlin not to think a few martial arts tricks made him special. Junlin fired back, saying he literally just told his kids to call him master, joking that maybe the skeleton didn't understand human speech, which made sense since he wasn't human. The Bone King started throwing a flurry of punches, getting increasingly frustrated because absolutely zero of his hits were landing, while Junlin just kept dodging and roasting them. Junlin reminded his students to watch closely, dropping a classic lesson: in the world of fighting, speed is the only thing that matters. He casually added that this giant boss was basically a total noob. Before the Bone King could even process the movement, Junlin landed a devastating blow. The monster screamed as it was slammed into the dirt, feeling completely broken. The brothers were mortified, realizing Junlin wasn't just ignoring their ultimate form, but actively using it as a live training dummy for his students. It was maximum disrespect. They were supposed to be on a critical mission for the Abyss, so losing to some random guy in a remote zone was completely unacceptable. If they didn't secure the Stargate, they couldn't even show their faces back home. Furious, the Bone King dragged himself up, glowing with even more power. Claiming Junlin left them no choice, the six brothers linked their cores to trigger a massive sacrifice play. They started pulling all the bone energy from the earth to cast an apocalyptic move called the extermination of 1,000 abyss bones. Lee got genuinely worried and yelled for his teacher to watch out. Instead of dodging, Junlin flew straight into the center of their ultimate attack, tapped the main skull, and completely dismissed it, calling the move way too flashy and full of errors. Reaching the exact core of the creature, Junlin grabbed the Bone King and used just a tiny inch of force to block his energy pulse. Hitting the exact weak points, Junlin triggered a chain reaction that completely shattered the Bone King. The boss was in pure disbelief as he and all 5 of his brothers were instantly taken down by a single guy. The moment the dust settled, Fang yelled out that Senior Junlin had clutched the win, crediting Junlin's insane power. With the boss out of the picture, Fang rallied his troops to clear out the remaining mobs. Junlin casually walked over to Zhao Ling'er and joked that being this overpowered was honestly kind of lonely. Lee cheered like a superfan, calling his teacher a literal god and claiming he actually learned a lot from watching that reverse power move. Hong was just astounded that Junlin managed to dismantle a major boss that easily while still managing to flex the entire time. Xiaoxi ran up, totally hyped, praising Junlin for one-shotting such a massive enemy. Lee immediately dropped to one knee to apologize, feeling like he and Hong had embarrassed their teacher by fighting each other earlier, admitting they needed to get their act together. Mess up like that again. Junlin sat them down for a quick reality check, pointing out that his teammates fighting each other is a terrible look. He teased them for struggling against a little skeleton and needing him to carry the fight, but said it was a solid learning experience. The disciples nodded, agreeing that they definitely leveled up from the whole ordeal. Hong, however, internally rolled his eyes at Junlin, calling that massive boss a little skeleton, thinking that Junlin's constant flexing was going to get him humbled one day. Junlin hopped onto his ride and announced it was finally time to head back to the Xuantian sect after being on the road for so long. When they finally pulled up to the home base, the sect head and the rest of the crew rushed out to welcome them. Junlin happily announced he was back. The sect head was super relieved, saying that with Junlin around, they didn't have to stress about the Abyss Army anymore, and they could finally focus on rescuing Zhao Ling'er. Junlin casually dropped the news that the Abyss Army was basically old news. He had already completely dismantled the Bone King on his way back. Fang's crew had mopped up the stragglers, and Zhao Ling'er was already safely back home visiting her dad. The sect head was absolutely floored, asking if Junlin was being serious. He pointed out that the Bone King was a massive threat at the calamity overcoming stage, and rumor had it he had gathered all his brothers for a major siege. Junlin just shrugged it off, saying it was literally light work. The head praised Junlin, amazed that he came back bearing such insane news. Everyone was relieved that the massive crisis was finally over, and they wouldn't have to live in constant survival mode anymore. The sect head then noticed Lee and Xiaohei, asking who the new guys were. Junlin realized he forgot to do introduction. He presented Lee, figuring the sect head might have heard of him, and then introduced Xiaohei. He told the guys to step up and greet the boss. After they said their hellos, the head was thrilled, saying these new recruits were definitely going to buff the sect's overall power. One of the local warriors recognized Lee, asking if he was the infamous Sword Demon, who was super well known across several eastern provinces. Lee got a little embarrassed, admitting he was young, dumb, and ruined his own reputation back in the day. But the warrior reassured him, saying he heard Lee's sword skills were top tier and everything else was probably just internet rumors. The sect head told Junlin it felt like he had been gone forever, and suggested they all chill and swap stories about his year-long adventure. Junlin agreed, suggesting they head over to Misty Peak, and told his students to follow along. Once they were settled around the table, Junlin asked Xiaoxi to brew some premium tea. He also told Hong, as the senior student, to give Li and Xiaohei a quick base tour. Xiaoxi chimed in, agreeing that Hong was definitely the right guy for the job. Once the kids were occupied, the sect head eagerly asked Junlin to spill the tea on everything that went down, pointing out that not only did Junlin level up, but he also came back with 2 incredibly strong disciples. Junlin joked that since his older brother was so hyped for the lore drop, he'd go ahead and recount his epic carry jobs. He started his story all the way back at the Zhu family's floating island. A little while later, after Junlin wrapped up, the elder was completely mind-blown. He realized Junlin had basically lived an entire main character arc in just 1 year, calling his life an absolute movie. The sect head was especially shocked to hear about the Hanging Temple getting wrecked, the Pure Land Palace getting raided, and Junlin getting cancelled by fake news. He asked who was pulling the strings behind all this. Junlin explained that the Dark Abyss creatures were obviously the main culprits, but they were definitely working with high-level traders from the eastern region, like Abbot Zuyun. From the pattern, it was obvious they were trying to secure all the Stargates, meaning their own desolate province was definitely on the hit list. Lady Elder interrupted, connecting the dots. She realized the Bone clans were constantly targeting the Xuantian sect because they probably had a Stargate hidden somewhere on their grounds. She explained that Stargates connect to infinite worlds and used to be the ultimate fast travel system across the cosmos, making them insanely valuable. The sect head vowed to protect their home with his life, but he was completely clueless about where a Stargate would even be hidden. Junlin pointed out that right now, turning on a Stargate would be like leaving the front door open for a home invasion, instantly digging them back into a massive conflict. The sect head agreed. Keeping the sect safe was the only priority right now. Meanwhile, over in the Qingzhou Eastern region, inside the forbidden zone of the Yuhua sect, absolute chaos was breaking out. Some guy was just raging and destroying everything in sight. It turned out to be Chen Xiao, the holy son of the sect, who had just hit the mid-tier of the Heavenly Lightning trial stage. Servants rushed over, respectfully welcoming him out of his long training isolation. Chen Xiao immediately started trashing them, bragging that their maxed-out skills were completely useless compared to his new power, calling them literal ants. He was hyped, feeling like he was finally the one getting the last laugh, but then he looked around and wondered where Zhu Yang was. He figured that, out of respect for their old mentor-student dynamic, Zhu Yang should have been there to help guide him to the false immortal level. A servant nervously explained that right after Chen Xiao went off the grid to train, Zhu Yang had actually leveled up and become a false immortal himself. Chen Xiao told the servant to keep talking, getting annoyed that his disciple didn't even bother to show up and hype his big return. Taking a deep breath, the servant dropped the bomb. Zhu Yang had been permanently taken down and definitely wasn't coming. Chen Xiao lost his mind, demanding to know who was responsible. The servant told him it was Junlin from the Xuantian sect. Chen Xiao was furious, screaming that Junlin had already ended his father, and now he had taken out his mentor too. He swore he wouldn't be able to live with the rage unless he personally deleted Junlin from the picture. The servant desperately tried to calm him down, warning the holy son that Junlin was way out of his league now. Chen Xiao snapped, asking why his own servant was hyping up the enemy while downplaying his massive power-up. He boasted that even if Junlin was at the late stage of the trial, he would still easily drop him. Plus, he figured not that much time had passed, so Junlin couldn't possibly be past the early stages anyway. The servant broke the bad news. Junlin was basically an overpowered boss who loved hiding his true stats. He wasn't early or late stage, he had completely maxed out the trial stage. Hearing this, Chen Xiao was in denial. He couldn't wrap his head around how Junlin could have progressed that fast. He straight up refused to believe it, declaring he needed to see these stats with his own eyes. The servant continued, pointing out that Junlin had literally just wiped the floor with the Hanging Temple, single-handedly dealing with 3 saints who were all at the maxed out trial stage. Junlin's power scale was off the charts, and the servant begged Chen Xiao not to go throw his life away. This reality check hit Chen Xiao hard, and he realized Junlin was miles ahead of him. The anger and stress were so intense that he physically broke down. The servant quickly caught him, urging him to keep it together. He explained that even though Chen Xiao couldn't take Junlin right now, there was a massive meta shift happening that could be his perfect opportunity to level up and flip the script. Since Chen Xiao had been offline training for so long, he missed the memo. A massive, era-defining conflict was brewing. After getting caught up on the lore, Chen Xiao was shocked that the eastern region had gotten so chaotic. He realized they needed to start prepping immediately to hold the line against the Dark Abyss invasion. The servant hyped him up, explaining that with his current power, he could easily carry the front line against the Dark Abyss. Once he stacked up enough clout and his fame peaked, he could easily slide into the position of sect head. From there, he'd have unlimited access to resources. With his natural talent, grinding to become a true immortal would be an absolute breeze. Chen Xiao agreed, realizing that becoming an immortal was the only way to get his revenge, satisfy his grudge, and completely outclass everyone else. He just hoped Junlin wouldn't disappear before he got the chance. After officially emerging from his training, Chen Xiao leveraged his sect's influence and easily snagged the commander role in the Righteous Path's united army. Just his name was enough to make the Abyss creatures panic. Over the next few months, Chen Xiao led the coalition across various regions, clearing out the chaos-spreading monsters. Thanks to his mid-trial stats and the crazy buffs from his solar immortal body, he was basically untouchable, wiping the floor with everything in his way. He successfully successfully liberated tons of occupied zones, striking fear into the Dark Abyss mobs. Chen Xiao's clout skyrocketed, making him the ultimate main character in everyone's eyes. Cultivators everywhere were praising his wins, and he quickly became the face of the righteous path for the younger generation. Meanwhile, back in a quiet county in the eastern region, Junlin was just chilling at home. Lee walked up with the latest issue of the Perfection newsletter, asking if he should read the updates out loud. Junlin was feeling incredibly lazy, lounging around like he didn't even have hands to feed himself. He sighed, asking if the news was serious about that guy again, joking that Chen Xiao dominated the headlines so much it looked like he was sponsoring the paper. Lee praised Junlin's spot-on intuition, confirming that Chen Xiao had just pushed back the Ghost Clan in the south and freed a massive group of enslaved people. Lee added that Chen Xiao was now heading north to back up Ganga, a region that had just been overrun by darkness. Junlin thought about it and remembered that Ganga was the home turf of the Next Path sect. He asked what exactly went down. Lee read from the paper that the three major Abyss factions, the Shadow Clan Assassins, the Darkness Clan, and the Night Clan, had teamed up for a massive raid on the region. So far, several trial-level heavyweights had been taken out, and the sect head and Zizai had been badly injured. The situation was looking super grim. Junlin was genuinely surprised things had gotten that bad, and asked if the intel was legit. Lee confirmed that he had cross-checked the info with other sources, and Ganga was definitely in a state of emergency. Right on cue, the system woke up and dropped a new location check-in quest. Junlin needed to head over to the Next Path sect in Ganga. If he completed the check-in, his Shanli sword would get an early upgrade to an immortal tier artifact. Junlin was hyped. This reward was exactly what he needed. With an immortal tier weapon, sweeping trial-level opponents would be as easy as playing on tutorial mode. He immediately told his disciples to gear up. They were taking a road trip to the Next Path sect to save the day. Hong, on the other hand, always saw Junlin as just a carefree guy. He wondered when his teacher had developed such a deep sense of justice. Was he misreading the situation? Or had Junlin maybe taken a liking to the girl they just saved? Back at the Xuantian sect, the leader noticed that his younger brother Junlin had gone on another trip. The enlightenment tea Junlin brought back last time was absolutely insane. It helped everyone in the sect push through to the trial level. The leader's sister added that thanks to Junlin, their sect was constantly leveling up. Meanwhile, over at the Next Path sect, the leader and Zizai was arguing with his daughter Miaoyi. Zizai, who was currently at the peak of the trial level, told her that she was acting too independent and ignoring his advice. He urged her to build a good relationship with Commander Chen, insisting it would benefit her in the long run. Miaoyi stubbornly refused, yelling that she had no interest in marrying someone like Chen, who wasn't even interested in her. Zizai tried to reason with her, pointing out that he was injured and had outsiders constantly watching their move. He asked who would protect her if something happened to him. Miaoyi covered her ears and told him she didn't need anyone's protection. She fired back, saying that if he liked Commander Chen so much, he should just go be with him instead, joking that she would burn some paper for her late mother to let her know he found a new partner. Suddenly, Zizai felt a sharp pain and started coughing violently. Miaoyi immediately dropped her attitude, rushing over to ask what was wrong. He told her not to worry, claiming it wasn't serious. Although he couldn't completely clear out the Dark Abyss poison right away, it wasn't life-threatening. He pushed the topic back to her future, emphasizing that Commander Chen was young, capable, and basically guaranteed to become the head of the Rebirth sect. Given the current crisis, being close to him would secure her position. Just then, a servant announced that Commander Chen was asking for a meeting. Zizai quickly told them to invite him in. Chen walked over and told the leader that he had just wrapped up a strategy meeting with his elders. He promised that as long as he was there, no outsider would lay a finger on anyone from the Next Path sect. Zizai thanked him, saying they were incredibly grateful for the help. Chen then casually asked about Zizai's health, offering to bring some premium herbs from the Rebirth sect's healers to neutralize the poison if needed. Zizai was surprised and asked if he really meant it. Chen played it cool, saying it was no big deal. Taking the offer seriously, Zizai thanked him profusely and introduced Miaoyi, claiming she was a huge fan and asking if Chen had time to tell her about his adventures. Chen smiled, saying that since she was so interested, he would love to share his stories. Zizai pretended to remember some urgent business, excusing himself so the two could have a quiet conversation. Miaoyi was clearly annoyed and tried to stop her dad, but Chen smoothly interrupted, saying goodbye to the leader. Chen secretly hoped Miaoyi would just fall in line and serve him, figuring that if she played her cards right, he'd actually help her family. However, he didn't realize Miaoyi was playing hard to get, though he assumed she was just pretending to be reserved while her dad practically handed her over. Chen tried to flirt, mentioning that since she liked flowers and plants, he could collect rare ones from around the world just for her. He kept pushing, trying to read her mood and showing off that he was ready to fix all her problems. He laughed, calling her funny, and suggested they go for a walk, mentioning he hadn't had time to tour the sect yet. Amazed she could even form a sentence around him, she knew that wherever Chen went, all the attention followed, with girls practically throwing themselves at him. She kept up her unbothered act, but suddenly, a massive gust of wind froze everyone in their tracks. Miaoyi instantly knew he had arrived to save her from this creep. Chen was confused, wondering why a trial-level demonic emperor was attacking the sect and if the Abyss clan had returned. Elsewhere, Zizai's right-hand man asked if it wasn't a bit cruel to just hand Miaoyi over to another sect's leader. Zizai defended his choice, saying Chen had achieved incredible things at a young age, a rarity in the eastern region, and he trusted trusted Miao Yi to handle it. A servant burst in, yelling that a demonic emperor was approaching. Surprised, Zizai decided to check it out himself. Up above, Junlin was riding Kunpeng over the sect. Seeing the ancient beast, a local asked if anyone recognized it. Another person confirmed it was the legendary mount of Junlin, the head of Misty Peak. Suddenly, a voice announced Junlin's arrival. The crowd started panicking, wondering if this was the same god of killing who allegedly destroyed the Hanging Temple and terrorized the Gintu country. They questioned why someone like him would show up as a guest. Zizai ordered everyone to be polite, telling them to drop the mountain's barrier and let Taoist friend Junlin in to talk. Once the barrier was down, Junlin and his crew entered the sect. Miao Yi ran straight toward him, though her dad tried to hold her back to save face in front of the crowd. Junlin greeted her, and she immediately asked if he came because he heard about the sect's troubles or if he came specifically for her. Zizai was caught off guard, suddenly wondering if his daughter and Junlin were actually dating. Junlin smoothly replied that it was a bit of both, but his main reason for being there was to collect a check-in reward. Internally, Junlin noticed the system was MIA again. He wondered if it had gone back to sleep, getting annoyed that it kept lagging on his rewards and deciding he needed to have a serious talk with it later. Miao Yi started thanking him, while Zizai asked Senior Fang if Miao Yi was really Junlin's girlfriend. Fang joked that the leader was oblivious, saying Miao Yi had given her heart to Junlin a long time ago. Suddenly, Chen stormed over, visibly angry. He yelled that even if Junlin was known as the god of killing and had supposedly wrecked the Hanging Temple, all those cases were still technically unsolved. He pointed out that Ganga was currently under attack by the 3 Abyss clans, people were dying, and he questioned if Junlin was there to actually help or just to profit off their misery. Miao Yi noticed Chen was going hard on Junlin right out the gate, clearly trying to embarrass him. Worried, she called out to Junlin. Junlin just looked at Chen and asked, "Who even is this guy?" Li chimed in, noting that Junlin's casual dismissal barely required any effort but delivered a massive insult. Chen was furious, accusing Junlin of pretending not to know him. Junlin kept up the act, asking where this lowlife came from and if he was even worth remembering. Chen snapped, reminding Junlin that he had taken out his father, the head of the Wind and Thunder sect, and his teacher, Zhu Yang. He demanded to know if Junlin had conveniently forgotten all of that. Junlin pretended to think for a second and admitted it rang a bell. Chen stepped up, accusing Junlin of being a trial-level false immortal who shamelessly bullied lower-level fighters from smaller sects. Li stepped in, dropping the facts. He pointed out that Chen's father had literally schemed to take over the Zhuantian sect, and his teacher was just doing his job protecting their home. He added that Zhu Yang had ambushed Junlin for no reason, failed, and got taken out in retaliation, telling Chen to stop twisting the narrative. Junlin was proud, thinking Li handled that perfectly. He glanced at Hong, who hadn't moved an inch, but Hong quickly joined in, agreeing that Zhu Yang's ambush was a joke and mocking Chen for acting tough now while calling himself a holy son. Chen was so angry he was literally speechless. Zizai quickly intervened, trying to play peacemaker. He called them both indispensable talents of the eastern region and reminded them that the current situation was critical. He urged them to put aside their beef and focus on the outsiders, which was the real priority. Chen told him to shut up and stay out of it, which completely shocked Zizai. The stress triggered another coughing fit, and Miao Yi had to catch her dad, yelling at Chen for disrespecting an elder just because he was the commander of the United Army. Elder Lu Lao from the Rebirth sect, who was at the full trial stage, stepped between them. He apologized to everyone, saying the Holy Sun was just heated, and told Chen to follow him. Chen was confused and frustrated. He always believed that if he grinded hard enough, he'd earn all the glory and finally be able to face his father's enemy without backing down. Instead, he realized he was just being played like a fool. He screamed that he wouldn't accept this and still wanted his revenge. Elder Lu told him to look at himself, asking where his usual confidence went. He advised Chen not to embarrass himself since he clearly couldn't beat Junlin yet, warning him against making rash moves. Junlin taunted Chen, asking what good his pride did him anyway, reminding him that he had only acted in self-defense. Chen yelled back, calling Junlin a fraud who hid his true power to take out innocent people, believing his newly purified solar immortal body made him invincible among his peers. Chen challenged Junlin to a fair one-on-one fight. Hong stepped up, laughing at the idea that someone of Chen's level wanted to fight his universe-invincible teacher, saying Chen wasn't even worthy of the match. Junlin was low-key excited, seeing this as a good training moment for his disciple. Chen noticed Kunpeng hovering nearby and asked who the beast was. Hong flexed, explaining it was Junlin's supreme ancient divine pet. Realizing it was a legendary kun, Chen was shocked that he was being forced to fight a beast of that caliber. Junlin teased him, asking if he was actually scared of his pet. Chen immediately charged at Kun, launching a flurry of attacks, but Kun dodged them easily. Junlin told Kun it was time to show off some real skill and gave him the green light to humble Chen. Elder Lu warned Chen to be careful, reminding him that the beast was a descendant of the ancient Kun. Kun flew in close and unleashed a massive sun fist. Chen felt the terrifying power but refused to back down, firing back with a barrage of fire attacks. Kun literally just tanked it without moving. Chen got cocky, asking how the attack felt, while the crowd hyped up Commander Chen's strength, noting how many outsiders would be terrified of him. Suddenly, Xiaoxi ran up to Junlin, worried that Kun was in danger. Junlin told her to chill, saying Kun was perfectly fine. Chen even started started half apologizing to Junlin, thinking he had accidentally finished off his mount. Junlin just gave him a weird look. Out of nowhere, Kun transformed into his human form, seizing the opening to punch Chen squarely in the face. The punch was so heavy Chen didn't even process what hit him. Kun asked if he had lost his memory from the hit, and Chen was in disbelief that the animal had shapeshifted and survived. Kun dramatically widened his eyes, jokingly implying he was actually a ghost. Furious, Chen unleashed his flames and his solar immortal body, feeling insulted that the beast was trolling him. Kun got a little spooked but quickly recovered, declaring he wasn't scared and returning fire. Xiaoxi and Miaoyi started cheering Kun on, telling him to hit Chen harder. As Kun kept landing heavy hits, Chen wondered why this little guy seemed to get stronger the longer they fought. Elder Lu was also stunned, unable to figure out how Kun was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with their holy son. Tired of the games, Chen pulled out his fire sword, aiming to end it. Kun didn't dodge. He flew straight at Chen and landed a devastating punch that shattered the fire sword into pieces. Realizing he was outmatched, Chen tried to brace himself, but Kun followed up with an iron mountain strike that sent Chen crashing to the ground at insane speeds. Kun stood over him, mocking him and spitting water, clearly having the time of his life. The girls celebrated Kun's win, but Elder Lu wasn't having it. He felt the kid was disrespecting the rebirth sect's holy son and decided to teach him a lesson. Lu launched a chained weapon straight at Kun. Before it could hit, Junlin stepped in, annoyed that the old man was a sore loser and dared to target his disciple. He asked if Lu really wanted to take this outside. Lu quickly calculated the odds. He knew Junlin had previously handled 3 saints from the Buddhist school at once and realized he'd have a terrible time fighting Junlin solo. Deciding it wasn't the right moment to burn bridges, he figured he needed to focus on the bigger picture, secure Chen for now, and deal with Junlin later. Lu backed down, apologizing for his momentary impulse and claiming he had no intention of actually fighting Junlin. He grabbed Chen and quickly excused them. Kun laughed, trolling the old man and telling Junlin that as soon as the master stepped up, the old guy instantly turned into a turtle hiding in its shell. After Lu and Chen dipped, Kun celebrated, asking if he had handled the trash beautifully. Junlin praised him, saying it was a great job and noting that Kun's cheeks still looked super squishable. Miaoyi came over, cooing over how cute Kun was and asking if she could squish his cheeks too. Kun instantly shut it down, asking if his face was a public toy. Miaoyi pleaded with him, and Kun acted all high and mighty, telling her if she begged a little more he'd think about it. After some more pleading, he gave her one pass. Miaoyi gave him a pat, saying he was super soft. Zizai watched the exchange, happy to see his daughter acting so carefree for once, wishing she could always be that happy. But then, another coughing fit hit him hard. A servant rushed over, panicking that the leader was getting worse and cursing the enemies who brought him to this state. Miaoyi tearfully asked if the poison was truly incurable. Junlin jumped in, casually saying it was no big deal and that his disciple could easily clear it up. Zizai thought Junlin was joking, explaining that the poison was extremely sinister and self-replicating, and he had exhausted every method trying to cure it. Junlin called Xiaohei forward and told him to get to work. Miaoyi thought Xiaohei sounded like a dog's name until he stepped out from behind his senior. Zizai noticed Xiaohei looked a bit stiff and nervous. Xiaoxi encouraged him, and Xiaohei shyly approached the leader, using his magic to treat the poison. Instantly, Zizai felt a massive surge of power and his complexion completely cleared up. Miaoyi was overjoyed to see her dad back to normal. Zizai flexed, confirming he felt full of energy. Xiaohei reported back to Junlin that the poison was fully cleared. Zizai thanked Xiaohei for curing such an impossible poison in mere seconds. Xiaohei humbly said it was easy, but admitted he felt really good helping someone, noting that people didn't seem as scared of him anymore. Zizai praised Junlin's flawless teaching methods and announced he would throw a massive top-tier feast to properly thank them. Junlin accepted, joking that since the enemies and the sickness were gone, they might as well enjoy the food. Miaoyi realized how huge this was. A feast of this level had only happened twice in their sect's entire history and was said to change the clan's destiny. She was amazed her dad respected Junlin that much. Meanwhile, back at the Rebirth Sect's camp in Gong County, Elder Lu was treating Chen's injuries. Chen was incredibly down on himself, calling himself a failure for losing to someone's pet. He worried that once the rumors spread, his carefully curated, flawless reputation would be ruined, making him the laughingstock of the eastern region. Lu reassured him, saying Kun wasn't just some random pet and told him not to be so hard on himself. As for the rumors, Lu promised that no one would ever hear about the duel. Chen was confused, asking what he meant. Lu just told him to wait, hinting that the real performance was about to start. Back at the Feng Shao Palace, the feast was in full swing. Kun was absolutely devouring the food, claiming it was the best meal of his life. Zizai, in a great mood, mentioned he heard Junlin and Miaoyi had known each other for a while, hinting that fate brought them together. He point-blank asked Junlin what he thought of his youngest daughter. Junlin was so caught off guard he literally did a spit take with his drink. Miaoyi got flustered, telling her dad to mind his own business and that she'd handle her own love life. Junlin apologized for choking and awkwardly added that Miaoyi was super cute, exactly like a little sister to him. Miaoyi internally sighed, realizing she was officially in the sibling zone. Fang noticed the tension and thought about how complicated relationships could be, hoping Miaoyi could eventually let it go. Trying to change the subject, Fang proposed a toast, recounting how he knew Junlin was special since their meeting at the inn, and thanking him for saving them in the Yaoan Valley, and now for curing the sect master. He raised his cup, but Junlin told him he was being too formal and that there was no need to make such a big deal out of it. Suddenly, Fang started ripping his clothes off, claiming he had to show his gratitude. Junlin was absolutely horrified by the sight and had to look away. Fang looked panicked, saying he couldn't control his own body. Everyone else was equally confused, thinking Fang just had some really weird tendencies. Hong called it disgusting, while Xiaohei innocently thought Fang was just being brave. Zizai stood up, demanding to know if Fang had lost his mind, yelling that he didn't need to do a shameful dance to say thanks. Fang cried out that some unseen force was controlling him. Zizai realized they were under attack. A creepy voice echoed in the room, telling them not to rush because the fun was just starting. Suddenly, other guests started acting bizarre, fighting each other and saying weird things. Fang demanded the intruder show themselves. Guessing they were from the Shadow Clan of the Abyss army that recently invaded the county, the creature praised Zizai's sharp instincts, introducing himself as the king of the Shadow Abyss clan, sitting at the peak of the heavenly lightning stage. Zizai wasn't intimidated, asking if the king really thought a few shadow mobs could take down his sect, accusing him of underestimating them. The Shadow King dropped his disguise and ordered his men to reveal themselves. A shadow portal opened in the room, and the king stepped out, asking Zizai if he remembered him and if he liked the poison from last time. As the king laughed, Zizai was furious, realizing these guys had infiltrated the sect a long time ago. Zizai asked how long they had been hiding. The king bragged that they obviously had an inside man, and that it was time to spring the trap. Over a dozen max-level Abyss operatives revealed themselves inside the hall. Zizai was stressed, wondering who let them in, and realized that even with Junlin there, it was going to be a brutal fight. He regretted throwing the feast, thinking he had accidentally brought disaster straight to his guests. Watching from afar, Elder Lu sensed the dark energy and smiled, realizing his plan was finally in motion. He asked Chen if he wanted revenge and to make the next Path clan pay for everything. Chen was confused, asking if the Ming Yuan forces had actually invaded the sect. Lu promised that tonight would be the end of the next Path clan. Chen was stunned, asking if Lu had secretly allied with the Abyss creatures, calling it traitorous behavior that would make everyone despise them. He asked how Lu would explain this to the sect. Seeing Lu laugh, Chen realized the horrible truth. The Rebirth sect had known about the alliance all along. He couldn't believe the top sect in the region was working with the enemy, finding it deeply ironic that he, the Holy Son, was the face of the righteous alliance. Lu promised Chen would soon understand why this was necessary, claiming it was inevitable and that he needed to trust the process. Chen connected the dots, asking if Lu was the one who orchestrated his rise to commander. Lu confirmed it, revealing that all of Chen's easy victories were staged to boost his clout. He asked if Chen hadn't noticed how perfectly every battle went, with enemies practically falling over and retreating on cue. Chen felt sick, realizing his entire reputation was manufactured. He thought it was bad enough getting trolled by Junlin, but finding out his own people had been playing him like a puppet was a whole new level of betrayal. He asked what he did to deserve this. Lu told Chen he was too obsessed with empty clout and that the truth didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was securing a higher position of power. Chen asked if Lu really expected him to go along with this shameful, eternally cursed plan. Lu argued that the alliance was just a strategic sacrifice to secure backing from higher powers, claiming that the greater good was just a buzzword when actual survival was on the line. He warned that a massive upheaval was coming, and without this alliance, their sect would be wiped out. Chen was still confused. Lu explained that Chen had massive potential and was destined for way bigger things than just ruling their current world, promising to brief him on the rest later. For now, Lu told him to sit tight while he went to orchestrate the massacre. Lu flew over to the sect and yelled for Junlin to surrender his life. Inside, the Shadow King ordered his operatives to pop their dark elixirs, declaring that no one from the next Path sect would survive the night. Junlin just sighed, asking the Abyss mobs if they had any manners, pointing out that it was incredibly rude to crash a dinner party. The Shadow King mocked Junlin, asking who the arrogant kid was and offering to test his dark weapon on him first. Internally, Junlin pinged his system, asking if it was awake yet and reminding it about the check-in reward since his Shanli sword was itching for a fight. The system apologized for the lag and instantly processed the reward, upgrading the sword to a divine artifact tier. Junlin was pleasantly surprised but complained about the recent delays, asking if the system was waiting for him to actually get hurt before doing its job. The system promised to be faster next time. The Shadow King lunged at Junlin with his weapon, but Junlin casually stayed in his seat. In a flash, his newly upgraded sword appeared, and he instantly pierced the king's chest. The king was absolutely floored, realizing Junlin was wielding a divine artifact. Junlin sliced through him, stating that the one thing he absolutely hated was being interrupted while eating. The remaining operatives couldn't fathom how a divine artifact had made its way to the eastern region, but since they still had over a dozen max-level fighters, they figured they could still win. Hearing this, Junlin decided to test out his new toy. He swung the sword, launching a massive beam of light. Hong was equally baffled by the divine weapon, watching Junlin casually one-shot a max-level enemy. The demons tried to keep morale up, arguing that since Junlin was only at the heavenly lightning stage, using a divine weapon would drain his mana super fast. They assumed he had no energy left after 2 strikes and planned to rush him together. Junlin told them they were seriously overestimating their chances and unleashed a lightning can attack. The strike was so insanely fast and powerful that the demons couldn't even react before it blasted them out into the streets. Arriving at the scene, Elder Lu was was stunned, wondering if Junlin had actually deployed a divine artifact. Chen flew up and asked what was happening. Lu told him to stop asking questions and ordered an immediate retreat, knowing they'd be vaporized if the weapon hit them. The locals watched the light show in awe, noting that the beam seemed to literally tear the sky open. They speculated it was the legendary Sword of Destiny. The beam was so massive it could be seen from the other side of the world. A shadow warrior chilling on a rock saw it and knew instantly that the Eastern cultivators finally understood the true power of a single sword. The crazy visuals left a permanent mark on everyone who saw it, and future generations dubbed it the strike that encompassed 14 provinces in cold light. Back inside, Junlin stood up and announced the trash was taken out, wondering why everyone was standing around completely frozen. He told them to cue the music and keep the party going. Zizai nervously asked if Junlin always casually carried a divine artifact. Junlin said of course, asking if it was an issue. Zizai said it wasn't, noting that with this victory, the local crisis was basically solved, and Junlin's clout would officially peak, ensuring he could easily keep Chen Xiao in check. Junlin was confused, asking who Chen was and why he was trying to put himself on the same level. Li chimed in, saying it was all just empty hype and that Junlin had always been above caring about fame. Ong, however, noticed Junlin was definitely flexing again, realizing the bar for impressing his teacher just got ridiculously high. After wrapping up the dinner, Junlin complimented the feast, thanked Zizai for the hospitality, and announced it was time for his crew to head out. Zizai said it was an honor and promised that the Next Path sect would always have his back if he ever needed help. Junlin called Kun over, said his goodbyes, and took off. Zizai turned to Miaoyi, telling her that Junlin was a worthy goal to chase, but warned her to manage her expectations since she might never actually catch him. Miaoyi replied that she didn't care about standing beside him. She was perfectly happy just walking far behind him and admiring him from a distance. 3 days later, the gossip in the main hall of the Rebirth sect was out of control. Everyone was talking about how Junlin had wiped out the Abyss army and over 10 max-level kings with a single sword strike. But the real tea was that the Holy Son, Chen Xiao, had officially taken an L to Junlin's pet, meaning his flawless reputation was completely cooked. Meanwhile, Chen and Lu arrived at a creepy, death-filled cave within the sect. Chen asked why such a dark place existed in their home base. Lu told him to stop asking questions, promising to introduce him to some VIPs. Inside, Chen was shocked to find Master Wan Changwei, the leader of the entire Rebirth sect, standing there. He asked how the sect master could be in a place like this. Changwei told him he was the only Holy Son in history given access to this zone. Lu felt uneasy, unsure of what was about to happen. Suddenly, Chen felt a massive presence behind him. He turned and saw a giant eye staring at him. He asked Changwei what the creature was, and Changwei told him to show some respect. These were the 5 hidden elders of the sect. Changwei bowed and introduced Chen as the sect's top prodigy. Chen was blown away that even the sect master was bowing, wondering if these elders were legendary true immortals. One of the elders noted that Chen had an incredible build and had almost maxed out his solar immortal body, though his mindset was still a bit shaky. Chen respectfully admitted he had recently taken a tough loss and was feeling a bit lost on his path. The elder scanned him closer, surprised to sense pure Kun blood in the world, and noted that Junlin was definitely no ordinary guy. Changwei confirmed Junlin was the head of the Swantian sect and had immeasurable power, mentioning he personally saw Junlin suppress 3 saints from the Hanging Temple. He warned that Junlin was a major threat to their master plan. Lu agreed, adding that Junlin had just derailed their ambush on the Next Path sect by pulling out a divine artifact and wiping the floor with the Abyss Kings. The elders were completely unbothered by the divine artifact, mentioning their sect had one too. They declared that, no matter what Junlin did, he couldn't stop the endgame. They revealed that the heavenly world's defenses were already down, and foreign forces from all over were closing in. Luckily, their progenitor had already secured a deal with the invaders. Once the heavenly world fell, the Rebirth sect would take over. Chen was horrified, realizing his sect had literally sold out the world to foreign invaders. The elder mocked Chen's hesitation, asking how he could be the Holy Son if he was so soft. Chen quickly apologized for stepping out of line. The elder told him losing to the Kun wasn't a big deal, but giving up so easily was just stupid. He explained that their world was about to become a massive battlefield, offering Chen the chance to fast-track his way to the absolute top. Chen asked if they really had to sacrifice their homeland. The elder replied that if the payout is big enough, everything has a price. He told Chen to remember all the times he felt humiliated and weak. By joining their side, he'd get the power to steamroll everything in his path and never feel inferior again. Seduced by the promise of ultimate power, Chen agreed, declaring that the greater good was nonsense and he just wanted to be strong. The elders welcomed him to the fold, promising to train him and fast-track his path to immortality. Chen dropped to his knees, swearing absolute loyalty to the Rebirth sect. Meanwhile, Junlin was sipping tea back home. He noted that ever since Chen got humbled, the Rebirth sect had been super quiet, and even the Abyss attacks had paused. He wondered if they were just taking a break or plotting their next major move. Back in the deserted county of the Eastern region, a girl showed up at the gates of the Swantian sect, looking incredibly relieved to have finally made it. A guard greeted her and asked what important business brought her there. She explained that she urgently needed to find Senior Junlin. The guard wasn't surprised, figuring she was just another fan looking for sect leader. Since they'd had over 100 fans show up recently, he decided it was best to turn her away. The girl begged to be let inside, but the guard put his hand up and firmly stubbornly told her she wasn't allowed in. Trying a different angle, she flashed a card and claimed she was a survivor of the imperial family of the Pure Land state, insisting she needed to tell Leader Fang the truth about what happened that day. The guard didn't buy it, calling her story a pathetic lie just to get an audience with the leader. The girl got frustrated, yelling that she was telling the truth and asking why they wouldn't believe her. The guard pointed out that rumors said the Pure Land was completely wiped out by the Abyss army with 0 survivors, and they had even blamed Leader Fang for it, so her story sounded totally fake. He added that they'd heard every excuse in the book, even pregnant women claiming they were carrying his child, and told her to leave and come back with a better story next time. Furious, the girl couldn't believe that after everything she went through to get there, she was still being blocked. Stubbornly, she insisted she had to go in and apologized in advance for what she was about to do. The guards weren't having it and powered up, warning her not to ruin her own life. She noticed they had both reached the Hashang stage, realizing these ordinary students were actually high-level masters. The guards ordered her to leave immediately. Panicking, she wondered what to do, refusing to just give up. Suddenly, Zhao Ling'er walked up, and the guards were surprised to see her. They explained that the girl was falsely claiming to be a Pure Land survivor with a secret message for Leader. The girl desperately insisted she was telling the truth and held out her imperial token. Zhao Ling'er took a look and seemed slightly surprised. The guard quickly told Zhao Ling'er it was definitely a fake, given how many crazy fans had been showing up. But looking closer, Zhao Ling'er realized the token was made of black gold and was radiating spiritual energy. It was definitely authentic. The girl begged Zhao Ling'er to believe her. Zhao Ling'er immediately ordered the guards to step aside, confirming the token was real and scolding them for almost ruining something important. The guards were shocked and quickly apologized for insulting an actual princess. Zhao Ling'er told the girl to follow her, promising to take her straight to Leader. The girl was thrilled, knowing that meeting Fang was the last hope for the Pure Land. Meanwhile, Hong was giving Junlin a massage, asking if the pressure was right. Junlin said it was perfect. Suddenly, Li ran in and announced that Zhao Ling'er had brought a guest who looked like she'd been traveling for a long time. Junlin thanked Li and told him to let the guest in. Hong, however, felt that someone looking so messy shouldn't be allowed inside the sect. Junlin noticed Hong stop the massage and asked why his hands weren't moving. Zhao Ling'er walked in and introduced Princess Mingyue of the Pure Land. Junlin was surprised, as he'd heard rumors that the state had been completely destroyed by the Abyss. Mingyue explained that she was the only survivor. Her brothers sacrificed themselves to protect her, and everyone else died in the palace. She mentioned that people blamed Junlin for the bloodshed, but she knew the truth. That night, the palace was covered in a bloody mist, and black figures swarmed like ants. 4 max-level masters surrounded and finished off her father, the Emperor. With his last breath, he yelled for them to run. Her 2 older brothers gave their lives to get her to a teleportation crystal, and she watched helplessly as they turned to dust. She explained she had been running for 3 months, having nightmares every night about her father and the fall of her state. She heard that the palace was completely leveled, and her father's throne was now a footstool for Abyss creatures. She revealed that the black figures who conspired with the Abyss had methods that clearly belonged to the Rebirth sect, yet they dared to blame Elder Junlin. Mingyue fell to her knees, begging Junlin to bring justice for the millions of souls lost in the Pure Land. Having lost everything, she offered to become his servant or slave if he would just help her get revenge. Junlin wasn't shocked that the Rebirth sect was working with the Abyss, figuring they were all in the same boat. He told the girl to stand up, agreeing that those who blamed him and colluded with the Abyss deserved to be taken down. He accepted her plea for revenge. Mingyue was stunned, asking if he was really willing to help her since no one else cared about the Pure Land. Junlin told her not to worry, noting that his peak needed someone to handle minor chores anyway so she could stay. He saw a fierce determination in her eyes, realizing she had real potential. Mingyue thanked him and promised to work hard. Junlin asked Xiaoxi to get her some food and tea, and then introduce her to the rest of the crew, even offering her a piece of new osmanthus cake. Deep in the Abyss, the environment was total eternal darkness. Hundreds of tribes had lived there for thousands of years, but because of the Holy War, they were being used as weapons by outside forces. Junlin's recent actions had cast an even darker shadow over the already gloomy land. The vibes were terrible. Locals complained that the front lines were so critical the king was drafting everyone at the 9th level of the Chi stage. One guy argued he didn't want to go because he had a mom to take care of. Others chimed in, stressing that things were getting so bad they were even drafting low-level fighters. Someone asked why they couldn't just stay quietly in the Abyss instead of invading foreign lands, but another warned them to keep their voices down, saying that kind of talk was a death sentence. In the Imperial Palace of the Dark People within the Abyss, the mood was grim. They discussed how many tribesmen they had lost and worried that their entire legacy would be wiped out if the war continued. Servants asked King if he was seriously sure they could win, warning that the people of darkness would take the blame if they lost. One servant tried to stay positive, saying they could still fight, but others pointed out that the dark essence pills given by the messenger were practically useless against enemies with heavenly artifacts. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, and several masked figures stepped out. They yelled at the servants, demanding to know how they dared call their pills useless. The servants were terrified to see the messengers of the deity. King tried to smooth things over, admitting the pills were good, but explaining that enemies with heavenly artifacts were dealing heavy damage. He asked the messengers for advice on their next move. The messenger coldly told the king to keep fighting without hesitation, stating they had no other choice. The king warned them to watch their tone, reminding reminding them that the Abyss was a partner, not a vassal, and threatened to end the alliance. The messenger mocked the king, asking if a pack of servants really thought they ruled the Abyss. The king was confused, pointing out his people had ruled the Abyss for millions of years. One of the messengers opened his cloak and revealed an overwhelming aura that instantly made the king and his servants feel incredibly weak. The king fell to his knees, asking who they really were. The stranger explained that the Abyss was just a small world created by the forefathers of darkness, and the king's people bore a blood mark tying them to a legacy of servitude. The king couldn't believe that after ruling for millions of years, he was just a pawn. The stranger explained that ancient cataclysms had forced the progenitor out of the Kunlun world, and now they were returning as the true ruler. The king's job was to sacrifice everything to help them take back Kunlun. The king realized this was why they were ordered to control the Stargate at all costs. The stranger confirmed it, explaining the Stargate purifies beings from other worlds so they don't get destroyed by heaven's will. The stranger added that Kunlun was about to awaken, causing massive drops of heavenly treasures and opportunities for immortality, and the people of darkness were going to claim it all. The king pointed out a major issue. Junlin, a powerful cultivator wielding a heavenly artifact, had already destroyed many Abyss lords and wiped out their top assassin squad. The stranger scoffed, explaining that heavenly artifacts need heavenly energy to unlock their full power. Since Junlin hadn't reached that level yet, he was barely tapping into 10% of the weapon's potential. The king was shocked, wondering what would happen if Junlin unlocked 100%. The messenger revealed they brought a secret treasure specifically to counter Junlin, the dark soul-devouring lamp. Once the seal is broken, it unleashes a flame that burns even a true immortal's soul to ash. They also had an inside informant. The messenger bragged that with the lamp, Junlin was basically a candle waiting to be snuffed out. The Abyss tribes prepared to go all in to help their masters return to Kunlun. In the near future, Kunlun started showing signs of awakening, with opportunities for immortality popping up everywhere. The major powers in the central region were on high alert, studying the changes. Peace treaties were basically useless as factions went to war over the new resources, kicking off an era of chaotic power struggles and fierce battles. At home, Xiaoxi brought Junlin some fresh tea. A sudden clap of thunder scared her, but Junlin hugged her, telling her not to worry. Hong noticed the thunder and explained it was the traces of an immortal, predicting that a major event was about to happen. Junlin had no idea what that meant. Just then, a man's voice echoed, announcing he was the owner of the island of fallen immortals. He stated that in 10 days, trials would begin, and the winner would become the island's new owner, claiming all its hidden resources. Hong was instantly hyped. He figured if he won, he could reclaim his legacy and become the greatest immortal, which was way more important than standard training. He suspected the trials might also be connected to the Abyss invasion. Junlin, however, thought the whole thing sounded boring and complained it was interrupting his sleep. Hong couldn't believe Junlin wanted to skip such a massive opportunity. Right on cue, the system popped up, announcing a new check-in location. Junlin needed to go inside the island of fallen immortals. The reward was a massive amount of golden luck. Junlin asked what golden luck was. The system explained that luck comes in 6 tiers, and anyone who touches even a tiny bit of golden luck can become a world leader or the most powerful force in the universe. Realizing how broken the reward was, Junlin was instantly on board. He turned to Hong and teased him for being so impatient, asking how he expected to achieve immortality if he couldn't even chill. Hong caught the hint and offered to literally wash Junlin's feet for a year if he let them go. Seeing Hong actually take initiative instead of slacking off, Junlin agreed to take them along. Hong was thrilled, declaring it was a do-or-die moment to change his fate. 10 days later, crowds gathered off the coast of the island. People noticed that the spiritual energy in the deserted area was insanely high, way better than Qingzhou. Someone reminded the crowd to behave since the area belonged to a specific clan, and the guests quickly agreed. Meanwhile, Chen and Elder Lu stood on a cliff. Chen was surprised the deserted area had leveled up so much, admitting he used to be embarrassed to be from there, but now his reputation was ruined anyway. Elder Lu told him to focus on the positive. Thanks to their 5th ancestor, Chen had just hit the late stage of the trial level in only 10 days. Chen swore he wouldn't rest until he became immortal, confident he'd win the island. Lu hyped him up as the most worthy heir. Suddenly, Chen spotted a warrior in the forest. Elder Lu recognized him instantly as Xue Wuhen, a legendary swordsman from the Xuanji sect who reached the divine level 5,000 years ago and was considered the strongest in the East. Lu recalled a time when Wuhen nearly finished him off during a secret valley trial. Chen was amazed he hadn't heard of him. Lu explained that Wuhen had gone off the grid 1,000 years ago to perfect his skills, and his sheer presence was the reason the 5th ancestor hadn't openly helped Ming Yuan seize the Stargate. The crowd was buzzing about the legend's appearance, noting he was just one step away from immortality. Suddenly, a portal opened, and the crowd cheered as Junlin arrived with his 2 Gods of Death disciples. Everyone assumed the inheritance was basically guaranteed to go to Junlin. They praised Junlin, noting how he won people's hearts, while Chen was basically hiding like a rat. Hong felt the praise, though he internally noted he used to be 10,000 times more majestic in his prime. Wuhen spotted Junlin and immediately rushed toward him, posing dramatically like a true swordsman. The elders thought a massive fight was about to break out between the 2 powerhouses. Hong warned Junlin to be careful, recognizing Wuhen as an unmatched mortal master. Elder Lu watched closely, hoping Junlin Junlin would use his divine artifacts so the Xuanji sect would go to war with him, letting the Rebirth sect chill on the sidelines. Instead of attacking, Wuhan bowed to Junlin and asked him to teach him how to wield a sword. Everyone was absolutely floored. The best swordsman in the East was asking Junlin for lessons. Hong and Li couldn't believe how quickly Wuhan humbled himself, realizing only Junlin could break a legend's pride like that. Elder Lu thought Wuhan had lost his mind. Junlin was confused, asking why Wuhan thought he could teach him anything. Wuhan explained that Junlin's single sword strike at Ganga, which lit up 14 regions, was the absolute peak of the sword path, a level he hadn't seen in 1,000 years of practice. Junlin internally panicked, realizing that the strike was just an improvisation and he literally couldn't teach it. Wuhan begged for guidance, but Junlin tried to brush him off. Li noticed Wuhan was being super disrespectful by insisting, but Wuhan explained that despite 1,000 years of training, his sword heart was clouded until he saw Junlin's strike. Elder Lu thought Junlin was getting annoyed and was about to attack. Wuhan dropped to his knees, begging for lessons. The crowd couldn't believe the arrogant swordsman had humbled himself this much. Junlin realized the guy wasn't going to quit, and Wuhan assumed Junlin was just testing his sincerity. Li respected Wuhan's dedication, while Hong just thought the guy was insanely obsessed. Junlin, knowing he had zero actual sword skills to teach, decided to just fake it, figuring if Wuhan got confused was his own fault. Junlin told Wuhan to pay close attention, saying all his wisdom would be contained in what he was about to write, and understanding it was up to destiny. Wuhan was thrilled. The crowd was hyped, but Hong knew Junlin was just pretending and wanted to see what he'd come up with. Using his inner strength, Junlin started writing in the air, claiming he was just practicing calligraphy. The elders felt a blinding power from the writing. Wuhan stared at the word, and his eyes went wide in pure shock. The word Junlin wrote was just grass. Wuhan was terrified, overthinking it. He figured since grass is the most common plant, Junlin must be hinting at some impossibly deep metaphor. He felt frustrated, believing the word contained a lifetime of sword mastery that he was too untalented to grasp. Junlin casually told him not to overthink it and not to force himself. Wuhan refused to give up, staring at the great path in front of him. Some people in the crowd thought Junlin was just trolling, but others argued Junlin's level was just too high for them to understand. Li praised Junlin, saying true mastery causes endless debate, while Hong internally rolled his eyes, knowing Junlin was just too lazy to think of anything else. Suddenly, Wuhan had an epiphany. He loudly declared that grass isn't just a plant. It symbolizes relentless struggle, surviving storms and wildfires, and always returning in the spring. He thanked Junlin, claiming he finally understood that the true path of the sword is about rebirth through destruction. Junlin was amazed the guy managed to pull a deep meaning out of literally nothing. Wuhan soared into the air, ready to trigger his trial just based on the word grass. Li asked Hong if Wuhan was really going for it. Hong noted the trial clouds were way more intense than his own, realizing Wuhan was about to jump straight to the top. The crowd realized that if Wuhan succeeded, he'd easily become the top fighter in the eastern region, officially bridging the gap between mortals and immortals. Chen was in denial, refusing to believe a single word from Junlin could trigger immortality, and wondered who Junlin really was. Wuhan shouted that his 1,000-year block was finally breaking. He flew into the storm, declaring he would use the trial to temper his path to immortality. Reaching the peak, he struck his sword, causing a massive explosion. Wuhan rejoiced, feeling his spiritual energy transform into pure immortal power, connecting him with heaven and earth. He felt 10 times stronger. Wuhan swung his sword at empty space, and the sheer force destroyed a mountain range thousands of meters away. The strike only used 70% of his power. He realized the gap between mortals and immortals was like the difference between mud and the sky. Li was in awe of true immortal power, while the crowd congratulated Wu Hen on breaking his mortal chains. Hong wondered if the word grass actually had a hidden meaning he missed. Elder Lu realized Junlin had guided someone to immortality with a single word, wondering if Junlin was secretly an ancient immortal himself. Chen was furious that Junlin was stealing the spotlight again, and that his newly immortal rival was thanking him. Wu Hen approached Junlin, giving him all the credit for his ascension. Junlin was internally shocked the guy actually pulled it off, joking to himself that he didn't need to worry about his own level anymore. Junlin praised Wu Hen for understanding the guidance. Wu Hen swore absolute loyalty, promising to follow Junlin through fire and water. Junlin casually told him it was all just fate. Chen was disgusted that someone would throw away their dignity like that, while Elder Lu stressed that having a true immortal on Junlin's side would seriously mess up the Rebirth sect's plans, making it even more crucial they win the island. Suddenly, a massive teleportation pillar lit up, signaling the island was open, but when the crowd approached, they got pushed back. High-level fighters were furious they were locked out while novices were allowed in, calling it absurd and begging to enter. Li wondered what the criteria were. Hong guessed the island was assessing potential. If you didn't have value, you couldn't get in. Junlin told his students it was time to step up. Elder Lu told Chen to go, admitting his own potential was tapped out, but urging Chen to win the island. Chen promised he would return as the island's lord. Hong felt the tension rising. He noticed Junlin looked completely unfazed, wondering what crazy plan his teacher had this time. With a true immortal involved, Hong knew it was going to be a bloodbath. As they entered the island, everyone realized their power levels were nerfed down to basic chi practitioners. Some were relieved, knowing at level leveled the playing field against Wuhan. Lee compared it to the Herb King Valley, but Hong explained it was the Island Lord's rules at work. Junlin loved it, knowing it made things fair and meant Wuhan wasn't a threat to him either. Wuhan was initially hyped about being an immortal, only to realize he got nerfed too, though he confidently stated his sword skills were enough. Suddenly, a net with strange objects appeared above them. A voice announced the rules. Players had to roll dice and move spaces based on the number, triggering random bonuses or traps along the way. If they reached the finish line before the hourglass ran out, they passed. The trial was safe. If they took fatal damage, they'd just get teleported out. Junlin realized they were basically playing a giant board game, which he thought was pretty fun. He told his students it was time to move. Since it was entirely based on luck, Junlin was super confident he couldn't lose since they had to roll dice. He internally called on his newly acquired golden luck to guarantee a win. The system suddenly pinged, immediately apologizing for dozing off. It congratulated Junlin on reaching the check-in point and successfully granting him a massive amount of golden luck. Junlin was thrilled, figuring that with golden luck, his next dice rolls were going to be absolutely broken. Since he was already on the board, he figured they might as well make the game interesting. Meanwhile, Wuhan noticed a glowing dome isolating the players so they couldn't mess with each other. Opening his first box, he read his challenge. If he imitated a dancing monkey for 10 seconds, he would jump forward 70 spaces. If he ignored it, he'd be sent back to the start. He was outraged that such a humiliating rule even existed, reminding himself that he was a dignified immortal swordsman. However, Wuhan realized that if he went back to the start, he'd fall massively behind the others. Hong was watching and sarcastically commented that Wuhan looked beautiful. Wuhan grumbled, but ultimately gave in and started throwing down some wild dance moves. Hong joked that his flexible waist and moves could drive an entire city crazy. Wuhan grumbled about how unfair the rules were. Lee, watching Hong, noticed his older brother was actually dancing in a full imperial outfit to clear his own challenge, noting that Hong was really pushing past his inner demons. Hong's rule stated that dancing in imperial attire for 10 seconds would advance him 80 squares, otherwise he'd be stuck in place for an hour. Hong felt humiliated, vowing to gouge out the eyes of anyone who saw him doing this. Even though he was advancing, he felt the price to his dignity was way too high. Hong desperately hoped Junlin wouldn't see his humiliation. Meanwhile, Junlin was just standing there with his mouth open, and Hong wondered what crazy scheme his teacher was cooking up this time. Assuming Junlin was just chilling before effortlessly taking first place, Wuhan was getting frustrated, knowing he couldn't let the girl in red, Hong, cover so much ground so quickly. Putting his pride aside, he started doing the embarrassing monkey dance. The other guys were shocked, warning Wuhan to be careful or he might seek revenge on them later. They wondered why a legendary immortal swordsman was learning moves from a monkey, but Wuhan told himself it was just a test and he shouldn't take it personally. Then Chen appeared, literally falling to his knees. The crowd couldn't believe the Holy Sun was bowing with every single step, completely throwing his dignity out the window just to pass the test. Chen figured that by constantly bowing, he could ignore his dice rolls and just keep moving forward without stopping. Even though it was humiliating, he told himself it was worth it for the inheritance. The elder running the trial watched and praised Chen, noting he was someone others should learn from. He commended the other two, Hong and Wuhan, for having strong willpower and sacrificing their pride for a greater cause. But when he looked at the other stragglers, he scoffed, thinking they were too attached to their dignity and didn't deserve the island's legacy. When the elder looked at Junlin, he was confused. Junlin had been at the starting line forever. The elder wondered if Junlin was just too proud or insecure about his luck, considering just teleporting him off the island for stalling. Junlin finally made his move. He tossed his dice high into the air, and a bright light covered the area as strange inscriptions appeared on the cube. The elder was absolutely stunned. He had deliberately programmed a 1 in 1,000 trick roll that allowed a player to hit 60. Junlin rolled a 60 on his very first try, playing it like a trump card. But the elder's shock turned to disbelief when Junlin proceeded to roll 60 16 times in a row. The elder wondered who raised this son of fortune and wanted to see just how far this insane luck would carry him. The other players started complaining, asking since when a die even had a 60 on it. Junlin kept rolling 60 seconds, effortlessly gliding through the first zone and instantly reaching the second zone, the icy snow area. He opened his first golden chest, which was worth 1,000 points. A bright light flashed, and a massive dragon appeared in front of him. A voice congratulated him, announcing he had received a flying pet, an ice-winged dragon that would carry him through the snowy mountains without any obstacles. Junlin was amazed that bonuses like this even existed. He hopped on, named the dragon Zoan, and realized this was way faster than just rolling 60 seconds. Wuhan looked up, completely shocked to see Junlin flying through the sky. He felt like he was still miles behind his older brother and hoped he could somehow catch up in the next zone. The rest of the guys were moving slowly but finally reached the third zone, the Fire Mountains. Players were complaining about the insane heat, nearly passing out, and dodging lava pits that would instantly eliminate them from the island. Junlin, however, thought the contrast between the ice and fire zones was pretty cool and wondered if he'd get another pet here. He rolled again and read a rule card, finding it weird but curious about what it did. He sent Zoan away and suddenly found himself on a perfectly smooth road. He realized his luck was almost unfair. This zone was even easier than the first. He quickly breezed into the fourth zone, the Great Plain. Junlin found the Great Plain much more pleasant and looked around for more cheat codes or bonuses. Opening a box, a voice told him he could now run without any restrictions, completely ignoring the board squares until he left the zone. Junlin was hyped. Now he didn't even have to bother rolling the dice. Meanwhile, Hong was struggling, realizing that with his power suppressed to the chi level, one wrong step would get him eliminated. The Great Plain looked flat, but it was actually packed with hidden traps. Looking back, he noticed Chen had also scored a riding pet. He knew if Chen passed him, it would be impossible to catch up. Chen was riding his new horse, but an obstacle suddenly popped up, throwing him to the ground. He held on and saw massive vines blocking his path. He knew it was going to be tough to overtake Hong for first place, but he was determined that minor traps wouldn't stop him. He planned to bypass the poisonous fog cages, confident that as long as he had his horse, first place was guaranteed. But after hacking through the vines, his horse completely vanished. Hong was ready to watch Chen struggle on foot, but when Hong opened his eyes, he was stunned to see Junlin standing right in front of him. He felt like something had just teleported past him. Junlin turned around and greeted his student. Hong demanded to know how Junlin pulled it off, pointing out that Junlin was literally at the starting line a second ago. He complained that Junlin moving as freely as the wind was completely unfair. Junlin joked that he had waited at the start for half a day specifically because he didn't want to hurt Hong's feelings by passing him too quickly. He teased Hong, saying he'd be waiting for him at the finish line. Hong was furious that his teacher was not only bragging about taking first place but also actively trolling him. He was convinced Junlin was using cheat codes. Why should he suffer through traps while Junlin basically speedrun the test? Hong and Woohan ended up bumping into each other and started arguing, and declared that even if he couldn't beat Junlin, he absolutely refused to let anyone else take second place, especially since this was only the first stage and he still had a chance to win. Junlin, walking far ahead, looked back and sighed, realizing no one was even close to him anymore. He joked that if he knew he'd be this lonely, he would have walked slower, since there was still half the time left on the clock. Junlin felt that this golden luck was literally a game breaker, and couldn't wait to see what insane advantages it would give him in the next trials. The elder running the trial was losing his mind watching Junlin. He couldn't believe a player reached the finish line this early. It wasn't just the broken dice rolls. Every single chest Junlin opened gave him top-tier rewards that let him skip entire regions. The elder realized Junlin must be a literal favorite of the heavens. However, the elder mused that only someone with that kind of insane luck could survive the upcoming battle for the Great Tao, noting that without it, one would be swept away by time, just like during the ancient cataclysms. The elder wondered if Junlin's arrival signaled a massive turning point for the Kunlun world, but his awe quickly turned to annoyance when he saw Junlin just chilling and resting at the finish line. The elder felt Junlin should show at least a little respect for the highest hereditary test in the world, instead of treating it like a vacation. While Junlin relaxed, the other disciples were going through absolute misery. Hong was trying to navigate the muddy vines with his nerfed chi level stats, realizing he stood zero chance against these poisonous obstacles. He was incredibly frustrated that the vines seemingly never ended, especially since Junlin had already vanished from sight. After pushing through pure torment, Hong finally reached his teacher, only to find Junlin totally relaxed and snacking. Hong complained that he almost lost his life in the traps while Junlin was just having a picnic, calling it totally unfair. Junlin saw Hong was starving and offered to share his food. Hong eagerly accepted and thanked him, but internally grumbled that Junlin was just showing off and would eventually have to pay for it. The other players watched in awe, amazed that Junlin made it look so easy that he had time to stop for a meal, admitting they lacked that kind of calm confidence. Lee suddenly shouted in excitement as he crossed the finish line. Spotting the meat skewers, he asked Junlin to save him some. Junlin playfully kicked Lee, sending him crashing into the dirt, joking that it was rude to immediately go for the food. Lee protested, reminding Junlin that he was his third student and asking how he couldn't recognize his own guy. Junlin looked at Hong, pretending to have no idea who Lee was, but then started laughing, admitting he was just testing Lee's reaction. Lee realized the test was over and begged for a skewer. Junlin handed it over, saying that as his teacher, he'd never let him starve, though if Lee had been a second later, Junlin would have eaten it all. Lee was thrilled, calling his teacher a true bro. As the timer ran out, the system announced the round was over and congratulated Junlin for taking first place, awarding him the baptism of divine art. Junlin's body immediately started glowing with bright light as he leveled up. The crowd wasn't even surprised he took first place again, noting that with a divine art purification, his cultivation path would be practically protected by the gods. They gossiped that senior Junlin was fast-tracking his way to immortality. Lee, however, thought it was massive divine luck, wondering why Junlin didn't look happier. He reasoned that Junlin was the kind of guy who could guide a true immortal with a single word, so maybe he possessed even greater luck. Such insane luck in the outside world could easily trigger a massive war among immortals. Junlin noticed everyone gossiping and decided to flex a little, letting the divine energy fill his body. The crowd was mesmerized by the purification process, but the elder running the test was low-key raging, calling Junlin a scoundrel. The elder knew that this specific divine purification would have overwhelmed and broken the minds of many previous heirs, yet Junlin was just casually tanking it and acting like it was no big deal. Annoyed by Junlin's confidence, the elder decided to fast-track the second round to see how long this luck would actually last. The elder announced the start of the second round, instructing the players to step into individual projection spaces. He explained it was a survival test. The longer they lasted, the higher their their chances of winning. He added a brutal twist. Only the top 100 players would move on, and everyone else would be eliminated. Ong was surprised it was a timed survival challenge, expecting the spaces to be packed with hazards. Lee, eager to prove himself, rushed ahead and yelled that he'd be the first to enter, no matter how hard it was. Stepping through the portal, Lee found himself in another world. He looked down and panicked, realizing he had aged massively. He checked for his knife and realized he didn't have it. Running his hands over his body, he saw it was covered in age spots and completely drained of strength. He wasn't in his own body anymore. He had no idea how he was supposed to survive. The elder greeted him, explaining that he had to play the role of an ordinary, frail old man and survive in a mountain full of wild animals until an accident eventually took him out. Lee was furious, complaining about being surrounded by wild animals with zero strength. He told himself to calm down and refused to give up before he even tried. The elder noted that this round was designed to test adaptability and intuitive judgment. Advanced combat skills were totally useless here. Surviving for 100 days was considered an outstanding result. 150 days was top tier, and making it past 200 days was incredibly rare. The catch? After 200 days, the beasts would mutate, becoming stronger and hunting more frequently, turning the test into a literal hell mode. The elder was excited to sit back and watch how Lee would eventually die. On his first day, Lee was screaming from the intense cold and pain. He complained he might freeze to death, frustrated that his frail body couldn't even manage the most basic chi gathering techniques. He admitted that if he hadn't learned some basic breathing exercises from normal warriors in his past, he would have died on day one. He griped that there wasn't even decent food around to get stuck in his teeth, and he had to find a way to stay alive. Remembering how he embarrassed his teacher in the first trial, he swore to pull it together and survive for at least 100 days. By day 2, Lee found a lake, only to realize the fish were completely frozen solid. His throat was burning from thirst, but the water felt like poison. He cursed the test for being packed with traps but refused to accept defeat, determined to pass and defend his teacher's honor. On day 10, Lee reflected on his past struggles. He remembered training his sword skills to avenge his sister, hitting a rock 100,000 times until his hands were covered in bloody blisters. He used that memory to push through the current pain. By day 20, he managed to secure his first kill for food, hyping himself up that he only had 80 days left to secure a win. By day 50, Lee had crafted a stone knife, sharpening it twice a day. Halfway to his goal, he was determined to secure another hunt. On day 88, he finally survived the brutal winter. The hunting had made him much stronger and more resilient, and with only 12 days left, he felt confident, but he let his guard down, missing a poisonous snake sneaking up on him. The snake struck, and Lee's eyes bulged in shock. Reacting instantly, Lee dodged the fatal hit and literally bit the snake back. He thought about how hard he fought for 88 days and refused to go down without taking the snake with him. Despite taking down the snake, he succumbed to the poison, apologizing to his teacher in his final moments for falling just 12 days short of his goal. Back in the main hub, the other participants were respawning from their portals. Lee complained that if he had eyes in the back of his head, he would have survived. One guy complained he only lasted 10 days before getting packed up by a wild wolf. Another guy said he was lucky to last 2 days before his frail body gave out from a fall. Junlin walked over to Lee and asked for his stats. Lee proudly declared he made it to day 88, explaining he was ambushed by a poisonous snake, but managed to take it out before he died. He asked Junlin how he liked the story. Junlin praised him, joking that he earned the nickname Cruel for biting a snake. Junlin then asked Woohin how he did. Woohin sheepishly admitted he was killed by a lightning strike, ironically paying the price for struggling with lightning in a previous trial. But he proudly announced he survived for 160 days. Lee was blown away, calling Woohin a legend. Junlin agreed that 160 days was a massive flex. Lee emphasized to Junlin that the trial was insanely hard, and Woohin added that losing all your powers made you have to be extremely careful. Junlin thought the whole thing sounded super exciting and decided to jump in, eager to see what his golden luck would do in a pure survival scenario. Transported to his space on day 1, Junlin was amazed by how realistic the simulation felt. Drawing on survival shows he watched, he knew the meta was to find food, water, craft tools, build a shelter, or at least find a cave. Suddenly, a rabbit popped out. Junlin thought it would make a perfect dinner and started running toward it. To his absolute shock, the rabbit ran straight into a tree, knocking itself out instantly. Junlin was amazed that suicide rabbits were actually a game mechanic. He decided it would be a sin to pass up free food delivered to his doorstep and set off to find a place to build a fire. Later, while roasting the rabbit, he commented that it would be perfect with a little sauce, lamenting that he couldn't find any in the wilderness. Out of nowhere, a massive black bear ran past him, being actively chased by a swarm of bees. Junlin was thrilled. He wanted sauce, and the universe literally delivered honey. He slathered the honey on the rabbit, declaring the meal a top-tier barbecue experience. Wandering a bit, he stumbled right into a fully functional cave. Having eaten his fill, he needed a place to sleep, and the cave was perfect. It even had a fresh water source, saving him the hassle of building a shelter. He chalked it up to his golden luck and happily settled in for the night. On day 2, Junlin decided to switch up his diet and went fishing. As he approached the lake, lake, fish literally started jumping out of the water onto the shore. Junlin was baffled, feeling like the animals were actively trying to feed him rather than him having to survive. He joked that if this kept up, he'd be completely spoiled. Over the next 180 days, Junlin's survival trial turned into a full-on vacation. Wild animals constantly brought him food, he planted crops around the cave, and life was incredibly peaceful. The elder watching was absolutely losing his mind. He had designed this stage as a brutal, hellish test where players had to suffer as frail old men. Yet Junlin had somehow turned it into a luxury retirement plan. The elder coped by telling himself that once day 200 hit and the hell mode activated, Junlin would finally understand what a real test was. As other players continued to respawn, it turned out someone actually survived past the 200-day mark. Lee saw Hong respawn last and eagerly asked for his score. Hong casually replied he lasted 206 days. He explained that after day 200, the beasts mutated, becoming insanely ferocious, hunting in coordinated packs, and making sleep impossible. Lee was horrified but impressed that Hong lasted that long in hell mode. Hong bragged that he would have lasted even longer if the mutation hadn't caught him off guard, recalling how he was swarmed by a pack of mutated wolves. He flexed that a normal person would have died instantly, but he used a secret magic art to alter his frail body, claiming that with better prep, he could have survived hundreds of days more. Hong suddenly noticed a portal was still open and asked Lee how that was possible. Lee explained that their teacher hadn't respawned yet because he started the trial super late. Hong scoffed, remembering that Junlin was incredibly lazy, loved to eat, and always relied on others. He figured that without anyone to carry him, Junlin was probably having a miserable time, struggling just to find scraps of food. He confidently predicted Junlin wouldn't survive the hell mode on day 200 and was eager to mock his teacher's inevitable failure. On day 200 of Junlin's trial, he was just chilling in total comfort, figuring he'd just ride out his peaceful life until his character died of old age. However, he noticed the sky suddenly changing color. Checking the calendar, he realized it was exactly day 200, the turning point. Stepping into the forest, he saw his usual free meal rabbit had mutated into a massive beast that snapped a tree in half. Junlin was mildly annoyed, realizing his supplier of free meals was gone. A ferocious mutated tiger suddenly appeared. Junlin was surprised, as he hadn't seen a single predator in 200 days. As the tiger lunged at him, Junlin casually grabbed his wooden sword, confident that his golden luck would protect him. Before he could even swing, a massive mutated bear jumped out of nowhere and attacked the tiger. Junlin stepped back, shocked that he didn't even have to fight. He sat back and watched the kaiju battle, joking that the action was better than a 3D movie. The two beasts ended up taking each other out. Junlin happily looted the bodies, noting the bear skin would make a great winter cloak and the tiger pelt would really tie his cave aesthetic together. The elder watching was pulling his hair out. He couldn't fathom how Junlin's luck was so broken that the game's apex predators were literally killing each other, while Junlin reaped all the XP and loot. But the elder smirked, knowing a massive beast tide was approaching. Confident Junlin couldn't luck his way out of a coordinated swarm. Just as Junlin was getting ready for bed, he felt a massive tremor like an earthquake. Looking outside, he saw a massive horde of mutated beasts gathering right on his doorstep. The elder eagerly watched, ready to see Junlin finally get torn apart. Suddenly, Junlin heard a voice call him grandfather. Confused, he looked around and saw a magical tree he had planted, the legendary Hiva tree. The fruits on the tree were literally talking to him, promising to protect him. Junlin laughed, noting that gardening in your old age really pays off. Junlin completely relaxed, not even flinching when a massive lion charged at him. One of the magical fruits yelled at the lion, blasting it with a massive wave of fire. The fruit boy then jumped down, using his magically enlarged body to literally crush the lion like a pancake. Junlin clapped, praising the fruit boy for the save. The elder was speechless, realizing the Hulua fruits had actually gained sentience just to protect Junlin. The rest of the beast horde charged in, but the Hulua boy called them out for seeking death and started one-shotting them. The elder was having a full meltdown, demanding to know how these overpowered creatures even existed in his carefully coded testing space. A ferocious wolf tried to sneak up on Junlin, but another Hulua boy shoved his hand straight into the wolf's mouth, breaking all its teeth before blasting the entire horde with fiery breath. Another fruit used water attacks, while another spammed magic spells. Junlin sat back, watching his fruit children destroy the horde, joking that it looked like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. He realized this was way better than cheating. He was literally untouchable. The elder seriously questioned if he was even in control of his own simulation anymore. One of the Hulua boys proudly told Junlin he used his all-seeing eyes to ensure the area was clear. Junlin praised them, realizing he could truly retire in peace now. His only issue was that, short of dying of old age, he had no idea how to actually leave the simulation. For the next several years, Junlin lived his best life with his Hulua bodyguards. By day 300, he was enjoying the scenic views. By day 500, he moved into a literal castle built by his superpowered fruit kids. By day 10,001, Junlin reflected on how fast time had flown, noting that compared to the constant grinding and fighting in the real world, this simulation was basically basically paradise. He felt like he had literally lived an entire second life. Back in the real world, Woo-hen was getting anxious, wondering how much time had passed and why Junlin still hadn't respawned. Lee was baffled, unable to understand how Junlin was surviving the mutated beast hell mode for this long. He joked that Junlin must be actually cultivating immortality inside the simulation. Hong dismissed the idea, assuming Junlin had already died, but the simulation was just bugged and wouldn't spit him out. Lee yelled at the elder, asking if his platform was broken and demanding he release their master. The elder snapped back, insulted by the accusation. He proudly stated his simulation never malfunctioned and told them to just wait. Hong couldn't believe it. An old man with 0 cultivation stats shouldn't be able to survive this long. The elder silently agreed his platform was flawless, but he also knew he was dealing with an anomaly like Junlin. He wondered if Junlin was really going to be the first player in history to actually die of old age in the simulation. Inside the simulation, Junlin lived until he was 250 years old. Surrounded by his Hulua grandchildren, who were crying and begging him not to leave, Junlin thanked them for keeping him company all these years. He peacefully passed away from old age. The elder watched in pure shock, confirming Junlin had actually achieved the impossible, dying a natural death in a survival horror simulation, which was an absolutely insane flex. However, the elder noted that while Junlin breezed through the solo stages, the final stage was a massive PvP battle royale, and he was eager to see if Junlin's luck would hold up against actual players. When Junlin finally respawned, his students were thrilled to see him but confused by how completely zen he looked. While everyone else came out of the portals traumatized or angry, Junlin looked like he just woke up from a nap. Lee ran up, asking how many days he lasted and how he finally died. Junlin casually replied that he died of old age. Hong was floored, asking how that was even possible on a mountain swarming with monsters. The other disciples thought it was a joke. They had fought for their lives for a few weeks, while Junlin literally lived for decades. Woo-hen respectfully approached Junlin and asked for the secret meta to surviving. Junlin honestly replied that the secret was to just relax, do some gardening, grow 7 magical pumpkins, and let them conquer the mountain for you so you can enjoy your retirement. Woo-hen thought Junlin was trolling, but Junlin insisted it was the truth. The other players couldn't fathom how anyone could be calm enough to garden in a death game, wondering if the pumpkins were some secret legendary item. Hong rolled his eyes, thinking Junlin was just being overly cryptic and pretending to be deep. Woo-hen, however, had another epiphany. He deduced that the true goal of the test wasn't survival, but whether a player could maintain a calm, unbothered mindset in a desperate situation. Woo-hen dropped to his knees, praising Junlin for showing him the light and realizing they had all played the game wrong. The elder watched this exchange, convinced Junlin was just gaslighting everyone, and decided to just hand out the rewards to move things along. Receiving the blessing, Junlin floated in the air, glowing with energy. Lee was hyped, believing that stacking 2 immortal blessings would guarantee Junlin's smooth path to true immortality. Hong was just salty that Junlin swept all the rewards again. Internally, Junlin thought the blessings were pretty useless since his system's stronger against strong cheat code was already maxed out. The crowd whispered about Junlin, noticing he looked completely unbothered by the insane power-up. Someone suggested he was just being modest, but the elder was furious, knowing the blessing would have overloaded a normal person's brain. He couldn't stand Junlin's casual attitude and announced they were fast-tracking to the final stage to see his luck run out. The elder hyped up the final round as his most creative and proudest test in all the world, reminding everyone that only the top 100 players were moving on, and the rest were eliminated. Lee wasn't mad about being disqualified. He was just happy he survived the second round at all. Hong laughed, mocking Lee for being proud of doing the bare minimum. The elder ordered the top 100 to enter the corridor for the final stage. Chen, watching Junlin, didn't care about the previous rounds. He knew the third stage was the only one that mattered. If he won, he'd claim the island's legacy, and dealing with Junlin would be light work. Entering the projection world, the elder explained the rules. To ensure fairness and prevent post-game griefing, everyone could customize their avatars and use gamer tags. A character creation screen popped up in front of everyone. The elder explained it was a battle royale. Players would choose a drop spot on the island, loot for weapons, spells, and gear, and fight to survive as a deadly toxic circle slowly closed in. PvP was fully enabled, and the last player standing would inherit the island. The players were mind-blown, calling the battle royale format unprecedented and crazy. Junlin, however, was super annoyed that he was being forced to play PUBG in real life, especially since he was dealing with true immortals, who were basically isekai protagonists. Lee was hyped by the character creator. Realizing their identities were hidden, he figured it was the perfect time to try playing as a female character, claiming an invincible guy like him needed an invincible look. Suddenly, the battle bus, a massive flying boat, pulled up. The elder announced the drop phase was starting, and players could pick where to jump. The other players immediately noticed Lee's custom avatar, pointing out his unique taste. Lee was totally feeling his new look, confident no one would recognize him. The other players guessed his real name, shocked that the sword demon had such a weird fetish. Lee panicked, denying it and telling them to stop talking nonsense. Hong laughed, asking Lee how the players figured it out so fast. The players joked that Lee was the only one arrogant enough to act like that. Hong teased Lee, saying he never expected his little brother to be an e-girl, warning him that if the screenshots leaked, his reputation would be permanently cooked. However, Hong surprisingly requested that the players not assume the worst and demanded to see some proof. He argued that it was way too presumptuous to judge someone just based on the gamer tag hovering above their head. He figured that as long as Lee denied everything until the very end, no one would ever be able to prove who he really was. Meanwhile, the other players were distracted by how obnoxiously bright Lee's avatar was, complaining that it actually hurt their eyes. They wondered who this player was, despite choosing a super basic ordinary face. His entire vibe made everyone inexplicably want to punch him. Hong felt that the annoying aura was weirdly familiar. Lee, playing dumb, claimed he also had no idea who the player was, agreeing that just looking at the guy made him want to fight him. Before things could escalate, the Elder announced they had arrived at Boozy Island and ordered everyone to pick their landing spots. The Elder declared the official start of the final test and wished them luck. The players looked down, overwhelmed by the massive map and unsure of where to drop. The Elder issued a final reminder: all cultivation techniques and stats from the real world were completely disabled. All secret arts, gear, and spells had to be looted from specific zones on the island. He advised them to choose their drop locations carefully, wishing them luck and saying he'd see them on the ground. Lee immediately pinged the Valley of Blades as his drop spot and asked Hong where he was planning to land. Hong scoffed, saying he wasn't stupid enough to reveal his drop location right at the start, even to his brother. Lee laughed, teasing Hong that he was just paranoid his younger brother would eliminate him early. Hong fired back, mocking Lee's skills and doubting Lee could even survive long enough to reach him, wishing him good luck. The players started picking their spots. One player asked his older brother to drop with him at Red Eyebrow Mountain so they could cover each other. The brother didn't want to let his sister down and agreed. Hong judged them, believing that only sheep travel in flocks and a real man plays solo. He pointed out that since it was a battle royale with only one winner, teaming up was pointless anyway. Junlin, meanwhile, was full of confidence. He believed a spectacular and invincible player like him should just leave his drop to fate, declaring the entire map his territory. He immediately jumped off the battle bus, aiming for a spot called Crescent Lake, realizing it was one of the map's 6 major hot drops. Landing, Junlin noticed glowing spheres everywhere and figured they must be fragments of cultivation techniques. The rules stated players had to collect these fragments to craft actual techniques, which were tiered into Sky, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow categories. Junlin was curious to see what tier these fragments were. Noticing other players landing nearby, he yelled that they were too slow and claimed all the loot for himself. The other players, however, were fast and managed to grab some fragments, instantly sparking a massive brawl over the loot. One player fired off a purple lightning fist technique. The player couldn't believe a low-tier move was hitting harder than an Earth-tier technique from the real world. Realizing the island's hereditary techniques were insanely buffed, realizing that already crafted a full technique, the players warned each other to back off. Having secured the loot, was pretty satisfied with his haul. He noted there were still plenty of fragments and gear scattered around, realizing that in this trial, the meta was basically just eliminating players and taking their loot. Junlin joked that this was the classic kill off the spawn strategy and actually felt a little bad for his victims, bragging that he was a pro at securing chicken dinners. He decided to focus on getting divine tier equipment next. Meanwhile, Hong had dropped into the foggy jungle. He thought the heavy fog made it the perfect spot to loot up quietly. Suddenly, Hong spotted a small fire hovering over a skeleton and went to investigate. He found a fire dragon talisman and, sensing its spiritual energy, realized it was a heavy-hitting combat item. Right next to it, he found a complete spellbook called The Art of Shadow Disappearance. He was shocked. He thought all techniques had to be crafted from fragments, yet here was a ready-to-use, blue-tier technique just sitting there. Hong felt his luck had finally turned, starting the 3rd stage with premium gear, a full spell, and a combat talisman made him confident he was going to win the whole thing and finally beat Junlin. Back at Crescent Lake, a swindler who had grabbed some of the early loot believed he owned the zone and set out to ambush other players. However, he ran into Junlin again and instantly regretted it, realizing he had dropped into the wrong spot and that his luck had run out. He tried to surrender his loot. Junlin called him out, asking what he wanted. The swindler noticed Junlin was already rocking rare purple tier armor and weapons, completely stunned. Trying to play it cool, the swindler claimed he was just stopping by to warn Junlin to be careful, adding that once Junlin left the lake, he wouldn't find anyone as kind as him. Junlin sarcastically agreed that the guy seemed super kind. The swindler tried to excuse himself, but Junlin told him to hold up and drop all the loot he just stole. Junlin joked that it would be too hard for a kind person to survive out there anyway. Sensing Junlin powering up a fire attack, the swindler begged for mercy, offering to hand over everything. Junlin ignored the pleas and launched the attack, instantly eliminating the swindler, whose avatar turned into a loot box with a sad face on it. Junlin was thrilled with the extra loot, noting it helped him clear out the area, and decided it was time to rotate to other zones. The elder watching the trial was absolutely stunned that Junlin had already secured the only full set of rare purple gear in Crescent Lake. He realized the island's usual challenges were nothing compared to Junlin's broken luck, worrying that Junlin was going to steamroll the competition. Meanwhile, other players spotted Junlin and couldn't comprehend how he managed to pull a full set of purple gear this early in the match. One guy complained about Junlin's arrogant gamer tag, invincible and lonely, saying he couldn't stand him on the lobby boat and hoped to teach him a lesson. A girl next to him pointed out that Junlin was loaded with loot. If they could take him down and split his inventory, it would give them a massive advantage. The guy hesitated, unsure how to crack Junlin's purple armor. Another Another player told them to chill, saying they still had a chance if they coordinated a solid ambush. Suddenly, a girl approached Junlin, introducing herself as the king of kidneys, and offered him a deal. Junlin was curious, hoping it was a legitimate trade. The girl didn't know how to word it, and bluntly said the deal was actually a bit indecent. She explained that while their avatars were fake, the feelings were real, and she wanted to trade something valuable. Junlin immediately caught her drift, surprised someone was pulling this in a battle royale, and asked if it wasn't a bit inappropriate. The girl flirted back, suggesting they find a private spot and telling him to stop playing hard to get. The girl figured Junlin was just a lonely gamer who had never talked to a woman before, and thought he had fallen for her instantly. She pushed him to make a move. Junlin randomly dropped a stone on the ground and told her to do push-ups. The girl was stunned, she was ready to strip, and he was giving her a workout routine. Assuming there was something wrong with him, she asked if he was serious. Junlin then pulled out a handful of rare stones, tossed them on the ground, and asked if that was enough motivation. The girl clarified that she meant he could do whatever he wanted with her, and told him to be bolder. Junlin realized what she meant, and the girl was thrilled, ready to get started. But Junlin just told her to do some sit-ups next. Furious, she accused him of trolling her. However, when she looked closer at the pink stones, she realized they were deep-level fragments. She couldn't believe he was just tossing premium currency around like it was nothing. Junlin stood firm, asking if she was going to do the workout or not. Realizing the payout was too good to pass up, the girl agreed and started doing the exercise. Meanwhile, the guys hiding in the bushes were watching in pure confusion. They wondered if their vampire girl had lost her mind. First she was doing push-ups, and now sit-ups. They realized Junlin was actively trolling her. Deciding they couldn't wait any longer, the squad jumped out to ambush him. Junlin sighed, noting they had no patience and ruined the setup. One of the ambushers yelled, demanding to know how Junlin dared to mess with them, promising to finish him right there. Unfazed, Junlin swung his fiery sword, delivering a massive blow. A second guy tried to follow up with a mountain-shaking strike, but Junlin casually swiped his sword again, deleting the player and leaving behind a loot box. The last guy hiding in the bushes realized Junlin was using a low-level heavenly rank sword technique. He tried to hype himself up, figuring it was just a sword move, and if they coordinated, they could still take him down and steal the technique. He fired an arrow from stealth, but Junlin didn't even flinch, calling it a tickle and deflecting it with a wave of his hand. Frustrated, the archer jumped out, but things ended terribly for him, and he was quickly turned into another loot box. Finally, the strongest guy on the team stepped out, smugly stating that his teammates didn't die for nothing. He explained that while Junlin was busy wiping them out, a six-fold weakening debuff had finally taken effect. He told Junlin to prepare for true despair, bragging that under the debuff, even heavenly ranked techniques were useless, and Junlin was guaranteed to lose. Junlin thought it was pretty ruthless to use his own teammates as bait for a debuff, but he just smirked and activated a purification skill. The guy was absolutely crushed, unable to comprehend how Junlin had a cleanse for the debuff. The girl begged Junlin for mercy, offering to serve him diligently for the rest of the trial if he let her live, promising he'd be satisfied. Junlin planted his sword in the ground, calling her unworthy, and told her to just accept her elimination. He mocked the squad for trying to ambush him, joking that they'd need another 800 years of practice to pull it off. After wiping the whole squad with a single attack, Junlin dropped to his knees to eagerly check out his new loot. Meanwhile, in a secret location called the Dragon's Lair, a player was locked in a brutal boss fight. He realized he had to use his ultimate trump card, a golden talisman. Going all out, he activated the Talisman of Divine Fire against the fiery monster. After a grueling fight, he secured the win, realizing the map he got from a golden chest was actually the legendary hidden map to the Dragon's Lair. He felt like the ultimate chosen one, confident that no one could stop his rise. Entering the inner sanctum, he found a golden tree. He absorbed the power of the divine dragon, boasting that with this buff, even a fully geared player in epic armor wouldn't last more than a few seconds against him. The elder watching was amazed, noting that this holy son had actually uncovered the hidden method he coded into the game years ago. The elder wondered if this player would become the new successor, and was eager to see how Junlin would handle this new threat. Elsewhere, a player using the Gujan clan's swordsman avatar was absolutely dominating. Other players were terrified of his unbelievable sword techniques, begging him for mercy. The swordsman didn't hesitate, speed blitzing them with lightning-fast strikes and racking up their loot. Suddenly, the system announced that the death zone was shrinking, and the countdown had begun, forcing players to either rotate or get eliminated by the zone. The swordsman panicked a bit, realizing he needed a reliable mount to outrun the storm, even though he was currently safe. Hearing the roar of a ferocious tiger, he set off to tame it for a ride. In the chaotic Blade Valley, a massive bird was attacking players. A guy yelled that he was going to tame the great eagle to escape the death zone. A girl next to him wanted the eagle too. The guy explained that taming the turquoise-feathered eagle would guarantee their safety. The girl didn't want to wait and charged in, asking the others what they were waiting for, hyped for the fight. She successfully tamed the majestic eagle and offered to fly the group over the danger zone. In the foggy jungle, a squad grouped up, thinking they had found a massive loot drop. They rushed toward a glowing light, assuming it was epic gear, and wanted to grab it before anyone else. The squad leader told them to chill, saying there were 6 of them so no one would beat them to it. Internally though, the leader was plotting to betray his loser squad and take the epic gear for himself. When they reached the spot, they found a crater caused by a fireball. One squad member asked if this was the treasure. The leader smacked him on the head, telling him to stop staring sharing and claiming the loot for himself. The squad was furious, asking how he could betray Old Man Lee. The leader smugly replied that they already knew the answer. He wasn't sharing. A squad member yelled that he was being way too cocky if he thought he could take on all 4 of them. The leader transformed into a monster, revealing he had fully leveled up his Earth rank cultivation method. He mocked them, saying that with Old Man Lee dead, they had no chance. Showing off his true power, he told them they might as well just die. Hong was watching from nearby, disgusted that anyone would trust a teammate in a battle royale where the strong prey on the weak, calling it ridiculous. After the leader wiped out his own squad, he stood alone, ready to claim the ultimate treasure. Hong ambushed him, declaring that sheep belong in the slaughterhouse. He mocked the leader for thinking he could hoard the treasure, saying he wasn't worthy of it. Hong struck, forcing the barbarian leader to block with his hands. The leader realized Hong had been third-partying the whole time, calling him disgusting and unscrupulous. Hong just laughed, pointing out the hypocrisy since the leader had literally just betrayed his own squad, claiming he was just an observer cleaning up the mess. Hong eliminated the leader with 1 strike, refusing to let anyone else touch his loot. Claiming the drop, Hong realized it was a full epic level gear set. Trying it on, he felt like the game was handing him the win, confident that no one could stop him now. Realizing the final zone was pulling to Red Eyebrow Mountain, Hong couldn't wait to cause absolute chaos, warning Junlin to be ready. Meanwhile, Junlin sneezed, instantly knowing someone was talking trash about him. He had found a donkey for a mount and was heading toward the border of Crescent Moon and Red Eyebrow Mountain. He noticed Hong was running in the wrong direction and realized the donkey was actively trying to kill him with poison. Junlin jokingly named the donkey after his student. Suddenly confused by the donkey's erratic movements, Junlin stopped it and noticed a massive, legendary airdrop right in front of him. Junlin thanked the donkey, admitting Hong was right all along. Approaching the drop, he was blinded by the golden glow, realizing it was a true golden legend drop. He couldn't believe the game had such overpowered loot and got hyped for the endgame. Over at Red Eyebrow Mountain, the player count had dropped to 40. The swordsman who wiped his squad earlier arrived riding his newly tamed gray tiger. Other players recognized him as the immortal swordsman, Wu Hen. A girl warned her teammate to look at Wu Hen's gear. Everything was purple tier or higher, and advised him to hide and avoid a fight. The girl riding the eagle complimented Wu Hen's mount, but wondered why the area was so empty. Wu Hen thanked her, guessing the other players knew they were outmatched and went into hiding. The girl agreed, complaining that she hated rats who camp and hide, annoyed that she'd have to track them down one by one. A player in hiding grumbled that he couldn't stand the crazy eagle girl from the lobby boat and hated how cocky she was acting now. His teammate agreed, acknowledging Wu Hen's skill but questioning why the girl thought she was so special. He suggested they team up to take both of them out. Wu Hen, hearing them, was surprised and praised the hidden players for being men of honor, admitting he also hated campers. He suggested they team up to clear out the lobby. The eagle girl landed, agreeing to the truce. She promised that once they cleared the rats, she and Wu Hen would have a final 1v1 to decide the winner, calling it a true warriors fight. She started taunting the hidden players, calling them rats and demanding they come out. The hidden players weren't intimidated, ready to fight to the bitter end. Wu Hen drew his sword and rushed at them with insane speed. The players realized his sword was an epic tier weapon and panicked, noting his heavenly rank cultivation method was too strong. They tried to retreat, but Wu Hen launched a massive wave-like strike from a distance, perfectly freezing and eliminating all of them. The surviving players were terrified of Wu Hen's power, wondering how helpless they'd be against him in the real world. They tried to run, but Wu Hen called them cowardly rats, refusing to let them escape. The eagle girl announced the outsiders were dealt with and challenged Wu Hen to their final duel. Wu Hen told her to hold up, sensing someone else was still hiding. He demanded the players show themselves immediately. Hong slowly walked out of the smoke, laughing and clapping. He praised Wu Hen, noting that an immortal swordsman's senses were way sharper than a normal player's. The eagle girl immediately demanded to know who Hong was talking about. Wu Hen warned her to be careful, pointing out that Hong was wearing a full set of epic gear and could be a bigger threat than his own icy soul sword. Hong admitted he was planning to wait until Wu Hen and the girl fought it out so he could third-party the survivor and take the loot, but since he got caught, he'd just have to finish them both off now. He taunted Wu Hen, saying he wouldn't help him either. Wu Hen drew his sword, confused by Hong's comments, saying there was no point in pretending he knew the girl's identity. The eagle girl was furious, telling Hong to shut up. She threatened that if he leaked her identity, it would be a fight to the death, terrified that being exposed would ruin her reputation forever. She couldn't believe Hong was being so arrogant, reminding him they were classmates. Hong laughed, asking who she thought she was scaring. He challenged her to a 1v1 later if she was so tough. Relieved that Hong was keeping her secret, the girl agreed to the terms and backed off. Wu Hen realized Hong and the girl actually knew each other. He wondered who she really was and why she cared so much about her identity. Wu Hen decided to just attack Hong, telling him to stop talking and start fighting. Hong was ready, eager to test himself against an immortal swordsman. Before they could clash, everyone was stunned when a massive burst of fiery energy crashed between them, completely neutralizing their attacks. A fiery figure emerged, ordering them to stand down. He arrogantly stated that he wanted to enjoy the slaughter before winning, promising they would all die by his hands. Hong felt a massive aura from the figure and asked who he was. The stranger introduced himself as the Holy Sun, the son of destiny, claiming he was predestined to inherit the island. Hong thought the guy was completely delusional, asking if he really believed he was invincible. The stranger confirmed he did, mocking Hong by saying his epic gear was completely completely useless against him. Hong charged in, ready to give the stranger a reality check. The Eagle Girl noticed the stranger had a weird broken power and suggested she and Wu Hen team up to take him down. Wu Hen agreed, realizing the stranger was a massive threat. Hong didn't hold back, launching a purple energy wave from his spear. Wu Hen recognized the power of the strike. Even he would struggle to dodge it. The stranger didn't even flinch, asking if that was really all Hong had. Hong was shocked when his attack did absolutely nothing. Wu Hen was equally baffled that the stranger tanked a full power strike from an epic weapon without a scratch. The stranger reiterated that all their epic gear was literal trash to him. Wu Hen jumped in to help Hong, unleashing his Arctic sword intent. Hong demanded to know where the stranger got his broken power. The Eagle Girl was just as confused, wondering why the stranger could use transformation abilities while they were locked out of them. The stranger repeated his claim that he was the predestined heir and told them they were insignificant bugs compared to him. The Eagle Girl had enough of his arrogant, holy attitude. She yelled that even if her blade broke and she died, she was going to take him down, launching a massive divine punishment-style attack. The stranger wasn't fazed, calling her a freak and casually swatting her away. The girl sent her eagle to attack, but the stranger instantly vaporized it with a fireball, mocking the feathered monster for acting tough and leaving nothing but feathers behind. Seeing her pet get packed up, the girl was devastated and furious. She threatened to kill him and pulled out her ultimate combo: 8 talismans, 6 for weakening, 2 for ignition. She was confident that no matter how broken his stats were, the debuffs would secure the kill. The stranger was annoyed by the ambush and declared she deserved to die for trying it. However, the stranger just blasted the girl aside with a wave of fire. The remaining players saw the stranger was momentarily weakened and decided to rush him together. One player fired a beam of destruction, but the stranger laughed, asking if they really thought that was enough. He popped a fiery shield and yelled at them, claiming resistance was futile against absolute power. The stranger started charging up a massive glowing energy sphere. On the other side of the map, Junlin noticed the dragon symbol in the sky and wondered what was happening. He decided it was the perfect time to test out his newly acquired Golden Legend drop. Lee, completely defeated, complained that the Dragon Man was way too arrogant and wondered who he actually was. The stranger taunted him, threatening him with the consequences of fighting the Holy Sun. The other players were terrified of the stranger's dragon-like form, comparing it to a demon. One guy pointed out that even with epic gear, they were basically ants against a demon dragon. Hong was completely baffled by how the stranger managed to transform into such a beast. The Holy Sun warned Hong to be careful, bragging that his power broke the rules of the trial. He lunged at Hong, ordering him to die, and unleashed the dragon twin that devours the heavens attack. Hong fought back with his purple flame that tears the sky, refusing to accept defeat. Facing the massive red flame, held his ground. The Holy Sun couldn't believe he was resisting his ultimate attack. He tried to block counter with an extreme cold shield, but the force was too much, and his defenses broke. The Holy Sun apologized to his fellow cultivator, regretting that he couldn't avenge him or the eagle. The stranger mocked Hong, saying his legacy and gear weren't even worth scratching with his dragon claws. Hong was furious, refusing to believe he was going to lose his shot at immortality. The stranger laughed maniacally, claiming that sweet rewards follow bitter struggle, and that no one could stop him now. The remaining players assumed the match was over, complaining that the stranger's power was basically hacking. They started wondering where Junlin went, confused as to how someone with unbeatable luck could just disappear. Someone guessed Junlin had been eliminated early, noting that no one stood a chance against the dragon demon anyway. The stranger believed that once he finished Hong, he'd be the uncontested winner. Hong was completely exhausted, feeling he couldn't even lift his arm. He accepted it was game over, wondering why he hadn't seen Junlin around. The stranger boasted that the island was meant only for a son of destiny like him, telling Hong to try being born as someone better in his next life and to stay out of his way. Suddenly, the stranger noticed someone else approaching. Hong sensed a familiar, trolling aura and realized it was the guy from the immortal boat. Junlin casually strolled up, wondering where this beggar came from, and announced that he was the real Great Dragon King. The crowd burst out laughing, calling Junlin an idiot and a weirdo for daring to mock the dragon demon. They thought showing up now was literal suicide and that Junlin should have just camped for second place. Junlin laughed back, saying the stranger wasn't a real threat, joking that the guy put on a new skin and actually thought he was the Dragon King. Hong cursed Junlin, realizing his teacher was just using him as bait. The other players warned Junlin about the dragon's claws, noting the previous guy got absolutely crushed and calling the stranger's attacks too cruel to watch. The stranger put all his power into a massive strike, but Junlin stood completely still, totally unfazed. The stranger's attack connected, but he ended up injuring his own arm. He screamed that he was the chosen one and demanded to know how Junlin dared to wound him. Seeing the weapon in Junlin's hand, Hong recognized it as a Golden Legend drop, the absolute highest tier in the game. The other players were mind-blown. They had looted 3 entire zones and only found a few epic fragments, noting that crafting a single epic item was a pipe dream. Another player pointed out that Junlin somehow had a full set of legendary weapons, asking how that was even mathematically possible. Junlin taunted the stranger, asking if he'd ever played MMOs and heard of the dragon-slaying saber. He mockingly introduced himself as Epstein the Miner Hunter, telling the stranger that if he dropped any good loot, he'd come over and take it. The stranger was totally confused, asking what legend Junlin was talking about and who Epstein the miner hunter was. But he froze when he heard the name Dragon-Slaying Sword, wondering if the weapon had a damage multiplier against dragons. If it did, he knew he was completely cooked. Hong stared at Junlin, recognizing his teacher's signature trolling and reality-breaking weapons. He knew only Junlin could pull off something this absurd and figured his teacher was finally stepping up to avenge him. The Eagle Girl also realized it was Junlin, noting that only he had the luck and skill to challenge the game's code like this. The dragon demon was absolutely furious, screaming that he didn't believe it. He insisted he was the son of destiny, that the legacy belonged to him, and that he would be the last one standing. The players were shocked as the dragon demon mutated again, growing to an insane size. Charging up his energy, the demon unleashed a massive wave of fire, screaming for Junlin to die so he could become the island's new master. Junlin just smirked, gripping his legendary blade, and casually replied that as long as he had this sword, the world was his. Junlin completely brushed off the Holy Sun's attack like it was nothing. The Holy Sun was pretty shaken up, but tried to keep his cool, quickly thinking through the situation. He told himself that besides Junlin's legendary blade, his gear was just standard high-tier stuff, so if he played it smart and found an opening, he still had a chance to win. Feeling a bit more confident, he powered up and unleashed his signature move, the Twin Dragon attack, once again. Junlin stayed totally relaxed and told him it was pointless because his dragon-slaying blade was specifically designed to handle dragons. The Holy Sun tried to sneak up and attack from behind, but the hit just bounced off without doing a thing. Junlin casually explained that his blade gave him total protection, meaning he had no blind spots or weak points. The Holy Sun completely lost it, shouting that he was the best, but no matter how hard he attacked, every strike was easily deflected. Watching from the side, Lee couldn't stop laughing, joking that trying to hurt their master was basically like trying to tickle him. The crowd watched in total amazement, whispering that even one punch from the Holy Sun would be enough to take them out, yet Junlin just stood there totally unbothered. Hong watched the fight closely, realizing the power levels were just going up and up. He figured that the longer this lasted, the more intense the surrounding energy would get. Hong admitted that the clash between them was on a scale way higher than his own. The shockwaves tore through the area, forcing Hong to stumble back, and he decided he needed to get out of there before he got caught in the crossfire. Each clash pushed Hong further away. Coughing from the intense pressure, he realized that if he didn't get some distance, he would be finished just by the leftover energy. Outside the trial grounds, the spectators were watching in stunned silence. One person was actually shaking, noting that the raw power the Holy Sun was putting out was wild, and that the shockwaves alone would probably be enough to take him out. Another spectator replied that Junlin was handling it like it was nothing, wondering how high his stats actually were. Back in the battle, the Holy Sun was having a total meltdown. With pure frustration and disbelief on his face, he gathered his energy, screaming that he refused to accept this outcome. He yelled that Junlin wouldn't make it through his next move and unleashed his ultimate technique, the Golden Dragon's Roar. A massive wave of golden fire exploded outward, covering everything and setting the whole area ablaze. The sky turned into a literal sea of fire. The spectators panicked, saying that not even a legendary shield could handle an attack like that. But through the middle of the flames, Junlin stood tall. He shook his head, totally unimpressed, calling it a cheap trick and reminding everyone that he had already said he was invincible. Hong, meanwhile, could barely breathe. The shockwaves hit him like a storm, and he kicked himself for being too weak to even handle the leftovers of their fight. Outside, people started to worry that Junlin finally got taken out by the dragon fire. Watching from a distance, Lee clenched his fist, hoping his master somehow survived and got payback for him. As the fire faded and the smoke cleared, Junlin walked out without a single scratch. The Holy Sun stared in shock, unable to understand how his best move did 0 damage. When he demanded to know how that was possible, he got a calm reply. Junlin explained that his blade gave him total control and that a half-dragon like the Holy Sun was never a real threat to him. Raising his blade with a glowing aura, Junlin announced it was his turn and unleashed his own finishing move. The Holy Sun's confidence completely crumbled and fear took over. He started begging for a break, desperately trying to convince himself that he should be the powerful one since he had dragon energy. He couldn't accept that he was taking another big loss, but it was too late. The glowing strike completely swallowed him, removing him from the battlefield. As the light faded, Junlin lowered his blade and let out a quiet sigh, mentioning that being invincible really felt like a lonely experience. Outside, the crowd went wild, cheering that Junlin was unbeatable and could sweep any match without even trying. People started hyping him up as the top player in the Eastern Domain. Lee watched proudly, knowing his master had surpassed everyone's expectations again. A loud server announcement said the stage was clear. Junlin laughed, celebrating that he finally got his win, even if the match wasn't exactly easy. The crowd jokingly called him modest, saying it was ridiculous for someone who totally steamrolled the competition to act like it was a tough fight. Suddenly, a bright light wrapped around Junlin. Before anyone could react, he vanished, leaving the crowd guessing where he went and what reward he was getting next. Junlin opened his eyes and found himself floating in a cosmic-looking space filled with swirling energy. He looked around, totally confused about how he got there. In the distance, he saw a massive glowing object. Surrounded by countless ancient boats, a strange feeling of familiarity hit him. He wondered if he was looking at the ancient Kunlun realm, guessing it might be a memory from a forgotten time playing out in front of him. Right before his eyes, a massive battle started. Powerful fighters were clashing among the stars, and their energy was so intense it made the sky shake. Junlin watched in awe as the protectors of the Kunlun realm bravely fought against an invading army. He realized that, in its prime, this realm must have been incredibly strong. Thousands of people stood together to defend their home. The shock waves from the fight were so strong they tore open the sky and shattered entire planets. During the chaos, some of the invaders announced that the fight was basically over, and that resisting was just a waste of time. But the Kunlun defenders yelled back, saying that true fighters never feared the end, and that they would stay with their realm until the finish. The invaders sneered, calling the defenders fools who were abandoned by the higher courts and asking if they were still waiting for help. One of the defenders fired back proudly, saying that even without outside help, Kunlun was strong enough to save itself. The foreign leader raised his hand and ordered his troops to unleash the River of Death, saying it was time for the realm to be completely cleared out. A massive purple river burst into the void, pulsing with strange energy. As it moved forward, the defenders felt their strength dropping, their bodies weakening every second. One of them yelled that every single drop of the river carried massive damage, and that touching it meant an instant loss. He screamed for everyone to fall back to the realm before they were finished. The invaders laughed, bragging that Kunlun's time was up. But suddenly, a strong, steady voice cut through the panic. A fighter stepped forward with total resolve, declaring that as long as he stood there, their invasion would not succeed. With one smooth motion, he activated a massive formation that completely reversed the flow of the River of Death. The defenders cheered as they recognized him, the master of the fallen immortal island, the greatest expert of their era. His power pushed the toxic river straight back at the invaders, using their own weapon against them. In a flash, the purple flood swallowed the enemy army, removing them in a bright burst of light. The Kunlun fighters cheered with relief, celebrating their comeback victory. Junlin stood there in awe, watching the scene and amazed by how that one person turned a guaranteed loss into a win. Thinking about it, Junlin realized this person had to be connected to the island he just conquered. Suddenly, the island master himself appeared right in front of him, surrounded by glowing lights. He turned to Junlin and calmly explained that what he just watched was only a fraction of the truth about what happened to Kunlun. Startled but curious, Junlin asked who this mysterious person was. The figure introduced himself as Lu Wanglu, the master of the fallen immortal island, known everywhere as the Grand Master of Formations. He added with a knowing tone that everything Junlin had seen so far was just the start, and the real story was still coming. This reveal left Junlin totally stunned. Old man Lu smirked, wondering if he looked impressive enough. Junlin asked about his 5 generals, but Lu had no idea what he was talking about, and said he didn't get the reference. Junlin bowed respectfully, deciding to call him Senior Lu, and introduced himself as Yi Junlin to show his respect. Lu was pleased, noting it was nice to see some manners from the new generation. Then Junlin casually asked if Lu didn't actually pass away completely, which instantly annoyed the old man. Lu stayed silent, thinking this kid really knew how to get under his skin. Soon, a strange cosmic event appeared, and Junlin turned to Lu, reminding him that he mentioned the planet held the real history of the Kunlun realm. Old Lu explained that during the ancient era, traders teamed up with other groups, corrupted the Star Corps, and brought in an outside coalition. Junlin asked if there weren't powerful fighters all over Kunlun back then, wondering why no one just stopped them. Old Lu sighed, saying of course they tried, but it was impossible because the enemies were just too powerful. He told Junlin he would have to experience it to truly understand, revealing that the traitor was one of the 4 legendary threats. Junlin started to get nervous, realizing a top-tier boss was the one who sold them out when he previously thought it was just some minor troublemaker. The old man continued, explaining that the traitor teamed up with others to corrupt the Star Corps. The other top leaders tried to stop him but were handled by his brutal assault. Emperor Tian was taken out, Fao passed away, and Chong Shung went missing. The Star Corps got corrupted, the spiritual energy was ruined, and the entire cultivation system crashed. On top of losing their best fighters, they were completely abandoned by the Divine Court. Left on his own, Old Lu laid down a massive formation and forcefully redirected the River of Death, crushing the 9 nether forces in one major play. It was complete chaos, with powerful energy waves surging everywhere. Later, Old Lu teamed up with other experts, pooling the power of multiple realms to create the Immortal Realm. Even though it couldn't match the glory of Kunlun in its prime, it was a solid replacement. Old Lu gave Junlin a thumbs up, bragging that they were the ones who built the Immortal Realm and clearly expecting some praise. The old man told Junlin to keep his voice down, then pointed at him and shouted that the fate of Kunlun had to stay in their own hands. He warned that the Divine Court couldn't be trusted at all, and that the 9 nether were their ultimate enemies. Junlin told his senior to relax, promising that whether it was the 9 nether or the Divine Court, if one showed up, he would handle it. He added that if a pair showed up, he would take them both down and bury them in the Star Core to use as fertilizer. Old Lu laughed, complimenting Junlin's fighting spirit, and saying that with him around, Kunlun actually had a shot. Junlin then asked the real question. Since the trial was over, did that mean he officially inherited Fallen Immortal Island? Old Lu confirmed that from that day forward, all the resources and characters on the island would recognize Junlin as their master. Internally, Old Lu assumed that this supreme reward, something millions of players grinded for, would have the kid crying tears of gratitude. But Junlin just casually replied that was all, which completely froze the old man. Lu declared that besides the title of Island Master, he was also a Supreme Formation Master. He explained the ranking system, noting that Supreme Formation Master was the absolute peak, followed by Tao, Heavenly, Earthly, and Spirit Formation Masters. The old man stomped his feet in frustration, formation, refusing to let a newcomer look down on him and vowing to show off his stats to regain his dignity. So, he asked Junlin what he thought of his formation skills. Junlin gave him a thumbs up, saying that the hero who stepped up and saved Kunlun was obviously amazing. The old man pointed at his forehead as blue energy swirled around him, explaining that a formation master's level was directly tied to their spiritual power stat. He noted that if your spiritual power was too low, even top-tier techniques wouldn't let you craft the right formations. He then showed Junlin a unique signature that caught him off guard, explaining that spiritual power was ranked from 1 to 200, and he personally sat at the max level of 200. Junlin was amazed, secretly thinking that if he provoked this boss, his special ability might just automatically level up his own spiritual power to the max. Old Lu noticed the eager look in Junlin's eyes. Before Lu could react, Junlin bowed respectfully and asked the senior to hit him with that rank 200 spiritual power. The request left the old man speechless. He awkwardly explained he was just a projection and couldn't use the stats from his actual body. Thinking his junior was just confused, Junlin simply said it was fine and he didn't blame him. The old man got even more annoyed, asking what that was supposed to mean and demanding to know who asked for forgiveness. Determined to humble the kid, Lu pointed at Junlin's forehead, saying that while he couldn't use his own power, he could at least run a scan to see what Junlin's stats were. Thinking this was his chance to embarrass him, old Lu released a yellow glow, warning Junlin not to get upset if his number was super low, since he wasn't even an immortal yet. A glowing number 10 popped up on Junlin's forehead. The old man nodded, saying it was exactly what he expected, but then his smug face dropped as the number started skyrocketing, jumping from 20 to 50, and then maxing out at 100. The old man was absolutely shocked, unable to comprehend how it was climbing so high. His brain couldn't process it, and he muttered that it was literally impossible. Junlin sighed, noting that 100 was still barely half of 200, praising his senior's legendary stats and saying he felt like a total beginner in comparison. The old man furiously grabbed Junlin by the collar, yelling that when he first became an immortal, he hadn't even cracked level 50, and now this kid was showing off completely broken stats. Junlin innocently asked if he had said something wrong. Old Lu let go, reluctantly admitting that a rank 100% spiritual power was actually insane. Looking up, Lu sighed, realizing this must be what people meant when they said the new generation always replaced the old one. Finally, he held out his hand and asked Junlin if he wanted to level up his formation skills, offering to share some expert tips. He told Junlin to watch closely because he was about to demonstrate a legendary, ancient formation. A glowing blue circle appeared behind Lu as he told Junlin to memorize it, promising that if he did, he would instantly unlock the Heavenly Formation Master class and become unbeatable. Junlin just turned away, yawned, and casually said he wasn't interested. He then proceeded to easily break the formation, leaving old Lu completely speechless. Lu leaned in and whispered that Heavenly Formation Masters were basically VIPs in the immortal realm, and that massive factions would beg him to build formations for them. Junlin still acted totally bored, so the old master kept hyping it up, promising that unlimited resources and top-tier status would be his. Junlin kept up his unbothered act, which finally made the old master snap, shouting and asking who gave him the right to act so cool. Junlin just stared at him before laughing, thinking to himself that since his system automatically downloaded knowledge directly into his brain, there was no reason to actually grind and study all that stuff manually. The scene cut to another zone where a massive crowd was gathered in front of a glowing blue scoreboard. They were frustrated, completely tired of being treated like cannon fodder. All eyes shifted to Senior Wu Hen, who had just been sent back to the lobby, and everyone was gossiping about who could possibly be powerful enough to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Wu Hen was stressing about his partner Lee after they were forced to split up. He wondered how anyone could even understand the power of the expert who took her out. Then he smirked, getting nostalgic about the time he carried Lee, thinking that Lee's mix of grace and charm was weirdly endearing. It made Wu Hen want to protect her, even though he didn't exactly know why. Still, he was confused why Lee hadn't tried to group back up with him. Wu Hen felt like the bond they formed during the match only mattered to him now. Nearby, two of his fans were swooning over his dedication, calling it a tragic and beautiful romance that was breaking their hearts. In contrast, Junlin's students were standing there absolutely embarrassed. Hong leaned over to Lee and whispered, asking if he heard that the Swordmaster was in love with him, teasing Lee to just reveal his true identity and give the guy his romantic ending. Lee looked disgusted and muttered that using the female avatar was a massive mistake, probably the biggest mistake of his life. Hidden in the crowd, Shen was in stealth mode, waiting for his perfect opportunity. He remembered Junlin and swore to get even, promising to take him down. Suddenly, the lobby got very tense, and players started whispering among themselves, wondering why the results still hadn't dropped and asking what was causing the lag. One guy bet 10 spirit stones that the winner had to be some veteran monster, arguing that no one from the younger generation had the stats to wipe out so many masters and win. Still, he admitted that whoever pulled it off had to be a legend. Then, a massive light crashed down behind the mountains with a loud boom. Instead of panicking, the crowd was excited. Realizing the winner was finally spawning in, Junlin floated down from the glowing light. The system announced that the succession was official. Yi Junlin was now the lord of the fallen immortal island, giving him full control over the realm's rules. The players cheered, thrilled to confirm it was Junlin, and started spamming congratulations. Lee was also amazed, realizing just how impressive his teacher's display of power was. Hong, who always always held a grudge, was still annoyed, unable to figure out what he was missing to reach that level. Even Wu Hen was deeply impressed by Junlin, noting that his power level was completely unreadable. Chen, along with his elder, continued to simmer with resentment while secretly planning Junlin's downfall. Meanwhile, Junlin was soaking up the attention but felt weirded out, noticing a few people glaring at him from the crowd. Even with his massive win and status, he still felt like being that powerful was just a bit lonely and boring. Wu Hen walked up and congratulated Junlin for taking first place in all 3 rounds, calling it the work of destiny, and admitting he was a little jealous. Junlin complimented Wu Hen back, saying he put up a solid fight and pointing out that at least Wu Hen managed to survive until the final placements. Wu Hen looked confused for a second but agreed, admitting Junlin was right. Then, out of nowhere, a massive surge of green energy rippled through the area, bringing a heavy wave of dark energy with it. Junlin's students looked around, wondering what triggered the sudden event. They sensed pure, intense focus filling the lobby as the energy crackled and thickened, glowing an eerie green. A distorted voice echoed across the server, announcing itself as the strongest king of the Nether Abyss and demanding Junlin step up and face his end. A green portal tore open, and a figure stepped out, looking down at the crowd like they were nothing. His voice boomed across the zone, mocking their efforts. He taunted them, saying that even if they got lucky drops on that island, they were still just ants trying to shake a massive tree. He warned that when the real server war began, none of them would even be fit to be cannon fodder. He locked eyes with Junlin, declaring that Junlin had had his fun, but the curtain was finally closing on his little performance before he became an actual threat. Wu Hen immediately pushed forward. His energy flared up as he summoned a massive barrier to block the Nether Abyss force, yelling that a mere insect had no right to talk trash in his lobby. The crowd started whispering, shocked that even the Abyss King had logged in, but to them, the king looked like someone trying to stop a charging tank with his bare hands. The crowd cheered for Wu Hen, believing his snowy sword strike was strong enough to take down any threat, and they were convinced the Abyss King was about to be finished. But the Abyss King didn't even flinch. He called Wu Hen a rookie true immortal, brushing him off and promising to show them all just how big the skill gap really was. The king pulled out an ancient artifact. Chains whipped out as thick darkness wrapped around it, and a pulse of intense violet energy blasted outward. Instantly, a swarm of phantom dragons burst from the artifact, all rushing Wu Hen at once. The insane pressure literally knocked the breath out of everyone in the lobby. Wu Hen tried to defend himself, throwing up his own shield, but the dragon shredded right through it and launched him across the map. His eyes were wide with shock. His ultimate move had been broken like cheap glass. He muttered that a weapon that overpowered shouldn't even exist in their game. The Abyss King loved the panic, enjoying the chaos. He bragged that the Supreme Nether artifact was a high-end item gifted by a mysterious messenger from a more advanced server, and that players like them were never meant to survive it. The artifact's energy lashed out, draining the health of everyone nearby. Cultivators dropped to the ground, screaming as their energy was siphoned. The king laughed like a maniac, declaring that their energy tasted amazing. He boasted that premium gear from outer servers was genuinely terrifying. He readied the artifact again, planning to use Wu Hen's energy as the first offering to fully charge his weapon. Despair hit Wu Hen hard, as he wondered if he really worked that hard to reach his current level just to be taken out a few moments later. Then Junlin stepped up. Junlin told Wu Hen to step back, casually noting that the boss had appeared specifically for him. His students stared in disbelief, completely confused as to why their master was volunteering to face the boss. Even the crowd yelled out, not wanting to lose Junlin. The Abyss King was thrilled, gloating that Junlin had walked right into his trap. He announced he would use Junlin for his highlight reel before clearing the rest of the lobby, and he launched his ultimate strike. A massive energy dragon spawned, opening its jaws wide as if it were going to swallow Junlin whole, but Junlin just smiled. His eyes sharpened, glowing a bright yellow as his presence exploded like a storm tearing through the server. In that exact millisecond, the system pinged. Detecting an attack from a powerful boss, it instantly triggered Junlin's hidden skill. Raw power flooded his stats. His cultivation level spiked, instantly leveling him up in a single heartbeat. His students were absolutely frozen, unable to process the crazy power scaling they were witnessing. Junlin exhaled, gathered some spit, and casually spat. The tiny drop turned into a blazing, high-speed laser that hit the massive dragon head-on, completely vaporizing it in a blinding flash. The entire battlefield went dead silent. The cultivators were literally shaking. Even Wu Hen's jaw dropped as he felt the intense energy coming off Junlin. He finally understood. Junlin wasn't just strong, he had fully reached a new level of power. Pure panic hit the Abyss King. His premium artifact, specifically designed to handle top-tier players, had just been casually swatted away like garbage. Junlin closed the gap, calmly joking that the king had traveled all that way just to hand-deliver some free experience. The Abyss King dropped to his knees, begging for his life and holding out the artifact with trembling hands. Junlin took it and demanded the name of the messenger who supplied it. Bowing as low as possible, the Abyss King explained that the gear was gifted by a contact from a foreign server. He blamed his actions on greed, claiming he had just followed orders, and offered to hand over control of the entire Nether Abyss if Junlin spared him. Junlin responded with logical reasoning. He knew the Nether Abyss hadn't been expanding for 2 years just for territory. They were securing the spawn points of stargates. He explained that stargates were portals between servers, and if activated, massive armies would flood into Kunlun's territory. Junlin concluded the messenger definitely belonged to those powerful factions trying to raid their server. The Abyss King frantically confirmed everything. Terrified, he insisted that while he was a boss there, he was a total beginner compared to the masters running the outer servers. He tried to convince Junlin to join the Outer Realm Coalition instead of fighting them. Junlin laughed, finding the recruitment pitch hilarious. The king bowed eagerly, offering to send any message Junlin wanted to deliver to them. Junlin stepped closer, thanked him for the offer, and told him to pass along that those outer forces were nothing but cowardly scouts hiding in the dark. He pressed his hand to the Abyss King's forehead, released a single burst of pure energy, and instantly removed him from the server. With the boss defeated, Junlin dusted off his sleeves and announced the lobby was finally safe. The crowd went wild, spamming praises and calling him an unbeatable legend. Junlin waved them off, muttering that he really just wanted to keep a low profile. Internally, he was just glad the drama was over so he could finally go check out his new base, Guanshan Island. Deep inside the Nether Abyss, in the shadow-covered palace of the Umbrella clan, the Abyss King respawned. He staggered, pale and shaking, coughing up blood from Junlin's single strike. He still couldn't believe it. Junlin was on an entirely different level. He realized that if he had fought Junlin in his real body instead of an avatar, his account would have been permanently deleted. A cold voice echoed through the hall. The divine messenger stepped out of the shadows, demanding to know why the raid had failed. The Abyss King bowed, explaining through shaky breaths that Junlin had been hiding his true stats. He admitted the Nether artifact was powerful, but against Junlin it was completely useless. The messenger frowned, pointing out that the artifact was extremely strong and shouldn't have been brushed aside. He wondered if Junlin's stats were actually higher than anyone had anticipated. The Abyss King admitted he couldn't read Junlin's power level at all, revealing that Junlin had taken out 9 fire dragons with a casual move. A smirk crept onto the messenger's face. He hadn't expected Junlin to be hiding that much power. He admitted that kind of raw strength and focus was impressive, but it also made the game way more interesting, vowing that Junlin would eventually pay. The Abyss King nervously asked if the messenger had a new strategy. The messenger nodded, explaining that the Nether Abyss was a special zone created by their ancestor. He revealed that it held a secret that could break the server, a trap so dangerous that even the top player of Kunlun wouldn't survive it, meaning someone like Junlin was eventually going to be irrelevant. The Abyss King was shocked to learn his own zone was that dangerous, but he asked the obvious question, how were they supposed to bait the local players into entering? The messenger chuckled, explaining that was exactly why he had planted a spy outside. The scene shifted back to the Shuantian sect, where the elders were having a meeting, completely excited. The sect leader announced that Junlin had shocked the entire server, admitting none of them had realized he had already reached such a high level. Another elder praised Junlin's strategy, saying he was smart to hide his power. The leader's sister chimed in, saying Junlin had just been working on his inner focus and blending in with the others, proving his game sense was way beyond theirs. Junlin sighed, telling everyone to just chill and stay low-key. Hong muttered that his teacher was basically a professional at hiding his true potential, while Li was practically bouncing with pride, insisting Junlin shouldn't be modest after unlocking the Fallen Immortal Island, one of the game's highest tier zones. The sect leader eagerly asked Junlin to show off the rewards. Junlin pulled out the island orb, explaining it was the legacy handed down by Lu Wanlu, but warned them that whether they actually improved from it was entirely based on their own luck. One elder looked confused, asking why the island was so tiny and how they were supposed to fit inside. The leader's daughter scoffed, guessing it was just a shiny cosmetic item. Junlin corrected them, explaining it was a spatial treasure, a pocket dimension that could expand or shrink on command, loaded with premium resources and ancient characters. Li stepped up, begging Junlin to let them in so they can collect rare items. Was his chance to finally restore his own stats. Junlin calmly nodded. He told them that if they wanted the rewards that badly, he would open the server for them, but warned them that surviving and leveling up was entirely their own problem. The environment shifted as Junlin chanted. The Fallen Immortal Island expanded and pulled every student and elder into its hidden map. Inside, Li spawned completely solo. Confused, he looked around, wondering where his squad went and why the spawn point looked so familiar. His thoughts stopped when he spotted an eagle perched nearby. He got emotional, calling out to his giant carving eagle, amazed his old pet was still alive. The eagle just stared at him, dropped a massive mess right on his head, and flew off. Li screamed at the bird, furious that it hadn't recognized him, and complaining that the mess was completely unnecessary. As the bird flew away, a glowing golden feather dropped. Li grabbed it and got instantly excited. It was a high-tier crafting material, strong enough to forge a weapon on par with the best gear. But he noticed the energy was way different than his old pet's, wondering if it was actually an ancient spirit just using the eagle's skin. Elsewhere, the sword immortal was crouching next to a weird clump of dirt. He inspected it, amazed, thinking it was immortal soil, an insane loot drop. He tasted it and almost threw up, describing it as foul and bitter, like something from the bottom of a toilet. But he admitted the immortal experience buff inside it was real. A random beast walked by and casually did its business right next to him, revealing the horrible truth. What he ate wasn't soil, it was literal manure. Wu-En gagged violently, his face twisting in pure despair, but after a long, agonizing moment of coping, he forced himself to accept it. He decided that if eating that gave him immortal experience, he was just going to have to grind through it. Meanwhile, the second elder spawned in front of a beast completely covered in lightning, watching thunder light up the sky. He was absolutely mesmerized. He had been stuck at a bottleneck in his thunder build for years, but just watching this creature's movements completely shattered his skill ceiling. The female disciple spawned in a field of glowing flowers packed with immortal energy. She absorbed the natural resonance, getting a massive boost to her stats, and instantly unlocked a new powerful technique she never thought she'd get. Then there was Hong, wandering around and sighing heavily. He saw all these epic beasts and premium items, but felt like none of the luck was rolling in his favor. Walking further, he spotted a super basic courtyard, wondering why a divine zone had such a plain house. He hoped there was hidden loot inside. A donkey trotted out and immediately called him son. Hong completely lost it, screaming every insult he knew at the animal, frustrated that his immortal fate was just a trolling donkey. But then he noticed a glow behind him. He turned and saw a plant radiating immortal light. He gasped, recognizing it as a legendary hazard that would instantly finish any immortal on touch. A phoenix landed right in front of him, and he suddenly realized the entire courtyard was swarming with them. Nearby, two regular-looking fish suddenly changed, expanding into massive dragons, including a pure-blood 5-clawed golden dragon. Hong's soul practically left his body. As the divine beast moved toward him, he threw his hands up, screaming for them to stay back. The donkey suddenly glitched, its goofy shape stretching into a massive, terrifying silhouette that leaked intense dark energy. Hong froze, his voice cracking as he realized this thing was a supreme great demon boss. Just as he was about to have a full panic attack, Junlin spawned right behind him. Junlin blinked, totally confused about when his edgy student turned into such a massive coward. The second Hong spotted Junlin, he sprinted and dove straight into his arms, screaming for his master to save him. Junlin looked around casually, seeing nothing but a few chickens pecking the dirt and a donkey chewing grass, and asked where the threat was. Hong, literally shaking, frantically tried to explain that the chickens were undercover phoenixes, the donkey was a supreme demon, and the harmless-looking potted plant was actually a lethal trap. Junlin stared at him and asked if he was running a fever. He asked where the phoenixes and demons were, and Hong pointed wildly, only to see the donkey had already switched back to its normal appearance. Hong stuttered, completely confused but swearing he wasn't lying. Junlin crouched next to a hen, noting she reminded him of an old friend and calling her quite gorgeous. Junlin hummed, wondering if Hong was actually seeing things. Hong insisted the monsters were just masking their power, begging Junlin to believe him. Junlin shook his head, saying that the donkey could never be a demon boss. The grass was just normal grass, and nothing there was dangerous. Junlin then asked if Hong's obsession with grinding for immortality had finally broken his brain, telling him he was clearly hallucinating. Hong refused to accept it, paranoid that the game was just trolling him. Junlin patted him on the shoulder, telling him to stop overthinking, and offered to let him stay in the courtyard if he wanted. Hong went pale, waving his hands frantically and agreeing to leave immediately. Outside, Hong tried to play it cool, puffing out his chest and claiming he was just acting. He told Junlin to stop asking questions, dropping a comment about how those who know. Hong groaned, calling Junlin a cryptic person again. But Hong knew the truth. That courtyard was a nightmare zone, way more dangerous than anywhere else in Kunlun. Every character inside had insane hidden lore. He figured that even though Junlin was the admin of the island, he hadn't fully unlocked its features yet, and the truth would only come out when the story progressed. Inside the house, the rooster strutted around, asking if the squad heard the new admin call the Phoenix beautiful. The second rooster puffed up, agreeing that the Phoenix was definitely a 10 out of 10. The donkey snorted, complaining that the new admin had terrible taste. How could he name a supreme demon such a silly name? The bamboo tree rustled, telling the others to quiet down. It announced that Junlin's arrival meant the main quest line had officially started, and their job was to support him while he protected Kunlun. The rooster ruffled his feathers, complaining that Junlin was super underleveled, only at the 6th heaven of the true immortal tier. He pointed out that since they had been sealed for so long and their stats had decayed, supporting a low-level admin was going to be a massive grind. The fish swam in lazy circles, dropping some info. Kunlun was rebooting, but the server's code was still fractured. If high-tier monsters like them caused too much trouble, the buggy physics engine could literally tear them apart. The bamboo tree hummed, saying it understood why they were stressed, but it reminded them that the previous master specifically chose Junlin, meaning he had the ultimate main character plot armor. Their only job was to stay hidden, give support when needed, and trust that the developers would fix the obstacles out of his way when the time came. 10 days later, inside the Zhuantian sect, the sect leader and elders finally logged off from the fallen immortal island, their energy levels visibly boosted from the grind. The sect leader bowed to Junlin, thanking him for granting access to such a powerful zone, noting that many players had already broken through to the next tier. Junlin waved it off, saying their gains were all due to their own luck, not him. Suddenly, a notification pinged on the sect leader's device. His expression shifted immediately, eyes going wide. The female elder rushed over to ask what the news was. The sect leader announced that the Feathering Gate had formed a coalition army and was launching a full-scale raid on the Nether Abyss to permanently eliminate the threat. The second elder scoffed, wondering why the Feathering Gate suddenly felt confident enough to attack the Nether Abyss head-on, suspecting a hidden motive. The sect leader shook his head, agreeing it wasn't that simple. He pointed out that while Junlin had severely weakened the Nether Abyss's elite forces, the Feathering Gate's sudden strike meant there was definitely a deeper plot at play. He turned to Junlin and asked if they should join the raid. Junlin just calmly sipped his cold coffee. Suddenly, the system pinged with a new objective location, the Nether Abyss. A successful check-in promised unexpected rewards. Junlin told the sect leader that he had previously been warned about the Feathering Gate's ties to the Nether Abyss. He noted that, since they had framed him before, the whole situation was extremely suspicious, and he was going to personally investigate their scheme. The sect leader bowed again, excited that with Junlin on the team, the region was guaranteed a win. He checked the device again and confirmed the coalition army was grouping up at the Shanghai Pass in 3 days. Junlin nodded, and they started prepping for the raid. 3 days later, at the edge of the foggy Shanghai Pass, a lone figure stood waiting on the towering cliffs. Another player rushed up, bowing as he reported to the sect master that the group was filling up smoothly. Every major player from the eastern sects was present, except for one missing very important person. The leader of the Yua sect stepped up, calling for the other groups to join their formation. An elder from the Zhao dynasty responded immediately, taking a spot beside him. Then the Lingha family elder stepped forward, pledging his support, followed by an elder from the Shin sword sect, rounding out the massive group. The Yua leader addressed the crowd, thanking all his fellow players for uniting behind his banner. Right then, a massive wind tore through the area. Junlin's squad arrived riding Kun, the enormous divine beast, casting a shadow so huge it literally made the mountains shake. The moment the crowd spotted him, whispers exploded across the area. They were stunned to see Kun, the legendary divine beast. Realizing that meant Junlin was there, they couldn't believe a powerful demon was being used as a casual mount, asking if it was even real. 3 days earlier, back at the Yua Gate, the sect master had smashed a table in a fit of pure rage. An elder cautiously approached, asking for an update on the god envoy's orders, since their attempt to steal the island inheritance had failed. The leader's voice was ice cold. He revealed that the god envoy wanted them to rally the powerhouses from all 14 states into a coalition army and march directly on the Dark Abyss. Elder Lu was stunned, asking if they were abandoning their allies. He wondered if the Stargate project was dead now that Junlin had crippled the Dark Abyss. Guessing the envoy wanted to replace them with the Yua Gate as the new top group, the leader shook his head, explaining the Dark Abyss was the god envoy's home base. They would never let it fall that easily. No, he explained. If the envoy wanted every major powerhouse in one spot, it meant a trap was already set. They were planning to bait the entire eastern region's elite into a single area and wipe them out all at once. Elder Lu praised the strategy, noting that if it worked, the eastern region would be defenseless, and the Yua Gate would have no competition. The leader nodded, stating that forces from outside their server were completely ruthless. Siding with them was the only logical play: adapt or get deleted. As for Junlin, he was going to be the ultimate sacrifice for the Yua Gate. Back in the present, Kun's arrival was suffocating everyone with its massive pressure. The crowd whispered in awe at the sheer magnitude of its power. The Yua leader watched Junlin's flashy entrance with a smirk, fully convinced this would be the last time Junlin ever got to show off. Junlin patted Kun, telling the beast to chill out and stop scaring the casual players. Kun snorted but dialed back his energy. Just then, a sharp sword energy cut through the air. The sword immortal appeared and bowed respectfully to Junlin. Junlin glanced at him and casually called him Little Shu. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Little Shu was the undisputed #1 sword immortal in the eastern region. The Yua leader smirked, certain that Zhue Wuhen, famous for his intense pride, would instantly snap at being disrespected like that. But Zhu Wuhen only froze for a split second before bowing his head and softly confirming he was there. The crowd gasped again. Players stared wide-eyed at Zhue Wuhen's total obedience, whispering that this calm, submissive guy looked nothing like the arrogant, white-robed sword immortal they all knew. Even the Yua leader felt his confidence waver, realizing Junlin held a level of respect and authority over Shu that he couldn't even understand. Junlin's gaze swept across the massive group, noting that there were so many familiar faces. Elder Fan and Miao Yi stepped forward, bowing respectfully to cover for their absent sect leader. Miao Yi smiled shyly, admitting she never thought she'd see him again now that he was so powerful, and confessed she worried she'd never be able to catch up to his level. Junlin shook his head, telling her she still had a chance. He explained that since the world had reawakened, rare items and experience boosts were everywhere, and with good luck, she might even surpass him one day. Before she could answer, an old man rushed forward, practically shaking with excitement. He claimed he had missed Junlin dearly ever since he left his residence and eagerly asked if Junlin remembered him. Junlin gave him a blank stare and asked who he was. The old man puffed out his chest, proudly announcing he was the ancestor of the Linghao family. He reminded Junlin of the massive party he threw in his honor, where he supposedly hurt 2 of his own kids just for Junlin's sake. Miao Yi's jaw dropped, whispering that she never pegged Junlin as the type to demand that kind of cruelty. Junlin slowly turned to her, asking what she meant by that. He then glared at the ancestor, his voice ice cold, warning the old man to explain himself carefully if he valued his life. The ancestor crumbled instantly, waving his hands in a panic. He explained that those 2 people had offended Junlin's beloved student, the Blade Demon, so he had taken matters into his own hands to serve justice on Junlin's behalf. Junlin sighed, calling him an idiot and warning him to think twice before spreading nonsense again. At that moment, the Yua sect leader Wan Chongwei finally stepped up. He introduced himself as the leader of the Yua Gate and the one who organized the coalition army. Junlin looked him up and down, casually noting that big sects were impressive. Despite how many players he had defeated, they still managed to fill a whole lobby. Chongwei forced a fake smile, bragging that if the Yua Gate had one thing, it was unlimited manpower. Junlin nodded, then abruptly asked about the Saint Child who had fought Kun and ended up getting dumped in the latrine. He asked where the guy was hiding now. Chongwei stiffened, explaining the Saint Child stayed behind to guard the base in case he lost his life in the Dark Abyss raid. Junlin chuckled, joking that the guy stayed behind to clean clean up his own mess, and wished him luck. He raised his hand, signaling the lobby to get ready to move. The Sword Immortal's voice boomed across the crowd, rallying everyone to follow Junlin, flatten the dark abyss, and help him usher in a new era of peace. The entire coalition, sects, clans, and dynasties, moved out following Junlin's lead. Chang Wei ground his teeth in frustration. He was the one who organized and was supposed to command this army, yet everyone was blindly following Junlin instead. His frustration turned into pure hatred, and he swore Junlin would pay for stealing his spotlight. The scene shifted to the entrance of the dark abyss, where jagged cliffs surrounded a swirling, chaotic void. The Sword Immortal stepped up, declaring they had finally reached the most dangerous zone in the entire eastern region. Miao Yi raised her sword, confidently stating that the dark abyss monsters had already been defeated once by Junlin. Now, with a full raid party, they were going to permanently remove them from the server. The elder nodded, agreeing that the monsters were already weak, and that today, fighting alongside Junlin, they would clear out all the evil and restore the region's peace. The Sword Immortal raised his blade, hyping the crowd by announcing that with Junlin leading them, the monsters were basically free rewards, and ordered the charge. The coalition rushed forward, diving into the portal. Chang Wei watched them go, a cruel, malicious look in his eyes. He muttered to himself, calling them fools for walking right into the trap. Inside the dark abyss, Junlin's squad descended on Kun's back. Miao Yi shivered, looking around the zone. This was the true core of the abyss, a dark, freezing world soaked in gloom. Up ahead, demons spotted the raid party and started panicking. They cursed their king for trying to expand their territory, screaming that the human players had come for revenge. Some tried to log off and run, others just stood there trembling. Junlin stepped forward, his voice booming across the zone. He called out the demons for invading the eastern region and harming countless innocents. Today, he declared, they were going to pay for that suffering. The coalition roared and charged, going all out. The demons had no choice but to fight back. Explosions rocked the zone as skills and spells collided, with sword strikes lighting up the dark like fireworks. Hong strutted in, absolutely radiating confidence. He demanded the demons tremble before him, then blasted a massive pillar of fire from his hands, instantly clearing a whole group of enemies in one shot. Next, Li dashed across the battlefield, showing off his sword skill. A single sweeping strike completely cleared everything in its path, leaving only ash behind. Then, another massive strike cut through the chaos. Chang Wei, the Yua sect leader, hit the front lines, effortlessly slicing through demons. The coalition players hyped him up, cheering that with him leading the charge, the raid was a guaranteed win. Chang Wei soaked up the praise, his chest swelling with pride, feeling like he finally got some respect back. Now, he just needed to guide them deeper, straight toward the royal city. He raised his weapon, announcing that the main demon army had folded, and the royal city was just ahead. He rallied the troops to push straight into the Dark Abyss Palace, take the king's head, and clear the raid for good. His followers roared in agreement, swearing to follow him to the end, fill the abyss with combat, and avenge their fallen teammates. Junlin watched the whole display silently. He wondered when Chang Wei had suddenly become so eager and enthusiastic to lead. It wasn't hard to figure out. Junlin realized Chang Wei was terrible at hiding whatever scam he was running. And he was right. Behind that confident smile, Chang Wei's mind was full of malice. He knew that very soon, the entire coalition would become bait for the Darklands trap, and Junlin's defeat was practically guaranteed. Deep inside the royal city, the vibe inside the palace was heavy with oppressive gloom. The Nether Abyss King was nervously standing by the throne when the divine messenger dropped in, wrapped in dark energy. The messenger announced he could already track the human coalition pushing closer, signaling that the trap was finally ready to spring. The Abyss King bowed, his voice shaking, noting that their own forces were almost completely wiped out, and nervously asked if the messenger could actually take down Junlin and the rest of the raid. The messenger's eyes narrowed in annoyance. He had already promised he could finish them effortlessly. He made it clear he hated being doubted. The Abyss King immediately groveled, swearing he didn't doubt him, but just wanted to know what the actual trap was. The messenger brushed him off coldly, telling him he didn't have the clearance to know the plan yet, but he would see it soon enough. The messenger then stomped his foot on the palace floor. The ground split, and a demonic pillar carved with a snarling fish rose up. The messenger placed his hand on it, and the carved face lit up with an eerie red glow, oozing dark energy like poison. The messenger smirked to himself, knowing that the second the coalition stepped into the palace, the trap would trigger and the entire human army would be instantly removed. Outside, the coalition stacked up in front of the massive palace gates. Chang Wei strutted to the front, raising his sword and hyping the crowd, declaring the final boss room was right ahead and the war would end once they cleared it. His sect members cheered, praising him as their fearless raid leader and vowing to follow him into the palace to completely finish off the dark abyss. Inside the throne room, the Abyss King stepped up, roaring at the human players for daring to trespass in the royal city, promising every single one of them would be buried there. The Sword Immortal stepped forward, his blade humming with energy. He called the Abyss King arrogant, pointing out he only won last time because he was carried by a powerful item, and promised to settle the score by taking him down personally. But as Wu Hen moved forward, he missed a subtle, knowing glance between the Abyss King and Chang Wei. Chang Wei's eyes lit up, seeing Wu Hen blinded by anger and leaving a massive opening. He figured this was his perfect chance to take out an immortal and prove his loyalty to the messenger. Changwei launched a ruthless surprise attack, aiming his blade straight at the sword immortal's back. Wuhen spun around in shock, but before the blade could land, a roaring fire dragon erupted, totally blocking the strike. The flames deflected Changwei's sword as Hong stepped out from behind Wuhen. Glaring, Hong called Changwei a shameless coward for trying to jump someone from the shadows. Changwei's face twisted in anger. He instantly recognized Hong as one of Junlin's incredibly annoying students. Hong coldly explained that his master had predicted the betrayal and put him on watch specifically to catch Changwei slipping, mocking him by saying cheap tricks would never work on them. Realizing he was caught, Changwei dropped the act entirely. He yelled that the eastern region was already doomed, and from that day on, the Abyssal clan was taking over the server. He announced he was pledging the entire Yua Gate to the Abyssal clan, offering to help them steamroll the east and crush anyone who resisted. The mask was finally off. The entire coalition lobby erupted in fury. Players started attacking Changwei with insults, calling him a shameless traitor who sold out the entire human side. They couldn't believe the Yua Gate, once the top group in the east, was being run by a guy vile enough to betray humanity. The sword immortal's eyes went dead cold. He declared that since Changwei wanted to play the villain, he was going to take down the powerful leader pulling the strings first, and then come back for Changwei. He raised his blade and unleashed his Frost Heaven Slash, a massive freezing attack capable of slicing through mountains. But before the final strike could land, a dark portal ripped open. A single hand reached out, looking completely effortless, and caught the attack, shattering it like it was nothing. The divine messenger stepped out, flanked by a squad of abyssal elites. One of them was an abyssal knight, radiating an insane energy, clearly someone who had already maxed out at the true immortal level. The messenger sneered at the sword immortal, calling it hilarious that a mere beginner immortal was trying to show off. The sword immortal panicked. Surrounding the messenger weren't just one, but 6 true immortal tier bosses, all hiding in this tiny abyssal zone. Meanwhile, Junlin and his squad pulled up, watching the whole scene with quiet disgust. Junlin casually remarked that he knew the Abyss clan wouldn't betray humanity just for a mid-tier king. He figured they obviously had a high-level sugar daddy backing them, which explained why they were acting like obedient followers. The messenger turned to Changwei with a totally fake smile, asking how he was going to respond to Junlin's insult. Changwei puffed out his chest and proudly declared that a smart player adapts to the situation, claiming there was no shame in being a follower if it meant serving the divine messenger, calling it the best move of his life. The messenger nodded, loving the ego boost. He praised Changwei for knowing how to play the game, promising him unlimited loot once the Abyssal clan took over the eastern region. The Abyss King smirked, clearly enjoying the humiliation, and suggested that since Changwei was talking so sweetly, he should literally bark a few times to entertain the messenger. Changwei froze, wondering why he was getting teased when he hadn't done anything wrong, but the Abyss King leaned in and threatened him, saying that disappointing the messenger meant an instant ban, and told him to choose wisely. Changwei swallowed whatever pride he had left, and said that if barking made the messenger happy, it was light work. Completely abandoning his dignity, he started barking loudly like a dog. The messenger smiled, calling it an excellent and very realistic performance. Changwei puffed out his chest, bragging that barking was actually his best skill. The students in the back whispered in total disgust, noting that a guy willing to sink that low was practically the worst, feeling sick that they ever looked up to him. The sword immortal's voice boomed over the crowd, declaring that Changwei and the entire Yua Gate would be permanently cancelled and shamed. He stepped forward, saying their lack of honor was off the charts and their barking was horrifyingly accurate. Changwei snarled back, telling Wuhan not to act so cocky now that the divine messenger was there. He promised that today would be Junlin's final day on the server. The divine messenger finally locked onto Junlin, his voice dropping into a menacing growl. He complained that Junlin had been a massive problem while they were trying to capture the zone. He admitted he might have hesitated to fight Junlin in the main world, but here, deep inside the Dark Abyss spawn point, there was zero backup coming to save him. The divine messenger raised his hand, and dark energy exploded outward, forcefully triggering a massive trap. Instantly, a gigantic green formation expanded across the map, totally sealing the zone in a glowing barrier. The moment Junlin saw it, he locked in. He immediately recognized it as a high-level formation and realized the enemy squad had come fully prepped this time. Beside him, the sword immortal looked incredibly stressed, instantly identifying the trap, the immortal imprisoning demon-slaying formation. The divine messenger laughed smugly, giving the mortals credit for at least knowing what they were looking at. He bragged that the formation was coded by an ancient master and ranked as a solid tier 6 trap. Once triggered, he claimed, not even a top immortal could find a way out. The lobby instantly panicked. Players scrambled toward the green barrier, using all their skills and throwing themselves against the wall, but nobody even left a scratch. Instead, they realized their energy and power stats were rapidly draining, leaking out like a broken stamina bar. Pure panic quickly turned into absolute despair. Realizing the raid had turned into a complete disaster, players started blaming themselves for being so gullible, regretting their choices and screaming that Changwei had baited them into a guaranteed death trap. The Yua leader just laughed, totally merciless. He called them short-sighted for not recognizing a true winner, confidently declaring that with the divine messenger on their side, Junlin and the rest of the lobby would never escape. Right then, the divine messenger spoke up from behind him. He calmly agreed with Changwei, but casually added that before they cleared the lobby, he needed a little help with a small matter. The Abyss Abyss King looked confused, asking what he meant. Out of nowhere, the Abyss demons started rapidly losing their health. Horrifying screams echoed across the zone as agonizing pain ripped through them. They collapsed, crying out and begging their king to help them. The Abyss King froze, staring at the slaughter in pure disbelief, before raging at the Divine Messenger and demanding to know why he was sacrificing his own team. The Divine Messenger just laughed. He explained that a Tier 6 formation requires a massive amount of life energy to stay active. He told the Abyss King that his demons should feel honored to be used as battery packs for such a move. Watching from the sidelines, Hong and Lee were horrified. Hong was shaking with rage, disgusted that the Nether Clan would literally sacrifice their own troops, calling them completely soulless. Lee, however, was just drowning in despair. He felt like his long-awaited journey to the top was ending right there. He couldn't accept it, and the guilt of baiting Jinlin into this death trap was crushing him. Then, the Divine Messenger turned his attention back to Jinlin, smugly saying that Jinlin's reaction to the wipe must be hilarious right now. Jinlin was still standing at the peak of Kun, staring straight at the Divine Messenger. His look was absolutely terrifying. Pure, unfiltered intensity radiated from Jinlin's eyes, so heavy that it actually made the Divine Messenger nervous. He couldn't figure it out. Jinlin didn't look scared at all. The messenger wondered if Jinlin was just completely fearless, or if he was holding onto some secret move. The messenger tried to calm himself, reminding himself that this was a Tier 6 trap. He assured himself that even a powerful immortal would get defeated inside it. Shaking off the nerves, the messenger sneered, completely dismissing Jinlin as just a low-level player. He coldly announced he was going to sit back and enjoy watching Jinlin and his squad slowly get taken out. Cut to Chen, who suddenly had a total breakdown. Tears streamed down his face as he cried that he didn't want to log off permanently. His voice shook as he sobbed that if it really was game over, he just wanted to go back to his spawn point in peace. Jinlin gently patted Kun's shoulder, calmly asking why he was crying. Jinlin promised that as long as his master was online, there was zero chance he would let his student get finished by some basic trap. Jinlin completely dismissed the Tier 6 formation, calling it absolute trash that wasn't even worth his time. Hearing Jinlin talk trash, the Divine Messenger snapped, accusing Jinlin of just acting tough. Jinlin shrugged, asking if he really thought it was just an act. Internally, Jinlin remembered the formation experience pack he got from checking in at the Nether Abyss, realizing it was finally time to use the buff. Without wasting another second, Jinlin started casually dismantling the trap. As soon as he started hacking the formation, his students gasped in shock, completely unable to process what they were watching. He was literally taking the unbeatable trap apart piece by piece. The Yua gate leader panicked and yelled at everyone to stay calm, insisting Jinlin was just faking it. He laughed at the idea that a high-level formation set up by the Divine Messenger could be handled by a newcomer, looking back at the messenger for backup. But internally, the Divine Messenger was having a full breakdown. What he was seeing literally broke the game's logic. This was a Tier 6 formation, something even a top-tier player shouldn't be able to bypass. A horrifying thought hit him. Could Jinlin actually be a master of formations? The messenger immediately tried to ignore the idea. He reasoned that a player with those stats shouldn't even exist on the server. Becoming a master of that level requires a minimum of 100 points in spiritual power. A standard immortal usually caps out around 20, and even a very strong one would struggle to hit 100. Noticing the messenger completely frozen in silence, the Yua leader started sweating, asking what was wrong. After a long, agonizing pause, the messenger finally spoke, his voice dropping as he admitted the truth. Jinlin was a heavenly formation master. The Yua leader completely froze, repeating the words in pure shock, the reality of the situation crushing him. The messenger explained the background of heavenly formation master, legendary players who could hack the environment to control the odds of entire groups. The Yua sect master quietly added that even high-tier immortals had to treat those players like top-level guests. Nearby, another leader was in total denial, insisting Jinlin couldn't possibly be that strong, arguing that if he were, the messenger's trap would be a joke. Right on cue, Jinlin blasted the green wall with a surge of energy. With a casual flick of his wrist, power shot from his fingertips, and the supposedly unbreakable formation exploded, shattering the barrier into glowing pixels with a deafening boom. The sword immortal gasped, staring in shock. A high-tier formation had just been deleted with a flick of the wrist, a move that completely broke the game's logic. The students went wild, celebrating that they had just been saved. Kun beamed with excitement, hyping up his master and happily telling the others that they weren't going to be taken out and could keep following Jinlin without stressing. The messenger was completely paralyzed, his brain failing to process the glitch he just witnessed. He couldn't believe an overpowered player like Jinlin actually existed on the server. Panic instantly spread through the messenger's squad. One leader frantically asked what the backup plan was, while another blamed himself for rushing the play, realizing they were now stuck with no escape route. The messenger gritted his teeth and rallied his squad, declaring that if they didn't focus on Jinlin right now, the entire raid was a failure. He held out his hand, spawning 4 glowing pills in midair, and ordered his crew to take them immediately. Without a second thought, the enemies swallowed the buffs. Their character models started glitching as terrifying energy exploded from them, forcefully leveling them up into high-tier bosses. Screaming with pure intensity, they charged alongside the messenger, hoping that even a heavenly formation master or a strong player wouldn't stand a chance against a full squad of buffed bosses. Jinlin just watched them rush, completely unbothered. He figured swatting a few temporary boosted clowns wasn't even worth breaking a sweat over. He casually spun, unleashing a massive energy strike. The minions spammed attacks and fired back with a powerful combo. Junlin countered with a single basic skill, the Cosmic Ring Slash. The strike exploded with massive damage, ripping straight through their combined ultimate like a bomb. The shockwaves completely stunned the minions, freezing them in place. Their entire energy output was completely overridden by Junlin's casual strike, which tore up from the ground and shredded their models to pieces. Agonized sounds echoed across the map. The sword immortal stared blankly, his heart dropping as an old memory hit him. He remembered the time he thought he was incredibly strong for slicing through many lands with one sword, realizing his feat was nothing compared to this. The messenger raged, screaming at his surviving minions to use their final move. The pills kept their health bars full, allowing them to stabilize. The messenger yelled that if Junlin forced them to use their final trump cards, then losing would be worth it. The sword immortal's face went pale. He realized the raid had gone totally off the rails. The bosses were prepping to explode and destroy the entire zone. Junlin stayed totally chill, just watching them panic. He lazily raised his hand, and a massive, creepy coffin spawned out of thin air. He effortlessly lifted the coffin and casually told them that if they really wanted to self-destruct, they could do it inside the box. As the coffin popped open, a dark red vortex swirled inside, generating a terrifying pull. One by one, the demon bosses got sucked in, their models dissolving as they were converted into raw, unusable data. The coffin slammed shut, permanently removing them from the area. The messenger collapsed, shaking uncontrollably, his eyes wide with pure disbelief. Junlin looked down at him with zero pity, stating that whether the messenger thought it was real or just a glitch didn't matter, because he was about to experience it himself. Junlin dropped a heavy strike straight at the messenger. The messenger screamed and threw up a dark blue energy shield that absorbed Junlin's attack. Junlin's eyes widened slightly in surprise. In that split second, he figured it out. The messenger had used his absolute final trump card, admin privileges granted directly by the zone itself. The messenger held up his palm, showing off a glowing pill. Without hesitating, he swallowed it and burst into a manic laugh. He bragged that surviving Junlin's strike proved the server was literally protecting him. Convinced he had the advantage, he declared himself fully unbeatable. Junlin slowly drew his sword, locking eyes with the messenger. Totally unfazed, Junlin calmly dropped the hardest line of the match. The word unbeatable didn't actually exist in the game, because there was only one player who actually owned that title, Yi Junlin. The messenger threw his arms wide, bragging that he now had full admin control over the entire area, declaring himself a literal god there, looking down at Junlin like he was nothing. The messenger scoffed that Junlin was just a basic player, adding that even if Junlin had high stats, they wouldn't matter there. Hearing the boast, the Abyss King and the Yua leader immediately rushed forward, bowing as low as possible. They hyped up the messenger, congratulating him on becoming the absolute admin of the Nether Abyss. They praised him as the literal embodiment of the game's code. They finally felt validated, realizing the whole disastrous raid was just a massive setup to help the messenger gain full control over the area's mechanics. To them, the messenger was clearly the main character with the ultimate advantage. The messenger then stopped holding back and unleashed his full pressure. A terrifying effect slammed into the entire lobby as he demanded to know why everyone hadn't hit the floor yet. The sword immortal's face went pale. He could feel the pressure was completely unavoidable. It was the raw power of the admin controls. Hong completely gave up, muttering that the messenger had literally become the game engine. He realized that if the messenger commanded them to kneel, the game's rules would literally force their models to obey. Right then, spoke up, totally confused, asking why their master was still casually standing. Hong yelled in pure shock, completely unable to process the glitch. He couldn't understand how it was mathematically possible for Junlin to tank the pressure of an entire server. The messenger's eyes went wide, visibly shook by the sight. He muttered that the server rules were somehow bugging out against Junlin. Without waiting, he decided to escalate and test the game's core code. Massive chains forged from raw admin power shot toward Junlin, carrying the absolute authority of the zone. But when the chains hit him, they literally passed right through, dealing 0 damage. The messenger screamed in disbelief. Even the core game code was useless. To the messenger, this was a literal game-breaking glitch that defied the laws of the game. He screamed that he was the server, the living rulebook of the realm, ordering everything in the lobby to be suppressed. Instantly, massive destruction ripped through the zone as his power overloaded the map. The environment started glitching and shaking violently, and players screamed in panic, feeling like the entire server was about to crack. Junlin finally spoke up. His voice was icy and totally unimpressed. He mocked the messenger, saying that calling himself heaven with such garbage performance was honestly just embarrassing. To Junlin, this so-called power was full of exploitable bugs. Seeing Junlin completely brush him off, the messenger lost his mind. He launched another attack, screaming that anyone exploiting the rules deserved an instant removal, and unleashed his ultimate move, the 10,000 Calamities Nether Heaven Palm. The Yua sect leader gasped like a total fanboy, praising the messenger's broken stats. He hyped up the move, claiming the palm gathered all the energy in the server and would defeat even the the strongest player. Junlin barely even glanced at the massive attack, casually asking if that was really his best combo. As soon as he spoke, Junlin raised his hand and fired off a golden palm strike of his own. The two massive hitboxes collided, and the messenger's ultimate was instantly shattered, dissipating like smoke. The messenger froze, completely unable to process it. He screamed that it was mathematically impossible. He demanded to know how his power wasn't unbeatable. Junlin coldly replied that if that was what people considered unbeatable, then the standards were incredibly weak, and the messenger just needed to get better and grind harder. The messenger's face went completely blank. He tried to save face, claiming the last exchange was just a minor test, and that his true power was finally coming online. He immediately popped all his remaining skills. Countless giant hands spawned in the sky, raining down in a massive, unavoidable barrage. Junlin responded by activating his own power, his aura exploding as he genuinely got curious to see what kind of mechanics this little world actually had. He activated his signature fist technique, and the two instantly clashed in a brutal, server-crashing battle. The sword immortal was literally shaking, whispering in shock and wondering if Junlin was actually fighting the game's own source code. Hong was equally mind-blown, totally unable to process the fight. Junlin wasn't just ignoring the server's suppression effects, he was actively pushing the messenger back, totally overpowering the admin controls. Watching Junlin break every known rule shattered everything the group thought was possible. Meanwhile, the divine messenger was absolutely panicking. He couldn't figure out why his admin commands weren't working. The harder he tried to suppress Junlin, the harder Junlin hit back, almost as if his stats were dynamically scaling to match the pressure. Suddenly, Junlin landed a massive critical hit that sent the messenger stumbling backward. Furious, the messenger roared, demanding to know what kind of player Junlin was to just casually rewrite the rules of the realm. The sword immortal was wondering the exact same thing, desperate to know how Junlin was resisting the server itself. Junlin calmly replied that the mechanic was simple. The stronger his opponent got, the higher his own stats scaled. Hearing the explanation, the messenger absolutely raged, screaming that Junlin was just trolling him with a fake made-up excuse and asking if he thought it was a joke. Junlin replied with total honesty. He wasn't trolling at all, it was just a fact. When a boss gets a boost, his own stats automatically match it. That explanation completely broke the messenger's remaining sanity. His rage maxed out. He screamed that he was done dealing with this broken server. He was the absolute authority, and literally nobody could stop him. The messenger triggered a massive, game-breaking surge of power, forcefully ripping out the maximum output of the realm. A gigantic purple sword spawned in the sky, dropping a pressure effect so heavy that the entire lobby screamed in pain. The gravity pinned everyone to the floor, completely stunning them. Even the Abyss King was shaking, unable to move under the crushing authority. The divine messenger laughed like a maniac, swearing he was going to remove Junlin's account and wipe him from the game's code forever. Junlin didn't even blink. He confidently repeated his passive skills description. The stronger the boss, the stronger he gets. Junlin threw a barehanded strike straight into the messenger's massive purple sword ultimate. For one terrifying second, the entire area went dead silent. Then, a massive explosion went off. The purple sword shattered into millions of pixels as raw, destructive energy blasted across the entire map. The Abyss King screamed in absolute terror. He could literally hear the Netherworld's engine struggling as the code broke. With the sword destroyed, the massive pressure instantly vanished. The group erupted in cheers and sighs of relief as everyone realized the insane truth: Junlin had actually succeeded. The sword immortal was completely frozen, brain dead from the shock. Junlin had literally just defeated the server's source code using nothing but his base stats. That level of scaling broke everything he thought he knew about the game. Lee screamed in pure excitement, absolutely losing his mind that not even the Netherworld's laws could stop their master. Hong, however, was still deeply paranoid and couldn't accept the win. He couldn't fathom how a normal player could just casually defy the game engine. Deep down, he was convinced Junlin was hiding some ultra-rare, game-breaking item, figuring it was the only logical explanation. The divine messenger totally crashed. He screamed that since the rules couldn't stop Junlin, he was going to turn the entire Netherworld into Junlin's graveyard and take the whole group down with him. Completely unhinged, the messenger initiated a self-destruct sequence to forcefully crash the Nether Abyss area. Junlin coldly told him that trying to pull a mutual defeat was pure desperation, and the plan was definitely going to fail. The messenger screamed that since he was the literal incarnation of the area's power, deleting himself would delete everything with him. He promised to show them a real endgame disaster, declaring they were all getting finished together. Fueled by destructive code, the Nether Abyss started violently crashing. The skybox fractured, the textures dissolved, and the entire zone began to remove itself piece by piece. Absolute panic took over as everyone realized the server was shutting down. Watching his home zone get permanently removed, the Abyss King screamed in pure despair. The Yua sect leader was screaming in regret, blaming everyone who convinced him to team up with the Netherworld faction. Completely devastated by the disaster he helped trigger, Hong quickly realized that once a world initiates its own self-destruction, there's nothing a human can do to stop it. Even if he could somehow defy the game's code again, reversing a server collapse was basically impossible. The divine messenger, however, laughed like a total maniac. He declared that the destruction was the price for forcing his hand, and that no one could cancel the annihilation event. As the map started collapsing, the divine messenger felt pretty good about himself. He believed his name would be etched into history and that the Netherworld's conquest would always bear his mark. He patted himself on the back, deciding his performance was at least acceptable. Junlin, however, remained totally chill and completely unimpressed. Junlin casually told him that if he wanted to go out with a bang, he should just log off solo instead of trying to drag everyone down with him, adding that he had zero interest in getting buried alongside a lunatic. The Divine Messenger's eyes widened in panic. In that split second, he realized Junlin had already set up a massive teleportation array. The scale of the array was insane, way beyond anything the messenger could process. He desperately tried to interrupt the process, but Junlin just coldly told him to stay put. Junlin made his move, effortlessly shattering the messenger's remaining defense and sending him flying backward. Without even looking back, Junlin turned around and casually waved goodbye. Right then, the Yuhua sect leader suddenly yelled out, claiming he had actually been an undercover agent for the eastern region all along. He insisted that his betrayal was just him playing a role and that he had always been on their side. Junlin looked at him with total indifference and asked why he thought anyone cared. Junlin answered the leader's plea with a swift kick, launching the guy across the map and joking that last-minute excuses were completely useless. The sect leader cursed as he flew through the air. Nearby, the Divine Messenger lay on the ground trembling, his voice weak. As the reality of his failure set in, he reflected bitterly on his run. He used to be hyped as a top-tier prodigy, the favorite of the ruling power, but now he realized the hard truth. He was just a small fish in a big pond, an absolute joke. He regretted that he'd never get to see his faction dominate the server, and hated that he ended up being nothing more than a stepping stone for Junlin. With pure anger in his eyes, he swore that the Netherworld would be waiting to take down Junlin in the end. The scene shifted back to the eastern region, where everyone had safely teleported back. The Sword Immortal bowed deeply, hyping up Junlin's insane performance and declaring that the human faction would never forget the massive carry. Junlin's success was praised by the entire group, though Junlin himself just brushed it off as light work. An elder sighed with relief, noting that with the Netherworld server wiped, the threat of dark mobs was finally over. He praised Junlin for securing peace for the entire region's future. The Sword Immortal, however, wasn't ready to relax just yet. He warned that the real final threat was still hiding within the Feather Transformation sect, pointing out that Chen Xiao and his squad were the actual enemies. Another elder backed him up, dropping the news that Chen Xiao's past actions while acting as the commander were completely staged. He had just been camping and hiding his true motives the whole time. A young woman nervously asked if they actually had the power to take down the Feather Transformation sect, given their resources. The Sword Immortal turned to Junlin for his call. Right on cue, the system pinged. A new objective location had been unlocked, rewarding Junlin with 3 powerful artifacts that instantly upgraded to the highest tier. Junlin noted the notification calmly, figuring he could settle old grudges, clear out the new enemies, and upgrade his gear all at the same time. It was a classic 2 birds, 1 stone play. The Sword Immortal silently respected Junlin's caution, understanding that Junlin wasn't dodging the fight out of fear, but because he was taking his responsibility as the most experienced player in the region seriously. Junlin responded coolly, stating that to him, the Feather Transformation sect was just an annoying pest that would get handled by tomorrow. The Sword Immortal's heart raced with excitement. He openly thanked Junlin for his decisive and righteous leadership. Junlin waved him off, telling everyone to drop the formalities since he was just going to clean up all the old issues and new problems in one massive sweep. The scene cut to the back mountains of the Feather Transformation sect. A man spoke nervously, warning that a massive threat was approaching. Ancestor Tianhong had scanned it on his radar. A high-level player was incoming. The other ancestors quickly grouped up, asking if their master plan had failed. Tianhong's face was grim. He revealed he just got a report from Changwei, and the replay was absolutely terrifying. The Divine Messenger hadn't just lost a duel to Junlin. His entire account had been permanently removed. Even worse, the entire Netherworld server got wiped along with him. Shock instantly rippled through the group. The ancestors couldn't process the math. The Netherworld had powerful buffs backing it. How could it get completely shut down? Tianhong spoke with heavy realization. He admitted Junlin's stats had blown past all their calculations. Even with all the advantages and the system backing him, the Divine Messenger got completely taken out. Tianhong confirmed it. Junlin was coming, and he was coming to finish the Feather Transformation sect. Panic set in. One ancestor asked for the counter strategy. Tianhong didn't hesitate. They had to force activate the Stargate immediately, way ahead of schedule. A few ancestors objected, arguing they didn't have enough Stargates online yet, and rushing the cast was incredibly risky. Tianhong's voice dropped to a freezing tone. He warned that if they stalled, they'd be finished before they even got to press the button. The disaster was already outside their base. The ancestors' expressions hardened. They were all top-tier fighters at the 5th Heaven stage. After a brief pause, they all agreed. Forcing the Stargate was a better play than just waiting to be taken out. They reasoned that even with the server's interference, the remaining Netherworld army had enough power to theoretically hold off Junlin. Ancestor Qinlan asked the real question: where were they going to get the energy to force the activation? Tianhong's answer was cold. They were going to use the pawn they'd been preparing all along, sacrificing one person to secure the sect's future. Meanwhile, the Holy Son, Chen, was trying to control his breathing, telling himself the hard work was almost over over, and his quest was nearly done. He figured that once the sect leader returned from the raid and handed him the leader title, he'd be the undisputed #1 in the Eastern Domain. Chen scoffed. Even if Junlin inherited the fallen Immortal Isle, he assumed Junlin had just been taken out by a cheap trap, and getting the win was all that mattered. Suddenly, several figures glitched into the room. It was the ancestor. The Holy Sun's heart dropped when he saw all 5 of them appear at once. He nervously asked why they were there and if the sect master had already returned. One ancestor sighed heavily and dropped the bad news. The raid failed. Chang Wei's team had been entirely finished, and everyone they sent was permanently blocked from the game. The Holy Sun completely froze, his brain failing to process the info. He blurted out that it was impossible. Chang Wei had dominated the Eastern Domain for ages and had infinite resources. How could he just be taken out? Panicking, Chen asked about Junlin. Had he been taken out in the trap too? The ancestor replied with a heavy tone that Junlin was still online, and he was probably already leading a massive team straight to the Feathering Gate's base to settle the score once and for all. Before the Holy Sun could even react, the ancestor raised his hands and started casting a spell to open a stargate. The ancestor kept a totally calm tone as he announced there was only one strategy left to block Junlin. They had to open the stargate, and the Holy Sun was the key ingredient. The Holy Sun's eyes went wide with pure horror. He screamed for the ancestor to stop, demanding to know what he meant. The ancestor just looked at him coldly and asked what he thought it meant. He explained they had been boosting Chen all these years specifically to use him as a battery for this exact moment. As soon as he said it, the ancestor reached out and forcefully started ripping out the Holy Sun's core. Chen screamed in agony, crying out that he was the sect's chosen one, born with top potential and destined to lead the faction. How could they do this to him? The ancestor answered with zero emotion. It was exactly because he was the Holy Sun. He explained that when the sect's survival was on the line, the top player had to step up and make the sacrifice. The cast finished, and the Holy Sun's core was violently extracted. Chen collapsed in total despair, screaming and asking why they tricked him. He swore he had been a loyal guild member, putting his account on the line for the sect time after time. He realized they had scammed him, boosted his stats, and used him as nothing more than fuel. The ancestor calmly told him to relax, promising that once they survived Junlin's raid, he'd personally help rebuild Chen's body. Bitterness consumed Chen's mind. He genuinely thought he was about to hit rank 1 in the East, but instead, this was his end. Meanwhile, Junlin was just casually scaling higher and farther out of reach than Chen could ever hope to get. Pure hatred burned inside him. Right then, the ancestor spoke up again, his voice calculated and cold. He noted that such pure energy was more than enough to force the Stargate open and keep the connection stable for days. He dumped the condensed energy straight into the portal, instantly triggering a massive explosion. Terrifying energy flooded the Stargate, causing the entire area's physics to shake from the massive power surge. The second the energy leaked out, pure terror gripped the lobby. Players screamed as their screens shook and their avatars went pale. The pressure felt like it was actively breaking their files, crushing them with zero chance to fight back. It was a level of suppression way beyond anything they had ever experienced. Everyone in the lobby was thinking the exact same thing. What kind of raid bosses were locked behind that portal? Moments later, the Stargate fully stabilized, and figures started pouring out. Seeing the massive wave, the ancestor's eyes widened. He hadn't expected the spawn rate to be this high. Tens of thousands of Netherclan immortals flooded the map. Compared to this army, the Feathering Gate sect was basically just a group of level 1 characters. Instinctively, the immortal monsters parted to make way for the raid leader. A single boss advanced down the middle, riding a massive, terrifying mount. Just his presence was enough to lower the stats of everyone in the area. This was Ming Wanjun, the Netherclan commander, a very powerful fighter who used to be even stronger. Ming Wanjun looked absolutely furious. He coldly told the ancestors they were total idiots for opening the Stargate so early. He complained that force opening the gate had heavily weakened their stats. The ancestor quickly tried to explain, saying that their envoy had been taken out, which ruined their strategy, so they had no choice but to push the button early. The commander roared in disbelief. Their envoy had been taken out? He called it impossible, insisting no one on the server had the power to defeat him. He pointed out that the envoy wasn't just the clan's top prodigy, he was a careful player who had high-level protective gear active. A player like that shouldn't have failed. He demanded the combat logs. The ancestor stiffened and admitted the truth. A player named Junlin kept interfering with their plans and recently snagged the fallen Immortal Isle inheritance. Now Junlin had taken out their envoy and become the ultimate final boss, blocking their goal. Ming Wanjun's eyes locked onto the ancestor. He asked if Junlin had actually secured the fallen Immortal Isle rewards. The ancestor nodded nervously, trying to act like it was probably just some basic item and Junlin just got lucky. This completely triggered the commander. He blew up, calling the ancestor an absolute beginner. He demanded to know if the ancestor even understood the importance of the fallen Immortal Isle. He explained that not even their leaders would try to mess with that place. It was created by a master who terrorized multiple servers. The commander hyped him up, saying that kind of support value is way higher than a standard player's damage. That one master had literally carried a multi-server war. The ancestor was completely stunned. Shock hit him as he realized the true value of the fallen Immortal Isle. Ming Wanjun scoffed, calling him a clueless person. But the info confirmed one thing. The envoy didn't just throw the match, he got outplayed. The new objective was locked in. Junlin had to be removed. Anyone who claimed that kind of legacy was a top-tier threat. If Junlin got time to farm more experience, he'd become a server-wiping disaster for their side. Just then, a beam of golden light crashed down from the sky. An ancestor immediately yelled, demanding to know who was interfering with the Feathering Gate Sect's area. At the same time, a dark thought crossed his mind. With tens of thousands of immortal monsters backing him, he was excited to see how Junlin would be defeated this time. Right on cue, Junlin pulled up with his entire raid party. His voice boomed through the global chat, announcing that the Feathering Gate Sect had broken the server rules, teamed up with bad actors, and that justice was coming for all the traitors today. In response, every single Nether Clan immortal popped their energy at once. The combined pressure hit the lobby like a massive tidal wave. The Sword Immortal's face dropped as he yelled out in shock, unable to figure out how the Feathering Gate managed to spawn so many high-level immortals. The third student went pale, his voice shaking as he admitted the lobby was totally unbalanced and they needed to head to the escape portal immediately. The first student was dead serious, pointing out that tens of thousands of immortals had already locked down the boundaries. Even if Junlin wanted to set up defensive moves, fast travel was completely disabled. Hearing the panic, the ancestor let out a smug laugh. He bragged that the situation had shifted, claiming that even if Junlin grouped up every single player in the Eastern Domain, the Feathering Gate wouldn't even flinch. At that moment, the Nether Clan commander stepped up, his voice ice cold as he asked which one of them was Yi Junlin. The Sword Immortal panicked and quickly told Junlin not to rush in, begging him to find a glitch or an exit strategy first. Before anyone else could say a word, Junlin just casually walked forward. He deadpanned that he was the guy they were looking for and asked what the problem was. The commander burst out laughing, bragging that if he secured the win on Junlin, the fallen immortal Isle loot would make him an absolute legend in the Nether Clan. Junlin's face remained totally blank. He calmly replied that a high-tier immortal who got his stats nerfed and crippled by a buggy portal wasn't even qualified to tie his shoes. That insult instantly triggered the commander. Popping his full power aura, he roared that Junlin was literally begging to be finished. The Sword Immortal yelled out, warning Junlin to watch out. A second later, the commander threw a massive palm attack packed with insane screen-shaking power. Junlin stayed perfectly chill, noting this was actually perfect because he finally got to see what top-tier immortal stats felt like. Junlin just stood there as the massive attack closed in. In that exact millisecond, the system UI popped up, announcing it detected an incoming attack from a high-level boss. The system's passive Stronger Against the Strong cheat activated instantly, forcefully power-leveling Junlin to match his opponent. Then it registered a top-tier energy attack, triggering again to instantly boost Junlin's own power. Without missing a beat, Junlin flexed his new stats and completely erased the incoming attack. He kept his voice totally flat as he asked if that was really all the commander had, joking that the damage was barely registering. The commander stumbled back, totally shocked and staring at his screen in disbelief. He questioned how Junlin was also so strong and realized with absolute horror that Junlin's energy levels were actually a full tier higher than his own. Suddenly, the Holy Sun respawned into the scene. Watching the exchange, his eyes lit up like a crazy fan. He started muttering over and over that this was awesome. He realized Junlin had been hiding his true level the entire time and started hyping him up to keep pushing his limits. Soon, his muttering turned into unhinged, manic laughter. The players nearby whispered nervously, noting that the guy whose family was affected by Junlin had somehow hit a massive power level while still in his development phase. They figured the massive skill gap had completely broken his mind. The commander's face went dark as he tried to process the math. He assumed this had to be the ultimate buff from the fallen immortal Isle legacy. He figured only a broken, ultra-rare item could let Junlin force his way into such a high-powered tier under such heavy suppression. He realized that if Junlin didn't get permanently removed right now, he'd become a literal game ender for the Nether Clan. Changing his tone to sound cold and calculated, the commander declared that high-level combat isn't just about mashing buttons and raw power. He claimed that once he dropped his battle formation, Junlin's energy regeneration would get nerfed by at least 30%. Barking orders to his raid group, he initiated a massive formation. Instantly, insane amounts of energy pooled together. A massive python made of dark pixels coiled across the sky, literally blocking out the sun. As the formation locked in, the commander squinted, trying to read Junlin's move. He was stressed because Junlin's gear was still a mystery, and there was a high chance Junlin was hiding a totally broken item from the island. Noting his worry, a few of his guildmates quickly offered to spam special skills to try and stun Junlin. The commander brushed them off, casually asking if they really needed to burn their best skills just to take down one player. One guy immediately agreed, dropping a comment about playing it safe and noting the fallen immortal lore made Junlin a massive wildcard. Another guildmate hyped the commander up, praising him for always playing the strategy perfectly. The commander scoffed, bragging that with his high spiritual power, using an ultimate move on a newcomer was just overkill. He announced he was going to use his Black Dragon Halberd as the core to funnel the power of 10,000 mobs, crafting the Nether Clan's ultimate one-shot move. Immediately, one of his guys yelled for the formation to start attacking. Buffed by the commander's high-tier weapon, this formation was broken enough to suppress even the strongest opponents. The commander joked that getting taken out by his weapon would actually be an honor for Junlin. Watching the insane boss mechanics unfold, the Sword Immortal yelled in panic, warning Junlin to dodge. In the next second, Junlin made his move. He popped a combo formation and dashed straight at the commander. Seeing the push, the commander internally laughed, thinking Junlin Junlin's basic moves were just low-tier trash he was bored of dodging. But as Junlin's aura flared, the commander's face dropped. He suddenly wondered what kind of broken weapon Junlin just pulled out and why its aura was so terrifyingly high. A massive realization hit him. It was legendary-grade gear. Junlin kept his tone totally flat, casually admitting he didn't expect the commander to actually own such a high-tier weapon. He joked that the fallen immortal Isle loot really was living up to the hype. The commander froze in panic, shocked that Junlin actually knew about the fallen immortal lore. Junlin shrugged, saying it was just common sense, but he dropped a harsh truth. While legendary weapons hit hard, trying to spam them with limited energy would drain the commander's stamina bar super fast. Junlin calmly roasted him, doubting the commander had the endurance to keep the fight going. Triggered by the trash talk, the commander roared in fury, yelling, "Fine!" and swearing to show Junlin his true power. His strategy was dirty. He planned to fake a frontal 1v1 with Junlin while secretly commanding his team to dive the support players behind him. He figured Junlin would have to split his attention to protect them, and in that split second, their special skills would stunlock him. The commander charged Junlin head-on. At the exact same time, his guildmates flanked around the back and rushed Junlin's squad. The lobby instantly panicked. Players started screaming, asking why the boss suddenly switched targets to the backline. Some tried to calm the chat, yelling that Junlin was there to protect them. Others just gave up, crying that even if Junlin blocked the main hit, the splash damage would still wipe them. Junlin scoffed, completely unimpressed by the cheap strategy. With just a quick thought, he spawned a massive shield formation, instantly protecting his entire squad. At the same moment, the commander screamed, summoning a huge dragon to dive Junlin, while two other players spammed an annoying sonic-based stun attack. Junlin just tilted his head a little and casually complained that his head felt slightly itchy. The commander's eyes lit up, convinced the stun worked, and yelled Junlin's name in triumph. The dragon rushed in, but Junlin just casually swiped his sword, perfectly slicing the dragon in half. He looked at them completely unbothered and asked what exactly they thought they accomplished, mocking whatever cheap gimmick they tried to pull. The commander's smug face completely dropped. He screamed in disbelief, demanding to know why Junlin wasn't stunned and why his status bar was completely empty. Right then, the players who cast the mental stun were shown. They were totally unresponsive, eyes glazed over and mumbling nonsense. The commander's stomach dropped. He wondered if they suffered a massive rebound effect. What was even scarier was that Junlin didn't even notice the stun attempt. The power gap between them was absolutely broken. The commander roared in pure rage, admitting that even though he tried to play it safe, he still completely underestimated Junlin. Desperate, he swore he'd burn every last drop of his health to secure the win. He ordered the entire raid group to funnel all their energy into his halberd, commanding them to help him finish Junlin. He activated his final move, Blood Dragon Annihilates the World. He refused to believe Junlin had the stats to tank it. Junlin just smirked, smoothly declaring that if the boss was going all out, then he'd finally stop holding back. The commander laughed, completely full of himself, mocking Junlin for taking 0 damage and asking if that was really all he had, calling his display a total bluff. Junlin calmly explained that his sword wasn't coded to deal physical damage, it was designed to cut the literal life force connecting a player to the server. The second he dropped the line, the commander's avatar started glitching and breaking apart. His buffs disappeared, his health plummeted to 0, and pure panic took over his face. As his account was removed, he screamed that only the system admin was allowed to sever life force, demanding to know how a low-level ant like Junlin could possibly hack the game's core code. With that final exchange, the commander was completely erased from the game. No loot drop, no respawn point, just totally gone. Seeing the raid leader get taken out, the Yua sect ancestor completely broke down. His voice shook as he cried in despair. He realized it was over. The Yua gate had taken the ultimate defeat. On Junlin's side, the shock instantly turned into insane excitement. The squad cheered wildly, shouting in disbelief and asking if this was what gameplay was actually supposed to look like. One smooth combo and the entire enemy squad was just gone. They kept repeating that Junlin was completely broken and way too powerful. In the middle of the excitement, the first student stared blankly, muttering that he couldn't even process how it was mathematically possible to just delete someone's life force from the code. The sword immortal stepped up to explain the lore. He slowly dropped the knowledge that the absolute peak of the swordsman playstyle was never just about doing physical damage. He explained that a true max-level sword technique actually cuts through the game's timeline, erasing past mistakes, deleting potential futures, and literally rewriting the server's rules to prevent the enemy from even existing. Internally, the sword immortal sighed in awe, realizing Junlin's true power level was miles beyond what they had just watched. Right then, the holy sun got forcefully dragged toward the Stargate. The lobby erupted into chaos as players shouted that the portal was glitching out, aggressively draining Chen Xiao's energy reserve. Before anyone could fix the issue, the sky turned pitch black again. A massive new spawn wave hit the server. Gasps of horror rippled through the chat. It was a whole new nether army, entirely made up of powerful immortals, totaling a ridiculous 600,000 mobs. A booming laugh shook the map. A brand new raid boss stepped out, trash-talking the previous commander for being an idiot who rushed the objective instead of waiting for the main squad. He joked that the commander shouldn't have cleared the map so thoroughly and should have left some local players for the rest of them to farm. The boss's gamertag floated up, Ming, a high-tier celestial immortal. Junlin just looked at him with 0 panic and told his team to stay calm. He pointed out that the previous commander didn't even manage to secure a single win, so he figured he'd just let this new boss play around for a bit. The new commander commander completely lost it, roaring in rage and demanding to know who Junlin thought he was, screaming that a beginner like Junlin had way too much nerve to talk trash to a raid boss. Right then, the ancestor yelled out in desperation, begging the new boss to avenge their fallen squad. He frantically pointed at Junlin, snitching that Junlin was the hacker who kept ruining their plans using the rare island loot and was the one who removed the previous leaders and thousands of their soldiers. Internally, the ancestor was struggling to stay optimistic. He figured there was always a backup plan. He reasoned that no matter how broken Junlin's stats were, he had to have an energy limit and couldn't possibly survive a war of attrition against an endless wave of Nether Immortal. But instead of attacking Junlin, the commander suddenly grabbed the ancestor by the throat. His roar rattled the lobby as he accused the ancestor of misleading him. If the entire squad had been taken out, he demanded to know where the loot and the defeated players were. He snarled, accusing the ancestor of trying to bait him into an ambush, mocking him for thinking such a weak strategy would work. Junlin casually spoke up, correcting the boss. He explained there was no trick. He was just showing the commander exactly where the bodies went. With a swift motion, Junlin removed the ancestor using the exact same energy-cutting move as before. Seeing the ancestor instantly turn to dust, the new commander's face went dead serious. He realized their connection to the server was actually being severed, confirming the defeat logs were legit. With a sharp signal, he sent a global order to his entire 600,000 man army, group up and form the ultimate 6-phase killing array to completely surround Junlin. The response was immediate. Roars echoed as every single mob followed the command. Spirit avatars dropped from the sky, directly buffing the soldiers' stats. In the next second, terrifying transformations triggered across the map. The commander's appearance shifted, bones snapping as he turned into a massive Titan demon ape boss. Around him, the captains also popped their transformations. One morphed into a bull, another into a fiery lion, one into a serpent, another into a winged tiger, and the last into a fox. The commander kept his tone icy, stating that since Junlin was the new administrator of the island, he obviously had some broken, glitchy spells. He bragged that even a high-tier fighter would be defeated by their current power output. He boasted that his formation was being powered by several powerful celestial immortals and a massive battery of 600,000 other fighters. He laughed, mocking Junlin by saying it was an honor to be defeated by such a powerful formation, and triggered the massive attack sequence. The array surged, throwing an insane wave of power straight at Junlin. The third student went totally pale, stressing that this formation was designed to take out top-tier players, and nervously asked if their master had enough health to tank it. The first student shot back instantly, saying Junlin had to survive because he was the entire group's only hope. Deep down, though, the first student was seriously rattled, admitting he had no idea the endgame was this difficult. He felt like his old high-level stats were completely irrelevant now. He knew Junlin couldn't afford to lose. If Junlin cleared this raid, his ranking would skyrocket and he'd become even more powerful. Junlin just watched the incoming attack, totally unimpressed. He roasted them for trying to show off a formation that relied on cheap buffs. He declared that since the nether mobs were totally clueless, he was going to drop a tutorial on what a real transformation looked like before sending them back to the lobby, 3 pure ones. In a flash, 3 identical copies of Junlin spawned in. The commander's eyes went wide with pure shock. These weren't basic clones or holograms. He realized Junlin had literally manipulated the server's raw energy to craft 2 fully functional, high-stat avatars. One Junlin equipped a flute, another held a massive coffin-shaped weapon, and the original Junlin just stood there chilling with his sword. Junlin smirked, joking that this was the perfect setup for a game. One of the avatars laughed, acting super cocky and betting he was going to take the top spot. The flute-playing avatar looked over, acting almost fake apologetic, complaining that the other 2 were way too intense, and jokingly apologized to the enemies for the spawn camp that was about to happen. Then, he started playing his flute. An unblockable, soul-shattering effect blasted across the map. Invisible waves crashed right through the formation's shields. One by one, the Nether Clan mobs froze, their avatars locking up in pure terror before their health hit 0 and they dropped. Souls were removed, models despawned, and a massive wipe swept through the horde like a system update. At the same time, the coffin-wielding clone turned to another captain and laughed like an absolute troll. He roasted the captain for acting like a tough guy, loudly declaring that he was the one holding the power to finish them. With a simple wave, he commanded the enemies to walk into their own defeat, his laughter echoing across the entire zone. The surviving Nether Clan mobs completely mentally broke, the chat filled with desperate screams as they begged not to be removed. Some players were literally sobbing, crying for their friends, while others screamed they just wanted to log out and go back to their home server, their morale totally crushed. Right then, the sword-wielding Junlin clone stepped up and targeted the commander, his voice dripping with disrespect. He casually stated the commander's performance was complete garbage and not even worth reviewing. The commander frantically tried to dodge, screaming in disbelief that Junlin was controlling 2 full avatars and juggling 3 powerful weapons at once, insisting this completely broke the rules for his tier. Junlin just gave a light chuckle. He explained that his power ceiling was entirely dynamic. It literally just scales to whatever stats his opponent has. The stronger the boss, the higher his multiplier goes. And with that, he dropped his sword slash. The commander roared, throwing out a desperate, panicked counter, screaming that even if it cost him his account, he was going to take Junlin down. Junlin replied with ice-cold disrespect, "Too bad the commander's account was essentially worthless, the strike connected with a massive, unblockable force, launching the commander across the map. The commander slammed into the ground, his avatar glitching and tearing apart as his health bar slowly drained to zero. The camera cut back to the original Junlin, who casually watched the scene and noted that his clones were already wrapping up the mat. Just then, the coffin-wielding clone clicked his tongue, annoyed, complaining that the lobby was way too easy and he wasn't done yet. Junlin shot him a deadly, serious glare. The clone instantly froze, realizing he pushed his luck. Without another word, both avatars despawned and merged back into Junlin. Taking a breath, Junlin fully unleashed his aura. The entire server lagged as the environment started to collapse, shatter, and completely break down under the weight of his power. The remaining Nether Clan soldiers finally gave up. They dropped to their knees, screaming for Junlin to spare them, admitting they made a mistake and begging for mercy. They promised to instantly leave their faction, pleading just to keep their accounts active. Junlin responded with zero emotion. He decided to spare the survivors for the day, but gave them a quest: return to the Nether server and deliver a message to the developers. He declared that as long as he was online, no foreign faction was allowed to raid their world. If the Nether mobs ever tried to return, he promised to track them down across any server. A shocked silence hit the lobby, followed immediately by insane excitement and cheering. Players were screaming that Junlin had just solo wiped a lobby of hundreds of thousands, hyping his stats as completely broken. A young player excitedly yelled that Junlin had stopped the invasion and carried the entire player base. A fan stared at him, absolutely swooning, whispering that his game sense and sportsmanship were top tier. At that moment, a sword player jumped up and hyped the crowd, swearing he'd track down any player who tried to cause trouble in Kunlun. The whole group started chanting together, their voices shaking the area as they promised to permanently remove any invaders. Amid the excitement, the surviving commander was just lying there, his screen grayed out and barely conscious. He replayed Junlin's explanation that his power dynamically scaled against stronger bosses, and realized how utterly broken that mechanic was. He concluded that even if his faction's leader logged in personally, he'd just be used for experience. Junlin suddenly snapped at the commander, coldly asking if he wanted to scream some more or if he needed a personal escort back to the main menu. Hearing that icy tone, the commander nearly had a heart attack. He stuttered out a panic. No, swearing he was logging off immediately. Internally, he was having a total meltdown. He knew he had to report this player, Junlin, to the higher-ups ASAP. Right then, the Holy Sun completely snapped, bursting into hysterical, wild laughter and screaming at the crowd to come and get them. The commander's face dropped. He realized he had to grab the Holy Sun and force close the portal before the server crashed completely. Without a second thought, he grabbed the Holy Sun and dragged him toward the exit. As he ran, pure dread filled his head. He knew that if Junlin decided to follow them into their home server, their entire group was getting permanently finished. Moments later, the commander loaded into the other side and screamed at the leaders that the raid was a total disaster, that a player named Junlin just solo farmed nearly 1 million of their fighters. The response from the higher-ups was instant and harsh. An ancestor roared in the chat, calling the commander complete garbage and telling him to stop making up ridiculous excuses for losing. Before the commander could even type a reply, the ancestor banned him, removing his account on the spot. Turning away without a second thought, the ancestor told the rest of the guild to forget about him. He announced the alliance was busy grinding other servers, and since the portal was closed, they were just going to ignore the Kunlun server for the time being. The scene cut to a high-tier zone inside the palace. A furious voice echoed through the hall. Someone was raging, demanding to know how their master plan to use the outside faction to raid Kunlun failed, scoffing at the idea that a bunch of lower-level players managed to take out an entire army. The person was revealed to be Yua Shang, the original founder of the Yua Gate and a high-level boss. His eyes went cold as he made a threat. He promised to send his own spirit projection down to check the replay logs and figure out who ruined his plan. He swore that whoever messed up his raid was going to deeply regret ever creating an account.